Chapter 001. The Chinese at La Masia. Barcelona, the capital of Spain's Catalonia region, stands as the country's second-largest city, surpassed only by the capital, Madrid. Renowned for its temperate climate and picturesque scenery, it is replete with historical landmarks and has long been dubbed the Pearl of the Iberian Peninsula, a world-famous tourist destination. Nestled within the city is the illustrious FC Barcelona, whose home ground, the Camp Nou, is the largest stadium in Europe, accommodating 98,000 spectators for live matches. Camp Nou holds the distinction of being the second-largest football stadium globally, following Brazil's Maracanã. Adjacent to Camp Nou lies the famed La Masia, often referred to as the West Point of football. For those who are not fond of Barcelona, it is humorously termed the La Masia Film Academy. However, it does not impart the performing arts of Stanislavski, nor does it utilize the self-cultivation of actors as its textbook. Indeed, this is a genuine training camp that La Masia has nurtured illustrious European players such as Messi, Xavi, Iniesta, Fabregas, Puyol, Piqué, Valls, and Reina, although some of these athletes may not yet have achieved fame as of December 15th, 2006 at 8 this moment. A training session is underway for the youth team, with the starting players in blue vests and the substitutes in yellow vests engaged in a spirited practice match. Among them is a distinctly Asian youth striving to make his mark on the field, employing his technical skills to navigate past the defenders of the starting team in search of an opportunity, displaying a commendable level of prowess. Before long, the Asian youth loses possession of the ball. Given the limited strength of the substitute team, the starting players swiftly counterattack. The forward, Christian Teo, charges forward with the ball, ultimately scoring a goal against the substitute team. The Asian youth reflects on Telo's impressive speed and shooting skills, but verbally expresses his frustration to his teammates. All he does is charge forward with his head down. Just showing off in the youth team, he'll have a rude awakening in professional matches. His teammates, aware of the tension between the two, refrain from commenting further. Soon, the Asian youth feels someone approaching from behind. Turning around, he sees Teo mimicking Messi's goal celebration, arms outstretched, running forward in jubilation. Upon reaching the Asian youth, Teo bellows from a position of perceived superiority. "Hey, that's what a real forward looks like. Did you see that, yellow-skinned monkey?" The Asian youth's anger is palpable. In a fit of rage, he delivers a right hook to Telo's face, sending him crashing to the ground as he contemplates delivering further kicks. His teammates quickly intervene, while the youth team's coach and an assistant coach, who is acting as referee, rush to the scene. "Idiot, you're a football player, not a boxer. Do you want to commit murder? Get back to the locker room this instant. You won't be participating in team training for the rest of the season." The youth team coach, Francisco Carlos, unleashed a fierce reprimand upon the Asian youth without seeking an explanation. The young man merely pursed his lips in silence and retreated to the locker room. As he departed, he could still hear the coach's voice directing the entire team. "This matter is strictly off the record. Anyone who dares to leak it to the media will find themselves warming the bench." Under the oppressive authority of Carlos, the players dared not speak out, and neither did Trell show any inclination to escalate the situation, especially given that he had initiated the conflict himself, touching upon the sensitive issue of racial discrimination, a topic notoriously difficult to extricate oneself from once entangled. Inside the locker room, a young man stood before the only mirror, gazing at his reflection. The mirror revealed a youth of 17 or 18, bearing distinct mixed-race features. His facial structure appeared more akin to that of a celebrity rather than a footballer. With a visage reminiscent of Keanu Reeves, the star of The Matrix, the young Asian man let out a sigh. His name was Liu Ting, born on December 25, 1988. His father hailed from Hong Kong, while his mother was of half Chinese and half Monegasque descent. Due to his mother's Monegasque nationality, the family immigrated to Monaco in 1996. Tragically, Liu Ting lost both parents in a car accident in 1997, though he himself suffered only a severe concussion from the incident. Over 6 months later, as Liu Ting began to recover from his concussion, he noticed something peculiar. His mind was filled with strange memories, specifically those of the future. Initially bewildered, he eventually came to accept these memories as fundamentally accurate, which significantly altered the course of his life. Liu Ting remained uncertain whether he was a person from this world with memories of the future or someone who had traversed time. Regardless, Liu Ting cherished the ability to live happily and pursue his passions. From a young age, he had harbored a deep love for football, and upon moving to Monaco, he found himself in an environment ripe with opportunities. Football schools were abundant, and he could easily partake in summer camps and various football activities at minimal cost. Moreover, Joining a professional club's youth training program required no financial expenditure on his part, potentially resolving his parents' employment and residency issues as well. Following the accident, Liu Ting made significant strides in his football skills, and by the age of 14, he was admitted to Barcelona's esteemed La Masia Youth Academy. Upon his arrival, Liu Ting was regarded as one of La Masia's many prodigies. However, over the course of 4 years, he gradually faded into obscurity, garnering less and less attention. The individual who had recently clashed with Liu Ting, Christian Trell, had entered La Masia around the same time as Liu Ting, but now enjoyed a far greater reputation. Many regard him as a genius, and Tero also holds himself in high esteem. However, upon entering La Masia, he encountered Liu Ting, an anomaly who drew similar attention and overshadowed him, leading to mutual disdain between the two. As Tero's performance improved, Liu Ting faded into obscurity, prompting Tero to dismiss him with arrogance. Tero sought to bully Liu Ting, but Liu Ting was not one to be easily intimidated, and soon, conflict ensued. Recalling his memories, Liu Ting knew that Tero would not achieve much in the future. Although Tero had made early appearances for Barcelona, he was solely focused on charging forward with the ball, lacking any teamwork, ultimately leading to his abandonment by the club. Tero would later earn the nickname King of the Ball due to his tendency to monopolize the ball upon entering the field, disregarding even the legendary Messi, as if he alone could surpass all 11 opponents. Thus, he was dubbed the King of the Ball. The current youth team coach, Francisco Carlos, was the very individual who championed Tero's recruitment. Liu Ting, once a promising talent, now deemed a failure, contrasted sharply with Tero, the prodigy favored by all. Consequently, in every disagreement, Carlos sided with Tero. Liu Ting's actions on the field today were not merely impulsive, he was venting frustration, and he was also preparing to leave La Masia, unafraid of Carlos' scrutiny. Liu Ting had signed a 4-year youth contract with Barcelona, which would expire in 6 months, at which point he could depart freely. According to the Spanish Football Federation's regulations, youth players may sign professional contracts upon reaching 17. Liu Ting, having failed to meet expectations, was among countless former prodigies in La Masia's history, a collective that could circle the globe. Such players typically would not be considered for a contract until after turning 18, primarily to assess their performance and to facilitate potential sales to other clubs, allowing some financial return. Although Barcelona is a prestigious club, it adheres to a frugal strategy. Liu Ting was ready to seek alternative opportunities, undeterred by that insufferable coach or the King of the Ball. His only predicament was his lack of reputation at La Masia, making it challenging to find a decent team, as other clubs could easily investigate his background. He was reluctant to join lower-tier leagues, such as Segunda Division or Ligue 2, as he held considerable confidence in his abilities, understanding the reasons behind his current obscurity in La Masia. Reflecting on these matters, Liu Ting offered a resigned smile, took a shower, changed his clothes, and left. He had no intention of waiting for that insufferable coach to return and berate him further. When Carlos finished training and returned to the locker room, he discovered that the arrogant Chinese lad had already departed, instantly filling him with rage. He erupted in a furious tirade within the locker room, spewing vitriol from every angle. Meanwhile, the rest of the youth team mourned for Liu Ting, while only Tero reveled in self-satisfaction, convinced that the young man would no longer remain in the youth team, as he alone was the true genius. After Liu Ting departed from La Masia, he wandered around and returned home after having a meal. Liu Ting resided in a 1-bedroom apartment that he rented himself, opting not to stay in the dormitory arranged by La Masia. The funds he utilized came from his family, and he spent them with a clear conscience. Although Liu Ting did not indulge in extravagant spending, many in the youth team were aware of his family's relatively affluent circumstances, perceiving him as someone from a wealthy background. This perception was one of the reasons for the conflict with Teo, who believed Liu Ting to be a frivolous spendthrift who merely bought his way into La Masia, contrasting sharply with his own status as a prodigy. Teo's father was an unsuccessful former professional player, and Teo grew up in modest conditions, harboring a semblance of resentment towards the affluent. Liu Ting picked up his phone and dialed his agent, requesting assistance in contacting a team. His agent, Schiller Wagner, was a German affiliated with the renowned European sports management agency, Mondial Sports Management, also known as Mondial Agency, which ranks among the largest agencies in Europe. Unlike other agencies, this German firm did not frequently seek the limelight, preferring instead to operate quietly and accumulate wealth, akin to the Chinese adage of making profits without ostentation. However, Mondial Agency did not boast the illustrious clientele of figures such as Cristiano Ronaldo or Jose Mourinho, nor did it have the independent stars like Zlatan Ibrahimovic under its banner. According to Liu Ting's recollection, this agency had consistently been one of the largest in Europe, arguably the largest, as per evaluations by American rating organizations. Though it lacked the top-tier superstars in Liu Ting's memory, the notable players associated with Mondial Agency in the future would include Edinson Cavani, Philippe Coutinho, Marco Verratti, Samuel Umtiti, and N'Golo. Talented, yet not overly famous. Chapter 002, The Mental Mirage. The reason Liu Ting chose this agency was the belief that being affiliated with a prominent firm would offer him greater opportunities, as larger agencies could adeptly resolve various issues for their clients, thanks to their extensive networks and numerous clientele. Moreover, the absence of super celebrity clients in this agency meant Liu Ting could potentially access more resources in the future, instilling him with confidence regarding his prospects. His agent mentioned he would personally visit Liu Ting for discussions the following day. After concluding the call, Liu Ting realized it was nearly time for bed. Having spent 4 years in Spain, he had yet to fully acclimate to the peculiar lifestyle habits of the locals, which was one of the reasons he chose to rent his own place. Spaniards are accustomed to a lifestyle of late nights and late mornings. Breakfast is typically enjoyed around 9 or 10 o'clock, followed by commute to work by 10. Lunch is served between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, after which a brief siesta often ensues. Work resumes at 5 in the afternoon, concluding at 8 in the evening. It is not uncommon for dinner to be served at 10 o'clock, and even at midnight, it is quite ordinary to still be dining. Moreover, Spaniards have a penchant for nightlife. Completing dinner at midnight heralds the beginning of a vibrant evening, a consensus among the youth of Spain. In other European countries, nightclubs and bars tend to close around 4 in the morning, whereas in Spain, they remain open until 7 at 4 o'clock. The clubs are bustling with patrons, which explains why many South American players, who relish a lively atmosphere, are particularly drawn to playing in Spain. This is the peculiar rhythm of life in Spain. Liu Ting, however, finds himself at odds with this routine, retreating to slumber while others are still engaged in their evening meals. One evening, Liu Ting swiftly drifted into a dream. In a hazy state, he arrived in a strange world, one that consisted solely of a football field and a coach. Upon seeing Liu Ting, the coach approached him with a familiar greeting. This world had existed for quite some time, initially appearing as an indistinct haze, which subsequently transformed into its current environment, shaped by Liu Ting's thoughts. He referred to this realm as a spiritual illusion, an evolution of his own mental prowess, which he had unwittingly discovered following a concussion from a car accident. The human mind's power is often the most elusive. It may seem utterly useless at times, yet it can also unlock boundless potential. For instance, there have been reports of mothers, upon seeing their young children in peril, suddenly sprinting across the street to save them with a speed that surpasses any world record, only to find they cannot replicate that speed thereafter. This exemplifies the explosive force of mental strength in a moment of urgency. Additionally, there are accounts of children who, after being taken by wolves for various reasons, were raised by them and became known as wolf children. Such children exhibit behaviors akin to wolves, moving on all fours, lacking speech, and even producing howls. Many can outrun wolves and possess a sense of smell more acute than that of dogs. Some even exhibit biological pheromones in their urine, a trait characteristic of canines, which can discern territory and navigate through scent. Scientifically, it seems implausible for a human body to evolve in such a manner, yet these wolf children, having grown up with the belief that they were wolves, physically transformed in response to their mental conditioning. Liu Ting dubbed his curious world the spiritual illusion, a place where he could reshape his surroundings according to his desires. Liu Ting addressed his spiritual coach, saying, "Let us train as usual." In an instant, 2 sandbags appeared on his legs, each weighing 10 kilograms, totaling 20 kilograms, while 2 additional sandbags of 5 kilograms each were affixed to his arms, summing to 10 kilograms. Liu Ting intended to train with these tools, commencing with a simple warm-up through running and other basic exercises. Following the preliminary workouts, he would engage in dribbling drills. During these sessions, he would practice while tethered to sandbags, all the while maneuvering a solid ball beneath his feet. Such a training regimen, if implemented in reality, would undoubtedly lead to injuries. However, within the confines of the mental illusion, such risks dissipate, though some discomfort is inevitable. The renowned coach Magath of Bayern Munich, a titan of the Bundesliga, owes his fame to the mastery of solid ball training, which has left the team's elite players utterly exhausted. From Liu Ting's recollection, he knew that the Bayern squad would soon instigate a coup during the approaching winter break, seeking to oust Magath, who had led them to consecutive triumphs in both the Bundesliga and the DFB Pokal over the past 2 seasons. Magath's rigorous training methods were pivotal to this success. This was merely the solid ball training, without the added weight of the sandbags. Liu Ting pursued this particular training regimen to enhance his agility on the pitch. He was aware, through his memories, that future legends such as Messi and Ronaldo would emerge. As the two giants of football, Liu Ting held a particular admiration for Messi, drawn to his effortless style and fluidity in dribbling. While Messi possessed an extraordinary innate talent, Liu Ting lacked such gifts. Thus, he sought to cultivate his skills through this mental illusion, which he regarded as his own unique form of talent. With both hands and feet bound by heavy sandbags, Liu Ting displayed an impressive resilience, showing little sign of struggle. This rigorous training had been his routine for 3 years, during which he had mastered the art of ball control with the appropriate force, cautiously dribbling and maneuvering the solid ball with great care to avoid mishaps. Now, he could fluidly dribble, pass, pull, flick, accelerate, and shoot with relative ease. However, the outcome of 3 years of such training manifested itself during his daytime sessions at La Masia, where the feedback from the mental realm often led to a series of errors. Sometimes his passes were too forceful, occasionally his dribbling rhythm was off, and at times his shots lacked precision. This transformation had turned Liu Ting from a La Masia prodigy into an ordinary player, yet he remained unperturbed. At the age of 14, after merely 2 years of training in the mental realm, he had excelled in the trials at La Masia, earning the title of one of its geniuses and gaining admission to its esteemed training camp. He was confident that with continued perseverance, greater success was within reach. After a period of fundamental skill training, Liu Ting began engaging in group sparring sessions with several imagined figures, all while still wearing the leg bindings. His training partners were his youth team companions, perhaps a reflection of his reality. Whenever he sought partners for practice, it was invariably his teammates who appeared. Following an intense 8-hour training day, Liu Ting conversed with his mental coach, whom he referred to as the scientist due to his consistently professional demeanor and profound understanding of the sport. "How much longer must I endure this infernal sandbag training?" Liu Ting inquired. "Approximately 6 more months," the scientist replied with utmost seriousness. "At that point, you'll be able to gradually wean off the sandbags and your nerves will adapt to conventional ball control training. Soon, you will navigate the field with ease. However, you must still dedicate half a month each year to sandbag training to solidify your touch." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel," Liu Ting acquiesced. Though he was already aware of the duration of his training, he merely sought confirmation. As the morning sun streamed into his room, Liu Ting rubbed his eyes and rose from his slumber. Glancing down at his damp pajamas, he shook his head in resignation, changing into fresh attire and tossing the soiled ones into the washing machine. This was a consequence of the mental realm training. While his previous solitary training sessions had posed no issues, the training within the mental realm manifested in reality, reflecting merely habitual experiences and not causing direct physical changes. However, the current volume of sandbag training was excessive, resulting in considerable perspiration each night and necessitating a change of pajamas every morning. Yet, once the sandbag training concluded, everything would be fine. This rigorous regimen had also led to the peculiar situation where Liu Ting, now on the cusp of 18, was still engaged in foundational training, rising each morning with unwavering determination. Liu Ting is not one to possess a puritanical obsession with marriage before engaging in relationships. However, should he bring a woman home, one can only imagine the spectacle of him training relentlessly through the night, drenched in sweat, certainly startling anyone in his vicinity. It would indeed be rather hasty to send her away after a brief encounter. After a light breakfast, Liu Ting made his way to a fitness center near the University of Barcelona. The university is conveniently located adjacent to the Camp Nou Stadium, with La Masia situated nearby. Despite the club's plans to construct a new La Masia training facility on a substantial plot of land in the outskirts of Barcelona, this development held little relevance for Liu Ting. According to his recollection, the new La Masia would not be operational until 2011, by which time he would no longer be a part of that world. The owner of the fitness center, a man in his 30s named Juan Luis, did not appear particularly robust, yet upon lifting his shirt, one could see his well-defined pectorals and 8-pack abs, truly a case of clothes concealing a muscular physique. Liu Ting aspired to achieve a similar form. Another day at the gym. "Huh, little Chinese guy?" Juan greeted him, their familiarity growing over time, especially since one was also a fervent Barcelona supporter and took special care of Liu Ting, knowing he was part of the Barcelona youth team. "Good morning, Juan." Liu Ting greeted the other party naturally. In truth, the club possessed a gym, yet Liu Ting was reluctant to encounter that insufferable face of Tai Lu. "You practice for a while. "I'll join you shortly," Lewis said. Once a boxer, Lewis had not achieved notable success, but later established this fitness center, where he would always inquire if newcomers had an interest in boxing. Liu Ting frequented the gym not only to enhance his physical strength, but also to acclimatize himself to the daily mental illusion training. Training in reality could bolster his adaptability. Perhaps due to the stimulation from the mental illusion training, Liu Ting's right-hand strength grew, increasingly formidable after each session. Lewis, discovering this inadvertently, was pleased and insisted on practicing boxing with him, albeit with protective gear. Lewis even suggested that Liu Ting consider a career as a professional boxer, fully aware of Liu Ting's challenging circumstances at La Masia. Chapter 003, Schiller-Wagner. At 10 o'clock, Liu Ting finally arrived at La Masia. He had just engaged in a sparring session with Juan Luis. Although he endured a few hits, he also managed to vent his frustrations, leaving him feeling considerably better. In the past, Liu Ting would always arrive at La Masia ahead of schedule, but today he came a bit late as most of the youth team had already gathered. From a distance, Liu Ting Yuan spotted Teliwei, who upon meeting Liu Ting's gaze, quickly averted his eyes. It seemed that the right hook he delivered yesterday had left a lasting impression on him. Liu Ting contemplated, "Indeed, my right hand possesses considerable strength. I wonder if I knocked out any of his teeth." Liu Ting was unaware that Tai Lu had indeed lost a tooth, and his jaw still ached, causing him to feel somewhat intimidated upon encountering Liu Ting. The youth team coach, Francisco Carlos, approached Liu Ting and stated, "In light of your altercation with a teammate yesterday, you shall train alone from now on. Once you have demonstrated improvement, you may rejoin the group for practice." Liu Ting shrugged indifferently and proceeded to the changing room to change his clothes. Carlos observed Liu Ting's nonchalant demeanor and felt a surge of irritation rising within him. After much effort to suppress his anger, he contemplated, after all, that young man only has half a year left until his contract expires. Once the youth contract concludes, as the head coach of the youth team, I possess considerable authority to deal with him, and at that time, I could easily dismiss him. If it weren't for the previous youth coach's favorable opinion of the lad, Carlos would have already wished to see him gone. However, the former youth coach is now rumored to be demoted to the B team, having been dismissed before his contract expired. It would be difficult to explain if inquiries were made. With these thoughts in mind, Carlos resolved to check on Teo, as long as he could blossom into talent. Carlos's own stature at La Masia would surely rise accordingly. After Liu Ting changed his clothes, he went to train on his own, unaware of Carlos's intentions. Had he known, he surely would have been unable to suppress his laughter. The primary reason Liu Ting came to La Masia was to leverage its renowned reputation. Akin to how graduates from Tsinghua University often attract more attention than those from lesser-known institutions, regardless of their actual capabilities. Having utilized this fame to a considerable extent, Liu Ting now wishes to depart. What he seeks now is competition, as remaining in Barcelona presents scant opportunities for him. Without the need for that scoundrel Carlos to push him out, Liu Ting is already in pursuit of opportunities to leave. Liu Ting pondered for a moment before deciding to practice free kicks, as it would provide him with another means to score in the future. He went to the equipment room to retrieve the wall device, carefully positioning it on the pitch before beginning his solitary practice. Diagonal Avenue, a major thoroughfare that traverses the heart of Barcelona, lies not far from the Barcelona club, with the iconic Camp Nou and the La Masia training facility situated in close proximity. At noon, Liu Ting encountered his agent at a CAF near Diagonal Avenue. Schiller-Wagner, adorned with spectacles, appeared rather genteel, resembling a bank employee save for a name tag pinned to his chest. In truth, he had once been a bank employee before resigning to pursue his current path. "Schiller, it has been a while." Liu Ting embraced the other person in greeting. "Long time no see, old friend," Wagner said, patting Liu Ting on the back. "I have mentioned several times that my name is Liu, spelled I-U, not A-U, and certainly not old." Liu Ting remarked with a hint of grievance. "Well, Liu, the names of you Chinese people are always so challenging to pronounce, completely deviating from phonetic standards." Wagner, in turn, expressed his discontent to Liu Ting. "It merely does not conform to European pronunciation standards. For the Chinese, it is indeed entirely in accordance with phonetic norms. However, we're not here today to debate the phonetic standards of Chinese and Europeans." "You ought to tell me why you're leaving Barcelona," Wagner inquired. Wagner, once a bank employee, inadvertently ventured into the realm of football representation, resigning with high aspirations to make a significant impact. Yet, reality swiftly delivered a setback. After 2 years of relentless effort, he had managed to secure only 2 players from lower-tier leagues. Unwilling to concede defeat, he seized the opportunity presented by Mondial Agency, which was rapidly expanding and seeking experienced agents. Thus, Wagner infiltrated Mondial Agency, hoping to leverage its connections for his success. Utilizing the resources of Mondial Agency, he entered the La Masia training camp in search of promising players yet to secure representation. It was there that he discovered Liu Ting, and upon learning about Liu Ting's potential, he immediately recognized the immense value he possessed. Though Liu Ting holds citizenship in Monaco, he possesses three-quarters Chinese heritage, essentially making him a Chinese individual. Behind him lies a vast Chinese market, provided Liu Ting demonstrates the capability to establish himself in one of the top 5 leagues. Coupled with his position as a forward, an inherently prominent role, it would be effortless to market him as China's foremost football star, should circumstances dictate. He could also be sent to compete in the Chinese Ligue. His prior training at La Masia alone renders him a compelling prospect. Moreover, Liu Ting's successful trial at La Masia attests to his abilities. Even if his trajectory experiences fluctuations, he undoubtedly possesses the potential to thrive in a top 5 league. Should he maintain his performance, he would undoubtedly become a focal point for the agency, potentially rising to become one of its leading agents. Coincidentally, Liu Ting expressed interest in joining Mondial Agency, leading to a harmonious partnership. However, life often presents unforeseen challenges. Liu Ting's 3-year tenure at La Masia has seen a steady decline, and he now teeters on the brink of marginalization. Reflecting on this, Wagner laments his own misfortunes. My relationship with Carlos, the youth team coach, has deteriorated irreparably. Remaining in Barcelona offers little hope for advancement. Liu Ting wishes to emphasize the gravity of the situation. He believes that his talents will inevitably shine in Barcelona, though he is uncertain about the duration of this wait, as he is not inclined to endure an eternity. Should you choose to depart, you are bound by a 6-month youth contract with Barcelona. While this contract lacks substantial constraints, it hinges on the willingness of other teams to acquire you. However, given your current predicament at La Masia, it is likely that few clubs would be willing to incur the ire of Barcelona for your sake. Wagner attempts to convey this delicately, fearing that Liu Ting may not take it well. I am acutely aware of my circumstances and urgently request assistance in establishing contact with clubs, striving for favorable opportunity when the time comes. Liu Ting had no intention of departing during this winter break. His sandbag training would still require 6 more months to complete. It is improbable that he could perform well at any club, nor would any team be inclined to seize a seemingly washed-up player from Barcelona. Previously, Wenger of Arsenal successfully acquired Fabregas from Barcelona, and Ferguson of Manchester United managed to secure Piku. Both were prodigious talents with substantial potential for development, justifying their pursuit. Even if Barcelona were to lodge a complaint with UEFA, it would matter little. However, in Liu's case, having seemingly lost his edge, no club would wish to create discord with Barcelona on his behalf. As for his preferences regarding a new destination, Wagner inquired. If possible, Monaco would be splendid. If that is not feasible, then I would prioritize the top 5 leagues, and if those do not work out, perhaps consider other leagues or lower-tier divisions. Liu Ting responded that Monaco was a place where he had lived for several years, and returning to play there would evoke a sense of noble homecoming. If it weren't for the current low standards of the Chinese Ligue, which he felt were unsuitable for him, Liu Ting believed that showcasing his talents in China would also be quite appealing. Indeed, I will convey this matter to the company, and I trust they will take your concerns seriously. In the following days, local tabloids in Barcelona reported on an incident involving a youth player from the La Masia training academy who had been punished by his coach for fighting. However, such trivial news garnered little to no attention. Liu Ting began his daily regimen of training, dedicating his days to solitary practice at La Masia and immersing himself in a mental realm of training each night, all the while awaiting news from his agent, Schiller Wagner. Before long, after the 16th round of La Liga, the winter break arrived, with Sevilla surprisingly claiming the title of halfway champions, while Barcelona and Real Madrid occupied the 2nd and 3rd positions, respectively. However, it was widely acknowledged that a team like Sevilla lacked the depth of heritage, and the ultimate championship would inevitably be contested between Barcelona and Real Madrid. As Christmas approached on December 24th, Liu Ting embarked on his journey back to Monaco. Monaco, renowned as a European microstate, holds the distinction of being the 2nd smallest country in the world, surpassed only by the Vatican City, which is nestled within Italy. Its area spans a mere 198 square kilometers, smaller than even the dimensions of a village in China, where a typical village in flatlands exceeds 5 square kilometers, and mountainous villages often stretch beyond 15. Remarkably, Monaco's expanse is less than that of the Summer Palace in Beijing, and the estate of the later American billionaire President Trump was twice the size of Monaco. It is important to note that Monaco is a unique European nation, distinct from the North African country of Morocco. Geographically, it is situated near the southern border of France and Italy, affording convenient access to both countries. Nestled along the narrow coastal strip of the Mediterranean, with its narrowest point measuring merely 200 meters from north to south, a simple stroll could easily lead one into France. Despite its small size, Monaco shares many lifestyle customs with France, with French and English being the primary languages spoken. Having lived in Monaco for several years, Liu Ting had acquired proficiency in both French and English, complemented by the Spanish he learned at La Masia and the Chinese that lingered in his memory, thus rendering him a speaker of 4 languages, along with a smattering of Cantonese. Though Monaco is diminutive, it ranks among the countries with the highest population density globally and boasts a highly developed economy, making it the nation with the highest per capita income in the world. Simultaneously, it holds the title for the highest real estate prices globally. A mere $1 million could secure a modest 15 square meters, translating to approximately 460,000 yuan per square meter, nearly double that of the second most expensive city, London. Living as a property owner in Monaco can be quite daunting, yet the thriving economy ensures that it remains the only country in the world devoid of slums, where everyone enjoys a measure of wealth. When one thinks of wealth, many might envision Dubai. However, the per capita income in Monaco is tenfold that of Dubai, rendering the concept of being a mortgage slave virtually non-existent. Those with lesser means may find themselves residing in modest villas of around 100 square meters, albeit situated in less desirable locations. Monaco's economy predominantly thrives on gambling, tourism, and banking, with the world-renowned Monte Carlo casino located within its bounds. Monaco is recognized as one of the world's 3 major gambling hubs, alongside Las Vegas in the United States and Macau in China. Las Vegas has garnered global fame through Hollywood films, while Macau is renowned for its casinos in Asia. Monaco, on the other hand, stands as the most illustrious gambling destination in Europe and Africa. Due to its diminutive size, Monaco lacks its own airport. Thus, one must fly into France to reach it. Upon landing at the CTE d'Azur airport in Nice, Liu Ting had to transfer to a helicopter, which is the most common means of transport from Nice to Monaco. Given the proximity, the journey takes less than 10 minutes. Soon, Liu Ting returned to his home in Monaco. The residence was inherited from his mother. Back during the onset of the 1997 handover, many Hong Kong residents, harboring skepticism towards the mainland, chose to emigrate. Liu Ting's mother, possessing Monaco's citizenship, led the family of 3 to relocate to Monaco, inheriting the family home in the process. Monaco is notoriously challenging to gain citizenship in. Liu Ting's family was able to immigrate primarily due to the comparatively lenient immigration policies of the 1990s, coupled with his mother's Monaco nationality and the family's ownership of small business, which provided them with certain financial assets. These combined factors facilitated their immigration to Monaco. Liu Ting's residence in Monaco could be regarded as modest, particularly when considering its size, which is just a little over 100 square meters. Liu Ting's residence is situated in the historic district of Monaco, the earliest thriving area of the principality. However, the epicenter of opulence has since shifted to the slightly northern Monte Carlo district, renowned for its world-famous Casino de Monte Carlo, the Monte Carlo Opera House, and the luxurious Monte Carlo Thermes Marins, among other indulgent attractions, making it a veritable den of extravagance. Furthermore, Monte Carlo hosts the illustrious Formula One Monaco Grand Prix circuit, which transforms the locale into a bustling hub each May, with hotels fully booked and even those in neighboring France experiencing a surge in rates. Properties in Monte Carlo offer breathtaking views of the F1 race from their rooftops, contributing to the exorbitant real estate prices in the area. Moreover, events such as the Monte Carlo Masters tennis tournament further enhance its allure. Although the old town of Monaco may not rival Monte Carlo in grandeur, it possesses its own unique charm, being the original residential area of Monaco, home to the Prince's Palace, where the current royal family resides. In proximity to the esteemed AS Monaco Football Club and its home ground, the Louis II Stadium. Liu Ting, having grown up in this environment, can be considered a fervent supporter of Monaco. It is only natural that he would express to his agent the desire to return to Monaco to play football. Now, Liu Ting is fully confident in his abilities. He believes that after 6 months of rigorous training, he will undoubtedly achieve significant progress. As the saying goes, returning home in wealth and honor is akin to wearing splendid garments in the night. Liu Ting, well acquainted with the route, returned home effortlessly. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar figure. "Grandfather Fu, what brings you here?" Before Liu Ting stood an elderly man with a head of silvery hair, appearing to be in his 60s, yet exuding a remarkable vitality. This gentleman was Liu Ting's legal guardian. Following the passing of Liu Ting's parents, Liu Fu had taken on the role of his caretaker. "Isn't your 18th birthday just around the corner?" he remarked. "Your grandfather is concerned about you being alone, and with his business commitments, he asked me to come and look after you." Liu Fu gazed benevolently at Liu Ting. After Liu Ting's parents passed away, he was left with only his grandfather in the world. When the family emigrated to Monaco, the elder chose to remain in Hong Kong, unwilling to leave his homeland. Liu Fu had lived with the Liu family since childhood and was said to share a profound bond with Liu Ting's grandfather. Having watched both Liu Ting's father and Liu Ting grow up, treating Liu Ting as his own grandson. "Is grandfather in good health?" Liu Ting inquired. "He is well, though he is quite busy with company matters and hasn't had time to visit you," came the reply. The following day, Liu Ting enjoyed a bowl of longevity noodles, lovingly prepared by Liu Fu. With some free time on his hands, Liu Ting decided to take a stroll, quickly finding himself at the entrance of the Monaco Football Club. However, with the French League's winter break approaching, the Monaco team was away for an away match. The Monaco club is the sole football club in Monaco. However, due to the small size of the principality, it does not have its own league and participates in Ligue 1, where it is considered a formidable team. During the 2003 to 2004 season, under the guidance of Deschamps, Monaco reached the Champions League final, only to inadvertently contribute to Mourinho's rise to fame, as Monaco faced a disheartening defeat. The Prince of Monaco, who had attended the final, quietly departed when his team found themselves trailing Bordeaux 0-3 at halftime. Liu Ting initially contemplated joining the youth academy of AS Monaco, but upon reflection, he ultimately decided to pursue his aspirations at FC Barcelona, renowned worldwide for its illustrious La Masia academy. He strolled in front of the Stade Louis II, home to Monaco, yet chose not to enter. The Stade Louis II has gained a certain notoriety as the venue for the annual UEFA Super Cup, and it garners global attention during the Champions League draw that follows each Super Cup. After meandering around the vicinity of the stadium, Liu Ting made his way to Monte Carlo. Despite the imminent arrival of Christmas, the streets of Monte Carlo remained bustling with activity. In Western culture, Christmas is regarded as an occasion of greater significance than the Chinese New Year. As he walked through the streets of Monte Carlo, he was flanked by luxury fashion boutiques, as well as a plethora of casinos and entertainment venues, with Aston Martins and Lamborghinis dotting the thoroughfares. Out of sheer ennui, Liu Ting eventually entered a casino, and perhaps due to his mature appearance, the security personnel at the entrance granted him access without hesitation. In a city like Monaco, which thrives on tourism and gaming, entertainment options continue to flourish, even when other parts of France observe a holiday during Christmas. Though the casino was modest in size and could not compare to the opulence of the grand casinos of Monte Carlo, its decor was still tastefully refined, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Liu Ting exchanged €500 for amusement, casually selecting a slot machine to sit at, only to find himself losing his bets. Luck was not on his side today, as he experienced a series of defeats. Having resided in Monaco for several years, Liu understood that these seemingly inconspicuous slot machines often contribute significantly to the casino's revenue, with some establishments deriving as much as 70% of their income from such machines. The players at the tables are frequently professional gamblers or cheats, adept at card counting, making it challenging to win against them. In contrast, those who experience substantial losses at the tables are often compulsive gamblers or nouveau riche seeking to impress, and such individuals are a rarity to encounter over several days. Many patrons enter the casino with a mindset akin to lose, bringing a few hundred or €1,000 for casual play. The simplicity and clarity of the rules of slot machines draw in numerous individuals, as they are straightforward and easy to grasp. Those who lose their money typically do not mind, as their initial intention was merely to indulge in some lighthearted entertainment. Approximately 80% of first-time casino visitors tend to gravitate towards the slot machines due to their uncomplicated nature. Furthermore, it is important to note that slot machines do not solely yield losses. There are always fortunate players who manage to win, further enticing others to try their luck. In the grand scheme of things, a few hundred or €1,000 pales in comparison to the sums wagered at the tables. However, the number of individuals approaching the games with a casual attitude is considerable, leading to a constant stream of players inserting coins into the machines, which collectively constitutes a significant portion of the casino's profits. In less than an hour, Liu Ting had depleted his entire 500 euros. As he rose to leave, he overheard someone nearby exclaiming a curse. Ride, a vulgarity in French akin to TD in Chinese or SHXD in English. If one were to meet a French person for the first time while uttering ride, they might at least perceive the speaker as proficient in French, provided that the curse was not directed at them, lest they be introduced to the speaker's formidable fists. Liu Ting turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and beheld a beautiful blonde woman, possessing an exquisite figure. However, it was evident that she had just experienced a loss in a game of chance. Liu Ting carefully observed the enchanting woman before him and approached her. He recognized her as Elle Seydoux, the future Bond girl, an illustrious French actress and a paragon of affluence. Her family background boasted several elders who were high-ranking executives at a prominent French film company. However, at this moment, she had yet to attain widespread fame, not yet having ascended to the status of the next generation of French goddesses following Sophie Marceau. Seydoux was engaged in a one-armed bandit, wagering 10 euros per play, confirming her status as a privileged offspring. Liu Ting, in contrast, had only just played a 5 euro slot machine. Liu Ting stood beside her, observing as Seydoux continuously placed bets, losing more than winning, such is the nature of the slot machines. Before long, she had seemingly lost several hundred euros. Noticing that Seydoux appeared to have only about 50 euros left, Liu Ting called out to her. Hello, Liu Ting inquired tentatively, gazing at her, uncertain if she indeed resembled Leia Seydoux. The other woman looked up, casting a curious glance at Liu Ting, as if silently questioning how she knew her. Liu Ting pondered that he must find a topic to initiate conversation. I believe you have already lost nearly 1,000 euros here. Perhaps you should consider trying a different machine, he suggested, using this as an excuse to engage with her in a friendly manner. Seydoux gazed at Liu Ting's face, captivated by his handsome features. She mistakenly assumed he was a male model or a budding actor who happened to know her. In her recollection, there was no such star from France, nor did Italy seem to boast one. Yet, given his facial structure and hair color, he appeared more reminiscent of an Italian, possibly hailing from Italy. Liu Ting observed her silence and elucidated. If one continuously loses a significant amount on a particular machine, once that player departs, others who approach the same machine tend to win. This notion is a staple in the folklore of slot machines. After a machine has dispensed a substantial payout, it is believed to subsequently offer smaller wins to entice new players. Although this theory has never been substantiated, it is a consensus among regular players that selecting machines recently vacated by losers increases the likelihood of winning. However, it is not infallible. Liu Ting did not specifically seek out such machines upon his arrival, as he intended to play casually. The innocent gaze of Leia Seydoux was fixed upon Liu Ting, and she proposed, if you doubt this, we could certainly give it a try, especially since you still have some funds left. At that moment, a nearby player who had lost approximately 3,000 euros vacated the machine, prompting Liu Ting to lead Seydoux over to test their luck. Perhaps fortune smiled upon them today, as Leia Seydoux indeed struck a winning streak on the machine, amassing around 500 euros in a short span. Noticing her eagerness to continue playing, Liu Ting quickly interjected, Hey, Leia, having won this much, why don't we call it a day here and venture out for a stroll and perhaps enjoy a drink? In response to Liu Ting's invitation, Seydoux tilted her head, regarding him with a puzzled expression, as if seeking to ascertain his true intentions. Liu Ting felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, he had approached her, captivated by her beauty. Chapter 005. The Rose of Louis XIV. As Liu Ting felt a touch of embarrassment, Seydoux suddenly broke into a smile, revealing a slightly larger gap between his teeth than that of the average person. Shall we venture out for a cup of coffee? He suggested. I know of a charming CF nearby, tucked away in a quaint alley, yet boasts a delightful atmosphere. The French take immense pleasure in indulging, particularly in the rich ambience of coffee. During the Gulf War in 1991, France was among the nations involved in the conflict. Many French citizens, apprehensive about the war's potential impact on the supply of daily necessities, rushed into supermarkets to stock up. This phenomenon caught the attention of other European nations, leading their news outlets to report from France. To their surprise, it was not staples such as rice, oil, or salt that the French were hoarding, but rather coffee and the sugar essential for brewing it. This incident momentarily transformed France into a subject of ridicule across Europe. This illustrates the profound affection the French hold for coffee. They prioritize the ambience of the CAF experience over the beverage's flavor. A CAF with an elegant environment can attract a crowd, even if the coffee itself is merely average. In Paris alone, there are over 12,000 CAFs. It is not an exaggeration to say that, in the eyes of the French, coffee is akin to a beloved companion. Each French individual harbors a special attachment to their favorite CAF, where they return repeatedly, adhering to the same routine. A familiar brew, the same seat, and often the same server. There's a traditional saying in France that suggests it is more challenging to change CAFs along the banks of the Seine in Paris than to change one's religion. Liu Ting spent several years in Monaco, during which he developed a fondness for a quaint CAF nestled in the old town. Fortunately, Monaco is small. A mere stroll of a few minutes from the Monte Carlo district leads to the old town. Throughout their walk, Seydoux engaged Liu Ting in conversation. "Are you an actor or a model?" "In truth, I'm a football player." "How do you know me then?" "I have seen you in magazines." At just 21 years old, Seydoux's acting career was just beginning, although she had spent some time modeling in her earlier years, making Liu Ting's explanation quite plausible. In their exchange, Liu Ting learned that Seydoux aspired to become a movie star, but her family preferred her to pursue a career as a producer. While a film producer may lack the glamour associated with stardom, they wield significant power over a film's success or failure. Seydoux's mother herself was a producer, which had led to a rift between them. Without her family's support, Seydoux had managed to secure a minor role in a low-budget film. Yet she felt the disparity between her ambitions and her reality was overwhelming. Alone in her pursuit of stardom and uncertain of when she might achieve her dreams, she sought solace in Monaco, where she fortuitously encountered Liu Ting at a casino. Monaco often resembles a province of France, with easy access for the French. Before long, Liu Ting and Seydoux arrived at the old town, navigating through narrow alleys until they reached a CAF named CAF Louis XIV Rose. Upon entering, they were greeted by expansive oil paintings adorning the walls, seemingly depicting Norse mythology. The CAF, though modest in size, was infused with the lingering notes of piano music, creating an atmosphere that was tranquil yet tinged with melancholy. The establishment had not changed much in Liu Ting's memory, save for a server donning a festive Christmas hat. As they traversed a quiet corridor, Liu Ting noted that despite it being morning, patrons were already present in the CAF. He led Seydoux to a table on the outdoor terrace, where they could gaze upon the azure Mediterranean Sea, its waves relentlessly caressing the shoreline. Along the terrace's edge, clusters of deep purple flowers flourished, thriving in Monaco's mild winter climate, enhanced by some mysterious warmth employed by the CAF. Once seated, Liu Ting ordered an espresso while Seydoux opted for a cappuccino. The CAF's ambience was indeed delightful, a pleasant surprise for Liu Ting, who had not anticipated such a charming spot in Monaco, though he found the CAF's name rather peculiar. Seydoux turned to Liu Ting and remarked. Liu Ting did not directly respond to her inquiry, but instead pointed to the deep purple flowers by the balcony and asked, "Do you know what flower that is?" Seydoux gazed at the exquisite blossoms and shook her head, only to suddenly remember something, exclaiming in mild astonishment, "That is the Louis XIV rose." Louis XIV, the most illustrious king in the history of the French Empire, was instrumental in establishing France's supremacy over Europe and holds the record for the longest reign of any monarch in European history, proudly styling himself as the Sun King. While Louis XIV was indeed formidable, what Liu Ting recalled most vividly was not his penchant for consanguinity, but rather his invention that brought joy to countless women who adored beauty, the high-heeled shoe. Louis XIV himself was rather diminutive, shorter than even Messi, standing at a mere 154 centimeters. Feeling that his height did not align with his stature, he commissioned the creation of the world's first pair of high-heeled shoes. France seems to have a historical tradition of strong governance by those of shorter stature. Both Louis XIV and Napoleon were famously short giants. It is said that Napoleon's wife, Empress Josephine, had a particular fondness for the Louis XIV rose. Indeed, that deep purple flower is none other than the Louis XIV rose. Liu Ting addressed Seydoux, inquiring if there was any connection to Louis XIV. Curiously, Seydoux responded, "Not precisely. The name Louis XIV was chosen solely to emphasize his nobility and authority." As their conversation flowed, coffee was served, and they savored its rich aroma. "These flowers are indeed peculiar. Both their hue and nomenclature are strange," Seydoux remarked once more. In Norse mythology, the betrothed of Shangluafan, a maiden named Rose, tragically succumbed to illness. He interred her in the depths of the Moon Lake, encased within amethyst. In due course, violet blossoms sprouted from the amethyst, and thus the flower was named after Shang Luofan's beloved, becoming the origin of a rose. It was believed that the spirit of his fiancée, fearing her beloved's solitude after her demise, transformed into the rose to accompany him. The infernal demon Satan, upon hearing this tale, resolved to emerge from the abyss and obliterate it all, for he harbored a profound hatred for all that is beautiful. Ultimately, the purple rose was destroyed by Satan, and Shang Luofan perished in his endeavor to protect it. From the ruins, colorless, transparent roses emerged. With Shang Luofan's blood staining these transparent blossoms, the red rose that graces our world today came into existence. While red roses abound everywhere, the deep purple rose is exclusive to France, thus earning the illustrious title of Louis XIV Rose to signify its grandeur. Liu Ting spoke eloquently, expressing his belief that a wealthy and beautiful woman like La Seydoux would indeed appreciate such a bohemian charm, especially given her French heritage. Wow, you are truly knowledgeable. I had no idea that roses carried such fascinating tales. You don't resemble a football player. Rather, you exude the air of a university professor. No, perhaps a doctoral candidate. Considering your youthful age, Seydoux remarked with an expression of genuine admiration. Liu Ting, observing her demeanor, felt it was the perfect moment to seize the opportunity. He gazed intently into her eyes and remarked, in truth, I find you more exquisite today than the roses of Louis XIV. As anticipated, Seydoux's cheeks flushed slightly, and she replied to Liu Ting in a soft voice, Thank you. Liu Ting gazed at her, gradually leaning his head closer. The table was quite narrow, allowing no hindrance between the two. Seydoux closed her eyes, and Liu Ting gently kissed her lips, a soft and delicate touch across the narrow table. They shared this kiss for several minutes, while those around them remained unfazed. For in France, public displays of affection between couples are a common sight. Liu Ting strolled alone on his way home. La Seydoux had already departed. The two had spent several hours meandering through Monaco, merely holding hands and exchanging tender kisses. She expressed her desire to return home, seemingly unaccustomed to the rapid progression of their relationship. Liu Ting, too, feared that if she lingered, she might be startled by his fervent perspiration that evening. Liu Ting escorted her to Nice airport, watching as she boarded the flight back to Paris, exchanging phone numbers as they parted ways. This birthday was quite pleasant, though the only slight regret lay in the fact that, despite turning 18, he had not truly embraced adulthood. For the next fortnight, Liu Ting remained in Monaco, wandering about during moments of boredom, indulging in the casino, or soaking in the hot springs. Naturally, the evenings were dedicated to training in the realm of mental illusions, while the perseverance with the sandbag training would continue for another 6 months. When the winter break in La Ligue concluded, Liu Ting boarded a flight from Nice to Barcelona, still bound by a youth contract with the Barcelona club, needing to endure these remaining months while awaiting assistance from his agent to connect him with teams. Chapter 006. Departure. Half a year had swiftly passed. During this period, European football continued its course as Liu Ting remembered it. AC Milan, armed with the prowess of CAC, claimed the Champions League title, avenging the humiliation of their 3-goal reversal against Liverpool in the final 2 years prior. Meanwhile, Barcelona, the reigning champions, faced elimination from the round of 16 at the hands of Liverpool. In La Liga, Real Madrid secured the championship, while Barcelona, tied on points with them, found themselves in second place due to head-to-head results. The painful draw against their city rivals Espanyol in the penultimate round was undoubtedly the most crushing blow for Barcelona this season, as it cost them the league title. This year, Barcelona could be said to have achieved nothing, with head coach Rijkaard grappling with a crisis of confidence. Furthermore, the discord between the club and Ronaldinho, whom Rijkaard had strongly advocated for, only added to the turmoil surrounding the once illustrious coach of the Dream Team too. In the evening, Liu Ting once again entered the training of mental illusions, with sandbag training being an indispensable part of his regimen. As Liu Ting concluded his training, a scientist suddenly addressed him, saying, "Well done, you no longer need to continue with sandbag training. Your footwork has now reached a commendable level." Liu Ting had always believed that upon receiving this news, he would be overwhelmed with excitement. After 4 long years of rigorous training, having fallen from the status of a prodigy to that of a mere shadow of his former self, enduring nightly workouts drenched in sweat, one would expect him to leap for joy. However, Liu Ting listened with an unexpected calmness and responded simply, "Oh, all right. Your footwork has become quite agile, and your technical skills are now quite refined. You merely need a period of adjustment. Once you fully acclimate to the changes at your feet, you will be able to express yourself freely on the field, the scientist continued. Very well, esteemed scientist. With the arrival of summer's off-season, Barcelona's first team, B team, and youth squad all took a break, with players gradually departing for vacations away from the city. South American players, however, had to return to participate in the Copa América. Liu Ting is on the verge of departing from Barcelona, and before he leaves, he must bid farewell to those he holds dear. At the same CAF where he last met with his agent, Liu Ting encounters one of the individuals he has been waiting for, Tito Vilanova, the coach of FC Barcelona's youth academy. When Liu Ting first joined La Masia, he began his journey in the U16 youth team, where Vilanova was then the head coach, and he had high hopes for Liu Ting, taking great care of him in every aspect. However, as Liu Ting ascended to the U18 youth team, he found himself under the guidance of the despicable Francisco Carlos. While Vilanova had moved on to serve as the technical director for Terrassa, the former club of Barcelona's midfield maestro, Xavi, Liu Ting's prospects at La Masia began to wane. Yet he remains grateful to Vilanova. Now, as he prepares to leave, it is only fitting that he reunites with Vilanova, who has also returned to Barcelona, to say his goodbyes. You have indeed made the decision to depart from La Masia, Liu Ting had mentioned during their phone call. As for the Europeans' tendency to pronounce you as old, Liu Ting finds it an unchangeable quirk. No divine intervention could rectify their pronunciation. Well, it seems the time has come to part ways, Tito. Liu Ting asserted with confidence. You might want to consider this. I have returned to Barcelona, and this summer, Guardiola will take charge of the Barcelona B team. He has invited me to serve as his assistant, and I could recommend you for a position on the B team. Vilanova also expressed his sentiments, reminiscing about the time Liu Ting came to La Masia for a trial. He had immediately recognized Liu Ting's exceptional technical skills. However, it was unexpected that within just 2 or 3 years, Liu Ting transformed from a prodigy into a squandered talent. Although such occurrences are commonplace in the world of football, it remains a poignant reflection for one who once believed in his potential and hoped to see him flourish. Liu Ting possesses memories of the future and is well aware that Guardiola will assume the role of coach for Barcelona B this year, and subsequently ascend to the position of head coach for the first team next year, successfully transitioning from a star player to a renowned coach. Moreover, Vilanova will steadfastly remain by Guardiola's side, unwavering in his support. However, this notion feels somewhat dissonant. Nevertheless, Liu Ting has already formulated his own aspirations. Remaining here offers little opportunity for advancement. This summer, Barcelona will secure the acquisition of Henry, forming a formidable attacking trio with Messi and Eto'o, making competition for a place in the lineup exceedingly challenging. What Liu Ting truly requires at this moment is playing time, rather than languishing on the bench in Barcelona. I appreciate your kindness, Tito. You will undoubtedly become an excellent coach in the future, but I have already instructed my agent to establish contact with another team. Liu Ting told a small lie. In truth, Wagner had yet to secure a new opportunity for him. Well, all that remains is to wish you good fortune. Here comes Leo. At that moment, the future king of football, the illustrious Coal King, Lionel Messi, entered through the door. Liu Ting's initial decision to join La Masia was not only motivated by the esteemed reputation of its youth training academy, but also by his admiration for the playing styles of Messi and Ronaldinho, both of whom effortlessly expressed their artistry on the football pitch with a sense of ease and grace. Upon arriving at La Masia, Liu Ting eagerly seized every opportunity to seek counsel from Messi and Ronaldinho. Over time, a bond was forged between them. Fortunately, both Messi and Ronaldinho possessed amiable temperaments. Ronaldinho was perpetually adorned with a playful grin, while Messi, still in his ascent, exhibited a more reserved and approachable demeanor. Had he been like Eto'o, with his haughty and aloof demeanor that seemed to declare, "Keep your distance," even Liu Ting's boldness would have proven futile. Presently, Ronaldinho was recuperating in Brazil, and future interactions seemed uncertain. However, even in the absence of injury, inviting him was problematic given the existing tensions with Barcelona. Ronaldinho sought a lucrative contract, yet the club believed his performance had waned, reluctant to meet his financial demands. Additionally, Messi's burgeoning prowess led Barcelona to deem Ronaldinho no longer indispensable. Should both be invited simultaneously, the potential awkwardness of their private encounter was palpable. After bidding farewell to familiar faces, Liu Ting swiftly boarded a flight back to Hong Kong. Having not seen his grandfather for a year, following several hours in the air, The aircraft touched down at Hong Kong International Airport. Stepping off the plane, Liu Ting was comforted by the sight of familiar yellow skin and black hair, rekindling a sense of belonging. Despite playing in Europe, his heart remained steadfastly Chinese, a true embodiment of his heritage. Regrettably, no fans were present to welcome him at the airport. Resolving to return more frequently once he gained fame, he envisioned throngs of adoring fans greeting him with jubilant celebrations, drums and firecrackers heralding his arrival amidst a sea of red flags. Snapping back to reality, Liu Ting spotted the car that had come to fetch him, a modest BMW that whisked him away to his hillside villa in Hong Kong. Upon entering, he was greeted by an elderly man with a head of white hair, whose kind gaze was filled with warmth. Liu Ting approached and embraced the old man, inquiring, "Grandfather, how have you been lately?" This venerable figure was Liu Ting's grandfather, Liu Zhenghua. I'm well. It's just been too long since I last saw you," he replied, affectionately ruffling Liu Ting's hair. Despite standing at 178 centimeters, Liu Ting had to lower his head slightly for the elder's gentle touch. After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation soon turned to the matter at hand. "Grandfather, how is the company progressing?" Liu Ting asked. "The company is now on the right track," his grandfather responded. "As long as this old man remains vigilant, all will be well." Liu Zhenghua gazed at his grandson, his heart brimming with myriad emotions. When his son and daughter-in-law succumbed to a tragic car accident, the elderly man was left to mourn a life cut short, overwhelmed by sorrow. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, bestowing the gift of a grandson. In the aftermath of the calamity, this resilient child swiftly revealed an extraordinary talent and acumen, amassing significant wealth through stock trading using his grandfather's account. Initially, the old man, moved by affection for his sole surviving grandson, had entrusted him with the account, believing that as long as Liu Ting was passionate about both football and investing, it mattered not. However, to his astonishment, within a mere 2 years, the account burgeoned to several $1 million, all in USD. Subsequently, Liu Ting consistently showcased his innate prowess in finance and stock market strategies, demonstrating an uncanny ability to discern trends. Consequently, the Liu family's fortune expanded exponentially. Yet, despite this financial success, Liu Ting's true passion lay in football, displaying little interest in the family's business endeavors. He approached all pursuits with a remarkable sense of independence. Liu Ting never anticipated the depth of thought his grandfather had invested in his plans. Initially, he merely leveraged his foresight of the future. Aware of the impending collapse of the internet bubble in 2000 and the catastrophic stock market crash, as well as the events of September 11, 2001. By capitalizing on these pivotal occurrences, he managed to amass considerable wealth in the stock market. With this knowledge, coupled with a fundamental understanding of stock trading, he was poised for significant profits. The fortune he accrued allowed Liu Ting to persuade his grandfather to transform the company, previously owned by his late father, into an investment firm aimed at acquiring shares in globally promising stocks destined for substantial growth. Today, Liu's investment company holds stakes in prominent enterprises such as Tencent and Alibaba in China, as well as Google, Facebook, and YouTube in the United States, albeit in varying degrees of investment. The stock market portfolio also boasts numerous shares in companies Liu Ting foresaw would surge, including Apple, Oracle, Walmart, Microsoft, and domestic giants like Matai, Suning, and Vank. Over the years, Liu Ting's grandfather, Liu Zhenghua, evolved from a minor wealthy figure in Hong Kong into a significant tycoon, second only to Li Ka-shing among Chinese magnates, earning the moniker the Hong Kong Buffett. His assets exceed $10 billion, placing him prominently on the global wealth rankings. Due to the vastness of his wealth, Liu Zhenghua took advantage of the incident from the past, wherein the knowledge of his family's affairs was scarce, to appoint his close confidant Liu Fu as Liu Ting's guardian. This strategic choice served to obscure their affairs from prying eyes and deter potential threats. After all, even Li Ka-shing's son had been kidnapped, with the kidnappers audaciously demanding ransom at his residence without fear of repercussions. This arrangement allowed Liu Ting the freedom to indulge in his passion for soccer, entrusting the company's profitable endeavors to his grandfather. Were others to discover the extent of his family's wealth, would he still be able to enjoy his pursuits with such carefree abandon? After a brief conversation with his grandfather, Liu Ting retired for the night, reassured by the fact that his grandfather would oversee the company matters. He returned from Spain utterly exhausted, still grappling with the effects of jet lag. Chapter 007. The Liverpool acquisition days passed, each one unfolding in a tranquil manner for Liu Ting. By the end of June 2007, the major European leagues had concluded their seasons, with only a few cold-weather leagues in Northern Europe continuing without a break. The Copa America was underway in Venezuela, with formidable teams from Brazil and Argentina poised for glory. Meanwhile, the Asian Cup, jointly hosted by Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, and Vietnam, was set to commence in early July, capturing the attention of domestic sports media. Although China had been the runner-up in the previous Asian Cup, and despite the prevailing belief that the national team's prowess had diminished, fans still harbored hope for a miraculous championship victory. Only Liu Ting was aware of the dire circumstances surrounding the current national team. On June 28th, what seemed like an ordinary day in the football world was shaken by news from England. A wealthy tycoon from Hong Kong was poised to take over Liverpool. A headline splashed across the front page of the Liverpool Echo. The article detailed that over a year prior, amidst the escalating global financial crisis, Liverpool's owner, David Moyes, had expressed his intention to sell the storied club. A multitude of prospective buyers from around the world had inquired about the purchase, including individuals from the UK, other European nations, the United States, South America, the Middle East, as well as from Japan and Thailand. Among these inquiries, the frontrunners appeared to be the Dubai International Fund from the Middle East, American businessman Hicks and Gillette, and former Thai Prime Minister Thaksin. Ultimately, Thaksin withdrew from the Liverpool acquisition due to financial constraints, redirecting his ambitions towards Manchester City. In the ensuing competition between the Dubai International Fund and the American businessmen, it seemed that the Americans were gaining the upper hand, leading many to believe that Liverpool would soon become another Premier League club under American ownership. Following in the footsteps of Manchester United and becoming the third Premier League team acquired by Americans after Manchester United and Aston Villa. People assumed that the American acquisition would soon be finalized, yet the Liverpool purchase saga dragged on unexpectedly, only to take an astonishing turn. Reports from within Liverpool indicated that Hong Kong tycoon Liu Ting was on the verge of becoming the club's owner. Although there had been previous rumors of Liu Ting's interest in Liverpool, they had ultimately faded away, and no one anticipated such a conclusion. According to the latest Forbes billionaires list, Liu Ting boasts a net worth of $15 billion, ranking him 30th globally, approximately $3 billion less than Chelsea's owner Abramovich, who occupies the 16th position. Nevertheless, he is undeniably a formidable figure, and his entry into the Premier League raises questions about the upheaval he may provoke. The acquisition of Liverpool had initially begun a year prior, garnering interest from numerous wealthy individuals, yet no agreement had been reached until now. The Liverpool Echo, a prominent English newspaper and the voice of Liverpool FC, has reported such news, indicating that this matter is certainly not baseless. Liverpool, an esteemed powerhouse in European football, has experienced a slight decline in recent years. However, its global influence remains substantial, particularly after reaching the UEFA Champions League finals twice in the past 3 years. This resurgence has led many to believe in Liverpool's revival, naturally drawing significant attention to its acquisition matters. The discussions surrounding Liverpool's acquisition have sparked widespread interest in the global football community, especially in China. First and foremost, paparazzi in Hong Kong are frequently stationed outside the Liu Investment Company, eager to interview Liu Ting. However, Liu Ting has maintained a low profile in recent years, making it quite challenging to secure an interview. Some have even traveled to England, as any potential acquisition by Liu Ting would undoubtedly generate news. Although the Asian Cup is imminent, Liu Ting's pursuit of Liverpool remains a major story, prompting numerous Chinese media outlets to send representatives to the UK. Liu Ting continued to lead his modest life, remaining an obscure figure in the football world. His desire to acquire Liverpool was likely influenced by his foreknowledge of future events, perhaps stemming from his personal experience of the Istanbul miracle, which transformed him into a fervent Liverpool supporter. Liu Ting possessed the foresight to know what would transpire in Istanbul during the summer of 2005, and with the means at his disposal, he was determined not to let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. Experiencing the event firsthand was a vastly different sensation compared to merely reading dry accounts in newspapers. Consequently, Liu Ting broached the subject of acquiring Liverpool with his grandfather. He understood the dire fate that awaited the club under the ownership of the two American investors, who would lead Liverpool into years of failing to secure a top-4 finish in the Premier League, as well as several years of missing out on the Champions League, all while the club was burdened with substantial debts. Could this still be deemed a prestigious club? The Americans' acquisition of Liverpool was already shrouded in allegations of money laundering, as they sought to cleanse their shadowy income from the United States in the European market, indifferent to the club's welfare. Armed with this knowledge, seizing Liverpool from the Americans became a more attainable endeavor. The former owner, David Moores, held a deep emotional connection to the club. Liverpool was a cherished family enterprise. During the club's most glorious years, when the Reds dominated Europe, it was David Moore's forebears who presided over Liverpool as chairman. Now, due to the impact of the financial crisis, he found himself compelled to sell the club, naturally wishing to find a suitable new custodian for Liverpool. Of course, financial considerations were paramount. The distinctions between money and sentiment were clear-cut in the dealings of Westerners. Liu Ting merely instructed Liu Zhanghua to assemble a team to gather information on the two Americans, aiming to reveal their true nature to David Morse. This would enable them to present a sincere price and highlight the Americans' leveraged buyout strategy, ultimately leading Morse to make an informed decision. A leveraged buyout involves the Americans securing a loan from a bank to acquire Liverpool, subsequently using the club as collateral to repay the loan. This creates a cycle where they essentially borrow against something that does not belong to them, using the borrowed funds to reclaim ownership of that very asset. The consequence of such a maneuver is that Liverpool would be burdened with substantial debt, necessitating annual repayments, which would gradually weaken the team. Poor performance would exacerbate the debt, transforming a once great club into an ordinary team. The Glazer family's acquisition of Manchester United also employed a leveraged buyout. However, Manchester United is the highest-earning club globally, consistently generating significant revenue. With Sir Alex Ferguson at the helm ensuring the club's success, the annual profits were generally sufficient to cover the loan repayments. The two Americans, having observed the Glazer family's successful exploitation of Manchester United, sought to replicate this model with Liverpool, believing it would allow for money laundering and ultimately yield profits. Yet, Liverpool lacks the financial magnetism of Manchester United, rendering such aspirations unrealistic. Every evening, Liu Ting diligently continues his training in the realm of mental illusions. Although he has developed greater agility, the prolonged practice with weighted bags has led to a muscle memory that causes him to exert excessive force when dribbling and passing the ball. Scientists have informed Liu Ting that this is a long-standing issue. However, should he manage to rectify it entirely while maintaining his newfound flexibility, he will eventually achieve the fluidity he desires on the field, enabling him to dribble, change direction, and evade opponents seamlessly within confined spaces. In addition to restoring his muscles' memory of proper force application, Liu Ting practices his shooting technique daily, as he must refine his skills before seeking a new team. A forward must not be lacking in shooting prowess. On July 18th, Liverpool held a press conference to officially announce that the Hong Kong tycoon Liu Zhanghua has acquired the illustrious Premier League club for a staggering $470 million. The club's management and head coach will remain unchanged, and he will allocate substantial funds for transfer fees. Liu Zhanghua must travel to Liverpool, while Liu Ting remains in Hong Kong. The decision to temporarily retain the current management and head coach was a result of discussions between Liu Ting and Liu Zhanghua. A sudden overhaul at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to turmoil within the team, likely resulting in a significant decline in performance for the upcoming season. On July 18th, the Chinese national team was eliminated from the Asian Cup during the group stage, marking the first time in 27 years that they exited at this early stage. Domestic fans vocally criticized the national team, which faced widespread condemnation from top to bottom, while simultaneously keeping an eye on the developments regarding Liverpool. The acquisition of Liverpool by a Chinese individual is indeed a matter of great interest. Liu Ting was also awaiting his agent's assistance in securing a new team. Given his current abilities, he felt ill-equipped to join Liverpool, particularly under the stewardship of Rafael Benitez, a coach renowned for his formidable skill, yet equally notorious for his peculiar temperament. Liu Ting surmised that if he were to join Liverpool at this juncture, he might find himself languishing on the bench for an extended period. Presently, he could be likened to a youth player from Barcelona's academy who had been overlooked, possessing little value in the grand scheme of things. While in China, a young talent accepted in La Masia would be deemed impressive, even if ultimately discarded. Liu Ting, being of Monaco nationality and maintaining a low profile during his time at La Masia, remained relatively unknown back home. As July drew to a close, Liu Ting prepared to return to Europe, eager to consult with his agent as clubs began their preparations for the upcoming season. Despite his family's newfound wealth, he preferred to manage his affairs independently, recognizing that he had reached the age of 18. On July 22nd, Liu Ting boarded a flight to Europe, with Paris as his first destination, where he would meet with his agent. Chapter 008. Farewell to Leia. Liu Ting encountered his agent at a CAF along the banks of the Seine in Paris, a favored locale for the French to conduct business. Embracing the customs of the locals, Liu Ting and Wagner settled into this familiar routine. As the European clubs commenced their preparations for the new season, Liu Ting inquired about the progress of securing a club. The summer of 2008 heralded the European Championship, necessitating an earlier start to the season, which would kick off in early August. Liu Ting expressed his discontent with the sluggish pace of his agent's efforts. "I am sincerely reaching out to clubs on your behalf," Wagner reassured him. "There are indeed teams expressing interest in you, including Sporting Gijón and Real Sociedad from La Liga, the latter having recently been relegated but likely to return to the top tier next year. Additionally, clubs from the two Bundesliga, such as Borussia Mönchengladbach, Munich 1860, and Mainz, are also eager to sign you." Borussia Mönchengladbach, once a formidable force, unexpectedly faced relegation this year. Yet they are expected to reclaim their position in the Bundesliga soon. Wagner elaborated on the fruits of his diligent efforts. Liu Ting could only manage a bitter smile. Having refrained from commenting on the pronunciation of Wagner's name, he sensed that his agent harbored doubts about his capabilities, as he was being linked with clubs from the second tiers of German and Spanish football. Although there was a possibility that these teams might ascend to the Premier League within a year, it still indicated that Wagner, in his heart, believed his abilities were only suited for such clubs, at least for the time being. Liu Ting, preferring to avoid superfluous dialogue, straightforwardly articulated, "Schiller, the matter is this. I hope you can assist me in reaching out to some elite league teams. I have no desire to venture into the realms of the German second division or the Spanish second division." Liu Ting's voice was somewhat raised, clearly startling Wagner. However, upon regaining his composure, a hint of astonishment crossed his face. Given his understanding of Liu Ting, he deemed that joining a team in the second division of Germany or Spain would suffice. Perhaps after 2 years of honing his skills with such clubs, he might ascend to a top-tier league. At present, Wagner believed that Liu Ting lacked the requisite prowess for the elite league, which explained his focus solely on second division teams. "Honestly, I think you should lower your expectations. The likelihood of securing playing time in a top-tier team is significantly diminished. What you truly need now is more match experience," Wagner advised earnestly. "I disagree. I am determined to pursue opportunities with top-tier teams. If you cannot facilitate this, I am open to considering a different agent." Liu Ting issued an ultimatum directly. Wagner felt a surge of anger. This young man might lack strength, but his audacity was considerable. However, Wagner quickly suppressed his irritation. Despite the young man's inadequate prowess, he remained the finest player under his management. With Liu Ting's Chinese heritage, there was a potential profitability that could elevate him to become one of the most lucrative players in the future. It was imperative to avoid conflict at this juncture, for an irreparable rift could ensue. The priority now was to accommodate his requests as much as possible. Years later, Wagner would reflect on that day in the Parisian CAF, grateful that he had refrained from losing his temper with Liu Ting. Otherwise, he might have forfeited one of the most talented players in football. "Very well, my boy. I shall promptly assist you in contacting the team. The transfer window does not close until September 1st, so we have ample time. However, you may miss the preseason training with your new club, and it is also possible you will be absent from the initial round of matches, which could hinder your integration into the new team. That's all right. I will manage it myself." Agent Wagner hurried back to the Mondial Sports Agency in Germany, while Liu Ting chose to remain in Paris. Since he had yet to find a new club, returning to Monaco would be tedious. He preferred to enjoy a few more days in Paris. The Seine River meanders gracefully through the heart of Paris, with many of the city's landmarks situated not far from its banks, such as the Eiffel Tower, the Arc de Triomphe, the Louvre, Notre Dame Cathedral, the Palais Garnier, and, of course, the world-renowned Champs, Elysees, which runs parallel to the Seine. Liu Ting strolled along the banks of the Seine River and observed numerous individuals of Asian descent exploring and capturing photographs at various renowned attractions. He could also hear many conversing in Chinese, a testament to the burgeoning economic growth in China, which has led to an increasing number of Chinese travelers visiting Europe. The design of the Seine embankment is rather rudimentary. Indeed, in comparison to Chinese architecture, it could be deemed quite simplistic. There are extended stretches devoid of railings, allowing individuals to sit directly on the embankment, facing the Seine, with their feet resting on the sloping bank. Naturally, one must exercise caution to avoid tumbling into the river. Liu Ting was weary from walking and sought a place to rest. The riverbank was bustling with people, couples displaying affection and solitary individuals dotting the scene. Suddenly, Liu Ting spotted a familiar face sitting ahead. It appeared she was alone. He hastened toward her and settled down beside her. "Hello, Leia. It's been a while," he greeted. The person seated was indeed Leia Seydoux. Seydoux was clearly taken aback and, upon realizing it was Liu Ting, found herself at a loss for words. Their previous encounter in Monaco, when she was feeling down, had brought her much joy and lifted her spirits, even leading to some intimate moments together. However, upon returning, she was uncertain about how to navigate the complexities of their unexpected connection. She had never anticipated engaging in a romantic relationship with a Chinese individual, despite Liu Ting being a Chinese national residing in Monaco. After her return, she had minimal contact with him, responding to his 2 phone calls with mere pleasantries, hoping that distance would naturally lessen their bond. Yet, fate had brought them together once more. "Hello, Liu, what brings you here?" Seydoux inquired. Puzzled, did he come to Paris expressly for her? Even if he had, it was unlikely he would choose to meet her by the Seine River, as she had come on a whim herself, and Liu Ting could not possibly know that. Leia was one of the few Europeans who could quickly grasp the pronunciation of Liu. "I'm a football player, you see, and I am currently seeking a new team, so I happen to be in Paris." Liu Ting candidly expressed that after Seydoux returned to Paris, there seemed to be a certain distance between them, an absence he could distinctly perceive. However, his emotional perspective leaned more towards that of Westerners, believing that even if they could not become romantic partners, they could still cherish a friendship. Upon hearing Liu Ting's words, Seydoux felt a twinge of disappointment. It turned out he hadn't come specifically to seek her out. "Leia, since I took you on a tour of Monaco last time, isn't it your turn to show me around Paris now?" "Certainly. Paris is far larger than Monaco, and I shall ensure you have a splendid time exploring it." Seydoux spent a delightful day with Liu Ting wandering through Paris, primarily around the illustrious Champs-Élysées, where many of the city's key attractions are located. As evening descended, Liu Ting and Seydoux found themselves on the famed Love Bridge over the Seine, adorned on both sides with countless love locks, also known as wish locks or heart locks. Liu Ting is well aware of the tale surrounding the Love Lock Bridge, as one must possess ample knowledge to woo a partner. This bridge was commissioned by Napoleon himself in 1804, following his ascension to the throne, and was constructed by a designated architect. Strategically located between the Louvre and the Paris Academy, it quickly became a renowned landmark in Paris, albeit initially just a pedestrian bridge. During the tumultuous period of World War I, the flames of war reached Paris, where German forces bombarded the city using Zeppelin airships, resulting in numerous casualties. Among the victims was a girl named Clara, who lost her beloved in the chaos of the bombings. Upon the war's conclusion, Clara returned to Paris. Having fled from foreign lands, she found solace on the very bridge she once frequented with her lover, where she affixed a love lock as a tribute to her deceased partner. At that moment, a journalist captured Clara's photograph and learned of her poignant story. The journalist published an article, dubbing the bridge as the indestructible love bridge, symbolizing the unbreakable spirit of Paris. Subsequently, all French newspapers widely disseminated this report, and the Love Lock Bridge soon gained fame throughout France and even Europe. Over time, it became a cherished tradition for couples to attach love locks upon this bridge, solidifying their bonds. Liu Ting felt as though he was once again indulging in pretentiousness. However, the somewhat artistic and affluent young woman evidently found this charming. With stars in her eyes, she exclaimed, "Liu, you bear little resemblance to a typical Chinese individual. Rather, you embody the essence of a Frenchman, erudite, romantic, and handsome." Whether the French are indeed as cultured, romantic, and handsome as suggested is a matter for debate, yet for a promising youth endowed with memories of the future, such techniques for courting are undoubtedly essential. Liu Ting gently raised his hand to embrace Seydoux's waist, slowly leaning his head closer, and the two naturally shared a kiss. On Love Bridge, numerous couples were engaged in similar acts of affection. After their time on the bridge, they sought out a romantic restaurant for a meal. Later that evening, Seydoux and Liu Ting returned to the hotel together. As Liu Ting indulged in a romantic escapade in Paris with a beautiful companion, his agent, Schiller Wagner hastened back to the headquarters of Mondial Agency, located in Hassan, Germany. Wagner sought out the company's proprietor, Konstantin Dumitrashku. Dumitrashku, an unassuming elderly gentleman, had remarkably transformed Mondial Agency into one of Europe's largest agencies. However, he preferred to maintain a low profile, unlike the flamboyant agents such as Mendez and Raiola, who frequently expressed their opinions publicly or criticized others. Wagner had previously discussed Liu Ting's matters with Dumitrashku. Chapter 009. The new proprietor as the morning sun streamed onto the grand bed, illuminating the scene within the room. The disheveled bedding and the entwined figures of a man and woman lay in slumber, while clothing was strewn haphazardly throughout the space. Liu Ting rubbed his eyes and gradually awoke. Upon glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly noon. His gaze fell upon the golden-haired beauty nestled beside him, and memories of the previous night flooded back. He and Sidhu had dined at a romantic restaurant, where soft music played and they indulged in a few glasses of red wine before returning to the hotel together. The atmosphere was charged with passion, igniting a fervent encounter that quickly unfolded within the confines of their room. It had been a splendid evening, albeit one that left him a touch weary from the excitement. Alas, in his inexperience, he had compensated for the lack of finesse with sheer enthusiasm, yet he was relieved to have shed the label of a virgin. Liu Ting stirred slightly, rousing the sleeping beauty. "Ah, my dear, good morning, or rather good afternoon. I apologize for waking you." Liu Ting placed a gentle kiss upon Sadhu's forehead and remarked. Sadhu, stretching languidly, replied, "It's quite all right, my dear. Did you sleep well last night?" "Yes, I rested adequately. Though I feel somewhat fatigued. Perhaps I'm being a tad too forward. But how could I not when you resemble a siren emerging from the Seine?" Liu Ting's understated compliment evidently brought a glimmer of joy to Sadhu. "Thank you, my dear. But I find myself a bit peckish." Sadhu's languorous voice seemed to carry an alluring charm. Liu Ting quickly shook his head. It was already noon, and he could no longer afford to dawdle. "Shall we dine at the hotel restaurant? I've heard from the staff that the dishes here are quite distinctive." "All right," replied Sadhu. With that, she rose from the bed, descended to the floor, and began to search for the scattered articles of clothing she had misplaced the previous night. Unfazed, she donned each piece one by one, completely indifferent to Liu Ting's gaze fixed upon her from the bed. Liu Ting's heart swelled with excitement. However, reminding himself of the principle to avoid inappropriate gazes, he rose from the bed to don his clothes. This was not the appropriate moment. There would be ample time in the evening. Liu Ting and Sadhu enjoyed a sumptuous French meal at the hotel restaurant when, in no time, the phone rang. Liu Ting gazed at the number displayed on his phone. The device had likely run out of battery last night. It was only during his morning routine that he casually charged it, revealing several missed calls, all from his agent. He had not anticipated Wagner would reach out so promptly. He had planned to return the call later. "Hello, Schiller. What can I do for you?" Liu Ting answered the call. "Hey, why couldn't I reach you?" came Wagner's voice from the other end. "Apologies, my phone died last night," Liu Ting replied. "I've managed to secure opportunities with top-tier clubs for you. There are teams from the Bundesliga, Koppis, Nuremberg, Bochum, and Karlsruhe, as well as Ligue 1 Strasbourg and Bordeaux. However, securing a connection with Monaco is currently quite challenging. If you're truly keen on pursuing that avenue, I can assist you in arranging a trial." Liu Ting contemplated the situation. It was of little consequence that Monaco was no longer an option for him, as he was not an ardent supporter of the club, merely possessing a fondness for it. He recalled Wagner mentioning that the Bundesliga team Koppis had signed a Chinese player, Xiao Jiai. However, Koppis was a relegation-threatened team that had barely managed to stay in the league last season, only to face relegation again this season. Joining Koppis would undoubtedly attract significant media attention in China due to the presence of a Chinese player, especially since the Bundesliga was broadcasted in China. Yet, being part of a struggling team would hardly yield substantial achievements. Furthermore, Liu Ting had limited proficiency in German, although he was fluent in English. There would likely be communication barriers, leading him to dismiss that option. As he sought a new club, Liu Ting was keeping an eye on the situation in Ligue 1. Among the two teams, Strasbourg was a newly promoted side with the primary objective of avoiding relegation in the upcoming season. Bordeaux, on the other hand, was a traditional powerhouse in Ligue 1. Despite finishing sixth last season, they had won the Coupe de la Ligue, granting them a spot in the upcoming UEFA Europa League. Perhaps influenced by his future memories, Liu Ting placed great importance on European competitions. Although Bordeaux might face fierce competition, he was undeterred by the challenges. "Schiller," he said, "please assist me in establishing contact with Bordeaux. I wish to go there." Liu Ting conveyed his decision to his agent. "Very well, I shall assist you in this matter. However, you must be patient for a while. We are facilitating your transfer through the head coach of Bordeaux, and we must await his approval from the management regarding your signing. Nevertheless, you need not worry. It should not pose a significant issue. Since you are joining as a free agent, there will be no transfer fee, and Bordeaux will certainly extend the courtesy to the head coach." "All right, I will await your good news, Schiller." When Liu Ting hung up the phone, Saidu gazed at him with an expression of keen curiosity. Liu Ting gently cradled Saidu's face and planted a kiss on her lips, exclaiming joyfully, "My darling, I have found a new team. You truly are my lucky star. Ever since I met you, Fortune has smiled upon me. Well then, congratulations, my dear, she replied. In the days that followed, Liu Ting and Lea Saidu explored the enchanting streets of Paris, all the while awaiting news from his agent. It was not until early August that Liu Ting received the notification from Wagner, permitting him to report to Bordeaux. Liu Ting bid farewell to Saidu at Charles de Gaulle International Airport and embarked on a journey to Bordeaux. The city of Bordeaux, the capital of the Gironde department in southwestern France, is situated along the banks of the Garonne River, one of the 5 major rivers of France. It serves as a significant hub of commerce and industry in the region. With a population exceeding 1 million, Bordeaux ranks as the 4th largest city in France, following Paris, Lyon, and Marseille. Historically, Bordeaux once held the prestigious title of the capital of the French Empire. Additionally, it is renowned worldwide for its exquisite red wines, earning the esteemed reputation as the homeland of red wine. Liu Ting and his agent Wagner disembarked at Bordeaux Airport, only to discover that no representatives from the club had come to greet them. Liu Ting couldn't help but feel that Bordeaux FC held little optimism regarding his arrival. Fortunately, the club was easily accessible, situated within the heart of Bordeaux. It is essential to note that Bordeaux in France and Porto in Portugal are entirely distinct entities, merely sharing a semblance in name. Liu Ting and Wagner encountered Laurent Blanc, the head coach of Bordeaux, at the Bordeaux club. Following a routine medical examination, they signed a professional contract, and even the president of Bordeaux was not present, which seemed rather hasty. In reality, no one within the Bordeaux club paid much attention to Liu Ting's signing. A player discarded by Barcelona, despite the prestigious reputation of their youth academy, did not evoke much respect in Europe. Moreover, Ligue 1 is renowned as a breeding ground for talent, with nearly every team having nurtured future superstars in their youth. Consequently, Liu Ting, a player of little renown, was hardly regarded with any significance. Bordeaux's decision to bring him on board stemmed from Coach Blanc's influence, Blanc's connection to the Mondial Agency, and the fact that Liu Ting is of Chinese descent. Thus, he found his way to Bordeaux. In that fleeting moment, Liu Ting sensed that his prospects at Bordeaux appeared rather bleak. Liu Ting's inaugural professional contract spans 2 years, with an annual salary of €200,000, augmented by various appearance fees, goal bonuses, and assist rewards. Liu Ting, having consulted with his agent, expressed contentment, as he is not particularly preoccupied with financial remuneration. The salary and bonuses represent merely the baseline compensation for players in the top 5 European leagues. He believes that with commendable performance, a renewal and salary increase will naturally follow. The contract stipulates a penalty clause of €3 million, suggesting that Bordeaux perceives Liu Ting's value as not warranting such an amount. Typically, a buyout clause is approximately 10 times the annual salary, although there may be room for negotiation. The first professional contracts for ordinary players across Europe generally exhibit similar terms, albeit with variations in duration. Undeniably, the initial contracts for prodigious talents diverge significantly, as exemplified by Messi's first contract, which boasted an annual salary of €3 million. Following the signing of his contract, Liu Ting, accompanied by his agent, commenced the search for suitable accommodation. Given his current lack of prominence, he was unable to solicit assistance from the club in finding housing, though the club did provide recommendations for desirable areas. Ultimately, Liu Ting opted to rent a modest 1-bedroom apartment in proximity to the club. The following day, he rose early, as it marked his first day participating in club training, and he felt it essential to arrive promptly to make a favorable impression. Liu Ting arrived early at the training base of Bordeaux, Clairefontaine. Just as he was about to enter, he was intercepted by the elderly gatekeeper. "Hey kid, if you're looking for autographs from the stars, you can wait outside, but you cannot enter," the gatekeeper stated with a serious demeanor, as if such occurrences were a common affair. "I'm a newly signed player for the team, not a fan here to seek autographs." Liu Ting had no choice but to explain, "Your excuse is utterly flimsy. Each new season, there are always those who attempt to use such justifications to evade scrutiny. But you cannot deceive me. I have never heard of a team recruiting an Asian player." The old man wore a smug expression, as if he had unraveled Liu Ting's cunning scheme. "Indeed, I am Chinese, but I am genuinely a newly signed player. However, there was no press conference held upon my joining. You should be able to find me on the Bordeaux official website." Liu Ting endeavored to explain, noting that it was still early, and he had yet to see any teammates arrive for training. Otherwise, perhaps someone would be aware of his recent joining. At that moment, a BMW approached, and a bald man with a dark complexion leaned out, addressing the old man. "Yake, do not make it difficult for him. This lad is indeed new. Having just signed yesterday, Liu Ting is set to play in Bordeaux and has naturally familiarized himself with the players on the team. The recently cleared ball was handled by Liu Ting, the captain of Bordeaux, who plays as a defensive midfielder. At the age of 20, he transferred to Bayern Munich, being hailed as the successor to Vieira. However, he did not find opportunities there. After 3 years of traversing various clubs, ranging from ordinary teams to prestigious ones like Liverpool, he ultimately returned to France. This summer, he joined Bordeaux and swiftly earned the captain's armband. Hello, Captain. I am Liu Ting, who just joined the team yesterday. Chapter 010. Laurent Blanc. Liu Ting has finally realized his dream of entering the Clairefontaine training facility in Bordeaux. It is quite an ordinary training base, surrounded by barbed wire, and significantly smaller than the renowned Camp Nou training complex in Barcelona, yet still larger than the famed La Masia Academy. In Europe, the majority of clubs house their youth academies within their training facilities. Only the elite clubs possess separate training bases and academies, although they are often in close proximity to one another. Barcelona stands out as a rare case where the training base and academy are situated at a considerable distance apart. Under the guidance of Diarra, Liu Ting sought out the equipment manager to procure his training attire and select a jersey number. As an individual on the periphery, he could only opt for one of the larger numbers, ultimately settling on 25, which coincidentally matched his birthday. However, Liu Ting engaged the equipment manager in a discussion regarding the name emblazoned on the back of his jersey. Before long, the players of the Bordeaux team began to arrive at the Clairefontaine training facility, and Liu Ting was introduced to his new teammates by the captain, Diarra. Hey, everyone. Our team has just signed a young lad yesterday. Let's all come over and meet him, Diarra called out, beckoning the players to gather around for introductions. First, he introduced the starting goalkeeper, Ulrich Ram, who has been with the club for a decade. Hello, I am Liu Ting, Liu Ting greeted. Next came the central defender, Marc Planus, who has been serving Bordeaux since 2001. Through Diarra's introductions, Liu Ting swiftly became acquainted with his teammates. The first-choice goalkeeper, Ulrich Ram, is French and has solidified his position as the main custodian only last season. The backup goalkeeper, Mathieu Valverde, is also French. The starting left-back is the Frenchman Franck Joliot, while the central defensive partners include the Frenchman Marc Planus and the Senegalese Souleymane Diawara. The right-back position is occupied by the Frenchman Mathieu Cham. In the midfield, prominent figures include team captain, the Frenchman Liu Diarra, along with Brazilians Wendel and Fernando, Argentine Alejandro Alonso, and the veteran John Miku. Brazilian names tend to be lengthy, often shortened for convenience. For instance, the famed Ronaldo's full name is Ronaldo Luis Nazario de Lima, yet he is simply known as Ronaldo. Similarly, the two Brazilian players on the team have abbreviated names. Wendel's full name is Wendel Geraldo Morcio Silva, and it is customary to refer to Brazilians by the first syllable of their names. On the forward line, there are Argentine Fernando Cavanaghi, Frenchman David Bellion, Moroccan Marouane Chamakh, Frenchman Gabriel Obertan, Brazilian Vieira, and with Liu Ting, the forward roster comprises 6 players, making the competition for positions rather fierce. It is little wonder that some of Liu Ting's new teammates wore unwelcoming expressions when he shook hands with them. Before long, the coaching staff arrived, and the day's training officially commenced. Liu Ting was relegated to the sidelines, where the starting team and the substitutes engaged in a spirited practice match. This arrangement signified that, in the eyes of the coach, he was not even worthy of a place among the substitutes. In truth, this assessment was accurate. Branco intended for Liu Ting to train with the first team for 2 days, and should his performance prove mediocre, he would be promptly dispatched to the youth team. After all, at just 18 years of age, a transfer to the youth squad was entirely reasonable. Liu Ting sat on the sidelines, observing the tactical drills on the field, acutely aware that his presence still signified an opportunity to be called upon as a substitute. The head coach, Laurent Blanc, a former defender, had enjoyed a successful playing career, having been a stalwart center back for the national team. He was instrumental in securing the 1998 FIFA World Cup title on home soil and the UEFA Euro 2000 championship, thus etching his name among the legends of French football. In his club career, Blanc also amassed considerable accolades, having played for esteemed teams such as Napoli, Barcelona, Inter Milan, and Manchester United. By the time he joined Manchester United at the age of 36, his physical prowess had evidently declined. It was rumored that Sir Alex Ferguson had long harbored a desire to sign Blanc, a pursuit that had eluded him for years. Ultimately, in the twilight of Blanc's career, Ferguson brought him to Old Trafford, yet Blanc's 2 seasons there proved to be underwhelming, culminating in his retirement. The French public undoubtedly holds vivid memories of Blanc, particularly for his peculiar ritual of kissing the bald head of goalkeeper Fabien Barthez before national team matches. During the 1998 World Cup, in the round of 16 against Paraguay, Blanc scored a golden goal that propelled France to victory, a moment made all the more poignant by the then-existing golden goal rule, where the match would end immediately upon the first score in extra time, rendering the opponents powerless to respond. In the semifinals, Blanc faced Croatia, led by the legendary Davor Jukic, known for his left-footed finesse. France triumphed 2-1. However, Blanc received a red card for an alleged dive by Bilic in the second half, thus missing the final. Prior to the championship match, Blanc, donning a suit, could only sit on the sidelines. As the French team entered the pitch, he approached Barthez, embracing him and bestowing a kiss upon his head, a scene that resonated deeply with the French populace. Barthez, in turn, delivered a stellar performance in the final, achieving a clean sheet against Brazil, creating a seamless narrative of triumph. Despite Brazil's core player Ronaldo suffering from a pre-match ailment and underperforming, Denilson took up the mantle of Brazil's offensive efforts, momentarily testing the resilience of the French defense. Barthez rightfully earned the title of the best goalkeeper of the tournament. Blanc undeniably stands as one of the most illustrious defenders in the annals of French history. Although he hailed from a defensive background, his coaching style post-retirement gravitated toward an offensive philosophy, excelling in leading teams to play attacking football. According to Liu Ting's recollection, Laurent Blanc's subsequent coaching career has been undeniably successful. During the 2008-2009 season, he guided Bordeaux to shatter Lyon's 7-year monopoly on the Ligue 1 championship. Following France's dismal performance at the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, he took the helm of the national team, steering it through a tumultuous period with a steady hand. After 2 years of dedicated service, albeit without significant accolades, he transitioned to Paris Saint-Germain, leading the team to 3 consecutive Ligue 1 titles, amassing a total of 11 trophies during his tenure. However, his tenure was cut short due to the team's inability to advance beyond the quarterfinals of the UEFA Champions League, despite his efforts to reach the semifinals. Subsequently, Blanc found himself linked to clubs such as Inter Milan and Barcelona. Truly, Laurent Blanc is regarded as a capable manager. On the sidelines, Blanc was discussing the team's training with his assistant, Louis Cassette, with August 3rd upon them. The first round of Ligue 1 matches was set to commence the following day. I wonder if Cavani has recovered from his injury sustained during the Copa America. It seems we'll need to field Vieira tomorrow, the assistant suggested. Indeed, Belhanda is in good form and will be crucial for the match. Both Vieira and Chamak are options, but we'll need to assess further, Blanc replied thoughtfully. Are you not considering giving that Chinese lad a chance to showcase his abilities? Cosette inquired, glancing at Liu Ting. Let us wait a little longer, Blanc responded dismissively. He appeared to regard Liu Ting with indifference, viewing him merely as a player overlooked by Barcelona. Even if he were once deemed a prodigy, the world of football is rife with stories of fallen talents, and such occurrences unfold daily. Every team has its share of similar narratives. Liu Ting, observing from the sidelines, reflects on his knowledge of Bordeaux and Blanco. Bordeaux is poised to adopt either the 4-4-2 or 4-3-3 formation, both primarily offensive in nature. The Argentine duo, Fernando Cavanaghi and David Bellion, are anticipated to form the principal partnership in the attack, with other forwards rotating in and out of the lineup. Cavanaghi possesses remarkable ball control, alongside commendable awareness on the pitch and shooting prowess. He was the linchpin of the Argentine squad during the 2003 FIFA U20 World Cup, earning the Golden Boot and gaining significant acclaim, having long been viewed as the successor to Batistuta. However, his trajectory has taken a downturn, and he now finds himself at Bordeaux. This summer, Cavanaghi returned to partake in the Copa America, although he was merely a peripheral substitute for the national team. He felt compelled to join. Unfortunately, he sustained an injury during training that will sideline him for 2 months, rendering him unavailable for the initial matches of the new season. Bellion, a former player for Manchester United, was ultimately discarded by the club. His abilities are decent, with speed being his defining characteristic. Sir Alex Ferguson, having witnessed Arsene Wenger's acquisition of Henry, took a gamble on Bellion's potential, yet it is evident that not every player can emulate Henry's success. Nonetheless, Bellion continues to secure a starting position at Bordeaux. Among the other contenders, Moroccan forward Chamak poses the most significant challenge. Liu Ting is aware that he will eventually spend 2 years at Arsenal, suggesting he possesses considerable talent. Morocco, an African nation situated in the northern part of the continent and in close proximity to Europe, is distinct from Monaco, Liu Ting's country of nationality. The classic Hollywood film Casablanca, set against the backdrop of Morocco, is also known as North African espionage. Additionally, there are Brazilian player Vieira and Bordeaux's own youth academy product, Gabriel Obertan, who are also vying for a position. As Liu Ting pondered his predicament, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him, "Hey Liu, it's time to warm up. You're up next." It was the voice of the assistant coach, Gasset. Liu Ting warmed up at the sidelines for approximately 10 minutes before replacing Obertan. Obertan, evidently displeased, did not extend a handshake or engage in conversation with Liu Ting, but instead directly took a seat on the bench. Liu Ting pouted, finding this fellow exceedingly blunt. Such an unreserved display of disdain leaves little to the imagination regarding how the coach might perceive him. Indeed, Blanco on the sidelines wore a rather displeased expression. Had such an incident transpired during an official match, one could only speculate how the newspapers would concoct tales of discord within the Bordeaux locker room. Chapter 011. The Marseille Turn. Upon Liu Ting's entrance onto the field, he had yet to showcase his footwork skills, as he was plagued by a series of blunders. This was primarily due to Liu Ting's lack of synergy with his teammates during their initial collaboration, compounded by his inability to exert precise control over his strength. Although he appeared quite agile on the field, his passes to teammates were either excessively forceful or too weak, resulting in a cascade of basic errors. When Liu Ting first took the field, Blanco was momentarily dazzled, but his excitement quickly turned to disappointment, as it became evident that Liu struggled to synchronize with his teammates. It was no wonder he had been discarded by Barcelona. Meanwhile, sitting on the sidelines, Obertan felt a surge of satisfaction, contemplating how such a player could ever compete with his own brilliance, for he was, after all, the prodigy of Bordeaux. Liu Ting was acutely aware of his dismal performance and realized he must devise a strategy. Otherwise, this training session would relegate him to the youth team. Once more, he received a pass from the substitute midfielder, Frankia. Initially poised to execute a wall pass, Liu Ting opted instead to carry the ball himself. With a deft touch of his right foot, he propelled the ball forward, swiftly maneuvering past the starting team's defensive midfielder, Fernando. As he confronted the advancing Diallo, Liu Ting executed a double-footed leap, lightly tapping the ball with his right foot while pivoting, followed closely by his left foot as he effortlessly glided past Diallo. The Marseille turn. Everyone witnessing the moment could discern its significance. This was a signature move of Zidane, who had first garnered acclaim during his tenure at Bordeaux, leading the team to the UEFA Cup final, frequently employing this very maneuver. Having successfully evaded Diallo, Liu Ting soon found the starting team's defender, Planas, rushing toward him. Planas' timing was impeccable, as it appeared that Liu Ting was on the verge of losing possession, which would at the very least disrupt this offensive endeavor. In an instant, Liu Ting swiftly pivoted once more, executing a series of deft feints to elude his opponents, mirroring his previous maneuvers. He performed a Marseille turn, skillfully bypassing Planas, and found himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper. Opting for a direct shot, he controlled the power, delivering a low drive, wary of overexerting himself and sending the ball soaring into the sky. The ball raced towards the lower left corner of the goal, and the main goalkeeper, Lame, remained utterly unresponsive. As the ball nestled in the net, a brief silence enveloped the field. No one had anticipated that Liu Ting would score in such a fashion. The contrast was stark, as many had dismissed him as merely a peripheral player, someone destined for the youth team within days. Yet, this individual had just executed a remarkable sequence of 2 Marseille turns before finding the back of the net, leaving everyone momentarily astounded. The first to react was the coach on the sidelines, Blanco, who began applauding enthusiastically. Liu Ting's teammates soon joined him in celebration. Although exuberant celebrations were rare during practice matches, this goal was undeniably exquisite. Teammates from a substitute squad, including the captain, Diallo, and other key players, rushed over to congratulate Liu Ting. As the match resumed, Liu Ting began to earn the trust of his fellow substitutes, receiving the ball more frequently. He predominantly opted to carry the ball himself, prompting the main team to take notice of this newcomer. On the sidelines, head coach Blanco remarked to his assistant, "Find that young man's profile. I wish to examine it." The dossier sent by Mondial Agency to Bordeaux had previously garnered little attention from Blanco, who had merely glanced at it before passing it to his assistant, deeming the profile of a player discarded by Barcelona unworthy of further scrutiny. However, the circumstances had now changed, necessitating a thorough review. Shortly thereafter, the assistant coach, Gasset, retrieved Liu Ting's profile, which Blanco examined with newfound seriousness. Liu Ting, a Chinese national of Monaco, stands at 178 centimeters tall and was born on December 25, 1988, making him 18 years and 7 months old, weighing 68 kilograms. He joined the prestigious La Masia Youth Academy at the age of 14 and was initially regarded as a promising talent. However, his trajectory took a downturn, leading to perceptions of him being a lost cause, ultimately resulting in his release from La Masia. While he possesses excellent technical skills and remarkable speed, he struggles with effective collaboration with his teammates, often committing elementary errors. This assessment is derived from the basic information provided by Mondial Agency, combined with observations made by his assistant coach during recent training sessions. Blanco has decided to allow him to remain with the first team for a while longer, to observe his progress. Blanco has indeed altered his stance and will not hastily relegate Liu Ting to the youth team. However, this decision also leads to a rather congested forward line with 6 strikers. The assistant coach expressed his concerns, fearing that fierce competition might lead to discord within the locker room. Each match requires the deployment of 2 or 3 forwards, and Liu Ting can compete fairly with Obeton. The one who performs better will stay, while the other will be sent back to the youth team, thus reducing the number of forwards to 5, allowing for equitable rotation. Blanco articulated his strategy, yet there were apprehensions regarding Obeton, a product of the team's youth training. Sending him back could potentially displease the club's management. Nevertheless, Liu Ting's recent performance indicated a significant potential. Once he becomes more familiar with his teammates, he could effectively fill a rotational role, making the possibility of Obeton's return to the youth team more plausible. "I'm the head coach of this team. There will be no issues," Blanco asserted decisively. Although Liu Ting remained unaware of the discussions taking place on the sidelines, he recognized that his recent performance had substantially enhanced his standing. Conversely, Obeton, sitting nearby, felt less optimistic. Liu Ting's successful dribble had darkened his expression as he realized he was at a disadvantage in the competition. The practice match concluded swiftly, with the first round of Ligue 1 matches scheduled for the following day, limiting the training intensity. Despite Liu Ting's commendable performance, his lack of synergy with teammates and unresolved power issues persisted, resulting in the reserve team losing 3-5 to the first team. Nevertheless, Liu Ting's agility on the field left a profound impression on the entire squad. After enjoying a nutritious meal at the club, Liu Ting prepared to return to his rented accommodation. At the entrance of the Clairefontaine training facility, he encountered the elderly gentleman who had previously obstructed his path that morning. "Hello, Jacques. I hope you will not mistake me for a mere fan trying to sneak in again." Liu Ting has come to learn that the elderly gatekeeper is named Jacques Pierre, who has been guarding the entrance of Clairefontaine for 16 years, a devoted fan of Bordeaux. Many players and supporters affectionately refer to him as Old Jacques. "Hello, old friend. Today you performed admirably. Your Marseille turn was executed splendidly. I hope you become the next Zidane," Old Jacques remarked to Liu Ting. "Thank you for your kind wishes." Old Jacques, perhaps having just observed the training session, was aware that Liu Ting had executed 2 exquisite Marseille turns. However, it is worth noting that Zidane was a midfielder, a playmaker, while Liu Ting is a forward. Thus, a direct comparison is rather unwarranted. It is noteworthy that Jacques has been the gatekeeper for 16 years, and coincidentally, the year he began his tenure at the club was the very same year Zidane arrived at Bordeaux. After 4 years of watching over the gate, Zidane transferred to Juventus, and Jacques found himself in the same gatehouse, watching the transfer news about Zidane on television. 9 years later, Zidane made a record-breaking transfer to Real Madrid, while Jacques continued to stand sentinel at Clairefontaine. Another 5 years passed, and Zidane retired, yet Jacques remained steadfast at his post. At the entrance of Clairefontaine, Jacques has observed countless individuals, both gifted and otherwise, entering and exiting, with the only constant being the transformation of Jacques into Old Jacques. Thus unfolds the tale of Old Jacques. Liu Ting reflected upon the tales he had heard concerning the venerable Jacques. Indeed, Zinedine Zidane stands as the most illustrious player in the annals of Bordeaux's history. However, during Zidane's tenure in Bordeaux, he was still in the bloom of youth. His most notable achievement was leading Bordeaux to the final of the UEFA Cup in the 1995-96 season, albeit they succumbed to Bayern Munich, marking Bordeaux's finest performance in European competitions, as French teams have historically struggled on the continental stage. On that afternoon, devoid of training sessions, Liu Ting made his way to the training facility, diligently practicing his shooting and free kicks, activities that would aid in acclimating to the changes in his physique. The following evening, August 4th, at 8 p.m., Bordeaux was set to host Lens in the opening round of Ligue 1. Last season, Lens finished 1 position above Bordeaux, securing a commendable 5th place in Ligue 1. Thus, Bordeaux must approach their home opener with utmost caution, lest they face an unfortunate defeat right from the outset. Liu Ting was unsurprisingly excluded from the roster. Ultimately, thanks to a goal by Bellion in the 30th minute of the first half, Bordeaux secured a narrow 1-0 victory at home, earning their first 3 points of the new season. Soon after, in the second round, Bordeaux triumphed over Auxerre with a score of 2-0, with midfielder Wendell netting a brace. However, in the third round of Ligue 1, Bordeaux suffered a defeat at home against Le Mans, losing 1-2. Despite leading at halftime, their goalkeeper, Lame, received a red card for a foul during an attempted clearance, allowing the opposition to score 2 goals in the second half and turn the match around. Head coach Blanc has been tirelessly searching for the right striking partnership, currently opting for a dual forward formation. Bellion has started all 3 matches, while both Chamek and Vieira have also had their chances in the starting lineup. Even Obertan has made the matchday squad for all 3 games, with 1 appearance as a substitute. Aside from the injured Kavanaghi, only Liu Ting has yet to see any playing time, not even making it onto the roster. Recently, Obertan has taken to mocking Liu Ting, who has become increasingly anxious about the prospect of a bird flying overhead and the potential mishap that could ensue. Obertan's attitude does not concern Liu Ting. He believes that if he focuses on his own adjustments, opportunities will eventually present themselves. In the 4th round of Ligue 1, Bordeaux faced a challenge against Saint-Étienne, and Liu Ting made his debut on the matchday roster. Once a dominant force in French football, Saint-Étienne has now settled into mid-table obscurity. Historically, they have won the Ligue 1 title 10 times, more than any other club in France, although their last championship was during the 1980-81 season. Saint-Étienne's illustrious past is undeniable. They, along with Reims, Marseille, and Monaco, are among the only 4 clubs in Ligue 1 history to have reached the UEFA Champions League final. Among the top 5 leagues, only 4 Ligue 1 clubs have collectively reached the Champions League final 6 times, with Marseille being the sole team to have claimed the title. In contrast, Dutch clubs have reached the final 8 times, winning 6, while Portuguese teams have made 9 final appearances, securing 4 victories. Marseille's title win was marred by allegations of match fixing, with AC Milan, whom they defeated, expressing their dissatisfaction. The relative weakness of Ligue 1 teams in European competitions is evident, as the league has yet to complete the European treble. Among the 3 major European tournaments, only Marseille has won the Champions League, while Paris Saint-Germain has claimed the European Cup Winners' Cup. No Ligue 1 team has ever won the UEFA Cup. In contrast, European giants like Barcelona and Bayern Munich have each completed the treble. The once prosperous Saint-Étienne has now fallen into decline, being merely a mid-table team, and their prowess is now inferior to that of Bordeaux. Blanc opted for a forward duo of Bellion and Vieira, while Liu Ting, Obertan, and Chamek sat on the bench. Liu Ting sat on the substitutes bench for the first time in a formal match, appearing utterly bored, which quickly caught the attention of the television director. In France, both Channel 4 and Channel 5 are dedicated sports networks. Channel 4 serves as a comprehensive sports channel, broadcasting a variety of events such as tennis, racing, and basketball, as well as major sporting events like the Olympics and the European Games. It also covers significant European football matches. Conversely, Channel 5 focuses primarily on football broadcasts. The present match was aired by France's Channel 5, featuring key fixtures from Ligue 1 and other European leagues, alongside important European competitions. The match, however, lacked any notable commentary, with Saint-Étienne adopting a predominantly defensive strategy, almost parking the bus in front of their goal. Bordeaux, under the management of Blanc, was still in the process of experimenting with formations, failing to establish a definitive lineup. Consequently, the players struggled to synchronize their efforts, making it difficult to penetrate the opposing defense. The commentators for Channel 5 were the renowned duo, Adrien Baptiste and his partner, Cesar Joseph. These two are regarded as the gold standard for football commentary on French television. Oh, look at the Bordeaux substitutes bench, with a camera panned over. I thought I saw a Hollywood star, exclaimed the ever-dramatic Adrien Baptiste. The camera promptly returned to the Bordeaux bench. See, there is someone with a mixed heritage there. I initially thought it was Hollywood star Keanu Reeves. Well, perhaps you ought to visit your ophthalmologist, as that is clearly a substitute wearing a Bordeaux jersey, presumably of East Asian descent, possibly with a hint of mixed heritage. I wonder when Bordeaux signed an Asian player, retorted the composed Cesar Joseph. Couldn't Reeves be a fan of Bordeaux, wearing their jersey to support the team? And look at that kid-ass facial structure. It does resemble Reeves. Clearly, he chose the wrong profession, Stardom would be his true calling, as sitting on the bench, isn't ideal, Baptiste shot back. It's just a slight resemblance. Becoming a football star would hardly eclipse Keanu Reeves' fame, Joseph countered, always at odds with Baptiste. Engaging in conversation with a relic is quite challenging, especially since he's never seen a film, not even a classic like The Matrix, and is oblivious to the names of famous movie stars, Joseph mused. All right, Adrian, you should channel your energy into commenting on the match rather than fixating on a player who resembles a celebrity. This game is dreadfully dull, with one team struggling to mount any offensive threat while the other opts for a solid defense. That concludes my commentary. In a rather mundane match, the duet of two individuals provided some amusement for the fans. The game concluded with a score of 0-0, and Liu Ting, regrettably, did not receive an opportunity to play. It seems that head coach Branco remains skeptical of his abilities. In the second half, the substitution brought on Chamak. While the sole silver lining for Liu Ting was that some French fans began to recognize his presence, a feat that even Bordeaux supporters were previously unaware of. In the fifth round of Ligue 1, Liu Ting once again sat idly as Bordeaux faced Lorient at home. During the first half, Bordeaux took the lead through Wendell, only for Lorient to equalize shortly thereafter. Despite persistent pressure in the second half, Branco had summoned both Liu Ting and Chamak for warm-ups, contemplating substitutions should the score remain stagnant. However, Wendell scored again, restoring Bordeaux's lead at 2-1 with a quarter of the match remaining. In this moment, Branco hesitated, contemplating whether to reinforce the defense to maintain their advantage. Ultimately, Branco opted to replace forward Vieira with midfielder MICU, aiming to bolster control in the midfield and secure the lead until the final whistle. Unfortunately, all efforts were in vain as Lorient equalized in the 90th minute, leaving Branco with no time to effect further offensive changes. Following two initial victories, Bordeaux found themselves winless in 3 subsequent matches. After 5 rounds of Ligue 1, Bordeaux stood with 2 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 8 points and placing 7th in the league. However, Lyon, having played 1 match less due to their participation in the Champions League, sat with 6 points. Should Lyon win their rescheduled match, Bordeaux would drop to 8th place. A rather disappointing outcome that raised suspicions among the French media regarding Branco's coaching capabilities, especially as this was his inaugural role as a head coach with a prominent team like Bordeaux. As reported by French Football, after 5 rounds, Bordeaux' record of 2 wins and 2 draws, while not disastrous, is decidedly unsatisfactory. The first team Branco has managed post-retirement is none other than the esteemed Bordeaux, which may not necessarily bode well for him. With 5 league matches completed and an additional 6 warm-up games prior to the season, Branco has yet to solidify his starting lineup. Despite the absence of key forward Cavanaghi due to injury, doubts about Branco's coaching prowess remain. As the 6th round of Ligue 1 approaches, Bordeaux is set to traverse the country to challenge Metz, a team that has never claimed the Ligue 1 championship. In this encounter, Branco has deployed a 4-3-3 formation, determined to secure a victory on the road. Although Blanc is a rather unassuming coach who prefers to remain silent before the media, he embodies the essence of a scholarly tactician. In Liu Ting's perception, Blanc's management of the locker room is rather average, lacking the iron-willed decisiveness exhibited by another young French coach, Deschamps, who is known for his boldness. Unafraid to make tough decisions regardless of the player's stature, be it Ribéry or Benzema. While Blanc may not possess the iron-fisted demeanor of a traditional commander, his foundational coaching skills are commendable. He understands the necessity of securing a victory to break a streak of 3 winless matches. And given that Metz is a relatively vulnerable opponent, he opts for an audacious attacking strategy. Blanc positions Lyon, Chamak, and Obatat as his 3 forwards, while Liu Ting finds himself once again on the substitutes bench. The home team Metz is also quite accommodating, their primary desire being to secure points at home, whether it be 1 or 3. Thus, they commence the match with a robust defensive posture, prioritizing a draw before pursuing victory. Bordeaux, indeed, struggles to find a solution. Under Metz's relentless effort, the forwards of Bordeaux frequently falter, failing to create substantial offensive opportunities. Conversely, Obatat, in the 34th minute of the first half, becomes incensed after being fouled by an opposing defender, resulting in a yellow card for his altercation. It appears Bordeaux may face the prospect of a 4th consecutive match without victory. Playing at home, Metz showcases a fierce defense, leaving Bordeaux seemingly at a loss for strategies, unless Coach Blanc can implement effective adjustments. Adrien Baptiste, the commentator for Channel 5, discusses the unfolding events of the match. Bordeaux fans watching from home are filled with vexation, frustrated by the commentators' incessant banter, which, while often critical, is not entirely unfounded given the current predicament of the team. As the match reaches the 70th minute with the score still at 0-0, Bordeaux finds itself unable to penetrate the defense, while Metz begins to seek counterattack opportunities. Bordeaux risks the possibility of suffering an away defeat. Blanc, observing the situation on the sidelines, grows increasingly anxious, understanding that a victory is imperative to silence the media's scrutiny. A draw or a loss would undoubtedly incite a barrage of criticism directed at him, as he is a young coach who has garnered significant attention and is thus susceptible to public censure. Let Liu warm up, Blanc finally decides. His assistant seems to offer both reassurance to Blanc and optimism regarding Liu Ting's potential, turning to the substitutes bench to call out, "Liu, hurry and warm up. It's your turn." Oh, Blanc is preparing to make a change. He has summoned the young Chinese talent to warm up, indicating his intent to substitute him into the match. This young man, Liu Ting, hails from Monaco and is of Chinese descent, having emerged from Barcelona's youth academy. It is said that he failed to secure a professional contract with Barcelona and was signed by Blanc this past summer. Liu Ting stood on the sidelines, attentively absorbing the assistant coach's elucidation of his forthcoming responsibilities and the adjustments to the team dynamics. Meanwhile, Baptiste diligently provided a complimentary introduction, fulfilling the role of a devoted commentator. Since Liu Ting's last appearance on the bench, Baptiste had meticulously gathered information about him. At long last, in the 78th minute of the match, a dead ball situation arose, and Liu Ting made his entrance, taking the place of Obaton. Liu Ting, with a melancholic expression, clapped his hands and jogged onto the field, first communicating the coach's arrangements to his teammates. In Chapter 013, Assist, Blanco instructed Liu Ting to take the right wing, while Chamak moved to the center and Belayon positioned himself on the left. The rest of the strategy focused on enhancing breakthroughs, as Bordeaux's technical skills were significantly superior to those of Metz. In short, the objective was to strive for goals. Liu Ting is making his debut in the first match, and his excitement is palpable. We observe that the young Chinese player dons the number 25 jersey, yet the name displayed is new, according to the information we have acquired. His surname's initials should be IU, suggesting that this alteration was not a mistake, but rather a personal choice made by the player himself. The term new signifies something emerging and innovative. We hope this young talent can bring forth something refreshing. Batistuta is commenting on various occurrences on the field. Players have the liberty to modify the initials representing their names on their jerseys. For instance, Brazilian players Kaká and Pepe have chosen to replace their surnames with nicknames. However, it is essential to understand the implications of any modifications made. When Kaká first joined AC Milan, he altered his name to Kaká, which, in Italian, translates to a rather crude term for excrement. Following a match where AC Milan suffered defeat, the opposing coach mocked Kaká, implying that they could not win with a player named excrement on the field. Subsequently, Kaká changed his jersey name to Kaká. Liu Ting requested the club's equipment manager to change his name to New, as the pronunciation of this term resonates more closely with his surname, allowing him to avoid being called old by others. Consequently, the members of the club now find Liu Ting's name far more pleasant to utter. Additionally, Liu Ting adopted this name to symbolize his transformation into a brand new self. As the match commenced, Metz swiftly advanced into the attacking zone. In the midfield, Miralem Pjanic skillfully maneuvered the ball, and Liu Ting moved in to defend, attempting to intercept. However, he was effortlessly bypassed by his opponent. It appears that our newcomer is not yet fully prepared, as he faced an immediate challenge upon entering the game. Baptiste did not hesitate to mock Liu Ting. Liu Ting chuckled to himself, recognizing that the defensive demands placed on forwards are not particularly stringent. Being easily bypassed by an opponent is of little consequence. In contrast, had he been a defender, a hasty attempt to intercept could have elicited a furious outburst from the coach on the sidelines. Forwards, when engaging in defense, may extend their legs in hopes of intercepting the ball, often resulting in a successful counterattack, though this approach carries the risk of being outmaneuvered. Defenders, however, must prioritize positional discipline, preventing the opposition from advancing effortlessly and seizing the opportune moment to reclaim possession. Once committed to a challenge, decisiveness is imperative. Pjanic, who deftly navigated past Liu Ting, is no ordinary player. At merely 17 years of age, he has already established himself as a key midfielder for Metz. Heralded as Bosnia's prodigious talent, He is poised for future transfers to esteemed Serie A clubs such as Roma and Juventus, where he is anticipated to shine among the elite midfielders. Metz's offensive efforts posed little threat, their feeble shot easily gathered by Bordeaux's goalkeeper, Lame. Lame initiated play with a throw to the right back, Charm, who advanced the ball forward. However, Metz's swift defensive regrouping thwarted any chances for a rapid counterattack. Charm passed to Liu Ting, who skillfully maneuvered past Metz's Algerian midfielder, Agiaz, and delivered cross, yet Chamak was unable to connect. The clash between the youngest players on the field suggested that the Chinese lad was not at a significant disadvantage. In terms of reputation, Janik far surpassed him, having already made a name for himself as a celebrated young star in Ligue 1, while Liu Ting, despite his roots in La Masia, is a player discarded by Barcelona and lacks considerable fame. Nevertheless, his recent performance was commendable, warranting an earlier substitution by Blanco. Baptiste provided commentary on the recent developments on the pitch. Upon Liu Ting's entrance onto the field, Bordeaux's offensive play exhibited a remarkable enhancement. Liu Ting's agility is unparalleled in Ligue 1, though he is yet to fully acclimate to the pace of the game. On the sidelines, Coach Blanc expressed a tinge of regret for not substituting Liu Ting earlier, as the scoreline might have been altered by now. With time dwindling, uncertainty looms over the possibility of securing victory in this match. As the game approached the 86th minute, a sense of urgency enveloped Bordeaux. Without a goal, they will be left with nothing more than a draw, a scenario most undesirable for the entire team. Following a successful interception in their defensive zone, Bordeaux swiftly transitioned the ball forward. Upon receiving the ball outside the penalty area, Belian seized the opportunity for a long-range shot, only for Metz's central defender Diop to block it with his body, causing the ball to ricochet into the path of Liu Ting on the right flank. Liu Ting seized the ball, skillfully maneuvering it into the penalty area. With remarkable agility, he deftly feinted and changed direction, bypassing the Senegalese midfielder, Chaik Gay, from Metz. Accelerating past the oncoming defender, Jeff Strasser, who sought to intervene, Liu Ting suddenly heard a voice calling out, "Pass here." It was likely the voice of Chamak. However, Liu Ting was disinclined to comply, as Chamak was tightly marked within the box. The likelihood of wasting a pass outweighed the chance of scoring. Having evaded two opponents, the Metz defense began to falter, and soon two defenders charged toward Liu Ting, with Diop at the forefront. Liu Ting reacted swiftly, pivoting and executing a series of deft touches with both feet. The Marseille turn showcased his extraordinary agility on the pitch, enabling him to glide past three defenders in succession. Baptiste, who had already been astonished by Liu Ting's earlier maneuvers, was now left in awe as Liu Ting performed another Marseille turn, eliciting a loud exclamation from him. The Frenchman held a particular fondness for this skill. After bypassing Diop, Liu Ting found himself in a less than ideal position for a shot. Yet, his objective had been achieved. He had drawn most of the Metz defense towards him. He then delivered a precise pass back into the penalty area. Chamak, now with space, was followed closely by Diarra, who surged forward to unleash a powerful shot. The Metz goalkeeper, having been unsettled by Liu Ting's successive breakthroughs, had positioned himself poorly, allowing Diarra to capitalize on this near-open goal opportunity as the ball swiftly rolled into the bottom left corner of the net. The Chinese prodigy's brilliant breakthrough and subsequent assist led to Diarra's emphatic finish, and Bordeaux finally found the back of the net. He truly was a breath of fresh air, introducing new vigor to Ligue 1. Baptiste's elongated cheer resonated in every Bordeaux fan's home as they erupted in jubilation, celebrating the goal. Upon scoring, Diarra sprinted toward Liu Ting, pointing at him as he approached. He leapt to embrace Liu Ting, shouting, "Well done, kid. I knew you could do it." Soon, the entire Bordeaux team rushed over to celebrate with Liu Ting and Diarra, leaving Liu Ting grinning sheepishly as his teammates affectionately tousled his hair. On the sidelines, Blanc and Gasset joined in the ecstatic embrace, with Blanc exclaiming, "I always believed that kid would make it. I've had high hopes for him." It was as if he had never been the one to keep Liu Ting on the bench in previous matches. Blanc was not about to acknowledge his earlier reluctance to utilize the young talent. In truth, Blanc merely sought a more prudent approach. As it was his inaugural experience coaching a team, he could not simply assign inexperienced players to the field while relegating seasoned athletes to the bench. Bordeaux continued to celebrate until the referee intervened, admonishing them for the prolonged festivities, at which point they returned to their half, with the clock already ticking into the 90th minute, leaving little time for Metz. During the remaining moments, Blanc utilized the final substitution to delay the game further. Metz's supporters found themselves powerless, resorting only to loud jeers directed at Bordeaux. Soon after, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match, with Bordeaux narrowly triumphing over Metz with a score of 1-0, and Liu Ting marking his first assist in Ligue 1. At the post-match press conference, Blanc opted not to bring Liu Ting along, intending to shield him from excessive media scrutiny. Nevertheless, the media would not overlook the intriguing spectacle of the match, eagerly reporting on the events. The local newspaper, Bordeaux Sport, lauded Liu Ting for his outstanding performance. In a Ligue 1 match last night, Bordeaux faced Metz away, and the game had reached an impasse. However, in the second half, the young Bordeaux talent Liu Ting emerged like a hero, deftly maneuvering past three defenders to assist his teammate Diarra in clinching victory over Metz. Liu Ting received the highest rating of the match, an impressive 8, and was named the man of the match. It was noted that this young prodigy of Chinese descent and hailing from Monaco was discarded by Barcelona last summer. Yet Blanc secured him on a free transfer, earning the lowest salary on the team. Nevertheless, his performance in this match justified his annual wage. The prominent French media outlet, France Football, also reported on Liu Ting, highlighting the Bordeaux newcomer who shone brightly despite coming on as a substitute. Just 3 days after this match, the 7th round of Ligue 1 was upon them. Next year, the European Championship will take place, prompting an earlier conclusion to the various leagues across Europe this season. Both France and the English Premier League feature 2 domestic cup competitions, resulting in a demanding schedule where midweek matches have become commonplace. The silver lining is that after this match, Cavanagh's injury has nearly healed, and he has resumed training with the team. Bordeaux's opponent in this round is Monaco. Liu Ting, having grown up in Monaco, holds a certain affection for the club. This year, he even asked his agent to reach out to Monaco in hopes of returning, but unfortunately, the head coach of Monaco dismissed him entirely. The coach of Monaco is none other than Ricardo Gomez, who was Bordeaux's coach last season. During his 2 seasons at Bordeaux, he led the team to an impressive 2nd place in Ligue 1 in his first year, but the following year saw them finish 6th, failing to progress beyond the group stage of the Champions League. They subsequently entered the Europa League, but were eliminated in the round of 32 by the La Liga side Osasuna, leading to his dismissal from Bordeaux. However, he swiftly secured a position at Monaco. The media is abuzz with talk of Gomez's potential revenge match, as he has the opportunity to settle the score for his dismissal last season. Yet, Liu Ting scoffs at the notion, as he has no recollection of Ricardo Gomez, suggesting that the coach has likely not made a significant impact in Europe. While reputable media outlets like Ligue exist in France, there are also many that relish in digging up sensational stories. The day before the match, one outlet unearthed the detail that Liu Ting had sought to rejoin Monaco during the summer, only to be rebuffed by Gomez. This revelation adds a layer of intrigue to the match, framing it as yet another tale of revenge, with the media embellishing the narrative of Liu Ting's grievances with Monaco. According to sources close to the situation, Liu Ting has always been a devoted fan of Monaco. After being discarded by Barcelona in the summer, he had hoped to return to his hometown club, but the newly appointed coach Ricardo Gomez outright rejected him, leaving him disheartened. He believes that in this match, he will demonstrate the shortcomings of Gomez's judgment through his performance. Liu Ting glanced at the newspaper article with a bitter smile, feeling as though the unfolding drama rivaled the intrigues of the Qing dynasty. While he held a certain fondness for Monaco, he was not so devoted as to consider it a matter of life and death. If he had the opportunity to visit Monaco, it would be delightful, but he would not harbor animosity if he were unable to do so. Liu Ting, feeling aggrieved, remained silent, while Gomez, in an interview, stated, "I do not believe that not signing him was a mistake. Our team is already filled with many talented players. We do not require those who have been cast aside." The current standings speak for themselves. Monaco currently occupies the 2nd position on the league table, while Bordeaux stands 5th, indeed confirming Monaco's superior performance. It seems Gomez's assertion holds merit, yet Liu Ting feels undervalued, and such sentiments are far from pleasant. Chapter 014, Gomez of Monaco, at 5 p.m. on September 1st. The match between Bordeaux and Monaco at Bordeaux's home ground is about to commence. Before the competition, Liu Ting, when confronted by the media regarding Gomez, succinctly remarked, "The eagle may occasionally soar lower than the sparrow, yet the sparrow can never reach the heights of the eagle." Are you suggesting that Monaco is merely a sparrow, while Bordeaux is the eagle? No, I am referring to those who consider themselves formidable. Liu Ting's remarks have once again added vibrancy to the match, as the encounter between Bordeaux and Monaco has undeniably emerged as the focal point of this round in Ligue 1. This clash, a contest between 2 formidable French teams, is further enriched by the underlying themes of vengeance. In this match, Blanc has granted Liu Ting the opportunity to showcase his talents, perhaps as a reward for his commendable performance in the previous game. Thus, Liu Ting's inaugural starting opportunity has arrived. In comparison to other European nations, the French possess a somewhat tempered enthusiasm for football. Despite Ligue 1 being one of the top 5 leagues, its overall attendance rates fall short of even the English Championship, which is the second tier of English football. Nevertheless, this match is a significant event in Ligue 1, held at Bordeaux's home ground, the Stade de la Beaujoire, which can accommodate 200 spectators, and it is nearly at full capacity. Bordeaux's home stadium is named after former French Prime Minister Pierre Mendès France. During World War II, emerged as a leader against the German occupation when the French government fled abroad. Following the restoration of France, Mendès France became prime minister, marking the beginning of an era in which France had both a president and a prime minister. He had also served as the mayor of Bordeaux, and thus, the naming of the stadium honors his legacy. This is Liu Ting's first time starting, and the excitement is tinged with a hint of nervousness. As the Bordeaux team took to the field, Liu Ting was met with considerable applause, largely due to his impressive performance in the last match, which secured a hard-fought 3 points for the team, coupled with recent media coverage regarding his rivalry with Monaco, which has brought him a measure of fame. As the match is about to commence, Bordeaux has made alterations to their front line, featuring Biladi, Chamak, and Liu Ting as starters, indicating that Blanc has yet to discover the optimal forward combination. However, a positive note is that Kavanaghi, who was brought in during the previous season and entrusted with significant responsibilities, is on the substitutes bench today, suggesting that he has recovered from his injury. Adrien Baptiste and Sar Joseph will provide commentary for this high-stakes encounter. It remains uncertain whether the young Chinese player will deliver a noteworthy performance. He was raised in Monaco, and it is said that prior to the season's commencement, his agent attempted to promote him to the Monaco club, only to be met with disapproval from the current coach, Ricardo Gomez. Such is the plight of many footballers who aspire to serve their favorite clubs, but find themselves unaccepted by the coaching staff or management. The veteran Joseph laments this reality once more. Well, old man, your inability to represent your hometown team, Lion, in your career stems from your own lack of prowess. No need to embellish your narrative, Baptiste retorted without hesitation, contrasting Liu Ting's situation, who is indeed talented, yet has faced rejection from Gomez. In Liu Ting's inaugural starting match of his career, he felt a tinge of excitement within. As the match commenced, Bordeaux took the initial kickoff, maneuvering the ball forward. Upon receiving the ball, Liu Ting took a step and unleashed a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, only for the ball to soar high into the sky, missing the target entirely. Fortunately, the fans present offered Liu Ting a round of applause. It seems our rookie is experiencing a bit of nervousness. I initially thought his shot was aimed at a sparrow flying high above. Baptiste's sharp tongue seized every opportunity on the field to deliver a jest. Liu Ting shook his head and turned back, realizing that his feet had yet to find a rhythm. Hey kid Diawara, the team captain approached him. You needn't exert yourself so much in your first starting match. With a performance like this, I doubt the coach will hesitate to substitute you before the second half. Take it easy, just play as you did when you came on as a substitute last game. Liu Ting felt a slight exhilaration, though not an overwhelming nervousness, as he nodded in response to Diallo. Once the match resumed, both sides engaged in a fervent exchange of attacks. The French team predominantly favored an offensive style, rendering the game quite captivating. However, the atmosphere among Ligue 1 fans left much to be desired. In the 21st minute, Liu Ting made a breakthrough on the right flank and delivered cross, capitalizing on a defensive error by Monaco that allowed Bellion to seize an excellent position. Yet, Bellion's header went awry, veering off target by almost half a field. Less than 10 minutes later, Monaco retaliated, with their Uruguayan midfielder Diego Perez sending a long-range effort just over the crossbar. Subsequently, Bordeaux continued to test Monaco's goalkeeper, Stéphane Ruffier, who was in splendid form, thwarting several threatening attempts from Bordeaux. In the 32nd minute, Liu Ting received a precise through ball from Diallo and, seizing the moment when the opposing defender was caught off guard, unleashed a shot inside the penalty area, only to be denied by the agile Ruffier, who deflected it out for a corner. The match lived up to expectations, with both teams fiercely contesting, albeit regrettably without any goals being scored. As both goalkeepers exhibited commendable performances, Joseph provided a fair and unbiased commentary. As the first half drew to a close, Bordeaux's right-back charm sustained an injury while defending against Monaco's advancing flank and was ultimately assisted off the pitch by the team doctor, rendering him unable to continue. Blanco promptly substituted the injured charm with Brazilian midfielder Wendell, clearly indicating an intent to bolster their offensive efforts. However, in the final minutes of the first half, Monaco launched a barrage against Bordeaux's goal, the injury to charm dampening Bordeaux's morale, yet they managed to safeguard their net until the whistle. From the first half's play, Bordeaux capitalized on their home advantage, exhibiting a slight edge in offensive prowess, though Monaco was far from defenseless, with both sides exchanging blows without a definitive victor. However, Charm's injury posed a potential risk for Bordeaux, and Blanco's direct substitution of a midfielder for an injured defender underscored his determination to secure a home victory against their adversary. During halftime, Joseph analyzed the recently concluded first half. In terms of the fans' interest in revenge, Gomez's team performed commendably, and if they seized opportunities in the second half, they could very well achieve a victory, thus avenging Bordeaux's dismissal. Bordeaux's own Liu Ting also had a noteworthy performance. After an initial impulsive long-range shot at the start, he quickly recalibrated, and his breakthroughs along the flank significantly contributed to Bordeaux's dominance in the first half. Baptiste discussed the revenge narrative that intrigued the fans, fueled by media speculation. With a 15-minute halftime break concluded, both teams re-emerged onto the pitch. As they took the field, Liu Ting cast a glance at Ricardo Gomes, Monaco's head coach, an unassuming Brazilian. Initially, Liu Ting perceived the Brazilian, whom he had never heard of before, to be utterly incompetent. However, he has now come to regard this Brazilian as possessing a modicum of skill. The current as Monaco team is no longer the formidable squad that reached the UEFA Champions League final 3 years ago. Rather, it can be deemed an ordinary Ligue 1 team. The most notable player in the squad is the Czech striker Jan Koller, who previously played for Borussia Dortmund. Yet, under Gomez's leadership, Monaco currently holds the second position in Ligue 1 and has managed to engage in a fiercely contested match against Bordeaux at the Stade Chabandelmas. Chapter 15. This is my territory as the second half commenced. Gomez substituted the underperforming FRD Rick Piquillon with the Togolese player Serge Gabi. A tactical change on the front line. In the first half, Piquillon's attacking partner, Koller, had created more than 3 opportunities for him, all of which were squandered. It seems that Gomez could no longer tolerate Piquillon's inefficacy, prompting the immediate substitution. Baptiste provided commentary on the developments on the pitch. Although Koller towers at 2 meters and possesses a robust physique, his goal tally remains low. He has consistently played as a supporting striker. During the 2004 UEFA European Championship, his Czech national teammate Barrow excelled under Koller's guidance, earning the title of top scorer. This led Barrow's club, Liverpool, to believe he was on the verge of a breakout, resulting in their hasty attempts to secure him, only to find that Barrow remained unchanged. In the second half, Bordeaux welcomed Wendell onto the field. Although this increased the pressure on their defense, it simultaneously bolstered their midfield control. Wendell, a Brazilian player with commendable technical skills and a powerful long-range shot, has already netted 2 braces in the first 6 rounds of Ligue 1, making him the highest scorer for Bordeaux. His presence enhanced Bordeaux's attacking prowess, allowing them to exert pressure on Monaco from the sidelines. It appears that Gomez must devise a strategy swiftly, otherwise his aspirations for revenge may evaporate. Baptiste's taunts resurfaced. Gomez indeed seemed anxious on the sidelines, frequently shouting at the Monaco players on the field, yet, for the moment, his efforts appeared fruitless. In the 52nd minute, Wendell broke through Monaco's right-back Boulevard on the left flank, passing back to Fernando in the center. Fernando subsequently relayed the ball to Diarra, who, unmarked, took a composed long-range shot. Alas, Diarra's attempt struck the crossbar. Today, it seems, the woodwork has not been kind to Bordeaux. Bordeaux offensive surge continued. In the 56th minute, Liu Ting advanced down the right, skillfully maneuvering past Monaco's left-back Leandro Kuffer. However, the opposing defender's timely intervention forced Liu Ting to cross the ball, ultimately leading to Belingen's header soaring over the crossbar. Bailey has always been a player known for his speed, but with Cavani sidelined due to injury, he has been compelled to assume the role of a center forward, a position for which his heading ability leaves much to be desired. Following the commencement of the second half, Bordeaux relentlessly besieged Monaco, creating an impression that Monaco's defense was on the verge of collapse. However, Bordeaux failed to capitalize on their dominance and secure a goal. Should this stalemate persist, it could prove detrimental to Bordeaux, especially considering their current formation of 3 defenders. If Monaco manages to stabilize their formation and launch a counterattack, Bordeaux's defense may appear rather fragile. Joseph's words ring true. Gomez is indeed playing into this strategy. Monaco, being inferior in strength to Bordeaux and playing away, after a first half marked by mutual attacks resulting in a draw, will undoubtedly face a vigorous assault from Bordeaux in the second half. If they can withstand this period, Bordeaux may grow increasingly impatient in their attempts to score, providing Monaco with an opportunity. Liu Ting could distinctly sense this shift on the field. Bordeaux had been attacking for quite some time, yet had failed to alter the scoreline. And impatience began to seep into the players. Liu Ting also began to seek opportunities to assist his team. The match had progressed to the 65th minute, and the score remained at 0-0. I surmised that neither team would be content with this stalemate. Gomez aimed to demonstrate his coaching prowess to his former club, while Bordeaux was determined not to succumb to their adversary on home turf, especially with the young talent Liu Ting making his starting debut. Bordeaux launched another offensive. Diarra, positioned centrally, passed the ball to Liu Ting on the flank. Liu Ting advanced with the ball, effortlessly maneuvering past the Monaco left back, Coffre, using his speed. Was he intending to deliver a cross? No, he cut inside instead, creating a seam in Monaco's defense. Oh, the young Chinese player unleashed a powerful long-range shot. But Ruffier made a remarkable save, thwarting this threatening attempt. Yet the attack was not over. Ruffier failed to control the ball, which bounced back into the penalty area. Diarra nodded the ball to Chamak, who struck it home. Gua. The goal was scored. Chamak received Diarra's assist and decisively pushed the ball into the net. Bordeaux finally took the lead. In the 66th minute, Liu Ting's incisive cut and long-range shot had created chaos within the Monaco penalty area, allowing Chamak to capitalize on Diarra's pass and score. Bordeaux led Monaco 1 o'clock. The previously subdued atmosphere at Chabandelma's stadium suddenly ignited. This goal had set the crowd ablaze, and Bordeaux had finally gained the upper hand. Blanco, on the sidelines, raised his arms in celebration, acknowledging that scoring made the game significantly easier. On the pitch, Liu Ting joined his teammates in celebrating the goal. The commentator, Baptiste, remarked from the recent goal, "It's evident that the contribution of the Chinese player is substantial, if not the most significant, at least the second." His breakthrough on the flank and subsequent shot disrupted Monaco's defense, leading to Bordeaux's scoring opportunity. I believe the young Chinese player's impact is no less than that of Chamak, who actually scored. However, the spotlight inevitably remains on the one who finds the net. On the sidelines, Gomez had already begun calling for Monaco's substitutes to warm up. This goal compelled him to make adjustments, as he was reluctant to lose to the club that had dismissed him last summer. After a prolonged celebration from Bordeaux, the game resumed under the referee's direction. Monaco appeared visibly demoralized. According to the coach's strategy, had they managed to hold out for another 10 minutes, Bordeaux would have likely grown anxious and made mistakes, presenting Monaco with opportunities. However, the dynamics had shifted. Chamak's goal had instilled a sense of urgency in Monaco. Some players were eager to equalize quickly, while others awaited the coach's directives. Gomez's call for warm-ups did not go unnoticed. Liu Ting discerned the noticeable shift on the field. Monaco's offense and defense began to diverge, with some players eager to attack while others sought to defend. This presented a prime opportunity. Should they seize it to extend their advantage, the match would essentially be theirs. If they waited for Monaco to adapt, the chance would vanish. The young Chinese player increasingly sought the ball from his teammates, evidently buoyed by his recent goal, which had significantly bolstered his confidence. His teammates, too, began to trust him more, frequently passing the ball in his direction. In the back line, Pranis executed a clean interception, snatching the ball from Gabi. The ball was swiftly transitioned to the feet of midfielder Alessandro Alonso, who passed it to Diarra, who then distributed it to Liu Ting. Once again, Liu Ting made a breakthrough on the flank, skillfully maneuvering past Coffre. Coffre's attempts to defend against Liu Ting in this match had proven utterly futile. The young Chinese player opted to cut inside, but this time Monaco was prepared. Jeremy Berthaud quickly moved to cover, yet Liu Ting executed a beautiful pass, feigning another pass to deceive Berthaud, accelerating past him with deft agility. Jeremy Menez charged forward aggressively. What would the young Chinese player do? With a Marseille turn, he deftly pulled the ball left and right, evading the oncoming Menez. Now, with ample space to maneuver, he advanced into the penalty area, adjusted his position, and struck the ball Gua. The ball struck the left post and ricocheted into the net, leaving the revitalized Ruffier utterly helpless. This time, Bordeaux's post did not deny the ball. Liu Ting had elegantly navigated past 3 defenders to score, gliding across the pitch like a nimble eel. It is said that the young Chinese player has a penchant for employing the Marseille turn during training, and now he had once again utilized it to aid his team. In the previous match, he had also used the Marseille turn to assist a teammate, and in this match, he relied on it once more, showcasing his fondness for this skill. Poor Menez could only find himself relegated to the background of tonight's sports highlights, repeatedly appearing in the goal clips. In the 76th minute, Liu Ting executed a series of breakthroughs, culminating in a successful shot, and Bordeaux extended their lead to 2-0. After Liu Ting scored, he swiftly ran to the sidelines, turning his back to the Monaco coaching staff. With arms outstretched, as if to embrace the world, he reveled in the cheers of over 30,000 fans. He then bent his arms, thumbs pointing to the name on the back of his jersey, proudly showcasing his identity to the Monaco coaches. Subsequently, he turned to celebrate with his teammates who rushed towards him, exclaiming, "This is my territory." This declaration, intended for Gomez, underscored the significance of his goal. The Chinese player's strike effectively sealed the match, although there were approximately 15 minutes left playing at Bordeaux's home ground. Monaco lacked a star capable of altering the game's outcome single-handedly, making Bordeaux' victory nearly certain, as Joseph remarked. "Oh." The Chinese lad celebrated right in front of Monaco's bench, even pointing to the name on his jersey for Gomez to see. It seems to be a retort to Gomez's pre-match assertion about his inadequacy to play for Monaco. He was shouting something, but with the crowd in rapturous applause, we could hardly discern his words. Baptiste appeared more intrigued by the on-field celebration. Gomez, visibly infuriated, had a dark expression, yet he refrained from further action, merely complaining to the fourth official about Liu Ting's celebration, deeming it provocative. Players are prohibited from taunting opposing fans or coaches during celebrations, as it could lead to a red card. However, whether this constituted provocation was debatable, reliant on the referee's discretion. Clearly, the referee did not perceive it as such, merely issuing a warning to Liu Ting. The cheers for Liu Ting's goal resonated far more than those for Chamak's earlier strike, primarily because Liu Ting executed a Marseille turn to score, a move that holds sentimental value for Bordeaux supporters. Zidane, renowned for this very maneuver, first garnered attention while playing for Bordeaux. Though Zidane's tenure there did not yield significant honors, he remains the most illustrious player to have emerged from the club in recent decades, arguably the greatest in Bordeaux's history. Chapter 016. Zidane 2. Once the match resumed, Branco promptly substituted defender Majurai for forward Bellion, reverting to a four-defender formation to bolster their defense. Gomez also replaced Menes, who had just become the backdrop for Liu Ting's dribble, with Brazilian attacking midfielder Nene, evidently aiming to make a final push. Ultimately, Bordeaux denied Gomez any opportunities. Although Nene scored in the 86th minute, time was running short, and Bordeaux secured a 2-1 victory over Monaco. Post-match, Liu Ting was once again named man of the match and was taken by Branco to participate in the post-game press conference. Liu Ting emerged as the standout performer in this match, and as a newcomer attending a press conference for the first time, he naturally became the focal point for reporters. When asked if scoring in his first official match, particularly against Monaco, felt different, he responded, "I merely regarded it as an ordinary league match." His celebration in front of the coaching staff after scoring, did it hold any special significance? Not really. I was just filled with joy and didn't pay attention to where I was celebrating. Nearby, Blanco observed Liu Ting's composed demeanor while handling the press and couldn't help but nod in approval, acknowledging the young man's remarkable poise during his inaugural press conference. In contrast, Gomez exuded an unfriendly aura throughout the event, appearing as though he owed a significant debt and feared impending repercussions. That day, newspapers reported extensively on this Major League One clash, marking Liu Ting's formal introduction to French football fans. Headlines such as "The Chinese Zidane shines at Stade de Bordeaux" and "Bordeaux discovers its own Zidane" proliferated. Liu Ting noted that the media relished creating sensational narratives to capture attention. The fact that his name could now be associated with Zidane seemed to favor him. After all, when Cristiano Ronaldo first gained recognition, he was often dubbed the second Figo, while Messi bore the mantle of Maradona's successor. However, once they achieved significant success, they naturally evolved into icons in their own right. Some media outlets reported under the banner of Facissisat, quickly unearthing Liu Ting's post-match remarks directed at Gomez. Though such coverage primarily focused on the complex dynamics between Liu Ting, Gomez, and Monaco. Following the 7th round of Ligue 1, a 2-week international break ensued. Liu Ting did not participate in any national team activities, as many players within Bordeaux particularly those from footballing powerhouses like Brazil, Argentina, and France, were either not part of their national squads or merely on the fringes, rarely receiving a call-up. After 7 rounds, Bordeaux temporarily secured 4th place on the league table with a record of 4 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss. As this round concluded, Monaco hosted the UEFA Super Cup, along with the draws for the Champions League group stage and the 3rd round of the Europa League qualifiers. In the UEFA Super Cup held at Stade Louis II, Champions League title holders AC Milan triumphed over Europa League champion Sevilla with a score of 3-1, with Kak scoring a goal, further enhancing his bid for the FIFA World Player of the Year accolade. Last season, Bordeaux finished 6th in Ligue 1, missing out on Champions League qualification, but they secured a spot in the Europa League by winning the French League Cup. Bordeaux need not be overly concerned with the UEFA Champions League group stage draw. However, the French powerhouse line has found itself in a perilous group, alongside the illustrious Spanish giants Barcelona, the German champions Stuttgart, and the Scottish champions Glasgow Rangers. This formidable competition may compel Lyon to expend excessive energy in their pursuit of advancing from the group stage. In the draw for the 3rd round of the UEFA Europa League qualifying, Bordeaux merely needs to avoid the esteemed G14 members Bayern Munich and Ajax, both of whom have experienced setbacks. Bayern, having slumbered through the previous season, failed to secure a position within the top 3 of the Bundesliga and now must contend with the Europa League. Ajax, on the other hand, was ousted from the Champions League qualifying rounds by the Czech team Slavia Prague. Bayern has already positioned itself as the frontrunner for the Europa League title this year, while Ajax is also anticipated to make a significant impact in the tournament. Of course, this is contingent upon no major teams dropping to the Europa League after finishing 3rd in their Champions League groups. Ultimately, Bordeaux's fortune appears rather favorable. They have avoided the daunting Bayern and the formidable Ajax. Their opponent in the 3rd round of qualifying will be the Finnish team Tampere United, making their entry into the Europa League group stage a likely prospect. Meanwhile, the Portuguese club Belenenses has drawn the colossal Bayern in the Europa League, while Ajax faces the Croatian team Dinamo Zagreb. The day following the Europa League draw, Bordeaux granted the entire team a holiday, with a few players, including Diarra, departing to join their national teams, while the others enjoyed their freedom. Liu Ting received a call from John Miku, inviting him to partake in a team outing, which essentially entailed a collective excursion for dining, revelry, and nightlife exploration. Liu Ting felt a sense of joy upon receiving the call. He harbored no particular fondness or aversion to nightlife. However, the call signified his acceptance within the team. After 2 matches, his teammates had come to recognize his prowess. In a Bordeaux nightclub, Liu Ting conversed with Miko. Although not a definitive starter, Miko held considerable authority as the leader of the Bordeaux locker room. Miko's career has been adorned with the moniker the Second Zidane. His journey began at Cannes, much like Zidane's, before he rose to prominence at Bordeaux. Following Zidane's transfer from Bordeaux to Juventus, Miko was brought in to fill the void left by Zidane's departure, and he accomplished this task admirably. As a result, he became known as the Second Zidane. During his tenure at Bordeaux, he even aided the team in securing a Ligue 1 title, an achievement that eluded Zidane while he was there. Nonetheless, the shadow of Zidane remained ever present. While playing for Werder Bremen in the Bundesliga, Miko was the linchpin of the midfield, leading his team to victory against Bayern Munich to clinch the Bundesliga title, alongside a DFB Pokal triumph, earning the distinction of double champions. He consistently ensured Bremen's qualification for the Champions League over the years. Yet, Miko has always lived in Zidane's shadow. Even his preferred position on the field mirrored Zidane's, slightly left of center in orchestrating the team's attacks. As a result, Miko has perpetually been Zidane's understudy in the French national team. Had Zidane not been in the picture, Miko would undoubtedly have become the midfield cornerstone for France. However, there are no what-ifs in life, echoing the sentiment of why was Miko born if Zidane was to exist. Among those familiar with Miko, many perceive him as an underrated orchestrator. During the 2004 European Championship, when the surprise underdog Greece triumphed over France, Greek player Angelos Charistias scored a header that sent the Zidane-led French team home. In celebration, Charistias lifted his shirt, revealing Miko's name printed on his undershirt. Charistias, a teammate of Miko's at Werder Bremen, was standing up for Miko in this manner, asserting that Miko's organizational abilities were no less than Zidane's, merely delayed in recognition by 2 years. Now, at 35, Miko finds himself on the brink of retirement, struggling to maintain a starting position within the Bordeaux squad. Engaging in conversation with Miko, Liu Ting reflected on the importance of avoiding a similar fate. Observing his Bordeaux teammates, Liu Ting recognized that the team still possessed considerable strength. Boasting both seasoned veterans like Miko and former prodigies like Kavanaghi, who had once been heralded as the successor to Batistuta after rising to fame at the Under-20 World Cup. Within the team, there is also Diarra, who joined Bayern as the successor to Vieira. Unfortunately, he too failed to meet expectations. Additionally, Biladi had previously played for Manchester United, while Chamakh is set to join Arsenal in the future, and Obertan will also make his way to Manchester United. Upon reflection, this Bordeaux squad indeed boasts a considerable number of talented players. While Liu Ting was reveling in a nightclub in France, an event concerning him transpired back in China. Earlier this year, the newly established MOP Forum seized upon the dismal performance of the Chinese national team in the Asian Cup group stage, inciting a wave of vitriolic criticism directed at the team, the Football Association, and the coach. Consequently, MOP Forum swiftly ascended to prominence as a well-known football forum in the country. Today at noon, a post titled China's Zidane Shines in Ligue 1 emerged on the forum, accompanied by a video. This article featured Liu Ting, showcasing his commendable performances during training and snippets from 2 matches in Ligue 1. The post gained rapid popularity, as the video showcased a young player with distinctly Chinese features, possessing remarkable footwork and speed, effortlessly executing the Marseille turn. It is unlikely that he is a Chinese national, as there has been little mention of domestic players competing in Ligue 1. He is probably of Chinese descent. What does it matter if he cannot speak Chinese? The ability to play football is unrelated to one's linguistic proficiency. The move he employed during training is none other than the famous Bung Bu, turn made popular by the legendary Ligue. Is he perhaps a disciple of Ligue? Soon, a fervent discussion erupted online, speculating about Liu Ting's nationality, age, and other aspects. The post contained merely the video and a brief mention of a Chinese player in Ligue 1, leaving the rest to the imagination of the viewers. The Chinese internet is a peculiar realm. Notions such as Ligue's ball control, resembling Thierry Henry's, or the transition from the Marseille turn to the Bung Bu turn, are entirely concocted by netizens, largely for satirical purposes. Chapter 017. The grueling schedule before long, the 2-week national team matches concluded, and Liu Ting had significantly strengthened his rapport with his teammates during this period. He had missed the pre-season training and joined Bordeaux just as the Ligue 1 season commenced. Upon his arrival, he was met with skepticism from both the head coach and his fellow players, but he has now finally assimilated into the team. With the squad's return, Ligue 1 was set to resume. Bordeaux's next adversary was Lille, a team that was not particularly formidable. Nor was it the future dark horse champion boasting stars like Eden Hazard. However, they had performed commendably over the past 2 years, even finishing as runners-up in the 2004-2005 season. Bordeaux had no reason to fear Lille, even when playing away, but they soon faced a significant setback. Employees of Air France went on strike. In France, strikes are a common occurrence. Whether it is due to an inherent lethargy, seeking excuses to avoid work, or genuinely for the welfare of the employees, the reasons remain known only to God. Regardless, France witnesses dozens of strikes each year, both large and small. Upon their arrival in France, foreigners may find themselves grappling with the prospect of tardiness if they do not swiftly procure a vehicle. Strikes among public transport drivers occur with alarming regularity, often once every month or two, and lacking a personal automobile can render one's commute to work a significant challenge during such disruptions. In France, to have not experienced a few strikes is almost an embarrassment when one ventures outside. For most European clubs, traveling for away games typically involves considering air travel for distances exceeding 300 kilometers, while journeys under that threshold are usually undertaken by train or team bus. The distance from Bordeaux to Lille surpasses 800 kilometers. With airline staff now striking, air travel is out of the question. Lille is notably one of the farthest cities from Bordeaux, situated in the northernmost part of France, while Bordeaux lies in the southwestern corner. A high-speed train from Bordeaux to Lille takes over 4 hours, compounded by the fact that several players have just returned from international duty, making the prospect of such a lengthy journey for an away game particularly daunting. Ultimately, the entire Bordeaux team traveled by train to Lille for the match. That evening, France 5 was broadcasting its weekly sports program, focusing on the French Ligue and discussing the matches played by French teams. All matches of the 8th round of Ligue 1 had concluded, perhaps influenced by the national team games or the airline strikes. Many of the strong teams performed poorly this round. Monaco suffered a 1-2 defeat at home to Paris Saint-Germain, while Marseille also lost 1-2 at home to Toulouse. Bordeaux managed a 1-1 draw against Lille, whereas Lyon achieved a resounding 5-1 victory over Metz. Despite a loss on the road, the surprise team of the season, Nancy, still led the Ligue 1 standings with 17 points, closely followed by Bordeaux and Lyon, both with 15 points. Lyon has played one less match. If they win their postponed game, they will ascend to the top with 18 points. It remains to be seen whether Lyon can secure the Ligue 1 title once again this season, potentially achieving an unprecedented 7th consecutive championship. In this round, Bordeaux ultimately failed to secure a victory. The lengthy journey, coupled with several players returning from international matches, contributed to a lackluster performance at Lille's Pierre-Mauroy Stadium. They conceded a goal merely 3 minutes into the match. Despite their best efforts to regroup, Bordeaux only managed to equalize in the 40th minute. However, the second half commenced poorly, with Chamak receiving a red card for a reckless challenge, leaving Bordeaux to defend with one less player. They ultimately managed to salvage a draw. Amidst the team's overall disappointing performance, Liu Ting shone with a notable display, having created the corner from which Bordeaux equalized. While Liu Ting alone could not bear the weight of the entire team, this performance further solidified his standing within the squad. Following this round of matches, the Bordeaux team returned home, preparing for their upcoming fixtures. The match between Bordeaux and Lille took place on September 15th. Following that, on September 20th, Bordeaux will journey to Finland to face Tampere United in the first leg of the third round of the UEFA Europa League qualifiers. Subsequently, on the 23rd, they will challenge Paris Saint-Germain in the 9th round of Ligue 1, and on the 26th, they will participate in the third round of the French League Cup. This grueling week of back-to-back matches is compounded by the fact that, except for the final League Cup match, all other games are away fixtures. The next 2 weeks present Bordeaux with a truly formidable schedule. Like England, France has 2 domestic cup competitions, the Coupe de France and the League Cup, both of which grant the champions access to European competitions. This contributes to a tightly packed schedule for French teams. Although it is somewhat advantageous that Ligue 1 clubs only enter these cups from the third round onward. On a brighter note, the airline strike is nearing its conclusion, alleviating Bordeaux's concerns about traveling to Finland by air. France, being a prominent tourist destination, cannot afford prolonged disruptions in air travel. Unlike public transport strikes, which may linger, the government will swiftly resolve aviation issues. On September 19th, the entire Bordeaux squad finally boarded a flight to Finland, arriving a day early for preparations. The underperformance of Ligue 1 teams in European competitions has been a recurring theme, but such struggles do not indicate a lack of seriousness. There are numerous factors at play. Yet the significance of these matches remains paramount. Tampere, the second largest city in Finland after Helsinki, is a crucial industrial hub. While not widely known in Europe, it served as a clandestine base for Lenin and Stalin during their activities. Here, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party held several underground meetings that ultimately led to the overthrow of the Tsarist regime and the advent of the Soviet era. Today, Tampere is home to one of the few remaining Lenin museums in the world. Bordeaux has utilized the training grounds of TV Tampere, the local rival of Tampere United. For this match, coach Laurent Blanc plans to start Cavanaghi, who has recovered from injury and is expected to contribute to the team's efforts. I intend to position Cavanaghi in the center, with Bellion on the left and Liu Ting on the right, as this combination best showcases their abilities. Blanc remarked to his assistant, Gasset, Cavanaghi has only recently returned to training with the team, and I worry about his ability to synchronize fully with his teammates. Gasset expressed his concerns. Not to worry, Tampere United is not a formidable team. They could be considered a lesser opponent. With experienced players like Miko in our lineup, even if Cavanaghi does not perform at his best, this match will provide an opportunity to assess their synergy. If they excel, we could potentially develop a formidable attacking trio, perhaps even igniting hopes for the league title. Blanco reminisced about that splendid scene, recalling how he shattered Lyon's monopoly on the Ligue 1 championship in his inaugural year as coach, swiftly ascending as a prominent figure among the next generation of French coaches. Yet, an uncontrollable expression of infatuation graced his countenance, leaving his assistant, Gasset, to ponder whether he had aligned himself with the wrong individual. Chapter 018. There exists a team named Paris Saint-Germain. The Tampere United squad proved woefully inadequate, entirely outmatched by Bordeaux, even on home turf. Ultimately, Bordeaux triumphed with a 3-1 victory, with the recently recovered Cavanaghi netting a brace, and Miku adding a flourish just before the final whistle. Liu Ting garnered an assist, delivering a cross from the flank that Cavanaghi deftly directed into the opposing net. To be candid, Liu Ting considered his crossing ability to be rather mediocre. La Masia did not emphasize teaching the art of crossing, focusing instead on ground play. If confronted with a player like Liu, notorious for his abysmal heading skills, even an open goal could find the ball soaring 2 miles away. Liu Ting's crosses were merely a stroke of luck. However, now that Cavanaghi has returned to the center position, the effectiveness of attacking from the middle has noticeably improved, enabling Liu Ting to accumulate several assists through his crosses. It appears the notion of Cavanaghi being the successor to Batistuta is not unfounded. He indeed possesses commendable skill. It must be acknowledged that Blanco is indeed a commendable coach. Presently, Bordeaux's offensive lineup features Cavanaghi in the center, capable of scoring and providing support, while Liu, returning to the left flank, can exploit his speed for relentless runs down the wing. Liu Ting, stationed on the right, contributes both through crossing and breakthroughs, finally allowing Bordeaux's attacking combinations to take shape. With a 2-goal advantage and 3 away goals, Bordeaux could approach their next challenge with composure. In the upcoming round, returning to their home ground, even a loss of 0-2 would suffice for them to advance on the basis of their away goals. What lay ahead for Bordeaux was the preparation for their daunting encounter against Paris Saint-Germain. A week prior, Bordeaux had traversed France by train to Lille for a match, and just 4 days later, they flew to Finland for another game. Now, they were set to embark on yet another flight to Paris, with the relentless travel leaving the entire team visibly fatigued. At this juncture, Paris Saint-Germain had yet to be acquired by the wealthy Qataris, and their performance in Ligue 1 was far from stellar, oscillating between good and bad seasons. Last year, they finished a dismal 15th, and this year's prospects appeared bleak. Currently languishing in 11th place after 8 rounds of play, no one could have foreseen that this Parisian team would eventually gain global recognition, heralded as the Great Paris Saint-Germain, with owners from Qatar willing to lavish over €200 million on a single superstar. For not all teams could claim the illustrious title of Paris Saint-Germain. Who could have anticipated the epic saga of love, hate, and rivalry that would unfold between PSG, Barcelona, and Neymar in the years to come? Nevertheless, as one of only 2 teams from Ligue 1 to have claimed European competition titles, PSG indeed boasts a rich heritage. The only French team to have won the UEFA Champions League, Marseille, alongside PSG, the sole French squad to have clinched the UEFA Cup Winners' Cup, represents the pinnacle of French football. Notably, the African star George Weah earned the title of World Footballer of the Year during his tenure at Paris Saint-Germain. The clash between the fatigued Bordeaux and the somewhat waning Paris Saint-Germain remains uncertain in terms of outcome. A silver lining is the return of the primary right back, Cham, who has recovered from injury sustained during the match against Monaco. Both teams have taken to the field, and this match is the highlight of the round, with Paris Saint-Germain hosting the visiting Bordeaux. Last season, Paris Saint-Germain finished a disappointing 15th in Ligue 1, and this season has shown little improvement, remaining in the lower mid-table. Under the guidance of their new coach, Blanc, Bordeaux has performed admirably. However, this match marks their 3rd away game within a week, leaving the team noticeably fatigued, and their performance remains uncertain. The commentary for this match is provided by Adrien Baptiste. The teams flipped a coin to determine who would kick off, and ultimately, Paris Saint-Germain took the first kick. Immediately, Saint-Germain launched an offensive against Bordeaux, demonstrating a reluctance to adopt a defensive stance at the Parc des Princes, despite their recent struggles. Although Paris Saint-Germain was on the attack, their play appeared somewhat disorganized, a consequence of their prolonged underperformance. The players lacked a cohesive understanding. With neither relegation fears nor championship aspirations, their focus seemed solely on individual displays. Moreover, the current head coach, Paul Gwyn, does not inspire confidence. One might question how he ascended to the managerial role at a prestigious club like Paris Saint-Germain, given his lack of notable credentials. Thus, their poor performance seems somewhat deserved. Saint-Germain's aimless attacking play provided Bordeaux with opportunities. During a counterattack, Cham, recently returned from injury, intercepted a pass from Saint-Germain's forward Diaby and quickly relayed the ball to the swift Chinese player, Liu, who advanced rapidly into the attacking third. Liu displayed remarkable agility, deftly evading Saint-Germain defender Zuma Kamara before delivering a precise pass into the penalty area for Cavanaghi. Instead of shooting, Cavanaghi cleverly headed the ball back to the on-rushing Miko. With a golden opportunity at hand, Miko effortlessly bypassed Bernard Mendy and found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, Loundreau. He struck the ball into the far corner. And just 10 minutes into the match, Bordeaux took the lead. Miko's goal marked his 2nd consecutive match in which he found the net, affirming that he still possesses his sharpness. Baptiste's voice resonated once more. In the 10th minute of the first half, Liu's breakthrough pass led to Cavanaghi's assist for Miko's goal. giving Bordeaux a 1-0 advantage. This goal showcased Bordeaux's fluid attacking coordination. While Saint-Germain appeared defenseless, their backline easily breached by Bordeaux's incisive play. This moment undoubtedly made Saint-Germain's players acutely aware of the gap in prowess between them and Bordeaux, resulting in a more restrained offensive approach. However, following the reduction of pressure from Bordeaux, they commenced a relentless series of assaults on Saint-Germain. In the 18th minute, Cavani's header struck the crossbar and rebounded out of play. Merely 3 minutes later, Liu Ting, while advancing into the penalty area, was felled by the opposing defender, Sylvain Armand. Nevertheless, the referee deemed that the ball had been played first, thus refraining from calling a foul, while the ever-vocal Blanc on the sidelines clamored for a penalty. In the 25th minute, Bellion made an incisive run down the left flank before delivering a cross into the penalty area. However, Cavani's shot was magnificently parried by Landreau. By the 31st minute, Miku delivered a precise through ball to Bellion, who successfully evaded the offside trap. Yet, in the moment of shooting, he hesitated slightly, allowing the opposing goalkeeper to decisively intervene and thwart the opportunity. Bordeaux's relentless offensive onslaught left Saint-Germain struggling to regain their composure. Under such pressure at home, the players of Saint-Germain began to exhibit frustration, escalating their defensive actions. Liu Ting prudently curtailed his attempts to break through, recognizing that securing a victory in this match was feasible. Yet considering the recent grueling schedule, any injury would be a regrettable setback. Liu Ting harbored his own thoughts. Yet others saw the situation differently. For instance, the recently returned Cavani, having scored twice in the last match and in fine form, was eager to solidify his position as a starter through goals. Sometimes, however, fate is capricious. The more Cavani yearned to score, the more elusive the opportunities became. In the 42nd minute, Miko delivered a high ball into the penalty area, and Cavani leapt valiantly to contest it, only to descend painfully, clutching his thigh as he fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Blanc was incensed, hurling a water bottle onto the pitch. It appeared that Cavani's recently healed thigh injury had flared up once again, jeopardizing the triad he had so recently formed. Ultimately, Cavani was carried off the field on a stretcher, and Liu Ting could see the tears behind his hands that covered his face. Some remarked that Cavani had failed to live up to expectations as the true successor to Batistuta, attributing his decline to his transfer to Moscow for monetary gain. Yet his injuries played a significant role as well, as Batistuta lamented. As the first half drew to a close, both teams seemed disinterested in the contest. Cavani's injury had undoubtedly dampened Bordeaux's morale, while Paris Saint-Germain awaited halftime to implement their coach's adjustments. During the intermission, Blanc urged for continued offensive efforts in the second half, emphasizing that a one-goal lead was the least secure of advantages. As the second half commenced, the Brazilian forward Vieira replaced Cavani in the center, while Blanc wisely decided against placing Bellion in the middle again, as his previous performance had been less than satisfactory. The flanks were where he truly excelled. It was unclear what adjustments PSG's coach Paul had made during the break, but it appeared that their offense remained stagnant. Initially, Cavani's injury might have presented PSG with an opportunity for resurgence, yet Gwen seemed oblivious to this chance. At the onset of the second half, Batistuta did not hesitate to mock Gwen's tactical choices. Indeed, PSG's offense appeared to lack any innovation, resorting to their familiar, lackluster strategies. In contrast, PSG's rough defensive tactics intensified, seemingly intent on injuring every Bordeaux player on the field. Perhaps Gwen had studied Sun Tzu's art of war, aiming to conquer the enemy without engaging in battle, effectively sidelining Bordeaux to ensure no one would contest against them. Barely 2 minutes into the second half, in the 47th minute, Liu Ting was fouled just outside the penalty area, granting Bordeaux a prime opportunity for a free kick. The team's designated free kick specialist, Bellion, was the only player with considerable skill in this department. As Bordeaux set up for the free kick, it was evident that Bellion intended to strike directly at goal. With 5 defenders forming a wall, Bellion approached and unleashed a beautiful shot that arched gracefully over the wall, finding the top right corner of the net. Paris Saint-Germain paid dearly for their brutish defensive tactics. The roar of Baptiste echoed once more. Chapter 019, Shooting Practice. After Bordeaux took a commanding 2-0 lead, Paul Guen swiftly substituted a midfielder for forward Pauleta. Pauleta, a perennial figure in Ligue 1, began his illustrious journey from La Liga to Ligue 1 at Bordeaux, where he spent 3 fruitful years, scoring over 20 league goals each season. Following his transfer to Paris Saint-Germain, he consistently netted more than 15 goals annually, earning the moniker of an artistic shadow striker, renowned for his exquisite chip shots. He has been honored as Ligue 1's top scorer 3 times and remains one of the league's most reliable marksmen. Pauleta and the diminutive Juninho are among the rare talents who possess the capability to secure a starting position in the elite clubs of the major leagues, yet chose to continue their careers in Ligue 1. Eventually, Ligue 1 awarded both Pauleta and Juninho the Contribution Award, while Pauleta also stands as the second highest scorer in the history of the Portuguese national team, trailing only the legendary Eusebio. He notably achieved a hat-trick during the 2002 World Cup. However, now at the age of 35, his remaining prowess is uncertain. In truth, coaching Paris Saint-Germain is a straightforward task. When trailing, one simply replaces a midfielder or defender with a forward, and when ahead, one substitutes a forward or midfielder with a defender. Paul Gouin executes this strategy with aplomb. One might ponder whether Saint-Germain still requires the acerbic wit of coach Adrien Baptiste, who had just begun mocking the unfortunate Gouin. Yet, scarcely 10 minutes after Baptiste's remarks, Paul Gouin opted to replace a defender with yet another forward, aiming to bolster his attack, oblivious to Baptiste's recent jibe. This was clearly a theatrical collaboration with Baptiste, amusing the viewers at home. While only the Saint-Germain supporters might have found little humor in the situation, perhaps on the verge of tears. In the end, Paris's erratic play yielded no goals, resulting in Bordeaux's 2-0 triumph over Paris Saint-Germain. Following the match, Coach Blanc announced a 2-day holiday for the Bordeaux players. Although there was a forthcoming match in the French League Cup in 3 days, it was evident that Blanc intended to forego that encounter. The consecutive away games had taken a toll on the team, and the injury to Cavanaghi undoubtedly contributed to their fatigue. By granting the team a break, Bordeaux would enjoy approximately 10 days of rest. Most of the Bordeaux squad remained in Paris, including Liu Ting. Having not seen Liu in quite some time, he seized the opportunity to invite Liu to experience the nightlife in Paris's clubs. "Are you coming along?" Miko, one of the senior players and a close associate of Liu, inquired. "No, John, I have a date tonight." "All right, have fun." Most of Liu Ting's teammates were aware that he had a girlfriend, although they had never met her. By the time the match concluded, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening local time in France. Liu Ting called L.A. Seydoux and returned to the hotel to await her arrival. Before long, Seydoux arrived, and after a prolonged separation, the two found themselves consumed by an overwhelming desire, hastily retreating to the bed, leaving only heavy breaths echoing in the once quiet room. When the storm finally subsided, Liu Ting held L.A. in his arms. "Darling, you performed admirably tonight," Seydoux remarked suddenly. "Did my previous performances leave you dissatisfied?" Liu Ting responded somewhat stiffly. Upon reflection, he acknowledged that his first game had not been up to par, rendering a rather mundane performance. L.A. paused for a moment before playfully punching Liu Ting's chest. "What are you thinking? I meant that you excelled on the field today, and you were a pivotal figure in your team's victory." "Oh, is that what you meant?" Liu Ting felt a twinge of embarrassment. What else could I be referring to? You helped your team win, but from a purely statistical perspective, it may not seem particularly impressive, with no goals or assists to show for it," Seydoux responded. "I didn't realize you understood the game so well," Liu Ting admitted, surprised by her astute observation. Of course, in Europe, one who is indifferent to football could easily be considered an outlier. "I'm a fan of Paris Saint-Germain. Yet here I am, coming to see you after your Bordeaux team defeated them." "Truly, the irony is not lost on me," Seydoux said with a hint of playful annoyance. "All right, perhaps you could visit me on the night before my next match. Who knows, I might not perform well the following day," Liu Ting suggested. "Don't even think about it. I would never do such a thing," Seydoux replied with a yawn. "Darling, I feel quite tired. Shall we sleep now? Good night. And by the way, you performed well off the field today as well." "I'm very pleased. Good night," Liu Ting said, planting a kiss on her forehead. As L.A. Seydoux drifted into slumber, Liu Ting found his thoughts wandering. He had indeed been improving within the team, gradually securing a starting position. However, as L.A. had just pointed out, he could contribute to the team's success without the statistics reflecting his significance. Having represented Bordeaux in 5 matches, he had managed 1 goal and 2 assists, which, from a numerical standpoint, did not seem particularly commendable. Only those who had witnessed the matches could truly appreciate his importance. Lost in these reflections, Liu Ting too succumbed to sleep. Liu Ting arrived at the realm of mental illusion as usual. Recently, Liu Ting has been diligently following the guidance of scientists, enabling himself to adapt to changes more swiftly, which has resulted in an increasingly impressive performance on the court. Liu Ting confided his current situation to the scientist, who replied, "At present, you are merely an ordinary forward in the team, lacking contributions in penalty kicks and free kicks. To improve your statistics, it would be prudent to refine your shooting skills and seize every opportunity that arises. Upon hearing the scientist's words, Liu Ting recognized this as a feasible yet challenging approach. Given the team's tactics, there seemed little prospect for them to be tailored to his strengths. Thus, he resolved to capitalize on any chance that presented itself during the game. Liu Ting has devoted 4 years to honing his skills, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly with the ball on the field. Now, he must cultivate a greater ability to deliver the ball into the opponent's goal. Liu Ting's practice involved dribbling with the objective of finding an opportunity to shoot, all while facing a formidable goalkeeper and a defender. However, the goalkeeper demonstrated considerable skill. Any feeble shot or one aimed too directly would undoubtedly be saved, with the added presence of a defender. Scoring even a single goal out of 10 attempts was a commendable feat, and that was under the condition of merely one defender. Suddenly, Liu Ting came to the realization that his shooting skills were indeed lacking, to say the least. He certainly did not wish to become a player renowned for his dribbling like Messi, yet faltering in his shooting like Hesketh. Liu Ting has been practicing for approximately 5 hours. Within the realm of mental illusions, he can train for about 8 hours a day. Approaching the sidelines, Liu Ting addressed the scientists, expressing his anticipation that teams will continue to utilize intense defensive strategies and fouling tactics against his squad in the future. He expressed a desire to practice free kicks for a while. Liu Ting observed Balin's free kick today and realized that utilizing free kicks is an effective strategy against teams that favor foul tactics. When executing a free kick on the field, the opposing wall often attempts to advance while the referee is distracted, complicating the kicker's chances of scoring. It is advisable to position the wall approximately 1 meter forward to facilitate a more successful free kick, as suggested by scientists. The defensive wall is required to maintain a distance of 9 meters and 15 centimeters from the penalty spot. However, the wall typically inches forward when the referee is not vigilant. Unless the movement is excessive or the attacking side lodges a complaint, referees generally overlook it. Even after a warning, the opposing players are likely to surreptitiously advance again. Consequently, the actual distance during free kicks is usually around 8.5 meters, a reality that cannot be avoided. Following this guidance, Liu Ting began to practice free kicks diligently. The next day, after spending a day exploring near Paris with Bordeaux, Liu Ting returned to Bordeaux with his teammates, while Bordeaux was set to begin filming her debut lead role in My Girlfriend. Unexpectedly, their meeting in Paris was swiftly captured by French paparazzi and splashed across entertainment tabloids, announcing the romance between the French starlet and the Chinese Monégasque footballer. Rising to prominence since last year, the French sensation L.A. was recently spotted enjoying a day out in Paris with Liu Ting, who hails from Monaco. L.A., often described as a blend of Scarlett Johansson and C.L. Mentine poesy, is considered a promising new generation actress in France, likely to emerge as the next goddess following Sophie Marceau. Her rumored boyfriend, Liu Ting, currently showcasing his talents with Bordeaux in Ligue 1, is also regarded as a player with significant potential. Liu Ting was rather indifferent to such matters, as he had no intention of concealing his relationship with L.A. In Europe, it is commonplace for athletes to pair with models and actresses. His teammates were quite astonished that he had discreetly secured a relationship with a French beauty, and they even requested an introduction for the next occasion. On September 26, 2007, during the third round of the French League Cup, the Bordeaux team, comprised entirely of substitutes, predictably lost to Metz with a score of 1-2, thereby concluding their journey in the 2007-2008 French League Cup. The head coach of Bordeaux and most of the players were unfazed by this outcome, as Blanc had initially intended to focus primarily on Ligue 1. Now, having lost the match, Bordeaux could concentrate fully on preparing for the upcoming games. A week later, Bordeaux was set to host the second leg of the third round of the UEFA Europa League qualifiers. Given their impressive 3-1 victory in the first leg, the second leg posed little concern. On that day, Liu Ting had just exited the Clairefontaine training facility when Jacques Pierre, the gatekeeper, called out to him, "Hey Liu, there's a journalist over there who wishes to interview you." Liu Ting initially believed that it was merely entertainment journalists seeking to interview him. Following the recent coverage of his association with L.A. Indeed, some reporters approached Liu Ting for an interview, while others directed their inquiries towards Seydoux. However, both Liu Ting and Seydoux have only garnered modest recognition within their respective realms and have yet to attract significant public interest. Consequently, the attention surrounding such news remains insufficient, relegating it to a mere footnote in the entertainment sections of newspapers. When Liu Ting encountered the individual who sought to interview him, he realized he had misjudged the situation. "Hello, Liu Ting. I am Liang, a journalist from Chinese football. May I take a moment of your time for an interview?" Standing before Liu Ting was a fellow Chinese, rather than the French entertainment reporter he had anticipated. Hearing the other party speak in a French accent tinged with a hint of Chinese, Liu Ting found himself both amused and perplexed. "I am delighted to accept your interview. However, I kindly request that you be swift, as we have a match tomorrow and I need to return to rest early." Liu Ting responded directly in Chinese. The journalist, named Liang, was evidently taken aback. He did not expect Liu Ting to not only speak Chinese, but to do so with remarkable fluency. "I am astonished by your proficiency in the language. You hardly resemble a European of Chinese descent, but rather embody the essence of a true Chinese individual," Liang remarked, and then inquired in Chinese, "Liu Ting, could you briefly share your background? Where are your parents from in China?" Liu Ting replied, "My father hails from Hong Kong, while my mother possesses half Chinese heritage as a Monegasque. Thus, I am 3/4 Chinese and 1/4 European." Liu Ting replied succinctly. "Which club in Europe did you train with?" Liang continued to inquire, though it was evident he had not researched French newspapers beforehand. Otherwise, these questions would have been covered in their reports. "I received my youth training at Barcelona." "Then why did you not stay in Barcelona and instead come to France to play?" "Barcelona did not offer me a professional contract, so I moved to Bordeaux." "Will you return to Barcelona in the future?" "I am quite content in Bordeaux. I am not considering a transfer at the moment." "All right. That'll be all for today. I need to return to rest." "One last question. Will you participate in tomorrow's Europa League qualifying match?" "I do not know. It depends on the coach's arrangements. However, it is likely that the coach will opt for rotation, so my chances of playing are slim." As Liang watched Liu Ting's departing figure, he contemplated how fortunate he was to have stumbled upon such a compelling topic. Originally, Liang was sent to report on Xiao Jiai at the German club Energy Cottbus, but Xiao Jiai was not faring well there. The head coach, Sandler, held a disfavor towards him, limiting his playtime to mere brief moments off the bench. Liang found himself idle in the Bundesliga as well, unable to alter the situation with Xiao Jiai's lack of favor. The Chinese media could only fabricate reasons for Xiao Jiai's unpopularity or speculate on how he might perform if given the opportunity, generating fanciful reports or vehemently criticizing Coach Sandler. By chance, while perusing reports from German media, Liang stumbled upon a French-language publication in Germany, which, despite its limited circulation, had a market among the French community. Within its pages, he discovered numerous references to young Chinese talents, prompting him to seek out several French newspapers for further investigation. He soon learned of a Chinese youth thriving in Ligue 1 at Bordeaux, whose recent performances had been commendable. Liang decided to relinquish the reporting on Xiao Jiai to a colleague and ventured directly to Bordeaux in pursuit of a significant story. It became evident that he had indeed uncovered a major scoop. News of Xiao Jiai was already circulating in China, with various Chinese media in Germany poised to report on developments. Even with the recent change of coach at Cottbus, potentially granting Xiao Jiai greater opportunities, it paled in comparison to this story. Liu Ting's journey was truly unique, destined to attract attention back home. His background in Barcelona's youth academy, followed by his dismissal and subsequent success in Bordeaux, painted a vivid narrative of a talent's fall from grace and remarkable resurgence. Liu Ting's fluent command of the Chinese language is undoubtedly a captivating highlight. In that moment, Liang reflected on the significance of mastering a foreign language. Had he not taken a French elective during his university days, he would have missed this remarkable opportunity. He was acutely aware that his own grasp of French, albeit limited, would likely be incomprehensible to others, save for Liu Ting, who could decipher the nuances of a Chinese accented French. Contemplating this, Liang swiftly retrieved his phone to call back to his homeland. "Hello, Editor-in-Chief. I've uncovered a major news story. There's a Chinese player performing exceptionally well on the Bordeaux team in Ligue 1, and he hails from the esteemed La Masia Youth Academy." Before long, Liang had gathered numerous reports from France regarding Liu Ting, meticulously compiling information about his background, his roots in youth training, and his journey to Bordeaux to relay back home. This summer, the Chinese national team faced a disgraceful and devastating elimination in the group stage of the Asian Cup, plunging Chinese football further into a dark abyss, leaving the nation in despair over when they might glimpse the light of hope again. Zhang Qiming, an employee managing back-end operations at an internet company, had been playing football since middle school, a time when the Chinese Jia League was thriving. Coincidentally, his university admission coincided with China's inaugural qualification for the World Cup. Although the team ended the tournament without scoring, suffering a humiliating defeat, Zhang initially felt disheartened. However, upon reflection, he recognized that it was their first attempt, and poor performance was to be expected due to inexperience. Not everyone can excel on their debut. Even football powerhouses have faced challenges in their first World Cup outings. England's first World Cup participation also ended in a group stage exit, while Brazil, the footballing titan, failed to progress in their initial 2 World Cups. In 1994, Greece's debut was even more dismal, finishing without a goal and conceding 10. Yet, a decade later, Greece emerged as dark horses, clinching the European Championship in 2004. In Asia, the South Korean team, historically dominant over China, also endured a harrowing experience during their first World Cup, suffering a 0-7 defeat to Turkey and a 0-9 loss to Hungary. Fortunately, the peculiar tournament format at the time allowed weaker teams to forfeit further matches after 2 losses, sparing them from additional humiliation against stronger opponents like Germany. Japan's football narrative is equally poignant. In their 1994 World Cup qualifying campaign, Japan encountered a tragic twist in the final moments, leading Iraq 2-1 at home. They were on the brink of their first World Cup qualification when, in the dying seconds, Iraq's Asim leveled the score with a header, leaving Japan heartbroken and outside the World Cup finals. After the match, the sentiment in Japan was that they merely needed to endure for an additional 30 seconds, as the referee would undoubtedly have blown the whistle within that time frame. The referee had been frequently glancing at the watch. Yet those final 30 seconds proved to be an insurmountable barrier for the Japanese. One might mistakenly believe this was the plight of the Chinese team. Moreover, Japan's inaugural journey to the World Cup in 1998 ended in 3 disheartening defeats, resulting in their return in disgrace. In contrast, their neighbor South Korea saw North Korea, in its first World Cup appearance, advance to the quarterfinals, astonishingly eliminating Italy from the group stage. When the Italian squad returned home, they were greeted with a barrage of tomatoes and eggs. It remains a mystery whether anyone in Italy had the culinary skills to prepare tomato scrambled eggs at that time. During the quarterfinal match, North Korea initially led Portugal 2-0, but the explosive performance of the legendary Eusebio ultimately led to a 3-5 defeat for North Korea. Consequently, Zhang Qiming felt that one should not be overly critical of the Chinese team's performance in their first World Cup. They are not the officials of the Football Association who hastily demand victories. However, soon after, Chinese football plunged into a prolonged period of chaos and darkness. Following a dismal failure in the 2002 World Cup and a home defeat to Japan in the 2004 Asian Cup final, the state of Chinese football deteriorated further, rife with match-fixing and dubious officiating. Presently, the national team struggles to advance beyond the group stage in the Asian Cup. Akin to the tales of Wang Shower during the New Year, each year worse than the last. Even seasoned fans like Zhang Qiming have lost interest in the domestic league, opting instead to follow European leagues in their leisure. Yet, as a Chinese person, the thought of not watching the national team evokes a sense of emptiness, while viewing their matches induces anxiety. As Zhang Qiming stepped out, he casually purchased a football newspaper from a roadside vendor, primarily to catch up on the developments in the European leagues. The publication, the most widely circulated football periodical in China, immediately drew his attention with a headline proclaiming the brilliance of a Chinese player in Ligue 1, heralding a promising future from a prestigious academy. Upon further examination, he discovered that the subject was a young Chinese player named Liu Ting, who, at just under 19 years of age, was making waves with the formidable Bordeaux, having secured a position as a key forward. This revelation reminded Zhang Qiming of a recent post he had seen on a football forum, depicting a Chinese Zidane dazzling in Ligue 1. The comparison between the video in that post and the simple photograph in the newspaper suggested they were likely the same individual, filling Zhang Qiming with excitement. He resolved to revisit the forum later to confirm his suspicions. Currently, among the Chinese players abroad, only Xiao Jiai in the Bundesliga and Dong Fangzhou and Sun Jihai in the Premier League are competing in the top 5 leagues. However, none of them are key players, with Sun Jihai being the only one who enjoys a fair share of playing time. A new player worthy of attention has emerged. Meanwhile, the online forum op has erupted in excitement. A previously overlooked post about the Chinese Zidane dazzling in Ligue 1 has resurfaced. To everyone's surprise, there is indeed a Chinese player competing in Bordeaux, which many initially thought was merely a fabricated video for entertainment. It is said that computer enthusiasts can create a video of Real Madrid defeating Barcelona 10-0 using old match footage, misleading those who do not scrutinize the details closely. It is uncertain whether Chinese football has exaggerated this player's abilities. The media often tends to overhype players who display even a modicum of talent. Although Chinese football can also indulge in hyperbole, there remains a semblance of restraint. Unlike certain publications that blatantly exaggerate, for instance, when a Chinese player trials at a European club, it is swiftly reported as a confirmed transfer with promises of becoming a star player. Thus, it appears that a Chinese player has indeed secured a starting position in Bordeaux, though the extent of the claims made in the newspapers still requires verification. As for the Chinese player in Monaco, immigration to such a place is notoriously difficult. Typically, only the exceptionally wealthy can relocate there. This individual immigrated in the 1990s when it was less challenging, and his father, who once owned a company, has since passed away, transforming him from a wealthy heir into an ordinary individual seeking a path through football. Rumor has it that he hails from La Masia. Yet remains uncertain whether he will return to serve Barcelona in the future. The forum is once again embroiled in chaos. Concurrently, the head of the sports magazine is in a furious tirade, as their forte lies in identifying European-based players to promote domestically. Beyond the few prominent national team players abroad, there are always some Chinese individuals playing in Europe, often accompanying their parents for work or due to immigration. Although these players generally lack significant prowess, the magazine's tendency to hype them ensures a modicum of attention, which translates into sales. Now that this Chinese player has emerged, seemingly impressive, it is astonishing that the magazine has not gathered any information about him. They are falling behind, and today's sales have been overwhelmingly suppressed by Chinese football. It is noteworthy that while the magazine's sales have historically lagged behind those of Chinese football, the gap today has widened by over 10 percentage points, which is bound to incite the owner's ire. Chapter 021, Benzema, who needs no scapegoat. During Liu Ting's interview with Liang, he realized that he would no longer remain an obscure figure within his homeland, especially considering that Chinese football is one of the largest sports media outlets in the country. However, such matters are not the focus of the present. In the second leg of the third round of the UEFA Europa League qualifying matches, Bordeaux, making some rotations, drew 1-1 against Tampere United at home, ultimately prevailing 4-2 on aggregate to advance to the group stage of the Europa League. Liu Ting did not participate in this match, as coach Laurent Blanc opted to rotate several players in the forward line, pairing Obertan and Chamek. The day following the match, Blanc traveled to Nyon, Switzerland, to attend the draw for the Europa League group stage. The current format of the Europa League features 40 teams participating in the group stage, divided into 8 groups of 5 teams each. Each team competes against the other 4 teams in their group, with home and away matches determined by the draw. However, each team's 4 matches consist of 2 home and 2 away games. Ultimately, the top 3 teams from each group qualify for the knockout stage. The 24 teams that progress from the group stage, alongside the 8 third-place teams from the UEFA Champions League, comprise the 32 contenders for the Europa League, who then face off in elimination rounds based on subsequent draws. This structure renders advancement from the Europa League group stage relatively straightforward, with 3 out of 5 teams progressing. Securing victory in just 2 out of 4 matches suffices. Moreover, the ranking within the group bears no relevance to the subsequent knockout draw, as the treatment of the first and third-place teams in the draw remains entirely equal. Given these factors, it is hardly surprising that the Europa League garners less attention. UEFA has long expressed dissatisfaction with the public's focus on the Champions League at the expense of the Europa League and has repeatedly sought reform. Yet these efforts have yet to yield the desired increase in attention. In Liu Ting's recollection, linking the Europa League with the Champions League could significantly elevate its profile, similar to UEFA's future plans to grant the Europa League champion entry into the next season's Champions League. This would naturally pique interest in who secures this coveted qualification, as well as draw the attention of illustrious clubs that may find themselves in the Europa League due to temporary setbacks. Ultimately, Bordeaux has been grouped with Turkish team Galatasaray, Swedish team Helsingborg, Greek team Panionios, and Austrian team Austria Wien. Among these, only Galatasaray possesses a notable level of strength, making advancement from the group stage virtually assured. Following the Europa League draw, Bordeaux must now prepare for their 10th round of Ligue 1 matches, facing Lyon at home. Currently, Lyon, having played 1 match fewer, stands 4th in Ligue 1 with 5 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 16 points. Bordeaux, with 5 wins and 3 draws, occupies the 2nd position with 18 points. Although Nancy leads the table, it is widely acknowledged that they are merely a dark horse. Just 3 seasons ago, they were competing in Ligue 2, and during their first 2 seasons in Ligue 1, they finished 12th and 13th, respectively. Their sudden rise as a dark horse may be fleeting, and it is anticipated that they will falter in the latter part of the season. Currently, the underdog Valenciennes is ranked 3rd in Ligue 1, often overlooked amidst the fierce competition. It is well known that the battle for this season's championship heavily relies on the traditional powerhouses such as Lyon and Bordeaux. Thus, the upcoming match between Bordeaux and Lyon is poised to attract significant attention, potentially influencing the championship's outcome. Lyon, having played 1 game less, trails Bordeaux by merely 2 points. A victory in their pending match, scheduled for October, could see them surpass Bordeaux. This implies that Lyon might very well reclaim the lead within 2 weeks. Coach Blanc naturally aims to secure a home victory against Lyon to maintain the points gap, while Lyon seeks to defeat Bordeaux to turn the tables, and, with the rescheduled match, widen the gap to 4 points. At present, Lyon finds itself in a precarious position in the Champions League group stage, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats. However, all hope is not lost, as 4 additional matches lie ahead to salvage their campaign. Soon, they will face Stuttgart, the reigning Bundesliga champions, in 2 encounters. Securing 6 points from these matches could restore their chances of advancing. Lyon is determined to triumph over Bordeaux to create a significant lead and fervently pursue a spot in the Champions League. After a day of training, Liu Ting emerged from the Clairefontaine training center, as usual. "Old Jacques, how are you today?" Liu has grown quite familiar with the gatekeeper, Jacques-Pierre. "I'm well, Liu. You must ensure a victory against Lyon tomorrow. Defeating them would greatly enhance our chances of clinching the league title this season. It has been 9 years since we last secured the championship, and those damn Lyonnais have monopolized it," Jacques-Pierre lamented with a hint of frustration. Although Bordeaux is a formidable force in Ligue 1, having won the championship 6 times, their last triumph came during the 1998 to 1999 season under the leadership of Michaud. Since then, despite Michaud's return from stints in Serie A and Bundesliga, Bordeaux has yet to claim their 7th title. "Rest assured, Jacques, we will decisively vanquish those Lyonnais," Liu affirmed. When a championship is dominated by a single team for an extended period, animosity inevitably brews throughout the league. Lyon has claimed 6 consecutive titles. Yet it may be time for a generational shift. Their midfield linchpin, Juninho, is now 34 years old. As Liu Ting stepped out of the gates of the base, he was taken aback. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a throng of Chinese individuals, as a multitude of Chinese media reporters awaited him outside. "Hello, Liu Ting. Could you elucidate the reasons behind Barcelona's decision to part ways with you? Will you be participating in tomorrow's match? Do you possess the determination to triumph over Lyon?" Liu Ting was taken aback by the sudden influx of Chinese journalists. In truth, they were drawn here by the revelation of Liu Ting's potential within Chinese football, resulting in a remarkable surge in domestic interest. Most of these reporters, who have come to cover his story, typically report on other players abroad in Europe. To summarize, whether I will participate in tomorrow's match depends on the coach's arrangements. However, the likelihood of my appearance is quite high. The entire team is confident in our ability to triumph over Lyon, and for now, I prefer not to discuss matters concerning Barcelona. Liu Ting briefly expressed his thoughts before departing, aware that if he were to linger and answer questions, he would still be engaged long after dusk. Major media outlets with connections and influence would naturally reach out for exclusive interviews. At present, Liu Ting had yet to achieve significant fame. Renowned athletes often charge for interviews based on their schedules. Thus, unless there were special arrangements, capturing a star player for an impromptu interview on the street would depend on the player's mood. Otherwise, they might not even acknowledge the request. Currently, it is the focal match of the 10th round of the 2007 to 2008 Ligue 1 season, where Bordeaux, ranked 2nd, faces Lyon, currently in 4th place but having played 1 match less. Should Lyon emerge victorious in their postponed match, they would surpass Bordeaux in the standings. Thus far, the championship contention in Ligue 1 appears most promising between Bordeaux and Lyon. Baptiste and his longtime partner Joseph continue to provide commentary on this critical encounter. Presently, Lyon is not in favorable condition, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats in the Champions League group stage. Although they have not entirely lost the possibility of advancing, their situation remains precarious. Both Barcelona and Glasgow Rangers are tied at 6 points, while Lyon and Stuttgart languish with none. Lyon still has the opportunity to garner points against Stuttgart in their upcoming matches, a notion Stuttgart likely shares. Should both teams falter, Glasgow Rangers would undoubtedly benefit, solidifying their chances of progression. Joseph laments the performance of French clubs in European competitions. Lyon's track record in the Champions League has consistently been poor, Despite clinching 6 consecutive Ligue 1 titles, they have never reached the semifinals. This year, Ligue 1 could face total elimination in the Champions League group stage, as Toulouse, last year's surprise third-place finisher, was soundly defeated 5-0 by Liverpool in the qualification round. The remaining clubs, Marseille and Lyon, are also struggling, with Marseille appearing to have a slightly better chance of advancing, largely due to Liverpool earning just 1 point in 2 group matches. However, with a team like Liverpool, their resurgence could come at any moment, perhaps even in the next round, as Baptiste unabashedly critiques the performance of French teams in European competitions. Now is not the time for discussing the Champions League. Let us return our focus to the match at hand. The players have taken the field, and reports indicate that both teams have adopted a 4-4-2 formation, prompting Joseph to steer the conversation back to the current game. Liu Ting also took to the field alongside the entire team, positioned towards the rear, as it is customary for key players to make their entrance from behind. As Liu Ting made his entrance, he quickly caught sight of the man in the number 10 jersey, the short-haired Benzema, who, at that moment, was not yet burdened by failure. He was still regarded as a promising young talent with boundless prospects ahead of him, destined to face countless challenges in the future. With this thought, Liu Ting felt a refreshing sense of clarity regarding Benzema. The player appeared invigorated and full of vitality, in stark contrast to the weary visage he would later adopt during his time at Real Madrid, where he would bear the weight of numerous disappointments. Indeed, this more youthful and vibrant version of Benzema possessed a distinct charm. Across from him, however, Benzema noticed the enigmatic figure of the Chinese player, whose penetrating gaze seemed to scrutinize him without the intention of intimidation. Instead, the man wore a cryptic smile, and in that fleeting moment, Benzema felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, as if a great weight were pressing upon his back, nearly forcing him to the ground. He quickly shook his head, questioning whether this sensation was merely a figment of his imagination. It felt as though he were carrying a multitude of burdens, suffocating him with their weight. Benzema thought to himself, "I feel as though I am on the verge of suffocation." He suddenly contemplated whether it might be prudent to carry a metaphorical burden on his back during future matches, as it would provide a sense of security that he had long been missing. In Chapter 22, titled The Great Italian Left-Back, Coach Blanco had paired Liu Ting and Bellion on the forward line, intending to exploit their speed to create threats. Bordeaux's overall strength was already inferior to that of Lyon, and with the injury of Cavanaghi, who would need approximately 2 months to recover, Bordeaux was left to rely on the latter half of the season for hope. As the match commenced, Bordeaux initiated the first attack. Liu passed the ball to Bellion, who returned it to Miku, and Miku subsequently relayed it to Diarra. Both teams engaged in tentative offensive maneuvers twice, failing to fully commit to their attacks. Now, it was Lyon's turn to press forward. Juninho sent a long ball towards the forward Sidney Govou, who then passed to Benzema. With a sudden strike, Benzema took a shot on goal, which was unexpectedly parried away by Bordeaux's goalkeeper, Carasso, resulting in a corner kick. It seemed that Benzema was in fine form today. Baptiste's passionate commentary resumed as, merely 5 minutes into the match, Lyon earned the first corner kick. Juninho stepped up to take the corner, delivering the ball directly to the back post, where Anderson leaped to head it in. Goal. Anderson, the Brazilian center-back for Lyon, scored from the corner, marking a significant early blow to Bordeaux just 5 minutes into the game. Joseph is jubilantly celebrating Lyon's goal, for he is an ardent supporter of the team, having long aspired to play for Lyon during his own athletic career. The entire Bordeaux squad appears somewhat bewildered, taken aback by the swiftness and ease with which they conceded a goal at the outset. Liu Ting felt an unsettling discontent. He had hoped for a victory against Lyon on home turf. However, conceding a goal right from the outset was disheartening. It seemed that Benzema, who was not to be blamed, was indeed formidable, as this goal had arisen from a corner he orchestrated. It was no wonder that Europe's elite clubs were keenly eyeing Lyon in their pursuit of Benzema. On the sidelines, Blanc shouted fervently, gesturing emphatically, "Stay composed. The match has only just begun. We have ample time to turn this around. There's no need to rush." Liu Ting dashed past, hearing Blanco's shout. Yet he was consumed by thoughts of conceding a goal so early on home turf. How could one not feel anxious? Was there a midfield player on Bordeaux's side capable of commanding the game? The closest option was Diarra, yet he was merely touted as the successor to Vieira, a diminutive version at best, and given the current circumstances, it was uncertain whether he could maintain control. Although the veteran Miko was also present, he too had seen better days, reportedly preparing for retirement come summer. Indeed, despite the resounding jeers aimed at Lyon and Blanco's incessant calls for composure, Lyon grew increasingly emboldened, while Bordeaux found themselves utterly subdued, on the brink of conceding at any moment. The disarray on the pitch was palpable, prompting Liu Ting to resort to more solo efforts. As cohesion among the Bordeaux players became increasingly elusive, the young Chinese players seized the ball, advancing rapidly down the flank. Faced with Lyon's left-back Grosso, Liu feinted left, then pulled the ball back to break right. Alas, Grosso remained unmoved, swiftly intercepting Liu's attempt and passing to Juninho. A splendid play ensued, as Juninho threaded the needle with a precise pass to Benzema, who found himself one-on-one. Benzema took aim and scored. The ball found the net. What a remarkable display. With just half the first half elapsed, Lyon had surged to a 2-0 lead. At this moment, Liu Ting gazed at Grosso, the Italian left-back who had just intercepted his ball. This individual had been instrumental in Huang Jianxiang's departure from CCTV. Liu Ting vividly recalled Huang Jianxiang's fervent commentary during the 2006 World Cup. Grosso, take him on. Yes, he's done it. Penalty. Penalty. Grosso has delivered. Let's not grant the Australians any opportunities. The illustrious Italian left-back embodied the nation's proud history and tradition. In this instant, he seemed to channel the spirits of legends like Facchetti, Cabrini, and Maldini. Grosso, standing alone, represented the rich legacy of Italian football. He was not merely fighting for himself, but for the collective ethos of his nation. It was this very commentary, renowned in Chinese sports circles and widely regarded as the pinnacle of sports narration, that led to Huang Jianxiang's dismissal from CCTV. The catalyst for this upheaval was none other than Grosso, who had indeed shone brightly during the 2006 FIFA World Cup, playing a pivotal role in Italy's triumph. However, Liu Ting also recalled that Grosso had often struggled at the club level, relying on his World Cup performances to shine throughout his career. After the tournament, his stint at Inter Milan lasted merely a year before he was transferred to Lyon, where, despite being a regular starter, his performances paled in comparison to his World Cup glory. Now, he had intercepted Liu Ting's ball, which directly led to a counterattack and a subsequent goal. Liu Ting observed Alain Perrin, the coach of Lyon, clapping from the sidelines, seemingly praising Grosso. Another familiar face. Perrin took the reins of the Lyon team this summer. If there had been no changes, he would have assumed the role of head coach for the Chinese national team in 2014. He held that position for 2 years, with his most notable achievement being leading the Chinese team to a flawless group stage in the 2015 Asian Cup. However, they faced the host nation, Australia, in the quarterfinals and suffered a defeat. That tournament saw Australia crowned as champions, which cast a somewhat favorable light on the Chinese team's performance. Nevertheless, subsequent dismal losses ensued, including in 0-8 defeat to Brazil and a 1-5 humiliation against Thailand, particularly disgraceful considering the latter's status as a weaker nation. This individual truly left much to be desired. For the Chinese national team, he was undoubtedly a liability. Watching Perrin applaud Grosso, Liu Ting pondered whether the coach had deliberately devised a strategy to contain him. If so, it spoke to Perrin's acumen. It was no wonder he thrived in various Asian national teams after facing challenges in European football. Indeed, Perrin had orchestrated Grosso's assignment to counter Liu Ting, as Grosso was a defender known for his quick pace and agile turns, making him well-suited to confront Liu Ting. Currently, with Bordeaux's Cavanaghi injured, Liu Ting emerged as the most significant threat on the front line. Neutralizing him would significantly diminish Bordeaux's offensive capabilities. As the match progressed, Liu Ting found himself increasingly uncomfortable, constantly shadowed by the formidable Italian left-back. It appeared that Lyon had taken command of the Chabandelmas Stadium, with Bordeaux thoroughly subdued. The Chinese player and Bellion on the front line struggled to pose any substantial threat, and it was conceivable that Lyon could extend their 2 o'clock lead before halftime. Joseph, with a hint of schadenfreude, naturally hoped for a stellar performance from Lyon that would secure their victory. Soon, the first half concluded. Had it not been for an outstanding display by Bordeaux's goalkeeper Lame, they might have conceded even more goals. The Bordeaux team, dejected, returned to the locker room, starkly contrasting the triumphant Lyon squad. Should Bordeaux fail to show improvement in the second half, this scene would likely make headlines in tomorrow's sports section. As Liu Ting passed through the player tunnel, he heard someone shouting fervently, "Bordeaux, go and defeat the Lyonnais." Listening to the voice, Liu Ting recognized it as that of Jacques Pierre. Today, he had come to the home match, eager to witness the game in person. Liu Ting lifted his gaze and immediately spotted the slightly graying Pierre, proudly waving a championship scarf that bore the numbers commemorating the victorious season of 1999. Observing the obstinate old man, Liu Ting could only offer a wave, as the entire team appeared dejected. His solitary gesture stood out, yet it was met with an enthusiastic cheer from the multitude of fans. Their message was simple: just do not give up. In that fleeting moment, Liu Ting perceived this sentiment reflected in Jacques' eyes and heard it resonate in the voices of countless yearning supporters. Upon returning to the locker room, Branco began to elucidate the tactical adjustments for the second half. His instructions were not overly complex. However, between the lines, Liu Ting discerned an underlying message: our strength pales in comparison to that of our opponents. In the second half, play freely. If we can recover the score, splendid. If not, it matters not. As this thought settled in, Liu Ting ceased to listen to Branco's motivational words, instead contemplating how he might elude the formidable Italian left-back's defense, how to shake off that sticky grip. Soon, the 15-minute halftime passed, and the Bordeaux team returned to the pitch. Branco substituted the veteran midfielder Miku with the forward Chamak. Perhaps Branco's encouragement had resonated, or perhaps the pressure of being down by 2 goals in the first half had liberated them. But Bordeaux commenced the second half with renewed vigor, at least avoiding the complete domination they had suffered in the latter stages of the first half. It seemed Branco's adjustments had made a positive impact. Bordeaux's performance had improved significantly, engaging in a competitive exchange with Lyon. Baptiste, not a supporter of Lyon, still hoped for a thrilling match between the two teams, believing that only such a contest would do justice to this high-stakes encounter. Despite Bordeaux' resurgence, Lyon's superiority remained evident. They boasted the likes of Karim Benzema, a striker capable of partnering with Cristiano Ronaldo at Real Madrid, alongside another forward, Guvu, a player of the national team. Their midfield featured the masterful Juninho and the prodigious talent of Ben Arfa, whose name echoed alongside Benzema and Nasri. In defense, Sebastian Squillaci was also a player likely to attract interest from Arsenal in the future. 10 minutes into the second half, Bordeaux had yet to find the net. While Lyon seemed to regain control of the match, their attacks increasingly menacing. Baptiste began to harbor concerns for Bordeaux. Chapter 023. The opposite foot. As the situation on the field began to deteriorate once more, Liu Ting felt a twinge of anxiety. During one instance when Grosso advanced down the flank, Liu Ting decisively tackled him, resulting in the entire Lyon team converging upon him. This was the first time Liu Ting found himself surrounded by opponents. "Hey kid, are you looking for trouble? You scoundrel, are you trying to injure someone?" Hearing such remarks, including some derogatory insults, Liu Ting felt a slight apprehension. Yet, he could not afford to lose face. When someone shoved him, he retaliated in kind. Soon, his teammates from Bordeaux arrived. Liu Ting maintained good relations within the team, and they often enjoyed outings together. Now, they stood firmly by his side. The referee acted swiftly, separating the two sides, and Liu Ting, thanks to his recent performance, received the first yellow card of his professional career. It appeared that our Bordeaux star was being entirely contained by the Italians, leaving him somewhat frustrated. A near altercation had almost erupted, indicating that the young Chinese player still had much to learn. He was beginning to attract the attention of other teams, and it was certain that in the future, others would be assigned specifically to monitor and restrict him. If he could not surmount this hurdle, he would inevitably remain just an ordinary player. Baptiste had always been intrigued by the various incidents occurring on the field. As Liu Ting and his teammates were making their way back, Diallo pulled him aside and said, "Young man, you need not confront that Italian directly. Instead, devise a way to circumvent him. Collaborating with your teammates should unveil opportunities." There was, however, an unspoken truth in Diallo's words. With a robust midfield configuration, one could deliver exquisite passes to the forwards, thereby undermining the opponent's defense. Yet, Diallo, being the pivotal core of Bordeaux's midfield, found it difficult to voice this. For the current state of Bordeaux's midfield was rather mediocre. The team's strength lay predominantly in its attacking front, while the midfield and defense could only be deemed passable. Diallo's advice sparked a realization in Liu Ting. Why engage in a direct clash with Grosso? He could instead reposition himself to the center or the left flank. Once on the left, he could seamlessly cut inside to take a shot, a quintessential technique of the contemporary European game, where inverted wingers thrive. This style, exemplified by the left-footed Messi often drifting into central and right areas, and the right-footed Ronaldo frequently advancing down the left, is poised to dominate the future of football. Of course, both Messi and Ronaldo have transcended the role of mere inverted wingers, evolving into free-roaming forwards with a liberty to traverse the pitch. In the past, when Liu Ting first arrived at Zidane, he felt hesitant to discuss tactical arrangements with the head coach. Today, after being stifled by Grosso's defense, it was Diallo's reminder that illuminated his path forward. Liu Ting seized this opportunity to discuss a positional change with Belayon, who, devoid of any particular inclination, agreed swiftly to Liu Ting's suggestion, as he found himself equally adept on both flanks. However, scarcely had Liu Ting exchanged positions with Belayon when Bordeaux suffered yet another setback, as Lion found the net once more. In the 60th minute, the diminutive Juninho delivered a pass to Ben Arfa, who skillfully maneuvered past Planius. After drawing defenders towards him, he deftly laid the ball off to the central Swedish midfielder, Jim Karlström, who unleashed a precise shot into the far corner of the goal. Though there remained half an hour left in the match, it seemed evident that the remainder would be a mere formality. I harbored little faith in Bordeaux's capacity to mount a comeback at home. The scoreline of 3-0 effectively extinguished any hopes of revival. Joseph, a fervent Lion supporter, reveled in the outcome, and even Baptiste, who often found himself in disagreement with him, refrained from voicing any objections. Bordeaux's chances appeared utterly depleted. This goal silenced the cheers from the Bordeaux faithful and the jeers directed at Lion, with some spectators already beginning to exit the stadium. Such is the nature of the French. They flock to the stands when their team performs admirably, yet when results falter, they prefer the solace of a CAF, often only glancing at post-match reports. This tendency contributes significantly to the modest attendance figures in Ligue 1, as only a handful of clubs consistently excel. Unlike in Germany or England, where fervent support persists irrespective of a team's fortunes, even in the face of relegation. Having recently transitioned to the left flank, Liu Ting recognized the inevitable defeat in this match. The entire team appeared dispirited, and the focus now shifted to salvaging some pride at home, avoiding the embarrassment of a comprehensive defeat. In the ensuing minutes, Lion, having secured their victory, eased off the pressure, while Bordeaux's morale remained low, their attacks feeble. Liu Ting increasingly sought the ball on the left, seizing the chance to acclimatize to this new role, and his teammates were more than willing to pass to him. With the score at 0-3, no one contested possession, thus rendering Liu Ting the most active player on the pitch during this period. Commentator Baptiste noted Liu Ting's positional shift, remarking, "It appears the young Chinese player has moved to the left wing. He is predominantly right-footed." And while Europe has embraced the trend of players utilizing their weaker foot, including fullbacks, such adaptability requires both talent and practice. Without the requisite skill or training, such a hasty transition might yield even poorer performance. At first, Liu Ting found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the situation. He had not practiced extensively, having only occasionally honed his skills in the realm of mental illusions. When he suddenly shifted positions on the field, he initially fell prey to the opponent's right back, Anthony Levier, who intercepted the ball twice. However, Liu Ting quickly adapted by leveraging his memories to discover an appropriate strategy for the left flank. As he advanced into the attacking zone along the left side, his right foot proved to be more agile, making it considerably easier to cut inside. Once he maneuvered inward, he had the option to either pass to a teammate, strike at the goal directly, or continue his dribble, presenting a trifecta of threats on the pitch. Liu Ting adapted to the unconventional playing style on the field, and time seemed to pass swiftly. During this period, the match unfolded without any significant turbulence. Lion was quite satisfied with the current scoreline, while Bordeaux's morale was notably low. Liu Ting continually sought the ball, and many were eager to let him showcase his skills. Perhaps anticipating that post-match, journalists would criticize that young player for being overly individualistic, thus alleviating some of the pressure from the team's impending defeat. On the sidelines, Blanc appeared composed, seemingly waiting for the match to conclude. As the clock ticked to the 80th minute, the scoreboard still read 0-3. With the home team on the field and the away team trailing behind, Liu Ting's performance grew increasingly dynamic. Blanc, addressing his assistant Gasset, remarked, "That young man is improving remarkably. It seems he possesses a natural talent for this unconventional style. He may very well become another top star for Bordeaux." Gasset was taken aback. He had always believed the young man had potential, but he thought it would only elevate him to a level capable of playing for a prestigious club. Blanc, however, suggested that this young player could eventually emerge as a leading star, a designation reserved for true superstars. Observing Gasset's skepticism, Blanc continued, "Look, the trend in European football is shifting towards unconventional styles. Players like Messi, Ronaldo, and Robben have emerged as icons of this approach. Football is constantly evolving. In the early days, teams neglected defense, often fielding a goalkeeper and 10 forwards. When trailing, The sole goalkeeper would even rush forward to join the attack. Eventually, teams began to assign dedicated defensive players, resulting in significant success and a newfound emphasis on defense. Yet, even then, teams typically deployed 5 forwards, adhering to a 5-forward strategy without exception. As the realization dawned that 5 forwards were insufficient for defense, the quantity of forwards was reduced, paving the way for modern tactical applications in football. This marked the onset of various national leagues across Europe. In the early decades of these leagues, offense remained paramount, with defense relegated to a secondary concern, leading to numerous high-scoring matches. Many leagues, including the Champions League, witnessed significant scorelines during this era. For instance, Benfica triumphed with a staggering 10 o'clock at home and 8 o'clock away in the 65-66 Champions League, eliminating their opponents with an aggregate score of 18-0. Other notable matches included Feyenoord's 12-2 victory and several instances of 11 o'clock scorelines. Nowadays, achieving such scores against amateur teams is a rarity, even for the champions of the Champions League. Subsequently, the rise of Serie A transformed it into a miniature World Cup, where the significance of defense became undeniably apparent. Italian teams prioritized defense above all else, adhering to the philosophy that even if they could not breach their opponent's goal, they would not permit their own to be breached either. This approach ensured at least a draw, preventing defeat. Consequently, numerous European teams emulated this strategy, leading to a revelation during the World Cup that defensive teams often achieve superior results. The adage offense earns fans, while defense secures championships, emerged as a truth. In an effort to prevent matches from devolving into goalless draws decided by penalties, FIFA implemented measures such as the golden goal rule and sudden death overtime to encourage offensive play. However, these initiatives proved ineffective and were ultimately abandoned after a few years. Nonetheless, fans continued to gravitate towards attacking play, and certain teams maintained a preference for this style. Beginning in the 1990s, the concept of inverted wingers emerged, a tactic born out of necessity due to the dominance of defensive teams. Traditionally, wingers operated with their dominant foot, primarily utilizing the byline for crosses, with cutting inside being awkward. Consequently, defensive teams merely needed to safeguard their penalty area against opposing players. The pinnacle of traditional wingers was exemplified by David Beckham, who, despite his stardom and immense commercial appeal, primarily delivered crosses from the flanks or long passes from the back, with his free kicks being his most notable contribution. Beckham's tenure at Manchester United was bolstered by having a prolific striker like Ruud van Nistelrooy, who converted Beckham's assists into goals, thereby inflating Beckham's assist tally. Even a top-tier winger like Beckham required an exceptional center forward to maximize his impact, a luxury not afforded to every team, which led to the emergence of inverted wingers. Inverted wingers possess the advantage of easier cuts inside, allowing for a broader range of options after maneuvering inwards. If defenders concentrate on marking these inward cuts, it necessitates that a defender remains on the flank, inadvertently creating a gap in the defensive line. The introduction of inverted wingers presents a formidable challenge for teams that excel at winning through defense. Following years of development in inverted wingers, the role of the free-roaming forward began to take shape, wherein players are not confined to a single flank, but can operate effectively on either side or through the middle. This evolution demands players of exceptional capability, proficient in both passing and shooting, adept with both feet. Currently, the most promising free-roaming forwards in European football are Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. Even players like Arjen Robben and Frank Ribéry, while formidable, remain primarily effective as wingers. Chapter 024, Moraes Goals Blanco, having expounded at length, continued after a few moments had passed. If Liu were to exhibit talent on the inverted wing, he would undoubtedly possess the potential to become an exceptional free-roaming forward, perhaps emerging as Bordeaux's next superstar following Zidane. At this juncture, the match had reached the 85th minute, and Bordeaux still struggled to find the net. Liu Ting received a pass from Diarra near the center line and skillfully dribbled the ball forward, while Lyons right back. Anthony Arveil once again approached to defend. As the game neared its conclusion, the young Chinese player held possession on the field, facing Arveil. Liu deftly shifted to the left and accelerated, evading his opponent. As Juninho came in for support, Liu maintained his speed. Astonishingly, he executed a nutmeg, bypassing Juninho with finesse, and surged forward into the opponent's penalty area. Squillaci and Anderson closed in to encircle him, with Juninho trailing behind. What would Liu Ting do next? He continued his run with the ball as Squillaci approached for a tackle. Liu adeptly sidestepped him with a quick flick of his right foot, then executed a skillful turn to evade the sliding Scollassi. Anderson rushed in for defense, but Liu swiftly maneuvered again, accelerating past Anderson, now facing a clear path to goal. Lions goalkeeper, Victor, had no choice but to charge out. Liu, confronting the keeper, paused momentarily, feigning a shot before deftly bypassing Victor, and with an open goal before him, he scored. Goal! What a magnificent strike! This was a goal reminiscent of Maradona's brilliance. The young Chinese player, having dribbled from near the halfway line, had surpassed 5 opponents, including the Lion goalkeeper, before effortlessly slotting the ball into the empty net. This goal undoubtedly deserved to be recognized as the best of the round, and perhaps even the finest of the season in Ligue 1. At this moment, the stadium fell into a stunned silence, captivated by Liu Ting's remarkable achievement. Yet, it wasn't long before the crowd erupted in cheers. This was a nod to the modified lettering on Liu Ting's jersey. The chant quickly transformed into choo-choo. In French, the spelling of China differs from English. It is che, not cha. When combined with nu, it becomes chu, which if translated into Chinese, signifies Chinese Liu. Amidst the roaring applause, Liu Ting spread his arms wide as he ran toward the southern stands, where the devoted Bordeaux supporters were seated. Standing before them, he embraced the moment, relishing the overwhelming cheers. Journalists along the sidelines clicked their cameras incessantly, capturing the most opportune angles. Tomorrow, the headlines of French sports newspapers would undoubtedly be dominated by this young talent. Chinese reporters, who initially anticipated a fierce contest, potentially impacting the Ligue 1 championship, had expected an exceptional display from Liu Ting, only to witness Bordeaux falter at home. However, this extraordinary goal had the power to redeem everything. Liu Ting opened his arms to embrace the cheers, and soon the entire Bordeaux team rushed over, including players like Miku, who had a good rapport with Liu Ting on the bench. They all enthusiastically patted Liu Ting on the back and head, shouting, "Well done, Liu. How did you manage to score that goal? You little genius." Liu Ting felt the surge of energy coursing through him and hastily attempted to deter his teammates from their exuberant celebrations. It would be quite the farce to score such a goal, only to be rendered unconscious by the fervor of his own companions. Such occurrences are not without precedent. During the 1954 World Cup semi-final, a match pitting the formidable Hungarian team against the venerable South American powerhouse, Uruguay, serves as a cautionary tale. Hungary, led by the illustrious Pusk S, was deemed invincible, having gone over 3 years without a defeat in official matches. They were the unequivocal favorites to clinch the World Cup, having decisively trounced South Korea 9-0 and triumphed over Germany 8-3 in the group stages. Uruguay, a titan of South American football with 2 World Cup titles to their name from the first 4 tournaments, entered the match as the defending champions. Though the odds favor Hungary, as the match unfolded, it progressed according to expectations, with Hungary establishing a 2-0 lead by halftime. However, in a stunning turn of events during the second half, Uruguay's Heber scored in the 61st minute, and just before the match concluded, he netted another goal to equalize. In their exuberance, Heber's teammates rushed to celebrate, inadvertently knocking him unconscious in their fervor, necessitating his removal to a hospital for treatment. Ultimately, Hungary triumphed in extra time, scoring 2 additional goals and winning the match 4-2. The most notable incident of that World Cup, however, was the final, where Germany, previously underestimated, had suffered a 3-8 defeat to Hungary in the group stage. As the final unfolded, Hungary led 2-0 at halftime. Yet, in a remarkable turnaround, Germany scored 3 consecutive goals in the second half, securing their first World Cup championship. This event has since been immortalized as the Miracle of Bern. Following the match, Germany's national team coach, Herberger, famously remarked, "Football is round. Anything can happen." In the end, Bordeaux succumbed at home to Lyon with a score of 1-3. Yet, Liu Ting's goal became the focal point of post-match discussions, overshadowing the victorious Lion team. Liu Ting, as expected, attended the post-match press conference. When asked by a Chinese journalist about his thoughts on scoring such a magnificent goal, he expressed his joy at the achievement, yet lamented the fact that it did not contribute to a victory for the team, which he deemed a significant regret. In response to inquiries from several French reporters, Liu Ting also took a moment to contemplate the future. "We have not lost the Ligue championship this season. We still have a chance. Currently, only 10 rounds of the Ligue have been played, and a temporary lead holds little significance." Meanwhile, Alain Perrin, seated beside him, appeared rather displeased. Despite winning the match, his team conceded a spectacular goal, diverting attention toward the scorer. Perrin sharply remarked, regardless of how splendid a goal may be. If it does not assist the team in securing a win, it cannot be considered a good goal, Liu Ting candidly remarked. Even if I cannot assist the team in securing a victory, simply making the opposing coach displeased constitutes a significant achievement. The reporters below erupted in laughter, hastily jotting down this exchange, destined to become tomorrow's headline. Liu Ting's remarkable goal has, unsurprisingly, been hailed as the best goal of the round in Ligue 1, with numerous newspapers and media outlets reporting on it. Bordeaux Sport extolled Liu Ting's striking achievement. In the Ligue 1 match held last night, Bordeaux succumbed to a 1-3 defeat against Lyon. However, the young Chinese talent Liu Ting managed to score a goal reminiscent of Maradona's brilliance in the dying moments of the game, deftly maneuvering past 5 defenders to secure a goal that has nearly sealed the title of the best goal of the season in Ligue 1. Naturally, the local media in Bordeaux rallied in support of their team. Both France Football and L'Equipe reported on this extraordinary goal. L'Equipe, recognized as one of the most professional and influential sports media in Europe, featured Liu Ting for the first time. Although he had delivered commendable performances in previous matches, he had not yet reached the level that warranted dedicated coverage. Now, thanks to L'Equipe, Liu Ting has begun to garner a modicum of recognition in Europe. While Liu Ting indeed scored a splendid goal, the match ended in a defeat for Bordeaux against Lyon. Following this loss, Bordeaux slipped to 4th place in the standings with 18 points, trailing Lyon by a single point despite having played 1 fewer match. Lyon currently occupies the 2nd position, while the surprising leader is Nancy, with Le Mans also emerging as a notable contender in 3rd place. Nancy once had a Chinese player, Liu Ting, who had a brief stint with the team, and domestic reports have begun to emerge highlighting Nancy's top position in Ligue 1 with references to Liu Ting's former club. With the ever-expanding reach of the internet, Liu Ting's goal has swiftly gained traction across Europe and even back home in China. The video of Liu Ting's goal swiftly appeared on the Maopu website, titled Liu Ting Weaves Past 5, comparable to Maradona, indeed a statement that aims to astonish. Although the title may be somewhat grandiose, the goal itself was undeniably exquisite. To claim it rivals Maradona's feats, which were achieved on the grand stage of the World Cup, is a bold assertion, especially when this was merely a match in Ligue 1. Nevertheless, one must encourage our compatriots and support our own. There is only one Maradona in this world. It is disheartening to witness those who, at the slightest display of talent, hastily liken them to Pele or Maradona. The narrative surrounding Brazil and Argentina is rife with new Pele's and Maradona successors, yet criticisms are rarely directed at them, only incessant barking in the background. Such is the nature of the internet, where discussions often veer off course. Chapter 025. The match against the University City following the match against Lyon. The international break swiftly approached, and Liu Ting remained in Bordeaux. Of course, he continued his training in the realm of mental illusions during the evenings. Liu Ting felt that his training had been yielding increasingly positive results, and his goal against Lyon was a testament to his diligent practice. With 2 weeks of respite on the horizon, Liu Ting made his way to Paris to visit Seydoux. Recently, Seydoux had been filming her debut leading role, and it seemed she had successfully persuaded her family to support her dream of becoming a film star. Busy with her commitments, Seydoux could not meet Liu Ting at Orly Airport, so he ventured alone to the outskirts of Paris, where she was filming. Ella, how does it feel to be the leading lady? Liu Ting soon encountered L.A. in the suburbs of Paris. It feels absolutely fantastic, I assure you. It is no less exhilarating than scoring a goal. The two embraced and kissed naturally on set, inciting envy among the onlookers. Liu Ting naturally resided in Seydoux's room. However, Seydoux ventured out daily to film, leaving Liu Ting solitary and without the habit of observing the filming process. In the midst of boredom, Liu Ting contemplated browsing the internet. Not merely any internet, but specifically Chinese domestic websites to search for news about himself. Recently, an influx of Chinese journalists had descended upon Bordeaux, prompting him to explore what coverage existed regarding his persona. After considerable effort, he finally managed to access a Chinese website, though the internet speed was exasperatingly slow. Liu Ting conducted a search for websites and forums dedicated to football and discovered that the most prominent ones were Mop and Tieba. Upon entering Mop, he found it to be a veritable melting pot of discussions on various topics, including numerous mentions of Liu Ting himself, as well as a considerable amount of discourse surrounding Liverpool. The club's acquisition by a Hong Kong tycoon this summer has significantly heightened its visibility and interest in China. Liu Ting, intrigued, conducted a quick search and was astonished to discover that he had his own forum. Without delay, he proceeded to register an account. Upon inspecting the forum, he found that the administrator was an individual known as the programmer principal. Liu Ting swiftly reached out to him, inquiring, "Are you there, forum master? I have a request. Let me take on the role of the administrator. I am Liu Ting after all. Do you think I am foolish, or do you believe I am Liu Ting's father?" Liu Ting was infuriated. In this world, speaking the truth would forever go unheeded, and one would inevitably be taken advantage of. As an international student studying in France, I have access to numerous videos of Ligue 1 matches, which I could send to you for editing and sharing on the forum. How about you send me a video first for my review? It appears that falsehoods wield more persuasive power. Liu Ting located a recent video of the match against Lyon and attempted to send it, but the upload speed of the internet was uncertain. I have a proxy website that can expedite the process. Indeed, those adept at computer usage possess their own tricks. Liu Ting uploaded the video via that proxy site. Once I receive and confirm the authenticity of the video, I will grant you the status of a forum moderator. However, should you engage in any misconduct, such as deleting posts indiscriminately, I will not hesitate to remove you. Liu Ting's motivation for this endeavor stems from his recent encounters with various videos on cat poo, albeit of poor quality and dim resolution. This situation inevitably obscures the allure of his handsome visage. Upon further investigation, he discovered that Ligue 1 lacks significant influence. With no broadcasts available domestically, not even on local networks, the current sports streaming platforms have yet to gain traction. And even if Liu Ting's presence sparks interest in Ligue 1, locating footage of the matches proves to be a challenge. Interestingly, cat poo has managed to acquire some video snippets, though their clarity leaves much to be desired. Nevertheless, this exposure has notably elevated Liu Ting's profile, making him a somewhat renowned athlete within the country. Currently, Liu Ting aspires to share additional videos, hoping to further boost his popularity. Liu Ting spent a week in Paris before heading to Bordeaux. And after a week of indulging in the comforts of the city, it was time to return. Following this, Bordeaux faced a demanding schedule with back-to-back matches in Ligue 1 and the Europa League. Yet fortunately, Blanc opted to forego the French League Cup, alleviating some of the pressure. On October 19th, teammates who had participated in international duty gradually returned, and shortly thereafter, the entire Bordeaux squad boarded a flight to Strasbourg, where they were set to compete in the 11th round of Ligue 1 on the afternoon of the 20th. Only 3 players were called back for the national team during this international break: the team captain Diarra and 2 African players, Diawara from Senegal and Chamak from Morocco. Both Diarra and Diawara are key players. Diarra serves as the central midfield linchpin, while Diawara occupies a crucial role in defense. The trio returning from national duty would undoubtedly feel fatigued. Chamak, who is not a regular starter, holds less significance in this regard, and Diawara could afford to be rotated. However, Diarra's presence is essential, as the midfield's creative capabilities are already lacking, and without him, the forwards would suffer from a dearth of support. Fortunately, Strasbourg is merely a newly promoted team, currently sitting in 7th place in the standings, indicating a commendable performance and a promising chance of avoiding relegation this season. Strasbourg, a city in France, is prominently marked by its rich cultural and artistic atmosphere, being home to several Nobel laureates and numerous renowned European artists. For Liu Ting, the city is reminiscent of his university days. The French have a penchant for numbering their places or names, asserting that it adds a sense of logic. For instance, a Frenchman might say, "I hail from a 75, while you 92, 93, and 94 folks can admire me." Translated, this means, "I come from the capital, Paris. You from the surrounding areas are lesser beings." Each region in France has its designated number, and while universities do possess individual names, they are often referred to by their numbers, such as Paris I, Paris II, and Lyon I. In Strasbourg, one would find themselves referring to the 10th or even further universities, rendering it a veritable university town. This culturally rich city attracts artistic souls and creatives. Yet its footballing prowess remains rather average, oscillating between promotion and relegation, a rather amusing cycle. Strasbourg has not produced many famous football stars, but is home to a renowned coach whose nickname aligns perfectly with the city, the illustrious Arsene Wenger of Arsenal. Wenger, often referred to as the Professor, owes this title to his academic background, particularly his degree in economics from the University of Strasbourg. His origins in a city renowned for its scholarly atmosphere have undoubtedly played a part in shaping his identity. Furthermore, his coaching career commenced with the youth team of Strasbourg. Thus, his ascendance to a professorial status can be seen as a gesture of gratitude towards his hometown. While Strasbourg may not boast overwhelming strength as a team, their early season performance has been commendable. Conversely, Bordeaux, following national team duties, finds itself burdened with fatigued players like Diarra, which could lead to unforeseen misfortunes. When Bordeaux took to the pitch at Strasbourg's home ground, the Stade de la Masia, they were met with a modest chorus of jeers. The atmosphere in Ligue 1 lacks fervor, and the ambience in this university town is notably among the least vibrant in the league. Among the newly promoted teams, Liu Ting's most striking impression of Strasbourg is undoubtedly the rising star, Kevin Gameiro, who is poised to join Sevilla in La Liga, where he would contribute to their triumphant pursuit of a third consecutive UEFA Europa League title, transforming it into the Sevilla Cup. He would later transfer to the prestigious Atletico Madrid, the third most formidable club in La Liga. Remarkably, his name, Gameiro, encapsulates the prowess of both Messi and Ronaldo in one individual. As the match commenced, Strasbourg took the initiative in their offensive efforts. Currently, the standings reflect that they do not fear Bordeaux, with Bordeaux positioned 4th and Strasbourg 7th. The latter enjoys the advantage of playing at home. Strasbourg's offensive strategy has proven effective, with Gameiro, despite his modest height, showcasing his ability to dribble, penetrate defenses, and strike accurately, exhibiting commendable positional awareness. Bordeaux's Diarra struggled to find form, rendering their attack limp and ineffective, as they were swiftly subdued by Strasbourg. In the 15th minute, Gameiro received a precise pass from the midfield maestro, Lala, and, accelerating past Bordeaux's defender, David Mzag, unleashed a cunning shot that soared into the top left corner of the net. Just 15 minutes into the match, Strasbourg had taken the lead, leaving the Bordeaux squad appearing disoriented. The French commentators celebrated Strasbourg's goal, as victories of the underdog captivate greater interest. Observing the exuberant celebrations from the sidelines, Liu Ting felt a sense of resignation. Bordeaux's entire team seemed out of sorts. Logically, only a handful of players had participated in national team matches, yet the ripple effect had impacted the entire squad. Blanco, from the sidelines, urged calmness, emphasizing the need for stability before attempting any counterattacks. In such moments, haste could lead to vulnerabilities in defense, potentially resulting in further concessions. Strasbourg, unlike the formidable Lion, poses a challenge that Bordeaux must navigate with caution. The coach of Strasbourg on the sidelines shook his head in despair, realizing that given Bordeaux's current state, a swift counterattack could have allowed Strasbourg to score again. With Bordeaux lacking urgency, they could only wait patiently for another opportunity. After approximately 10 minutes, Bordeaux seemed to have regained their composure, prompting Strasbourg to fortify their defense. Consequently, the ensuing minutes of the first half concluded with Bordeaux's relentless yet fruitless assaults, leaving them to retreat to the locker room trailing 0-1. Chapter 26. A double strike in the visiting team's locker room. Blanco was making tactical adjustments. In the second half, Miko will take charge of the team's organization, with Diarra providing support. We must intensify our offensive efforts to secure this match. Otherwise, we risk falling behind Lion, making the pursuit of this season's league title exceedingly difficult. Blanco continued, Liu, in the second half, feel free to roam in the attacking third. Wherever opportunities arise, position yourself accordingly without needing to return to defend. Rely on. Use your speed to weave through their defense, while the fullbacks should time their offensive runs to assist. It was evident that Blanco intended to wage an all-out battle in the second half, entrusting the organizational duties to the seasoned Miko, while deploying the underperforming Diarra as a workhorse in midfield and bolstering the flanks for support, aiming to utterly dismantle the opponent's defense. As the second half commenced, Bordeaux launched a vigorous assault, with Miko orchestrating the midfield and the struggling Diarra providing effective assistance. However, it was unrealistic to expect the 35-year-old veteran to assume such responsibilities every match. Occasional support was acceptable. Bordeaux, unwilling to succumb to defeat, initiated a counteroffensive in the second half, yet Strasbourg, satisfied with their lead, also adopted a defensive counter-strategy, clearly content with their one-goal advantage over Bordeaux. The French commentator expressed regret for Strasbourg, hoping for a display of attacking football from both sides. As a newly promoted team currently positioned 7th in Ligue 1, Strasbourg maintains a humble stance, with survival as their primary objective. It is only in the latter half of the season, should they remain in 7th place, that aspirations for European competition may arise. Bordeaux commenced a relentless assault. In the 48th minute, Lion surged into the penalty area with remarkable speed, but his shot veered off target. 5 minutes later, Liu Ting advanced rapidly down the left flank, cutting inside to strike, only to be met by a phenomenal save from the opposing goalkeeper, Sade. In the 55th minute, Miko delivered a penetrating pass to Liu Ting, who, after drawing defenders, deftly flicked the ball to Lion. Unfortunately, despite having a significant portion of the goal at his mercy, Lion's header was directed straight into the goalkeeper's arms. On the sidelines, Branco was visibly incensed. Failing to convert chances would only embolden Strasbourg's resolve in counterattacks, making the game increasingly challenging. Since the onset of the second half, Bordeaux had relentlessly pressed for over 10 minutes, and should they fail to score soon, their momentum would surely wane, necessitating a temporary retreat to regroup for the next offensive. The French commentator shared his concerns for Bordeaux. Bordeaux's attack surged again as Joliet passed to Diarra, who then relayed the ball to Miko. Miko played a through ball to Liu, who, without turning, executed a clever back heel flick to the onrushing Lion. With no immediate defenders in sight, Lion unleashed a shot that unfortunately struck the crossbar and rebounded. However, the Chinese player was already positioned to capitalize on a loose ball, calmly directing a shot into the far corner. The Strasbourg goalkeeper, K. Sade, still recovering from his previous save, could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled into the net. Following the goal, Liu Ting celebrated with Lion, showcasing the backheel technique he had learned from Ronaldinho during his time at Barcelona, undoubtedly effective. In the 60th minute, Liu Ting's follow-up shot equalized the score at 1-1. This goal posed a challenge for Strasbourg, raising questions about the adjustments their coach might implement. The French commentator, who had just celebrated Bordeaux's goal, soon found himself concerned for Strasbourg. He had perhaps overestimated Strasbourg's determination. Even securing a single point at home would not dampen their spirits. Following Bordeaux's goal, Strasbourg's defensive resolve intensified, seemingly intent on preventing any further goals from Bordeaux. As Strasbourg fortified their defenses, Bordeaux's attempts to penetrate were met with resistance, leading them to slow their pace. The score remained locked at 1-1 as the match approached the 80th minute, and on the sidelines, Blanc began to show signs of anxiety, knowing that this contest was crucial to secure victory. Confronted with Strasbourg's formidable defensive line, Bordeaux found themselves at an impasse, prompting Blanc to instruct his players to pass more frequently to Liu Ting, hoping for a breakthrough from him to create an opportunity. Liu Ting began to receive passes incessantly on the left flank, understanding that his breakthrough was a means to dismantle the opponent's swarm tactics. Currently, Bordeaux's Kavanaghi, who possesses a knack for seizing opportunities within the penalty area, is injured, and Wendell, known for his long-range shooting, is not in optimal form today. In the face of a defensive strategy akin to a bus parked in front of the goal, reliance solely rests upon Liu Ting. Liu Ting received the pass from Miku once more, swiftly advancing towards the vicinity of the penalty area, where he elegantly cut inside. Strasbourg's defense was straightforward, simply obstructing the space within the box. Liu Ting effortlessly seized the opportunity to maneuver inward. Upon entering the penalty area, two defenders quickly converged upon him. Liu Ting skillfully evaded one, only to have the ball intercepted by another who had come in for support. Indeed, breaching a densely packed defense remains a conundrum faced by teams across the globe. Liu Ting encountered two challenges, yet failed to penetrate the opposing penalty area, prompting an increasingly animated response from Blanco on the sidelines. After a brief interval of 5 minutes, Liu Ting once again seized the ball, this time shifting towards the central lane. He skillfully maneuvered past Strasbourg's midfielder, Pascal Johansson, only to be confronted by two defenders from Strasbourg pressing him. Undeterred, Liu Ting faced the French defender, Manuel Santos, deftly flicking the ball with his right foot to the left, evading his opponent, before swiftly returning the ball with his left foot, outwitting the advancing Habib Ibrahim. He then unleashed a powerful long-range shot, positioned at the edge of the opponent's penalty area. Liu evaded Santos with a quick feint, and then executed another deft move to evade the pressing Ibrahim, sending a magnificent long-range strike towards the goal. The ball struck the ground before soaring into the net, leaving Strasbourg's goalkeeper, Cassard, with no choice but to watch helplessly as it sailed over his outstretched hands. The young Chinese player has been in exceptional form lately, scoring in consecutive league matches. In the previous round, he netted an extraordinary goal after dribbling past 5 defenders. And in this match, he achieved a brace. The final goal, a stunning long-range strike past 2 defenders, proved to be the match winner, securing 3 vital points for Bordeaux away from home. The French commentators erupted in cheers for Liu Ting. Liu Ting, exhilarated after scoring, dashed across the pitch in jubilation. This marked his inaugural brace, particularly significant as he salvaged the team during a challenging moment. The sensation was overwhelming, as if he could soar into the sky with outstretched arms. Liu Ting celebrated exuberantly on the field, while Blanco on the sidelines waved his hands in jubilation. This goal was truly significant, enabling Bordeaux to closely pursue Lyon in the contest for the League championship without falling too far behind. As Liu Ting and his teammates reveled in their triumph, the referee intervened, halting their celebration due to its prolonged duration. The match had reached the 88th minute, and Bordeaux merely needed to defend their slender lead. Upon the resumption of play, Strasbourg launched a counteroffensive. While a draw at home would have been satisfactory, failing to secure any points would render them dissatisfied. Blanco began to employ the remaining substitutions to waste time, bringing on defender Diawara in place of Argentine midfielder Alessandro Alonso. Alonso moved sluggishly, reminiscent of a snail, prompting jeers from the Strasbourg supporters, and Diawara immediately assumed the role of Alonso's sluggish counterpart. In the end, Bordeaux triumphed over Strasbourg with a score of 2-1, thanks to Liu Ting's brace. Although the journey was arduous, the 3 points were ultimately secured. Following the match, the entire Bordeaux squad prepared to fly back to their city. As they were set to face Turkish side Galatasaray in the first round of the UEFA Europa League group stage in just 5 days, Blanco aimed to guide the team back to optimal form, particularly for Diallo, as the midfield organization could not rest solely on the shoulders of the aging Miku, whose performance remained inconsistent. Having shown promise in this match, his form for the next remained uncertain. After this round of Ligue 1, Liu Ting's last-minute goal against Strasbourg was once again awarded the title of the best goal of the round, marking his consecutive recognition for 2 rounds. While this may not be a monumental accolade, it certainly enhanced Liu Ting's burgeoning reputation. Upon returning to Bordeaux, the entire team focused their efforts on preparing for the upcoming Europa League match. Bordeaux found itself fortunate, as it did not draw the away match against the Turkish team. Galatasaray, the latter's home ground, the Ali Sami Yen Stadium, is renowned throughout Europe as a veritable fortress, often referred to as hell. For visiting teams, it truly embodies a nightmarish venue. The fervent home supporters create an electrifying atmosphere filled with flares, smoke, drums, flags, and massive banners that envelop the stadium, leaving the away players quaking in their boots. The crimson lights, coupled with the pervasive fog, indeed conjure an image reminiscent of hell itself. In this daunting arena, Galatasaray has triumphed over esteemed clubs such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, and AC Milan. The most notable victory occurred during the 1999-2000 UEFA Champions League season when they defeated AC Milan. At that time, with only 1 round left in the group stage, AC Milan sat third with 6 points, while Germany's Hertha Berlin held second place with 8 points. In the final round, Hertha was set to face group leaders Chelsea away, a match they were likely to lose. AC Milan needed only to conquer the last-placed Galatasaray, who had a mere 4 points, to overtake Hertha and secure advancement. However, on the eve of the match, AC Milan was kept awake by the relentless drumming and cheering of Galatasaray supporters outside their hotel. The next day, fatigued and unprepared, they faltered in the hellish atmosphere of the stadium, succumbing to a 2-3 defeat despite their superior strength. This outcome allowed Hertha Berlin to advance after their defeat by Chelsea, while Galatasaray seized the opportunity to surpass AC Milan and enter the UEFA Cup. That year, Galatasaray utilized their status as third in the Champions League group to compete in the UEFA Cup, ultimately claiming the title and becoming the first Turkish club to achieve European glory. They also secured the Turkish treble that year, and the following season, they triumphed over UEFA Champions League winners Real Madrid in the European Super Cup. Chapter 027. A star who does not aspire to be president is not a true star. Galatasaray may not boast exceptional strength, yet their formidable home ground remains a source of trepidation. Bordeaux's avoidance of a match at the Ali Sami Yen Stadium is indeed a stroke of luck. Although losing to Galatasaray would not significantly jeopardize Bordeaux's chances of progressing in the UEFA Cup, beginning the group stage with a defeat remains a disheartening prospect. Outside the Clairefontaine training facility, Liu Ting found himself once again in the spotlight, being interviewed by Chinese journalists. It appears that Liu Ting is poised to make his debut as a starter in the upcoming UEFA Europa League match, a matter of great interest to Chinese football fans. Despite his Monaco nationality, Liu Ting possesses a significant amount of Chinese heritage, and his impressive performances serve as a glimmer of hope for Chinese football during its darker days. His Chinese roots have led European media to affectionately refer to him as the Chinese boy. In contemporary China, fans have found yet another reason to celebrate, as the newly established Tingshuan Video has announced that it has acquired the broadcasting rights for this year's UEFA Europa League. The platform will stream the matches of the 2007-2008 UEFA Europa League season and has invited renowned commentators from CCTV to provide live commentary. This is indeed a momentous occasion for Chinese football enthusiasts, as Tungshuan's broadcast will ensure that matches featuring Bordeaux receive due attention, allowing fans to witness the Europa League for the first time. While the Champions League has been available for viewing domestically, the Europa League and Ligue 1 have not, leaving many fans to rely on news reports or unclear video snippets to keep abreast of Liu Ting's progress. However, recently, Liu Ting's fan community on social media has begun to flourish, as it offers clear footage of Ligue 1 matches, particularly those involving Liu Ting himself. This surge in popularity has swiftly transformed the forum into a gathering place for his supporters. This was Liu Ting's initial intention, to cultivate a dedicated fan base rapidly. On October 25, 2007, the UEFA Europa League group stage match between Bordeaux and Galatasaray is set to take place at the home ground of Bordeaux. In recent matches, Liu Ting has exhibited remarkable performance, garnering increasing fame in Bordeaux. The cheers he receives upon entering the field are second only to those of Miku and Diarra. Miku is celebrated for having aided Bordeaux in clinching the Ligue 1 title years ago, and he has now returned to contribute his final reserves of energy to the club. Diarra, a player of the French national team, is regarded as one of the finest midfielders to emerge in France following the retirements of legends such as Vieira and Zidane. However, while Diarra continues to shine at the club level, he has not replicated this success on the international stage, yet he remains the primary star of Bordeaux. Liu Ting's ascent has swiftly endeared him to the Bordeaux supporters, as his playing style is notably elegant and characterized by agile dribbling, which resonates well with the fans. Galatasaray has also taken to the field, and upon observing their lineup, Liu Ting recognizes Hakan Kr, who is arguably Turkey's most illustrious footballer. Famously known as the Bull of the Bosporus. Once one of Europe's prominent strikers, he led Galatasaray to triumph in the UEFA Cup in 2000, alongside domestic league and cup victories, thus achieving a coveted treble. Subsequently, he transferred to Serie A clubs such as Parma and Inter Milan, as well as Blackburn in the Premier League, though these moves were not particularly successful. Hakan Kr has left an impression as a dominant force within Turkey, yet has faltered when competing abroad. During the 2002 World Cup, Hakan Kr found himself in a prolonged goal drought, yet Turkey advanced to the semi-finals. After suffering a loss to the eventual champions, Brazil, Turkish media criticized Kr for failing to score while occupying a starting position. However, in the third-place match against South Korea, he scored a goal just 11 seconds after kickoff, a record that endures as the fastest goal in World Cup history. It is noteworthy that during that World Cup, the Chinese national team made its inaugural appearance in the tournament's final stages. In the group stage, they were drawn alongside Brazil, Turkey, and Costa Rica, with the media hailing it as a favorable draw, claiming that only Brazil posed a significant challenge while the others were manageable. However, the Chinese team faced a harsh reality check as they were unable to progress. In hindsight, the group contained both a champion and a third-place finisher, revealing that it was indeed a group of death rather than a favorable draw. Yet, gazing at Hakan Kr, Liu Ting is struck by the realization that he is destined to encounter formidable challenges ahead. Around 2016, Hakan Kr was placed on Turkey's most wanted list due to his alleged involvement in the armed coup attempt. One might ponder why a footballer, after retiring, cannot simply enjoy the pleasures of travel around the globe instead of engaging in a coup, as if aspiring to the presidency. However, it appears that many retired football stars harbor ambitions of political office. The former World Footballer of the Year, George Weah from Liberia, returned to his homeland after retirement to serve his country, making several attempts to run for the presidency. Similarly, Andriy Shevchenko, the Ballon d'Or winner, has also sought to enter politics in Ukraine. Yet, before our esteemed Ballon d'Or winner could make his mark, President Putin declared Ukraine an inseparable part of Russia. Additionally, Brazilian star Rom Rio, known as the King of the Box, and French footballer Eric Cantona have also announced their intentions to run for president, although the ballot results indicate their candidacies were more comedic than serious. In summary, one might conclude that a footballer who does not aspire to the presidency is not a true football star. Greetings to our dear audience. We are now witnessing the UEFA Cup group stage match of the 2007 to 2008 season, where Bordeaux is hosting Galatasaray. I am your commentator, Liu Jinhong. Bordeaux has deployed a 4-4-2 formation with defenders Jules, Planis, Jamali, and Cham from left to right. The midfield consists of veteran Miku, Diarra, Wendell, and defensive midfielder Fernando, while the forward line features Liu Ting and Bellion, who previously played for Manchester United. At this moment, fans in China are enjoying the live broadcast of the match on Tencent, which has enlisted CCTV commentator Liu Ting to provide insights into the UEFA Cup. Following the kickoff, both teams engaged in tentative attacks, as Bordeaux and Galatasaray are regarded as the strongest teams in this group. After approximately 10 minutes of probing, Bordeaux began to push forward in attack, while Galatasaray opted for a more conservative approach, resembling a defensive counterattack. Galatasaray's forward line includes Hakan Kr and Congolese striker Sabanananda, who has previously played in Ligue 1 and was part of the Monaco squad that reached the Champions League final, also earning the title of Ligue 1's top scorer. Following 2 years in Serie A with Roma, he transferred to Turkey. Both veterans, Nanda and Kr, are the most prominent players in Galatasaray, possessing considerable skill and experience. Meanwhile, within the ranks of Galatasaray, there lies the young talent Arda Turan, who later made his name at Atletico Madrid before transferring to Barcelona for a staggering 34 million, only to become a disappointment there. In the 20th minute, Bordeaux pressed forward in an offensive surge. Diarra and Liu Ting executed a wall pass, after which Diarra sent a precise through ball to Bellion. However, under the pressure of the opposing defenders, Bellion's shot lacked power and was effortlessly collected by the goalkeeper, who promptly launched a counterattack with a quick throw. Galatasaray's counter was swift and decisive, as the goalkeeper threw the ball to defender Thomas, who then passed to midfielder Ayhan Akman. Akman launched a long ball towards Hakan Şükür, whose pace posed a significant threat. Bordeaux had yet to regroup, and Şükür entered the penalty area with only Diarra in pursuit. Şükür made his move, and Diarra brought him down. The referee's decision regarding a penalty appeared inevitable, yet remained uncertain whether a red card would be issued, leaving Bordeaux's Liu Ting in a state of regret. Both teams surrounded the referee, as this ruling would undoubtedly influence the outcome of the match. Should Diarra receive a red card, Bordeaux, already a man down and facing a penalty, would be all but defeated. Conversely, if only a yellow card was issued, there remained time for Bordeaux to equalize or even surpass their opponents. This was undoubtedly a red card. I would have faced the goalkeeper directly, as he had pulled me down within the penalty area. Hakan Şükür exclaimed in anger towards the referee. He had not fully entered the box. It was merely a routine foul, hardly warranting a card. Diarra, serving as captain, engaged in dialogue with the referee. Both teams endeavored to sway the referee's judgment, yet ultimately, the decision lay in the hands of the official. The referee produced a card, revealing it to be yellow. Bordeaux's defender Diarra received a yellow card, while Galatasaray was awarded a penalty. Although this was an unfavorable outcome for Bordeaux, the silver lining was the absence of a red card. Had they faced both a penalty and a red card, Bordeaux's chances of victory on home ground would have been nearly extinguished. The referee, perhaps considering the spectacle of the match, chose not to resolve the suspense prematurely. Liu Ting rejoices for Bordeaux. Sabani Nonda steps up to take the penalty, and the ball confidently soars into the net, extinguishing any flicker of hope for the Bordeaux fans who dared to entertain thoughts of fortune. In the 22nd minute, Nonda's penalty finds the back of the net, leaving Bordeaux trailing 0-1 against Galatasaray at home. Chapter 28. The two-decade veteran fan of Bordeaux, after falling behind, Blanco, on the sidelines, did not urge a retreat. Instead, he gestured for continued aggression. This is Bordeaux's home ground, and trailing by a single goal is not a daunting prospect. Having rested well prior to the match, they possess the capability to equalize. Bordeaux launches an all-out attack, and the atmosphere becomes tense in front of Galatasaray's goal. In the 27th minute, left-back Jaladi surged forward to assist. Liu Ting received the pass, evaded an opposing defender, but his shot was deflected by the goalkeeper's thigh. Bellion, arriving late for the follow-up, was thwarted as the ball was cleared. By the 30th minute, Liu Ting returned the ball to Diarra at the edge of the penalty area, but Diarra's long-range effort sailed over the crossbar. In the 33rd minute, Bellion darted into the penalty area, only to find a shooting angle blocked by a defender. His forced attempt was repelled, and Liu Ting, positioned on the opposite side, could only shake his head in frustration. This incident incited Blanco's ire on the sidelines. Had the ball been passed, it would have been a promising opportunity. Unfortunately, time cannot be reversed. By the 40th minute, Galatasaray's counterattack nearly resulted in a goal, with Turan's shot striking the post and rebounding out of play. Galatasaray's counters are indeed sharp, sending chills down Blanco's spine. Yet the only option is to persist in their offensive efforts. During this period, Chinese fans felt a surge of joy as Bordeaux's assault intensified, and Liu Ting showcased moments of brilliance. The only disappointment was that Bordeaux had yet to level the score. However, The on-field dynamics suggested that a breakthrough could come with the next attack, as Galatasaray's defense appeared precarious. It seems Bordeaux intends to maintain their offensive onslaught until the halftime whistle. As the match clock ticked to the 42nd minute, Bordeaux pressed forward once more. Miku and Diawara executed a delightful 1-2, with Miku passing to Liu Ting, who returned the ball. Miku, without breaking stride, delivered a half volley into the box. Liu Ting, with remarkable agility, outmaneuvered his marker, controlling the ball with his chest before unleashing a shot that found the net. The Galatasaray goalkeeper was caught off guard, marking a perfect synergy between Miku's playmaking finesse and Liu Ting's individual prowess. In his youth, Miku often delivered such exquisite passes in the Bundesliga with Werder Bremen, leading a cadre of young players to triumph over Bayern. Regrettably, age has dulled his once constant brilliance, leaving him to shine only occasionally. Liu Jianhong, in the midst of his discourse, inadvertently became an advocate for Miku. In the 42nd minute, Liu Ting received a pass from Miku within the penalty area and scored, leveling the match at 1-1 for Bordeaux. The digression of Liu Jianhong has incited a barrage of criticism from numerous fans of Liu Ting, who exclaimed, "Is there something amiss with Liu Jianhong?" This goal was undeniably a result of Liu Ting's erratic positioning. They lamented his incessant praise for Miku, stating that one must become accustomed to such commentary. Even the commendable Huang Jinxiang has faced dismissal. I believe it would be prudent for the team to invite Huang Jinxiang back for commentary. As a supporter of Miku for 2 decades, this goal exemplifies Miku's prowess, reminiscent of the spirited player from yesteryears, evoking tears of nostalgia. In an instant, many longtime fans of Miku re-emerged. After Liu Ting's goal, neither side pressed forward with their attacks, and soon the halftime break arrived. In a locker room during the intermission, Blanco had but one request: to intensify their offensive strategy in the second half, aiming to secure victory in the match. As the second half commenced, both teams resumed play. It appeared that Bordeaux continued to prioritize their offensive maneuvers, while Galatasaray persisted with their defensive counterattack strategy. Liu Jianhong established a defining tone for the second half of the match. In the 48th minute, Bellion received a pass from Diawara and scored with a header, finding the back of the net once more. Liu Jianhong, seizing the moment during the attacking pause, narrated a jest about Bellion. It was reported by the local media in Bordeaux that Bellion's heading ability was so remarkable it could propel the ball directly into the Atlantic Ocean. A hyperbolic jest aimed at mocking Bellion's aerial prowess, given that Bordeaux is situated on the coastline. In the 53rd minute, Galatasaray's counterattack surged once more towards the Bordeaux penalty area, yet a hasty long-range shot from Nongda brought the endeavor to a swift conclusion. By the 55th minute, Liu Ting also attempted a long-range strike from the edge of the opponent's box, but alas, it bore no fruit. In the 65th minute, after a wall pass with Miku, Liu Ting penetrated the penalty area, yet a shot was met with a swift reaction from the opposing goalkeeper, who deflected it out for a corner. Bordeaux earned their 6th corner of the match, having failed to capitalize on the previous attempts. One could only wonder if this occasion would yield a different outcome. The commentary of Liu Jianhong resonates once more. Bordeaux is awarded a corner taken by Miku. Both teams ready themselves in the penalty area as Miku delivers the ball with exquisite curve. At the near post, Diawara seizes a splendid opportunity. His header is directed towards the goal, where Liu Ting emerges to meet it. The ball finds a net, an excellent goal. Liu Ting, positioned perfectly, converts Diawara's header with a precise shot into the near corner, too close for the opposing goalkeeper to react. Liu Ting scores twice in the UEFA Europa League group stage, propelling Bordeaux to a comeback against Galatasaray. In the 66th minute, Liu Ting receives a pass from Diawara and strikes decisively to secure a 2-1 lead for Bordeaux. After Liu Ting's shot, he felt a forceful push from behind, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. He recognized it was a Galatasaray player who had rushed in to defend, but alas, it was too late. Upon witnessing the ball find the net, Liu Ting sprang to his feet and dashed to the sidelines to celebrate, arms outstretched as he glided through the air, embraced by the thunderous cheers of the crowd, resonating with the chant of "Choo, choo, choo." Following this goal, Galatasaray was compelled to advance their offensive strategy. A draw was acceptable, but trailing necessitated a shift away from defensive counterattacks. As Galatasaray pressed forward, Bordeaux, adhering to Blanc's directives, began to appropriately retract, yet not to the extent of a desperate defense within their penalty area. Instead, they maintained a moderate defensive posture, leveraging the speed of Bellion and Liu Ting for counterattacks. Galatasaray's offense posed minimal threat. Perhaps it was the first match of the group stage, where either side could tolerate a loss, as it was relatively easy for 3 out of 5 teams to progress. Consequently, Galatasaray's attacks appeared somewhat tentative, and time was fleeting. In the 80th minute, Liu Ting was substituted by Obertan, receiving a warm ovation from the Bordeaux fans as he exited the field. Currently, Obertan no longer poses a significant challenge to Liu Ting, as the forward line of Bordeaux is densely populated. Nonetheless, Obertan has not been relegated back to the youth team, possibly due to the advantages afforded by his Bordeaux youth training background. However, this does not threaten Liu Ting's position as a starter. Rather, it is the Brazilian forward, Vieira, who has become a marginal figure in the team's attack. After Liu Ting's departure from the field, Bellion sees an opportunity in the 86th minute to score during a rapid counterattack following Galatasaray's offensive push. Ultimately, Bordeaux triumphed over the Turkish team Galatasaray with a score of 3-1, marking their inaugural victory in the UEFA Europa League group stage. Recently, Zhang Qiming has felt quite fortunate. In his efforts to establish a Liu Ting fan club, he encountered a French exchange student willing to share videos of Liu Ting's matches in Ligue 1, which brought him great joy. These videos rapidly invigorated the Liu Ting fan club, attracting a devoted following of supporters. Furthermore, just a few days ago, Tencent Sports unexpectedly announced that they would broadcast matches from the Europa League, which delighted many fans, particularly Liu Ting supporters, who could finally watch live matches rather than just fragmented video clips with incomprehensible French commentary. Indeed, last night, Tencent Sports did broadcast the Europa League group match between Bordeaux and Galatasaray. Zhang Qiming stayed up late to watch, elated as he witnessed Bordeaux defeat Galatasaray and Liu Ting's adept dribbling, agile positioning, and impressive technical skills. This victory was particularly gratifying given that Galatasaray is a Turkish team. Back in the World Cup group stage, the Chinese team suffered a 0-3 defeat against Turkey, whose star player at the time was Hakan Kr, now of Galatasaray. Watching Bordeaux conquer Galatasaray felt akin to a victory for the Chinese team over Turkey. The only downside was that staying up late to watch the match left Zhang Qiming in poor condition for work the next day, resulting in a reprimand from his supervisor. Yet he considered this a minor inconvenience. Upon returning home from work in the afternoon, Zhang Qiming eagerly logged into the fan forum to see the discussions surrounding the previous night's match. Indeed, he quickly discovered numerous posts celebrating Bordeaux's win, praising Liu Ting's 2 goals, as well as contributions from players like Mika Diallo. As he browsed through various threads, the conversation soon shifted to the topic of longtime Bordeaux fans. Watching the Europa League last night was exhilarating. Bordeaux's performance was flawless. This year, they might just clinch the Ligue 1 championship or even the Europa League title, bringing solace to a devoted Bordeaux fan of 20 years. As a longtime Bordeaux supporter, you must be one of those older gentlemen from that era. I became a fan when Zidane played for Bordeaux. Oh, please. Back then, seeing Bordeaux play was a rarity. Zidane's fame was primarily noted within France. Few outside the country were aware of him. If you couldn't watch the matches, you could at least read about them in the newspapers. Why insist on watching live? As a result, the Liu Ting fan club unexpectedly gained a substantial number of longtime Bordeaux supporters who claimed to have followed the team since Zidane's rise to prominence, even igniting a surge of activity in the Bordeaux fan forum. Zhang Qiming found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Domestic fans tend to gravitate towards teams with strong records and notoriety, and when an obscure team suddenly gains recognition, a plethora of self-proclaimed longtime fans appear. Zhang Qiming was unaware that in the future, the underdog Leicester City would achieve a legendary victory by clinching the Premier League title, instantly giving rise to a plethora of longtime Leicester City supporters across the nation. Chapter 029. Contract renewal 3 days following Bordeaux's match in the Europa League. They would face the visiting Valenciennes in the 12th round of Ligue 1. Presently, Lyon, having secured victory in their rescheduled match, leads the league table with 25 points, followed closely by Nancy with 24 points and Rennes with 21 points. Bordeaux also has 21 points but sits 4th due to a disadvantage in goal difference, trailing Lyon by 4 points. This season has witnessed the emergence of surprise contenders in Ligue 1, with Nancy in 2nd and Rennes in 3rd, both of whom are not typically considered traditional powerhouses. Meanwhile, the traditional giants Paris Saint-Germain and Monaco have faltered, with Monaco initially performing well and briefly occupying 2nd place, only to decline after suffering a defeat to Bordeaux in the 7th round, subsequently falling to mid-table after a streak of 5 consecutive losses. Speculation regarding the potential dismissal of Monaco's coach, Gomez, has begun to circulate in the media. Additionally, Marseille, another traditional powerhouse participating in the Champions League, finds itself in the relegation zone, currently ranked 18th. The only enduring traditional teams appear to be Lyon and Bordeaux, with most media outlets predicting that the league title this season will be contested between them. The objective for the surprise teams should be to secure a top-3 finish for Champions League qualification or merely a spot in European competition. Last season's dark horse, Toulouse, held the top position early in the season but finished third, much to the delight of their supporters who look forward to participating in the Champions League. Unfortunately, they faced the English powerhouse Liverpool in the qualification rounds and were decisively defeated 5-0, ending their Champions League aspirations prematurely. As it stands, Lyon holds a favorable position in the title race, with both teams also engaged in European competitions. However, Bordeaux can afford to forfeit the Europa League, which is a significant advantage. Historically, no French team has ever claimed the Europa League title, yet is often looked down upon, reflecting its current status. In this round, Bordeaux's opponent, Valenciennes, is also a dark horse, currently sitting 6th with 18 points, just 1 point shy of Bordeaux. However, the hallmark of a dark horse is their inconsistency. They can triumph over any team when in form or falter against any opponent when out of sorts. In this instance, Valenciennes clearly fell into the latter category, allowing Bordeaux to claim a comfortable victory at home. In the 37th minute, Liu Ting received a pass from Diarra in the penalty area, evaded the opposing defender, and scored, giving Bordeaux the lead at 1-0. Liu's recent form has been exceptional, having scored in 4 consecutive matches, totaling 6 goals in those games. He is currently unstoppable. Adrien Baptiste provided commentary for this match, beginning to cheer for Liu Ting. In the 45th minute, Liu Ting once again penetrated the penalty area, drawing defenders before passing to Bellion, who effortlessly found the back of the net. Bellion is quite reliable in front of goal when not heading the ball. As the first half concluded, Bordeaux returned to the locker room with a 2-0 lead. In this match, Valenciennes failed to exhibit the prowess expected of a 6th-ranked underdog, appearing utterly lost in the enchanting ambience of Bordeaux's Chaban-Delmas Stadium, seemingly entranced by the region's exquisite red wines. The second half saw little improvement for Valenciennes, as their form remained elusive. Had it not been for Diarra's unfortunate own goal in the 78th minute, Valenciennes would have suffered a far more humiliating defeat. Ultimately, Bordeaux triumphed over Valenciennes with a score of 2-1, continuing their pursuit of Lyon. Following this round of fixtures, the top 4 teams in the standings emerged victorious, leaving the rankings unchanged. After the conclusion of this round, Liu Ting received notification from the club, instructing his agent to discuss contract renewal matters. Presently, Liu Ting is earning the lowest salary among Bordeaux's first team, with an annual income of only €200,000, a contract duration of just 2 years, and a mere €3 million release clause. Other clubs could easily lure Liu Ting away for the modest sum of $3 million, provided they gain his interest. Should such a scenario unfold, it would undoubtedly represent a significant loss for Bordeaux. Unlike the Premier League, which benefits from substantial annual broadcasting revenues, or La Liga and Serie A, which attract considerable sponsorship, Ligue 1 relies on nurturing talent for profit through sales. This holds true even for a formidable team like Bordeaux. Through his recent performances, Liu Ting's market value has surged from several €100,000 to over $6 million. Reports suggest that other teams are keenly observing him, considering the direct payment of his release clause as a straightforward approach to securing his services. Bordeaux must promptly negotiate a new contract with Liu Ting, increasing his salary while revising the contract duration and release clause. In fact, if Liu Ting has already established contact with other clubs and reached an agreement, he could opt not to renew and instead depart during the winter transfer window. However, Liu Ting has yet to entertain such thoughts. This course of action would undoubtedly lead to a rupture with Bordeaux. Liu Ting is currently enjoying a satisfactory tenure here, and Laurent Blanc proves to be an admirable coach. Remaining for another year could potentially yield some accolades, and discussions of departure can be postponed until summer. Thus, extending Liu Ting's contract is a welcome prospect. A player's salary often reflects the degree of appreciation from the club. The more a player is valued, the higher their remuneration. Naturally, Liu Ting requires a salary increase to affirm his standing within the team, as his current recognition stems largely from Blanc's trust and his commendable performances. Blanc's acquisition of Liu Ting on a free transfer has bolstered his stature within the Bordeaux squad. By securing a remarkably talented young player without financial expenditure, alongside achieving respectable results, he has solidified his position as head coach. Local media in Bordeaux have begun to laud Blanc for his discerning eye, celebrating the revival of a player once discarded by Barcelona. Some even mock Barcelona for relinquishing such a promising talent. Nevertheless, Barcelona remains unfazed. La Masia is abundant with prodigies, and Liu Ting's market value currently stands at merely 6 million. Even Barcelona's recent academy graduate, who has yet to make an official appearance for the team, bears a similar valuation. This illustrates the advantage that comes with the La Masia pedigree. Consequently, Liu Ting's performances have not yet captured their attention. After all, a player overlooked by La Masia performing commendably in Ligue 1 inadvertently enhances La Masia's reputation. The following day, Liu Ting met with Schiller Wagner. "Schiller, how have you been lately?" Liu Ting greeted his agent naturally. "Quite well. Receiving the contract renewal notice from Bordeaux has made things even better." Recently, Schiller Wagner has indeed been in high spirits, as Liu Ting's performances have elevated Wagner's standing within the agency. Liu Ting has now become one of the agency's key clients, officially recognized by the owner as someone to be taken seriously. This is largely due to Liu Ting's age and background. A player who excels at just 18 years old in a formidable Ligue 1 team has a vastly different trajectory than one who only secures a starting position at 28. Furthermore, Liu Ting's Chinese heritage could serve as a gateway to the Chinese and even Asian markets if fortune favors him. Thus, the agency is keen to prioritize him. Regarding the renewal, you should first discuss it with the club. Once you've made substantial progress, present it to me for review. If all is satisfactory, we can proceed to sign. The salary and bonuses need only reflect my contributions to the team. Liu Ting does not hold high expectations regarding his salary. He merely seeks to affirm his standing within the team. Wagner understands that this client's modest salary requirements are a common trait among players from well-off families, where the primary concern is to establish one's position and achieve success. Unlike many players hailing from impoverished South American backgrounds, for whom financial remuneration is of paramount importance. Wagner continued, "There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. A club has approached me, intending to pay your release clause and entice you away. I would like to know your thoughts on this." Liu Ting finds it somewhat peculiar that this club emerged merely a fortnight after he scored that extraordinary goal. It is a haven for those who trade in young talents, with offers of €3 million to gamble on his potential. Clubs like Bordeaux from the Portuguese League, Sevilla from La Liga, and Udinese from Serie A have all sought his signature, but Liu Ting had previously instructed Wagner to decline their advances. The strength of those teams does not significantly surpass that of Bordeaux, and he would need to acclimatize anew while earning the trust of a new head coach. Currently, he enjoys the confidence of Blanc at Bordeaux, making a switch unnecessary, especially as Liu Ting has already mapped out his future. Now, with Wagner bringing up the topic once more, it must be a commendable club, distinct from those talent trading establishments. Curiously, Liu Ting inquired about the identity of his club. "It's Arsenal from the Premier League," Wagner replied. "This is unlike the previous clubs. It is a prestigious establishment, and Wenger is renowned for nurturing young players. Thus, perhaps it is worth considering," Wagner suggested. Liu Ting did not anticipate that he would catch Wenger's eye, which could be considered a fortunate occurrence. Nearly all football stars, prior to their full maturation, have nearly been signed by Wenger. Notable instances include the likes of Cruyff, Cristiano Ronaldo, Ibrahimovic, Messi, Piqué, and Yaya Toure. In fact, the subsequent list includes Bale, Kompany, Pogba, and Joe Hart. Had Wenger succeeded in signing all these near misses, Arsenal would have undoubtedly become invincible. The reputation of Wenger's nearly signed players is well earned. Among these almost signed players, each case has its own reasons. Cristiano Ronaldo's opportunity fell through due to financial constraints. Arsenal, burdened by stadium renovations, could not compete with Manchester United, leading to Ronaldo's transfer for $12 million. Later, Wenger sought to entice Barcelona's Messi, Piqué, and Fabregas in a package deal, but only managed to secure Cesc. Piqué ended up at Manchester United, while Messi remained non-committal about joining Arsenal or staying at Barcelona. Ultimately, the pursuit of Messi ceased due to work permit issues. The most amusing anecdote involves Ibrahimovic, who had already arrived at Arsenal's training facility. Wenger presented him with the number 9 jersey, a significant number traditionally reserved for a primary striker. Ibrahimovic assumed he was destined for greatness at Arsenal, only for Wenger to ask him to undergo a trial. "A trial? Are you mistaken? I am already a well-known star in Northern Europe," he must have thought. Instead of a straightforward medical check and an immediate signing, he was asked to trial. Feeling insulted, the proud Ibrahimovic tossed the jersey to the ground and departed. Wenger, observing Ibrahimovic's peculiar temperament, decided against pursuing him, having had enough of the tumultuous relationship with Anelka. Now, Liu Ting has also caught Wenger's attention. It remains to be seen what version of almost signed by Wenger will unfold in his future. Liu Ting pondered for a moment before addressing Wagner. You should decline the offer. I shall remain in Bordeaux for the time being. In Chapter 30, Injuries, it is noted that Bordeaux had relinquished their domestic cup aspirations early on, resulting in a relatively unhurried schedule. Following their match against Valence, they would not face another league opponent for an entire week, with their next challenger being the formidable Nancy, the biggest surprise of the season thus far. Nancy had maintained a position at the summit of the table since the season's inception, only recently losing their lead to Lyon, who had secured victories in their last 2 matches. Nancy's trajectory bears resemblance to last season's Toulouse, who started strong but began to falter midway. It remains uncertain whether Nancy will secure a Champions League berth akin to Toulouse's last year. However, Toulouse's venture in this season's Champions League was dismal, as they were defeated 0-5 by Liverpool in the qualifiers, raising the question of whether traditional powerhouses would fare better in the tournament. Given that Nancy is the former club of Chinese player Liu, the Chinese media has taken notice, producing reports such as Bordeaux set to face Ligue 1 surprise Nancy, Liu's former club, suggesting that Nancy's unexpected success is attributed to Liu's legacy. This reflects the underlying inferiority complex present in Chinese football. Furthermore, certain media outlets went so far as to interview Liu, creating an impression that he is still actively playing for Nancy. Before the match commenced, Nancy's head coach, Pablo Correa, expressed his confidence during a media interview. We currently hold the 2nd position in the standings, while Bordeaux is in 4th. Playing at home, we are entirely capable of defeating Bordeaux. Correa, the Uruguayan coach, has become a notable figure at Nancy, having led the team to promotion to Ligue 1 4 seasons ago and clinching the French League Cup in the 2005-2006 season. This season has already been a significant triumph for Nancy, as their historic accolades include a solitary French Cup victory 4 decades ago, finally adding a prestigious trophy to their cabinet. This season is pivotal for Nancy, as they stand a chance to qualify for the Champions League for the first time. The entire team is fueled by determination, and although they trail Lyon by merely 1 point in the 2nd position, their singular ambition remains clear: to secure a spot in the Champions League. Currently, the top 3 teams in Ligue 1 are granted the opportunity to participate in the UEFA Champions League. Based on the current standings, Lyon and Bordeaux have a significant likelihood of securing one of the coveted spots. However, the remaining position is uncertain for Nancy, as it remains to be seen whether any of the traditionally strong teams, currently experiencing a downturn, will regain their form and surge ahead. Therefore, Nancy must strive to maintain their position within the top 3. Bordeaux stands as a direct competitor, and defeating them would be an optimal outcome. Following the resolute declaration of victory by Nancy's head coach, Pablo Correa, other players from the team also voiced their determination. While such statements are commonplace, particularly from players like Diarra of Bordeaux who have also expressed their confidence in the media, it was a remark from Nancy's defender, Michael Creedon, that caught attention when questioned about how to contain the recently impressive Liu Ting. Creedon stated, "I do not believe that player from China is particularly formidable. It is merely that everyone has yet to adapt to his style of play. Once we all acclimatize to his approach, it will not be difficult to counter him. In this match, I will ensure to limit his impact, and he will come to realize that Chinese players are not adept at football. I hope he does not end up in tears." Upon hearing the words of the opposing defender, Liu Ting was utterly bewildered. When had he ever provoked such a character? The tone in which the defender spoke during the interview seemed to suggest a personal vendetta against him. Liu Ting merely remarked, "If one were to rely solely on words to play football, the Moroccan would undoubtedly be the best in the world." Feeling that this did not sufficiently vent his frustration, Liu Ting continued, "Yesterday, as I passed by the roadside, I observed a large bus consistently moving forward, while a dog unexpectedly dashed out, barking furiously. Regardless of how ferociously the dog barked, the bus continued on its path, leaving the dog far behind." Liu Ting is ridiculing that cretin barking like a dog. Liu Ting no longer concerned himself with the affairs of the Moroccan individual, instead awaiting the renewal discussions between Wagner and the club. The match against Nancy was fast approaching. At the entrance of the Clairefontaine training facility, Jacques Pierre had just switched on the television. Today marked the day of the Bordeaux versus Nancy match. However, Jacques was summoned to assist in tidying up the training equipment. Although this task fell outside his usual responsibilities, his passion for Bordeaux and his love for the team compelled him to lend a hand, which he did with pleasure. The only lament was that after an afternoon of tidying, he had only just returned, and the match between Bordeaux and Nancy was likely already in the second half. Jacques felt little trepidation regarding the outcome of the match. Even if Bordeaux were to lose, it bore little consequence. After all, we are Bordeaux, and the likelihood of securing a Champions League qualification by the end of the season stands at over 90. Conversely, even if Nancy triumphed in this match, their chances of achieving Champions League qualification by season's end remain below 50. This disparity illustrates the gap between a historically prestigious team and an underdog. Despite Marseille currently languishing in the relegation zone, with numerous media outlets speculating on their potential descent by the season's conclusion, Marseille might very well find themselves contending for European competition qualification. Such insights stem from Jacques' decades of watching football. In Ligue 1, no club exudes absolute dominance. Several strong teams take turns at the top, thereby creating opportunities for dark horses to emerge. Throughout the annals of Ligue 1 history, it is evident that dark horses claiming the title are indeed a rarity, and even fewer have secured Champions League qualification. The television switched to the local sports channel, broadcasting the ongoing match between Bordeaux and Nancy. Upon glancing at the score, Jacques noted it was 1-0, with Nancy leading at home. Bordeaux's one-goal deficit was not particularly surprising, given that Nancy occupied the second position in the standings. However, should the underdog face adversity, they could quickly crumble. Checking the time, Jacques realized it was already the 73rd minute of the second half, indicating that Bordeaux needed to devise a strategy to equalize the score. Yet to Jacques' dismay, he could not spot the Chinese player on the pitch. Currently, Bordeaux's attacking trio consisted of a brainiac, Bellion, and Chamak. What could have happened to the Chinese player, who had emerged as the most potent threat for Bordeaux and was in excellent form recently? Had he been substituted by Blanc, or had he not started at all? The camera soon panned to the sidelines, where furrowed-browed Blanc animatedly gestured and directed from the touchline, yet Jacques noted the absence of the Chinese individual, whose visage resembled that of a film star. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Shortly thereafter, the camera returned to the field, capturing Diarra executing a flying tackle that sent Nancy's Brazilian forward, Kim, sprawling to the ground. Following this, players from both sides began to shove one another, prompting the referee to swiftly intervene and separate the squabbling parties. Diarra received a yellow card, and it seems that the Nancy forward has sustained an injury, being assisted off the field. Old Jacques pondered the intensity of the match, questioning why both sides were so agitated. During that recent defensive play, Diarra could have easily thwarted the opponent without resorting to a tackle. His challenge nearly instigated a conflict, and tensions are palpable as two players have already been forced to leave the pitch due to injury. In the 43rd minute of the first half, Bordeaux's forward Liu Ting was taken off after a tackle, which almost incited a confrontation between the teams, as the culprit was none other than the Moroccan defender Parisian, who had exchanged words with Bordeaux prior to the match. The entire Bordeaux squad believed the Moroccan acted with intent, yet the referee merely issued a standard foul. Old Jacques, listening to the commentary on television, cursed vehemently, "That damned bastard, scoundrel of a wretch." The broadcast then displayed the moment Liu Ting was injured, accompanied by the local Bordeaux television commentary. As the first half drew to a close, Nancy's fierce defense stifled Bordeaux's attacks. The referee, clearly biased towards the home team, prompted Nancy's players to adopt an even more aggressive stance. In yet another Bordeaux offensive, Liu Ting received the ball on the left flank, only to be confronted by Parisian, who attempted to tackle him. Liu deftly executed a Marseille, turned to evade the defender, aiming for a long-range shot. However, Parisian, having lost his defensive position, recklessly lunged at Liu's supporting leg, leading to his swift removal from the field on a stretcher. Despite the severity of the incident, the referee, positioned at a distance, failed to recognize Parisian's blatant foul, merely categorizing it as an ordinary infraction. The commentary continued. This decision incited dissatisfaction among the Bordeaux players, yet the referee remained unyielding. As the second half commenced, Nancy capitalized on Bordeaux's diminished morale, scoring in the 47th minute. Bordeaux endeavored to equalize, but to no avail. The commentary persisted, while old Jacques found himself preoccupied with concern for Liu's injury. From the replay, it was evident that the tackle had landed upon his supporting leg during the shot, a situation fraught with the potential for severe injury. The entirety of his weight was compromised, making him vulnerable to a powerful side tackle, a circumstance that has led many players to retire due to serious injuries. Chapter 031. Wolfhart. While old Jacques watched television in the lodge at Clairefontaine, Liu Ting was already aboard a flight to Germany, accompanied by Bordeaux's team doctor and his agent. His ankle had been initially treated by the Bordeaux medical staff, and he was now en route to Germany for further treatment. This notion originates from Liu Ting's agent, Schiller Wagner. Recently, he has been negotiating Liu Ting's contract renewal in Bordeaux when he encountered Liu Ting's injury. Consequently, he contacted the company to arrange for a physician, insisting that Liu Ting receive treatment in Germany. This decision displeased Bordeaux's team doctor, Mark Weinel, who felt it was a blatant expression of distrust in his capabilities. Weinel had conducted a preliminary examination and deemed Liu Ting's injury not particularly severe, a minor tear in the ankle ligaments that, with appropriate care, would likely heal within a fortnight. However, Wagner remained adamant, and Liu Ting acquiesced to the request, with the club expressing no objections. Weinel, left with no alternative, accompanied them as a precaution against any unforeseen complications. Upon learning of Liu Ting's injury, Wagner promptly contacted the Mondial Agency in Germany, swiftly establishing a connection with a renowned sports medicine expert who was willing to assist with the treatment, partly due to the reputation of the Mondial Agency. Liu Ting has now become the most prominent star under his management. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the repercussions would be significant. Liu Ting's injury was incurred in a manner that is particularly prone to serious harm, necessitating utmost caution. Fortunately, the company has recently taken a keen interest in Liu Ting's situation and has swiftly established contact to address the matter. Liu Ting initially believed that his injury was not severe enough to warrant a trip to Germany. At the moment he was tackled, he had not yet fully exerted himself in the shot, and the injury did not seem grave. However, upon hearing the name of the specialist mentioned by Wagner, he readily consented to receive treatment in Germany. The aircraft swiftly descended at Munich airport, and Liu Ting was promptly escorted to an orthopedic medical center. Upon seeing this orthopedic facility, spanning over 600 square meters, Wiener felt considerably reassured. Even the largest hospital in Bordeaux did not boast such a vast orthopedic center. Liu Ting was admitted to the medical center, while Wiener returned to Bordeaux. Within the orthopedic medical facility, Liu Ting encountered the renowned German expert in orthopedics and sports medicine, M. Lur Wolfart. Currently, Wolfart serves as the team physician for Bayern Munich as well as the national team of Germany, and he is also the head of this medical center. With his shoulder-length hair, Wolfart resembles a rock musician or an artist. After assessing Liu Ting's condition, he was directed to undergo a series of comprehensive examinations. Liu Ting pondered that this rock and roll figure was, in fact, a renowned sports medicine expert in Europe, having aided numerous athletes in recovering from injuries. Most notably, he had treated legends such as Maradona and Beckenbauer. In reality, a significant number of stars from the Bundesliga had sought his expertise, including Ballack, Kahn, Klinsmann, Mathis, and Gerd Müller, an endless list. Even NBA icon Michael Jordan had consulted him for injury rehabilitation. In the future, he would also be sought after by sprinting sensation Usain Bolt, who, after clinching victory at the 2012 London Olympics, was quick to express his gratitude to Wolfart, declaring him the finest physician in the world and a remarkable man. Wolfart served as Bayern Munich's team doctor, and according to Liu Ting's recollections, Bayern's triumph in securing the treble was significantly attributed to the dynamic duo of Ribéry and Robben, both notorious for their frequent injuries. Robben's departure from Real Madrid was publicly justified by President Florentino Pérez, who stated that the club did not require a player who spent half the season on the treatment table. While it was well known that Robben's exit was linked to the previous president's influence, his injury woes provided Pérez with a convenient rationale. Under Wolfart's care, both Robben and Ribéry experienced notable improvements, particularly during the 2012 to 2013 season when their relative health contributed to Bayern Munich's historic treble. Subsequently, following a conflict with Bayern's head coach Guardiola, Wolfart resigned, redirecting much of his focus towards his medical center. Although he retained his position as the team doctor for the German national squad, his treatment methods, often at odds with many medical professionals, drew criticism. Wolfart was known for his preference for conservative treatment, eschewing surgical intervention whenever possible, opting instead for injection therapies and topical medications to aid in recovery. This unconventional approach led to considerable disapproval among many in the field of Western medicine, yet a multitude of athletes continued to place their trust in him. Liu Ting is a Chinese individual who is open to traditional Chinese medicine, including herbal remedies and acupuncture, and is even more accepting of the practices advocated by Wolfart. Liu Ting's injury was treated swiftly. Wolfart applied numerous substances around his ankle, seemingly akin to honey, and injected medication into his calf muscles and soles. Observing Wolfart's methods, Liu Ting contemplated how this miraculous healer resembled an experienced traditional Chinese physician. Based on the recent system assessment, I have a small suggestion for you. Wolfhart stated in a calm tone. Please go ahead, Dr. Wolfhart, Liu Ting replied. Liu Ting felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether his injuries might signify a more significant issue. You may call me Muller, he stated. Based on the information provided by your agent and the results of your examination, your legs exhibit remarkable agility, indicating a strong potential to become a star athlete. Initially, you were more adept with your right foot, but through diligent training, you have developed proficiency in both. I am uncertain of the methods you employed during your training, but it appears that your left foot's development has lagged somewhat, particularly in terms of muscle growth around the ankle. Should you encounter any injuries that could haunt your career, it is most likely to involve your left ankle. Therefore, I advise you to take great care in protecting it, and it would be prudent to schedule annual checkups. Wolfarth's words instilled a sense of unease in Liu Ting, who acknowledged the truth in the observation that his left foot had indeed received relatively late attention. Having been honed under the pressures of mental fortitude, it seemed that rapid training often carried its own risks. Sensing Liu Ting's apprehension, Wolfarth continued, There is no need for excessive worry. I merely wish to draw your attention to your left foot. Every athlete will encounter injuries during their career, yet for stars, such afflictions frequently serve as constraints. Robert Baggio is often remembered for the melancholic silhouette he cast upon the field, a shadow deeply intertwined with the scars of his left leg. Ronaldo, heralded as the most likely successor to Maradona's legacy, faced limitations due to his left knee's cruciate ligament. Had it not been for his right knee, Michael Owen's achievements would have undoubtedly surpassed his current accolades. I merely hope that your left foot does not become a hindrance. Regular checkups would be beneficial, but do ensure that no cost is spared. Thank you, Muller, Liu Ting replied, feeling a sense of relief from Wolfarth's light-hearted jest. Every player faces injuries. Even machines endure wear and tear, and humans are no exception. As long as he remains vigilant in his self-care and maintenance, he believed that he would be able to navigate any challenges without significant issues. During Liu Ting's treatment in Munich, discussions about him also unfolded in London. Al Navinger, the mastermind behind the London gunman, was preparing for tomorrow's match with his assistant, Pat Rice, when a thought struck him. He inquired of his assistant, Pat, has that young talent from Bordeaux accepted our invitation? Rice replied, somewhat surprised, his agent declined our invitation yesterday. I simply forgot to inform you. The direct refusal caught Rice off guard, especially since they were dealing with Wenger, a manager renowned for nurturing young talents. I see. Wenger pondered momentarily before continuing. Let us make a direct offer during the winter transfer window. Rice, puzzled by Wenger's persistent interest in the young Chinese player, relayed the newly acquired information. You instructed me to keep an eye on him. Initially, he rejected our approach, but I have just learned that he sustained an injury during a match against Nancy. Should we still consider bringing him in? Is it a severe injury? Wenger asked. Not particularly grave, but it is said he will require about a month's recovery. Then let us wait for his return and assess his condition. As long as his form does not decline significantly, we can proceed with an offer. He hails from La Masia, and being of similar age to Fabregas, I am confident they could forge a remarkable partnership. Initially, I had intended to recruit both Messi and Fabregas, yet Messi's indecision regarding a move to London, coupled with work permit restrictions, ultimately led to abandoning that pursuit. I do not wish to miss a second opportunity, Wenger remarked with a weighty significance. This statement startled Rice. The entire world was aware of Messi's current prominence. Did Wenger truly believe that this young lad could be the next Messi? Such a notion seemed far-fetched. In truth, Wenger did not assert that Liu Ting would inevitably become the next Messi. He had merely observed the young player's highlights and deemed him a promising talent worthy of cultivation, potentially leading to future achievements. Chapter 032. The forward line of Bordeaux Liu Ting sustained an injury and was forced to leave the field, resulting in Bordeaux's defeat of 0-1 against Nancy on their home ground. In the aftermath, numerous media outlets criticized Nancy's aggressive defensive tactics, with Bordeaux's press outright accusing them of intentional harm. Regrettably, such accusations could neither aid Bordeaux in accruing points nor expedite Liu Ting's recovery. Following this match, Bordeaux remained in fourth place in Ligue 1 with 24 points, unchanged in their ranking, yet trailing 7 points behind the leaders, Lyon, and 4 points behind second-place Nancy. The day after the match, news of Liu Ting's injury and Bordeaux's loss reached domestic audiences, prompting fans to vehemently criticize Cretan, who, until then, had been an obscure Moroccan defender. This incident catapulted Cretan into notoriety among Chinese supporters, albeit for all the wrong reasons. Concerns also arose regarding Liu Ting's potential decline in form post-injury, with fears that he might lose the awareness and technique he once possessed. Would this injury render Liu Ting ineffective? Surely not. It was said to be a minor setback. Yet, one can never tell, as some players struggle to regain their form after a single injury. The extent of Liu Ting's injury remains undisclosed by Bordeaux, with only conflicting reports from various newspapers, some claiming it to be severe, while others downplay the situation, and a few even suggesting premature retirement. Liu Ting's injury has been a source of concern for many of his devoted fans. Unbeknownst to him, it was not until he received a call from the Chinese football journalist Liang inquiring about his condition that he realized countless individuals in China were eagerly awaiting updates on his injury. Upon learning this, he briefly recounted his situation and simultaneously notified the club to convene a press conference to announce the details of his ailment. Once again, Chinese football has secured the definitive information regarding Liu Ting's injury, thus gaining a competitive edge in domestic reporting. Liu Ting remained in Germany to recuperate. During this period, Lea Seydoux completed her film and came to Germany to keep him company. Liu Ting's grandfather initially intended to visit him in person, but Liu Ting ultimately persuaded him against it, fearing that his presence would attract a swarm of reporters. In the end, Liu Ting's grandfather sent his old partner, Liu Fu, to pay a visit to Liu Ting. During Liu Ting's recovery, Bordeaux's matches continued. Following a defeat against Nancy on November 3rd, Bordeaux faced Austria Vienna away on the 8th, marking their second group match in the Europa League. In the 4th minute of the match, they conceded a goal, but just before halftime, Chamak equalized with a header. The second half remained fiercely contested until the 88th minute when Wendell scored with a long-range shot, securing a 2-1 victory for Bordeaux. Meanwhile, in the Champions League, Chinese fans were particularly focused on Liverpool's remarkable 8-0 home victory over the Turkish team Besiktas, which set a record for the largest margin since the reformation of the tournament. Prior to this game, Liverpool had only managed a single draw in their 3 group matches and was teetering on the brink of elimination. However, they staged a remarkable comeback with this overwhelming win. During a phase when Liverpool had only 1 draw in 3 group matches, their league performance was also lacking, prompting British media to speculate about the potential dismissal of manager Rafael Benitez. Spanish players Torres and Arbeloa came forth to express their support for Benitez, stating that if he were to leave, they would follow suit. This situation was concerning for Liu Ting, as his grandfather had acquired Liverpool, and Benitez, with his considerable authority, was not easily dismissed. Nevertheless, Liu Ting's grandfather was in the process of consolidating fragmented shares of Liverpool to gain complete control over the board. 3 days after the match against Austria Vienna, on the afternoon of the 11th, Bordeaux hosted Rennes in the 14th round of Ligue 1. Rennes, not a particularly strong team, fell to Bordeaux's dominance, resulting in a comfortable 3-0 victory, with Beliang scoring twice and Aubertan adding another before the final whistle. This win halted Bordeaux's decline in the league standings, especially as Lyon unexpectedly lost 1-2 at home to Marseille, who had been languishing at 19th place prior to the match. Following this round, Bordeaux ascended to 3rd place in Ligue 1, now only 4 points behind leaders Lyon and 2 points behind second-place Nancy. Liu Ting watched the match with great delight as Bordeaux triumphed. However, he felt a twinge of frustration as he pondered his own inability to score consistently, which had not brought his team any closer to Lyon. Now, sidelined by injury, he noticed that the gap was narrowing without his contribution. Following this, the national team match day arrived, bringing with it a significant event, the final round of qualifiers for next summer's European Championship. Against all odds, England, needing only a home victory against Croatia to secure qualification, suffered a shocking 2-3 defeat, leaving them barred from the upcoming tournament. The English could only watch as Croatia and Russia celebrated their advancement to the Euro. The elimination of such a football powerhouse as England from the European Championship was momentous news for fans worldwide, reminiscent of the shock when Brazil unexpectedly failed to qualify for a World Cup. In the aftermath, England's somewhat renowned coach, the young Englishman Steve McLaren, was promptly dismissed. Yet this could not rectify their absence from the 2008 European Championship. The English national team, often humorously dubbed the European China team by Chinese fans, found themselves in a predicament strikingly similar to what has often befallen the Chinese squad, faltering against a weaker opponent at home when a draw would suffice for qualification. Once the national team matches concluded, Bordeaux faced Caen in the 15th round of Ligue 1. As a newly promoted team, Caen had performed commendably, managing to avoid the relegation zone thus far. In theory, Bordeaux should have emerged victorious against such an opponent. However, they suffered their most humiliating defeat of the season, losing 0-5 to Cannes. The entire Bordeaux squad appeared lethargic, completely overwhelmed from the outset. Resorting to fouls, they conceded 2 goals in the first half, with Cham receiving 2 yellow cards leading to a red, and in the second half, Plaignes committed a foul in the penalty area, resulting in another red card and a penalty for Cannes. The second half saw Bordeaux concede 3 more goals, culminating in a devastating 0-5 defeat to the newly promoted side. The repercussions of Bordeaux's loss sent shockwaves through Ligue 1, sparking a flurry of speculation. Some suggested that Bordeaux was on the brink of collapse, while others attributed the defeat to the recent national team matches. Media outlets scrambled to uncover the root causes of Bordeaux's misfortune. Ultimately, a report by Ligue garnered widespread agreement. The report noted that Bordeaux had performed well this season primarily due to their offensive prowess, with Laurent Blanc, a former defender, leading the team in an aggressive style of play. However, the midfield was notably weak, relying heavily on the strength of their formidable forward line. Bordeaux can be regarded as possessing the most formidable attacking line among all teams in Ligue 1, whether considering starters or substitutes. Only Lyon's offensive strength comes close to that of Bordeaux. However, Lyon's bench players do not match the prowess of Bordeaux substitutes. While Bordeaux boasts a powerful attack, their midfield lacks comparable strength, relying heavily on their striking force to suppress opponents. Following the injury of Cavani, the young Chinese talent Liu Ting quickly emerged, further bolstering Bordeaux's offensive capabilities. However, with Liu now injured as well, Bordeaux's attacking strength has diminished to that of an average strong team. Without adequate midfield support, Bordeaux's matches have become increasingly arduous. The narrow victory against Austria Vienna serves as evidence of this. Had their forwards been in good form, they could have achieved a resounding 3-0 triumph over Rennes at home. Yet, with their forwards in poor condition, Bordeaux was utterly overpowered by a newly promoted team, suffering a humiliating 0-5 defeat. Thus, strengthening the midfield has become Bordeaux's primary task during the winter break, ensuring that when their forwards are underperforming, they are not vulnerable to being overwhelmed by a promoted side. Ligue is regarded as the most authoritative football publication in Europe. It was founded in conjunction with prestigious clubs like Real Madrid during the inception of the Champions League. Its reports have gained widespread recognition, leading many to accept the reasons behind Bordeaux's defeat to Cannes. Consequently, the recovering Liu Ting has once again captured public attention, as Ligue reported that the current strongest players in Bordeaux's attack are Liu Ting and Cavani, both of whom are expected to make their return before the winter break. At that time, Bordeaux will truly be at its strongest. On December 3rd, during Bordeaux's home match against Toulouse, Liu Ting will attend the game at the Stade Chabandelmas. Liu Ting and Cavani entered the venue clad in suits, with Liu Ting accompanied by L.A. Their arrival was met with a resounding cheer, a testament to the favorable article in the newspaper, which led many Bordeaux fans to regard Liu Ting and Cavani as the most pivotal players of the team. As the match commenced, Bordeaux quickly established a commanding 3-0 lead in the first half, thanks to goals from Chamak, Diarra, and Wendell. However, in the second half, Toulouse intensified their midfield pressure, causing Bordeaux to struggle with control. The Bordeaux midfield frequently lost possession, allowing Toulouse's Elmander to complete a hat-trick and level the score. During this tumultuous period, the broadcast frequently captured Liu Ting and Cavani on the sidelines. Fortunately, in the 87th minute, a decisive goal from Bellyon secured a hard-fought victory for Bordeaux. The following day, Liu Ting commenced adaptive training alongside the recently recovered Cavani. Liu Ting, having endured a month of injury, found the experience quite disheartening and tedious, but was grateful for L.A.'s companionship. Cavani had been sidelined for 2 months, reportedly plagued by a series of injuries. It was unclear how he managed through such adversity. As Liu Ting trained alongside Cavani during this period, their bond grew closer, evolving into a solid friendship. After a dismal 0-5 defeat in the previous round, the gap between Bordeaux and Lyon had widened to 7 points. Following Nancy's draw against Paris Saint-Germain, Bordeaux found themselves at 5 points behind second-place Nancy. In this round, both Lyon and Bordeaux emerged victorious, while Nancy suffered a defeat, leaving the point differential between Bordeaux and Lyon unchanged at 7, while the gap to Nancy narrowed to a mere 2 points. Bordeaux maintained their position in third place with a record of 9 wins, 3 draws, and 4 losses, totaling 30 points. On December 6th, during the third match of the UEFA Europa League group stage, Bordeaux hosted the Swedish team Helsingborg. Although Liu Ting was nearly fit to play, Coach Blanc opted not to include him in the matchday squad for safety reasons. However, Cavanaghi was named in the lineup. Helsingborg, having secured their advancement with 2 wins and 1 draw, boasted 7 points in the group. The peculiar format of the Europa League group stage, with 5 teams in each group, necessitated that one team would rest each round, resulting in uneven match counts across teams. While this marked Bordeaux's 3rd group stage match, it was Helsingborg's final one. Helsingborg featured the notable Swedish veteran, Larsson, whose career pinnacle never took place in a mainstream league. Having played for Feyenoord in the Eredivisie and Celtic in the Scottish Premiership, during his 7 years at Celtic, he helped secure 10 trophies and played a key role in their run to the UEFA Cup final in the 2002-2003 season, although they ultimately fell to the rising star, Jose Mourinho, in Porto. After aging, Larsson transferred to Barcelona at the age of 33, where he famously made an impact in the 2005-2006 Champions League final against Arsenal. Coming on as a substitute in the second half, the 35-year-old Larsson assisted 2 goals, leading Barcelona to a 2-1 victory and securing the Champions League title. An indelible pain for Arsenal fans. Larsson also holds the record for the most goals scored in European competitions, having netted 39 goals. Liu Ting recalled that he would eventually reach the milestone of 40 goals in the Europa League. In the 12th minute of the match, Chamek opened the scoring for Bordeaux. Merely 5 minutes later, Helsingborg's Larsson struck within the penalty area, equalizing the score. Liu Ting did not anticipate that Larsson's 40th goal in the UEFA Europa League would be against Bordeaux. Sitting on the sidelines, he felt a sense of witnessing history, albeit one that may not be deemed significant. Larsson, truly a remarkable figure from Sweden, once again found the net, bringing his total tally in the Europa League to 40 goals, surpassing the second highest score by 11. This remarkable feat is likely to remain unchallenged for an extended period. The commentator for the match, Liu Jianhong, was introducing the legendary Swedish player, while Liu Ting, not included in the squad, could only share insights that might capture attention. In the 71st minute of the second half, substitute Cavanaghi scored, turning the tide in favor of the team, prompting Liu Ting to applaud from the sidelines. Ultimately, Bordeaux triumphed over Helsingborg with a score of 2-1, securing their 3rd consecutive victory in the Europa League group stage, thus advancing with a total of 9 points. Just 3 days after the match against Helsingborg, Bordeaux faced OGC Nice in the 17th round of Ligue 1. Liu Ting was named in the squad, though not in the starting lineup. Nice, a picturesque city along the French Mediterranean coast, is regarded as a holiday destination for the French, not only for its beautiful scenery, but also for its proximity to Monaco and Cannes. Helicopter services connect Nice to these glamorous locales, making the journey a mere 10 minutes. Notably, Chinese actor Liu Yi chose a wife from Nice. Seated on the substitutes bench at the Allianz Riviera, Liu Ting observed the match with an impassive expression. The score stood at 1-1. Just 11 minutes into the match, Ivory Coast forward Khan breached Bordeaux's defenses. However, only 5 minutes later, veteran player Miku leveled the score with a long-range shot. The contest then became fiercely contested as Nice intensified their midfield pressure, leaving Bordeaux struggling to maintain control. Both teams found themselves locked in a battle for dominance in midfield, with neither able to gain the upper hand, and the score remained unchanged. Liu Ting surveyed the situation on the field and found some merit in the reports from the team. Currently, Bordeaux's midfield struggles to maintain control even against average Ligue 1 teams like Nice, revealing their vulnerabilities when pressed by opponents. At this juncture, Nice remains an ordinary Ligue 1 side, only rising to prominence in 2016 after being acquired by Chinese capital and bringing in players like Balotelli. Among Bordeaux's midfielders, Diarra stands out with considerable recognition, once heralded as the successor to Vieira. However, while Diarra excels defensively, his ability to organize attacks leaves much to be desired. Veteran Miku was once a top-tier midfielder, but age has diminished his prowess, with only fleeting glimpses of his former brilliance evident in his current performances, which are otherwise unremarkable. The Brazilian Fernando is a quintessential defensive midfielder, while Wendell possesses a solitary noteworthy long-range shot. Other players, such as the Argentine Alessandro Alonso and the French midfielder Ducas, merely fill the ranks of the midfield without making a significant impact. As the match reached halftime, the score remained 1-1, with both teams unable to gain an upper hand. In the second half, Blanc swiftly utilized 2 of his substitution slots, bringing on Cavanaghi and Liu Ting in place of Chamek and Fernando. The Bordeaux head coach's quick decisions within just 10 minutes of the second half underscored his determination to secure an away victory. The French commentators remarked on this tactical adjustment. After Liu Ting and Cavanaghi took the field, the pressure on Bordeaux's midfield diminished, as both players posed a significant threat as forwards and required close marking. Under the guidance of their coach, Nice's defense began to compress, granting Bordeaux's midfield greater freedom to maneuver. In the 65th minute, Liu Ting evaded a defender on the left flank and delivered a diagonal lob into the penalty area. This uncross caught everyone off guard, allowing the unmarked Cavanaghi to attempt a header. It was a splendid lob, yet regrettably, Cavanaghi's effort soared over the goal. The French commentators expressed disappointment at Bordeaux's missed opportunity during this most threatening shot of the second half. Subsequently, under their coach's directive, Nice fortified their defense to secure a draw at home. The match concluded with Bordeaux drawing 1-1 against Nice, with both teams claiming a point. Blanco did not express much anger over the draw against Nice, especially since Lyon later lost to Cannes in an away match, and second-placed Nancy could only manage a draw in this round. Thus, Blanco remained in good spirits and granted the entire team a day off. Following this round, Bordeaux retained their third position, narrowing the gap to first-place Lyon to just 6 points, while remaining 2 points behind second-place Nancy. Recently, Cannes has gained significant notoriety, having achieved victory against several formidable Ligue 1 teams in their last 4 matches, including a 5-0 thrashing of Bordeaux at home, a 1-0 triumph over Paris Saint-Germain away, and another 1-0 win against the leading Lyon at home, establishing themselves as formidable opponents. On their day off, Delia approached Liu Ting, saying, "Liu, aren't you from Monaco? You could join us for a day of fun there." Liu responded affirmatively, promising to fulfill the task. Consequently, the entire Bordeaux team took a helicopter from Nice to Monaco for leisure. After Liu Ting recovered, Leah returned to Paris, coinciding perfectly with the team's outing. They first visited the Monte Carlo casino, where everyone engaged in a bit of gambling, primarily on slot machines. Later that afternoon, they rented a yacht at the Monaco harbor to enjoy the sun. Despite being winter, Monaco, adjacent to the Mediterranean, offered warm sunlight. "Liu, I envy you for growing up in such a place. It truly is a year-round vacation destination," Miko remarked while lounging on the deck. "Well, John, after your retirement, you can always come here for a holiday. Although immigrating to Monaco is quite challenging, the doors for vacationers are always open. If you come here, I can lend you my house, saving you the cost of a hotel." "Really? Liu, when I come for a vacation, you must lend it to me." Cavanaghi and Diala joined the gathering. Miko rose to his feet, gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky, and sighed, "My friends, I must share something with you all. I have made a decision. At the conclusion of this season, I shall retire, and I will no longer be able to fight alongside you." As Miko uttered these words, it seemed as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. The others, upon hearing this news, were not particularly astonished. It was evident to all that Miko's form had been declining this year. Had it not been for Bordeaux's lack of capable midfielders, it is likely that Miko would have found himself relegated to the periphery of the team. Liu Ting reflected on the fact that Miku had been one of his earliest friends since joining the team, and now that Miku was set to retire, it was only fitting to present him with a token of farewell. "Hey, everyone," he said, "I believe John is on the verge of retirement, which is an inevitable part of every professional athlete's journey. However, we ought to bestow upon John a meaningful farewell gift. This year, our performance has been commendable, and we should secure the league championship to honor John's departure." Liu Ting proposed loudly, "Indeed, you're absolutely right. Let us seize the championship." In an instant, the entire Bordeaux team echoed his sentiment. It was not that Liu Ting held any significant prestige within the team. After all, he had only joined Bordeaux 6 months prior, but rather that every player yearned for the title. This year, Lyon, having claimed the championship for 6 consecutive years, appeared to be waning, while other formidable teams were underperforming. Bordeaux found itself with a considerable opportunity to clinch the league title. Chapter 34. The Ligue 1 teams most likely to become giants that evening. The entire Bordeaux team retired to a hotel, with only Miku accompanying Liu Ting back to his home. It was not that Liu Ting was unwilling to invite others. On one hand, his residence was modest and could not accommodate many, and on the other, the exuberant individuals staying at the hotel could more conveniently pursue their romantic endeavors. Miku seemed to be in low spirits, and Liu Ting understood that this was due to the prospect of retirement. After dedicating over a decade to the same profession, the thought of stepping away would leave anyone feeling unsettled, even if that profession had brought both sorrow and joy. Football, after all, encompassed not only the anguish of defeat, but also the exhilaration of triumph. Liu Ting retrieved 2 bottles of red wine, and soon thereafter, Miku began to indulge in the wine, pouring out his thoughts while Liu Ting listened in silence. Liu, you must not allow anyone to label you as someone else's successor or a second generation, much like I once was. When I was dubbed the second Zidane, I felt a surge of pride, for I was merely a young player elevated from the lower leagues, cherished by Bordeaux, while Zidane had already made his move to a prestigious club like Juventus. To be honored with the title of second Zidane was a privilege. However, after I led Bordeaux to the Ligue 1 championship, a feat even Zidane had not accomplished, people continued to say, "Look how splendidly he plays. He truly lives up to the title of second Zidane." At that moment, I began to resent the moniker. Yet, Zidane had already guided France to a World Cup victory, and shedding that title required even greater accomplishments on my part. Thus, I ventured to Italy to pursue my career. On my first day at Parma, throngs of fans gathered outside the training ground to welcome me. Initially, I felt elated, only to later realize they were there to evaluate just how much of Zidane's prowess I possessed, as Zidane was the most celebrated star in Italy at that time. My 2 seasons at Parma were disappointing. I managed to secure only an Italian Cup. I felt compelled to leave Italy, believing that the footballing environment there was ill-suited for me. I then transferred to Germany, where in Bremen, I discovered an environment akin to that of France. In 2004, when I led Bremen to a Bundesliga and German Cup double, I found that I still could not escape the label of second Zidane, for Zidane had already claimed the Champions League title with Real Madrid, a feat beyond the reach of a team like Bremen. After a day of leisure in Monaco, the entire Bordeaux squad swiftly returned to the club, as 2 matches loomed before the winter break. A Ligue 1 home game against Marseille and the final group stage match of the Europa League against the Greek team Panionios. Having already secured advancement in the Europa League, the latter was inconsequential. However, the match against Marseille was crucial for us to win. Marseille's form had recently begun to improve, having climbed from 19th to 13th place, and they were no longer an easy opponent. Marseille remains the only French team to have ever won the Champions League. It is ironic that, despite the French not being as fervently passionate about football as the English or Italians, they have undeniably contributed to its development. The Ballon d'Or was initiated by French media, and the proposals for the World Cup and the Champions League also originated from the French. Yet after all these years, only one French club has been crowned Champions League champions. In the year following Marseille's triumph in the UEFA Champions League, a scandal involving match-fixing erupted, prompting many to propose the annulment of Marseille's title. Ultimately, this motion did not pass, yet Marseille was still subjected to relegation, and their Ligue 1 championship was stripped away. The qualification for the European Super Cup and the precursor to the Club World Cup, the Toyota Cup, was consequently awarded to that year's UEFA Champions League runners-up, AC Milan. In truth, Marseille in the early 1990s stood as the sole French club with the potential to ascend to the ranks of elite giants such as Barcelona, Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Bayern Munich. During that period, Marseille secured 5 consecutive Ligue 1 titles and emerged as a formidable contender for the Champions League, reaching the finals twice within 3 years. Although Diego Maradona displayed remarkable prowess during his time at Napoli, the club's limited capabilities prevented them from vying for the pinnacle of club football. Maradona once expressed his desire to be transferred to a club capable of contending for the Champions League, with Marseille being his preferred destination, as they were regarded as the strongest team in all of Europe. However, during Marseille's 5 consecutive Ligue 1 victories and their second appearance in the Champions League final within 3 years, club president Bernard Tapie made what would become one of the most foolish decisions in Marseille's history. He opted to bribe their opponents. At that time, Marseille was excelling on both the Ligue 1 and Champions League fronts, holding a 4-point lead over second-place Paris Saint-Germain with only 2 league matches remaining. And they were also poised to compete in the Champions League final. Tapie, concerned about repeating the misfortune of 2 years prior, when Marseille had lost to the unfancied Yugoslavian side Red Star Belgrade in the Champions League final, drawing 0-0 and succumbing in a penalty shootout, feared that his team's pursuit of the Ligue 1 title had drained their energies. In a bid to ensure his players had ample rest to secure the Champions League title, Tapie orchestrated a bribe to their opponents in the penultimate round of the league. Valenciennes, with a squad of substitutes, Marseille managed to secure a 1-0 victory, clinching the title a match early while allowing the first-team players 2 rounds of much-needed rest. Rejuvenated, Marseille triumphed in the Champions League final, courtesy of a header from the French striker, Papin, who had been named the tournament's top scorer for 3 consecutive years. Yet, merely 2 days after this victory, The match-fixing scandal involving Valenciennes came to light, leading to the revocation of Marseille's Ligue 1 title and their forced relegation. The club's roster of elite European players soon departed, and the once mighty Marseille faded into the annals of history. In reality, Marseille could have secured victory without resorting to bribery. They were more than capable of winning the Ligue 1 title without issue. Even if fatigue were a factor, the likelihood of Marseille winning the final remained high, as their strength was well recognized. It was only a matter of time before they would emerge as a premier powerhouse in Ligue 1, akin to Bayern in the Bundesliga. Taking a step back, even if AC Milan were to triumph over Marseille, the latter possesses the prowess to return with renewed vigor next year. In the past, many top-tier players from Marseille, including the esteemed Papin, migrated to AC Milan following Marseille's relegation, subsequently witnessing AC Milan's remarkable ascent to the Champions League finals for 3 consecutive years. Indeed, Marseille was once the team most poised to ascend to the pinnacle of French football. There exists a small yet significant detail. A certain coach benefited from Marseille's relegation, namely, Arsene Wenger, who was then at the helm of AS Monaco. After Marseille was stripped of their championship, their arch-rival, Paris Saint-Germain, declined to accept the title, also refraining from representing Ligue 1 in the Champions League. At that time, the Champions League was indeed exclusive, permitting only the champions of each league to participate. Consequently, third-placed Monaco was elevated to take part, and under Wenger's guidance, Monaco astonishingly reached the semi-finals, thus achieving instant acclaim. On the evening of December 17th, the match between Bordeaux and Marseille is set to unfold. This marks the penultimate fixture of the first half of the 2007-2008 Ligue 1 season. Marseille has faced considerable struggles, having once plummeted to 19th place in the league standings. Initially, there were hopes that despite a lackluster league performance, they could advance from the Champions League group stage. However, with Liverpool's resurgence in the group, Marseille, despite securing 2 victories and a draw in their first 3 matches, has suffered 3 consecutive defeats, finishing only 3rd in the group. Now, Marseille's imperative is to reclaim a position in European competition for the following season. Commentating on the match, Adrien Baptiste reflects on Marseille's predicament. Bordeaux has opted for a 4-3-3 formation, featuring defenders Joliet, Planis, Enrique, and Cham. Their primary central defender, Diawara, sustained an injury during training days prior and is unable to play. Brazilian defender Enrique partners with Planis in defense. Bordeaux's captain, Diarra, also succumbed to the flu and will not participate. The midfield comprises Maicaude, Wendell, and Fernando, while the attacking trio consists of Cavagnac, Bellion, and Liu Ting. As Liu Ting entered the field, he gazed upon the opposing Marseille players, recalling only Nasri and Sis. At that time, Nasri had yet to join Arsenal and form the illustrious North London quartet with Van Persie, while Sis had previously played for Liverpool, notably before the 2006 World Cup. During a friendly match against the Chinese national team, Sis suffered a horrific leg injury at the hands of Zheng Ji, a player now with Charlton in the championship, resulting in a grotesque fracture. The match commenced with Marseille kicking off. Senegalese forward Nyang passed the ball to Nasri, who deftly maneuvered and executed a long pass. Finding Sis ahead, Sis controlled the ball and swiftly returned it to the rapidly advancing Nyang, who unleashed a powerful shot that found the back of the net. Remarkably, this occurred merely a minute into the match, or more precisely, in just over 50 seconds. Marseille's aggressive start had yielded an astonishing early goal. As the Bordeaux fans switched on their televisions, they were greeted by the disheartening sight of their team trailing almost instantaneously. The Bordeaux players on the field were equally astonished, caught off guard by the swift attack that had led to a goal. On the sidelines, Marseille's coach, Rick Giarguar, raised his arms in jubilation, as everything unfolded according to his strategic plan. He had instructed his team to launch an aggressive assault from the outset, hoping to secure an early goal that would ease the path ahead. Following the departure of Marseille's former coach, Al Montmon, who had achieved a dismal record of 1 win, for draws and 4 losses after 9 matches, Giarguar took the reins and gradually began to improve the team's performance. However, a setback in the UEFA Champions League group stage left him anxious to solidify his position as head coach. To do so, he needed Marseille to secure a European competition spot, ideally a Champions League berth by season's end, thus necessitating a fierce contest in every match. Despite Marseille's capabilities not being significantly superior to Bordeaux's, the away team's morale was low after their recent elimination from the Champions League. Consequently, Giarguar devised a bold strategy of a rapid offensive at the outset to boost his team's spirits while simultaneously undermining their opponents. This approach offered a greater opportunity for Marseille to triumph over Bordeaux. Chapter 035. A perfect conclusion, the shock of conceding a goal so early left Bordeaux somewhat bewildered, prompting Blanco to leap from his sidelines in frustration, urging his team to regain composure. Liu Ting, too, felt a sense of bewilderment, having never encountered such a scenario before. However, upon observing Blanco's demeanor, he regained focus, realizing the imperative to prevent another goal from Marseille. During a defensive maneuver, Liu Ting seized the moment to rally his teammates, exclaiming, "Hey, guys, we need to stabilize now. We cannot allow Marseille to catch us off guard again. Our goal is the Ligue championship, and now is the time to close the gap with Lyon. If we can narrow the score to within 2 matches by the end of the first half of the season, we will have a significant opportunity to catch up." The match between Bordeaux and Marseille marked the final contest of this round. The earlier game, featuring Lyon at home against Nice, concluded in a 0-0 stalemate. Had Bordeaux emerged victorious, they would have narrowed the gap to just 2 points, trailing Lyon by a mere 4 points, significantly enhancing their chances of closing in. Perhaps Liu Ting's words had a certain impact, or perhaps the Marseille forwards lacked the necessary finishing prowess. In the ensuing 20 minutes, despite Bordeaux's struggles, they managed to avert further goals against them. In the 6th minute, Sis narrowly missed the target with a shot from within the box. By the 11th minute, Marseille earned a corner, which was executed by Kanha of the midfield, striking the crossbar. During Kanha's header, he made contact with Planu, subsequently falling within the penalty area. The incident raised a demand for Marseille players for a penalty. Bordeaux's team, not to be outdone, accused their opponents of simulation, with an agitated Planu dramatically diving to the ground. Both coaches on the sidelines vocally supported their players, calling for a penalty and denouncing the alleged dive. Ultimately, the referee deemed there to be no foul and did not penalize for simulation. Slow-motion replays revealed that there indeed was contact, though it remained unclear if it constituted a foul. However, Kanha's fall was undoubtedly exaggerated. In the 17th minute, Liu Ting initiated a rapid counterattack, skillfully maneuvering past Marseille's defender Taiwo in midfield, only to be brought down by Nigerian midfielder Olumara at the edge of the opponent's penalty area. Although Bellion's free kick failed to find the net, it effectively unsettled Marseille, who became less aggressive in their attacks. During this period, Bordeaux regained their composure, increasingly threatening their opponent's goal. Marseille, on the other hand, began to exert intense pressure in midfield, momentarily putting Bordeaux's trio of midfielders in a precarious position. The absence of their finest midfielder, Diarra, was felt. Observing the midfield dynamics, Liu Ting realized he might need to drop deeper to retrieve the ball. After 20 minutes, Bordeaux had steadied themselves, with the match shifting to a more balanced exchange of attacks. Bordeaux soon mounted another potent offensive, with Cavanagi's shot striking the post and bouncing out of play. Now Marseille's goalkeeper Mandanda launched a goal kick, reaching midfield, where Cheru received the ball and executed a wall pass with Nasri. Approaching the edge of the penalty area, Cheru unleashed a long-range strike, a spectacular world-class goal from outside the box, leaving everyone, including Baptiste, in awe. Liu Ting perceived that Marseille was indeed fortunate today. They successfully executed a surprise attack at the outset. Just as Bordeaux was regaining their morale and preparing to counterattack, an often unassuming defensive midfielder struck with an extraordinary long-range shot. Now trailing 0-2, the Bordeaux supporters in the stands could hardly believe their eyes, as both of Marseille's goals bore an air of peculiarity. Liu Ting felt that if this continued, Bordeaux's morale would be utterly shattered. He sought out his forward partners, Cavanaghi and Bellyon, and instructed them, momentarily, "I shall focus on making breakthroughs along the flanks for crosses. Fernando, be vigilant for the first drop. David, linger near the second drop." Fernando and Cavanaghi aimed to seize the header at the first drop, while David Bellyon, positioned at the second, had the opportunity to strike with his foot rather than solely relying on headers. This was an unavoidable circumstance. It was imperative to score quickly to elevate morale. Such crosses from the flanks were the most direct and swift means, although luck would play a significant role in this scenario. It was preferable to long-range shots that relied on chance, especially since penetrating their tightly organized defense was exceedingly difficult, particularly with reduced midfield support in this match. Furthermore, Liu Ting had discerned during the recent game that the opposition struggled with high balls. Bordeaux began to employ more flank center combinations. Although Bordeaux was generally better suited to a central breakthrough strategy with the ball at their feet, given the current state of play, a change in tactics was not unwarranted. Liu again advanced down the left, delivering a cross with his nimble left foot. Bellyon, positioned at the second drop, received the ball, albeit it was a half-high ball, He first controlled it before attempting a shot, but the Marseille defender swiftly deflected it out for a corner. Liu regained possession, and during this period, he was the most dynamic player on the field, nearly overwhelming Marseille's left flank. He maneuvered past the opposing defender Fati with a deft touch, cut inside, and delivered a diagonal pass to Cavenaghi, who headed the ball into the net, scoring for Bordeaux and igniting a sense of suspense in the match. In the 35th minute, Cavenaghi capitalized on Liu Ting's assist, scoring with a header to narrow the deficit to 1-2. This tactic proved effective, prompting Liu Ting to persist. In the 39th minute, after cutting inside, Liu Ting unleashed a shot that caught the Marseille goalkeeper off guard. However, the ball grazed the post and struck the side netting. On the sidelines, Blanco, believing it to be a goal, prepared to celebrate, only to realize the referee had disallowed it, leading to a sigh of regret. In the 42nd minute, Liu Ting switched to the right flank to deliver another cross, where Cavenaghi was brought down in the penalty area, yet the referee dismissed the foul, provoking a chorus of boos from the Bordeaux supporters. As the first half drew to a close, Bordeaux still failed to equalize. Another attack ensued, this time through the center. Miku threaded a pass to Cavenaghi, who laid it back for the advancing Liu. Liu's shot was somewhat straightforward, allowing the Marseille goalkeeper to deflect it onto the crossbar, resulting in a corner for Bordeaux. Miku took the corner, presenting a golden opportunity. Cavenaghi's header was thwarted by the goalkeeper, but Bellyon, with keen awareness, capitalized on the rebound to score, leveling the match just before halftime. During the stoppage time of the first half, Bellyon's follow-up shot assisted Bordeaux in equalizing the score to 2-2. At halftime, Blanc had but one desire: to secure a victory in this match, as the next round would feature a clash between the league leaders, Lyon, and the second-place Nancy. Regardless of the outcome, either team's victory would allow Bordeaux to catch up, contingent upon their own success in this match, thus providing a fitting conclusion to the first half of the season. This marks Liu Ting's inaugural season, and he too aspires to conclude his first half splendidly. As the second half commenced, Marseille promptly substituted Cisse, opting to field only one forward, seemingly adopting a more conservative approach, aiming to secure at least a point away from home, thus transitioning to a 4-5-1 formation. Baptiste speculated on the rationale behind Marseille's substitutions. Liu Ting, however, felt on the field that Marseille's five-man midfield exerted a more pronounced pressure in the center, as the additional midfielder made a significant difference. Unconsciously, Liu Ting realized he had to retreat to assist the team in controlling the midfield, playing increasingly like a central midfielder. Liu Ting's retreat allowed Bordeaux's midfield to stabilize. However, his reduced incursions into the forward line rendered Marseille's defense considerably more manageable. During this period, Liu Ting predominantly occupied the midfield, aiding the team in maintaining solidity, thus diminishing the offensive threats from both sides. It appeared that the scoreline would remain unchanged until the final whistle. By the 73rd minute, Baptiste uttered these words. On the sidelines, Bordeaux's assistant coach, Gasset, expressed his anxiety over the team's predicament. Securing a victory in this match was crucial for Bordeaux, as it would place them in a more advantageous position in the championship race. Laurent, are we not making substitutions? We could replace Bellyon with a midfielder to liberate Liu, enhancing our offensive threat, Gasset anxiously suggested. No, I wish to observe that young man's intuition, came the reply. What intuition? A top-tier free player cannot merely switch positions on the field. They must adapt to any role in the forward line. Both Messi and Ronaldo originated as midfielders, understanding when to retreat and when to advance for attack. This is the hallmark of a true free spirit. Gasset, left with no recourse, could only allow the team to continue their struggle against Marseille. Liu Ting indeed felt that being distant from the opponent's goal significantly diminished his offensive threat. However, advancing to the front line often resulted in being overwhelmed in midfield, presenting a seemingly insurmountable dilemma. Thus, the match remained in a stalemate, with both sides relying on a stroke of luck to produce a spectacular goal that could clinch victory. Time flew by, and before long, the clock struck the 85th minute, with the score still unchanged. Throughout the ebb and flow of the game, Liu Ting gradually discerned a strategy. He could move in tandem with the ball. When the football advanced to the front line, he would also surge forward to engage in the attack. Conversely, as the ball retreated to midfield, he would follow suit to regain control of the situation. This required a keen sense of timing to effectively transition between offensive and defensive positions. It seemed a promising approach, albeit contingent upon possessing the ball more frequently, which in turn demanded greater stamina. Thus, Liu Ting commenced his relentless back-and-forth runs. Chapter 036. UEFA Europa League qualification. That lad is undeniably talented. He has found a solution so swiftly, Blanco muttered to himself from the sidelines, while nearby. Gasset failed to catch the full extent of his words. Baptiste offered commentary on the match. We are now in the 88th minute, with the conclusion of the match, including stoppage time, unlikely to exceed 5 minutes. It appears the game may end in a draw, denying Bordeaux the opportunity to close the 2-point gap with Lyon. As stoppage time approached, Bordeaux continued to pass the ball in midfield. Wendell passed to Liu, who, confronted by a defender, opted for a wall pass with Miku to bypass the opposition. Advancing close to the penalty area, he connected with Kavanaghi, executing another wall pass. Liu received the ball and surged into the box, facing Taiwo. With a deft change of direction and a skillful touch, he maneuvered past Taiwo, seizing the golden opportunity to shoot. Gua. The ball soared unhesitatingly into the net. Marseille's goalkeeper, Mandanda, attempted to save, but was powerless to prevent the ball from finding its mark. Bordeaux had secured a dramatic last-minute victory, with Liu delivering the decisive blow. With remarkable speed, Liu Ting had traversed from midfield to the penalty area, achieving this through a mere 2 wall passes with his teammate, necessitating impeccable synergy. Once inside the box, all Liu needed was to deftly sidestep Taiwo to score. It was a flawless goal, a perfect amalgamation of teamwork and individual prowess. Baptiste instantly transformed into Liu's enthusiastic supporter. After scoring, Liu Ting rushed to the sidelines, shedding his shirt in celebration, exhilarated by the newfound dribbling technique and scoring ability he had just acquired. The stadium echoed with jubilant cheers. As the Bordeaux team concluded their celebrations, the referee approached Liu Ting, brandishing a yellow card and remarking, "This is the rule, as you well know." "Thank you, Liu Ting," who remains indifferent and expresses his gratitude. As the celebrations in Bordeaux concluded, the match was nearing its end, with the referee granting Marseille only one opportunity to attack before sounding the final whistle. Bordeaux managed a hard-fought victory over Marseille, triumphing 3-2 on home soil. Following the match, it was revealed that Nancy, who occupied the position ahead of Bordeaux, had only secured a draw in this round, placing Bordeaux third in the standings due to an inferior goal difference, despite being tied on points. They now trail the leaders, Lyon, by a mere 4 points. The impending clash between Lyon and Nancy promises to be a fierce contest, allowing Bordeaux to indulge in boundless speculation. The encounter with Marseille marked the penultimate round of Ligue 1 for Bordeaux in the first half of the season. However, it was not the final match for them during this period. Bordeaux still has an away game against the Greek team, Panionios, in the last group stage of the UEFA Cup to contend with. Having already secured 3 victories from 3 matches, Bordeaux has advanced to the next stage, accumulating 9 points, alongside Helsingborg, who is at 7 points. The third qualification spot is contested between Panionios and Galatasaray. The Turkish team may be focusing its efforts on the domestic league, striving for the championship, having only managed 1 victory in 3 rounds of the UEFA Cup group stage, while Panionios stands at 1 win and 1 draw with 4 points. The final round will see Panionios hosting Bordeaux and Galatasaray facing the already eliminated Austria Vienna at home. The outcome of who will progress remains uncertain. Good evening, dear viewers. We are now live broadcasting the final round of the UEFA Cup group stage, where Bordeaux will face the Greek team, Panionios, away from home. Bordeaux has already advanced with 3 consecutive victories in the previous rounds, and this match may witness some rotations in the lineup. However, according to our information, Liu Ting is expected to start. The commentary by Liu Jianhong from Tangshuan Video is providing reassurance to many Chinese fans eagerly awaiting the match on their computers, primarily to observe Liu Ting's performance and condition following his injury. Although the media has reported his impressive recovery after the last Ligue 1 match, it is understandable that fans wish to see it with their own eyes. Liu Ting insisted on being in the starting lineup. Originally, with the team having secured their advance, Blanco intended to field a squad of substitutes merely to fulfill the match. However, Liu Ting, through Liang, became aware that numerous domestic fans were concerned about his performance following his injury. Thus, this televised match presented an opportune moment for him to showcase his skills. Recently, Liu Ting and Liang have developed a close rapport, and he has introduced Liang to his agent to foster a more cohesive relationship, benefiting both parties. This connection allows Liang and Chinese football to swiftly and directly receive updates on Liu Ting, while Liu Ting gains the advantage of having a major domestic sports media outlet to promote him, particularly in times of adversity. The Mondial Agency, though influential in Europe, has limited reach in China. Furthermore, there are practical reasons for Liu Ting's eagerness to perform. Negotiations for his contract renewal with Bordeaux were nearly finalized when he sustained his injury, necessitating a temporary halt in discussions. Now, his return must be marked by a strong performance to reassure the club of his fitness, making this match an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. This would facilitate Wagner in finalizing the contract during the winter break. Moreover, Liu Ting, embodying the mindset of a Chinese player, places significant value on European championships. In the eyes of Blanco and the Bordeaux club, the UEFA Europa League and Ligue 1 title are not comparable. It is entirely reasonable for them to prioritize the Ligue over the Europa League. However, Liu Ting perceives the Europa League as a prestigious European trophy that deserves earnest competition, motivating him to aim for scoring 2 goals in this match. Currently, the Europa League is not held in high regard. Only teams with no chance of domestic glory or those unchallenged in their leagues seek to claim this somewhat lackluster title. The match has commenced, and the Greek team launched an aggressive offensive from the outset, seemingly determined to overwhelm Bordeaux, which is predominantly composed of substitutes. A sense of danger looms as Greek forward Jettable surges into the penalty area, resulting in a foul. Merely 5 minutes into the match, Panionios has been awarded a penalty kick, as their star striker Jettable was brought down in the box by a defender, prompting the referee to call for a penalty. As the match commenced, Liu Jianhong erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Jettable stepped up to take the penalty himself, approaching the ball and striking it with precision. The ball found the net as the Bordeaux goalkeeper misjudged the direction entirely. Bordeaux was immediately at a disadvantage, having conceded a goal in the opening moments. A troubling trend, as their defense has consistently faltered at the start of matches. Just in their previous game against Marseille, they had seen their goal breached within a minute of play. On the sidelines, Bronco was visibly distressed. While the outcome of this match might not bear significant consequence for Bordeaux, the defensive issues must be addressed promptly. Should these lapses persist, they could prove detrimental during crucial moments in the latter half of the season, particularly when vying for the championship against Lyon, where defensive mistakes could severely undermine team morale. Following Panionios' goal, the team intensified their offensive efforts, seeking to secure victory, which inadvertently left their defense vulnerable to gaps. Bordeaux seized the opportunity to counterattack, with Miku delivering a long pass to Liu Ting in midfield. Liu expertly controlled the ball and effortlessly maneuvered past his opponent, showcasing a level of skill seldom seen domestically. Liu Jianhong suddenly began to comment. Liu Ting, with the ball, has already entered the penalty area. His speed, while perhaps not rivaling the elite wingers of Europe, is nonetheless impressive. Confronted by an approaching defender, he executed a Marseille turn with finesse, creating a narrow angle from which he struck the ball into the net, securing a splendid goal. Liu Ting single-handedly pierced through the opponent's defense during the counterattack, sending the ball to the back of the net. In the 21st minute, Liu Ting's counterattack equalized the score for Bordeaux at 1-1. Upon reviewing the replay, one can truly appreciate Liu Ting's mastery of the Marseille turn. Bordeaux, historically associated with Zidane, raises the question of whether he imparted any wisdom to Liu Ting. However, it is my belief that Liu Ting's execution of the Marseille turn rivals that of Zidane himself, demonstrating that he has surpassed his mentor. Chinese fans watching the match were left incredulous, as Liu Jianhong boldly made his claims. It is worth noting that Zidane has not returned to Bordeaux in many years. Yet Liu Jianhong insinuated his direct influence. Following this match, Liu Jianhong found himself labeled as Liu the Blower. Alas, Bordeaux's defense was truly inadequate. Even with substitutes on the field, such lapses are unacceptable. Once again, they conceded a goal. During a free kick taken by Panionios, the defense inexplicably failed to guard the back post, allowing the opponent's midfielder Marcos to receive the ball and score effortlessly, once more taking the lead. In the 34th minute, Panionios' tactical free kick exposed Bordeaux's defensive errors, enabling the opponent to regain the advantage at 2-1. Liu Ting subsequently began to seek opportunities independently, for his goal in this match was to score. Once again, he seized the ball in the attacking zone, skillfully maneuvering to the right to evade the opposing defender. He executed a delicate pass to Chamak, who received the ball, made an adjustment, and unleashed a shot. The opposing goalkeeper reacted swiftly, parrying the ball away. Liu Ting was perfectly positioned to capitalize on the rebound, deftly converting the opportunity into a goal. With this remarkable follow-up strike, Liu Ting had now secured a brace, equalizing the score for his team. Fans who had tuned in early to watch the live broadcast need not worry. His form is exceptional, indeed better than ever. Liu Ting's goal came in the 42nd minute, shortly before the first half concluded with a score of 2-2. In the second half, Panionios noticeably intensified their defensive strategy, as they were aware that in a concurrent match, Galatasaray was struggling to penetrate the defense of Austria Vienna at home. Should that match end in a draw, Panionios would only require a draw to advance, alleviating the necessity for an aggressive offensive approach. The team settled into a more conservative formation, patiently awaiting the outcome of the other match, with Liu Ting's counterattacks in the first half leaving a lasting impression. Panionios opted for a defensive stance, while Bordeaux found themselves at an impasse, as they fielded predominantly substitutes for this match. In the 78th minute, Blanco substituted Liu Ting, primarily because Liu Ting had recently returned from injury. He was replaced by Kavronidis, with Blanco hoping to reinvigorate Kavronidis for the final round of the first half of the season. As Liu Ting exited the field, he was met with a cacophony of boos from the Greek fans, had it not been for Liu Ting's brace in the first half. Panionios could have found themselves in a more advantageous position, rather than anxiously monitoring the other match. Unexpectedly, Kavronidis scored in the 87th minute, delivering a significant blow to Panionios. Their final attempts to equalize were in vain. Ultimately, the match involving Galatasaray did indeed end in a draw, yet Panionios faltered at home, relinquishing their chance to qualify. Both Panionios and Galatasaray finished with 4 points, but the Turkish team's solitary victory came against the Greek side, thereby granting Galatasaray the edge based on their head-to-head record. In Group H, Bordeaux, Helsingborg, and Galatasaray all advanced, setting the stage for the knockout rounds in the second half of the season. Chapter 037, 19th birthday on December 22, 2007. The final round of the first half of the Ligue 1 season saw Bordeaux face Socox away from home. Liu Ting, following his remarkable performances in his recent return, has caught the attention of his club, which is actively negotiating a contract renewal with his agent, Wagner. As the winter transfer window approaches, there exists a looming possibility of him being poached by other teams. Concurrently, the top-ranked Lion is facing a challenge against Nancy, and the outcome of that match holds significance for Bordeaux, regardless of which team emerges victorious. Presently, Bordeaux and Nancy are tied on points, with Bordeaux trailing in third place due to an inferior goal difference. Lion leads Bordeaux by 4 points, and the most favorable scenario would be a victory for Nancy, allowing Bordeaux to narrow the gap to just 1 point, thus leaving the second half of the season rife with potential. As for Nancy, Bordeaux holds them in low regard. Socox currently sits second to last in Ligue 1, with only the newly promoted Mets, who languished at the bottom since the season's onset, having fewer points. Yet, Bordeaux found themselves in a challenging match against Socox, who are now focused on survival and are resolutely defending their home turf. Bordeaux struggled to breach the opposing goal. At halftime, the players were preoccupied with the score of the Lion match, and upon learning it was also 0-0, their spirits lifted somewhat. However, Coach Blanc expressed his frustration in the locker room. Your focus must be on your own match, not on the score from the other game. Do you think facing a relegation-threatened team like Socox will be an easy task? Look at the current score. We have not yet found the back of the net, and it is entirely possible that we will not do so by the 90th minute. Only by securing victory in this match do we earn the right to concern ourselves with the outcome of the Lion and Nancy game. Blanc's words had a motivating effect, and indeed, Bordeaux emerged more aggressive in the second half. However, the first half stalemate had given Socox hope of securing a point at home, leading to even more resolute defending in the second half, making it increasingly difficult for Bordeaux to score. As the match approached the 80-minute mark, it was intriguing to note that both sides remained at 0-0. Should this scoreline persist until the final whistle, it would mean that all top 3 teams had drawn blanks in their respective matches, resulting in no change in standings. French commentators compared the situations of both matches, while Bordeaux's players grew increasingly anxious. As the coach had stated, if they could not secure a victory here, the result of the Lion match would be utterly inconsequential. Liu Ting remained relatively composed on the field, perhaps due to the influence of his memories, as he often exuded a sense of calmness. During yet another offensive play, Liu Ting proactively called for the ball from Kavanaghi. At this moment, Kavanaghi seemed solely focused on shooting, preoccupied with the desire to score, which ironically made him more likely to miss opportunities. Liu Ting received the ball and passed it back to Miku. At this moment, the veteran displayed his experience, having faced such scenarios countless times throughout his career. Miku, calm and composed in midfield, orchestrated the play without a hint of urgency. After exchanging passes with Diallo, Miku sent the ball to Liu, who charged forward with the ball. As 2 defenders closed in on him, Liu lofted the ball to Kavanaghi, However, Bresci, positioned behind Cavenaghi, marked him tightly, preventing him from turning. Cavenaghi, in turn, opted for a header back, directing the ball onto Liu's path. Seizing the opportunity, Liu swiftly penetrated the penalty area, deftly evading Afolabi. With Bresci rushing to cover, Cavenaghi found himself unmarked. A pass to him would have been ideal. Did Liu intend to pass? Yes, he was about to. But alas, he was brought down before he could do so by Peter Shaw. Liu fell to the ground, visibly in pain, as the referee approached. This tackle in the penalty area was deemed a foul, likely resulting in a penalty. Indeed, the referee pointed to the spot, awarding Bordeaux a penalty, one that could potentially decide the match. Furthermore, Bresci received a red card for his actions. Liu Ting observed as the referee awarded a penalty kick, almost ready to rise to his feet. It was a jest. After all, he emerged from the illustrious La Masia Film Academy. The manner in which he theatrically fell was almost second nature to him, and it was, without a shadow of a doubt, a foul. Amidst the chorus of mockery and jeers from the crowd, Liu Ting stood up and embraced Cavenaghi, the primary penalty taker alongside Belion. It was crucial that the penalty he had fought so hard to earn was not squandered. Cavenaghi did not disappoint, confidently sending the ball into the net. In the 86th minute, Cavenaghi converted the penalty, giving Bordeaux a 1-0 lead. Simultaneously, the opposing team was reduced to 10 men, bringing victory tantalizingly close. Indeed, Sochaux's late resurgence proved futile, seemingly an effort to assert their determination for survival in the league. Ultimately, Bordeaux secured a 1-0 away victory, thanks to the penalty. And more importantly, the match between Lyon and Nancy ended in a 0-0 draw. This allowed Bordeaux to leapfrog Nancy by 2 points, now sitting in second place. Just 2 points adrift of the leaders, Lyon, with only a single match separating them. Following the match, the entire Bordeaux squad flew back that evening. As Christmas and the winter break approached, everyone was eager to return home for the holidays, with the African players set to participate in the Africa Cup of Nations. Knowing that Liu Ting's birthday fell on Christmas, the team organized a modest birthday celebration for him, resulting in him being covered in cake and doused with champagne. Shortly thereafter, the Bordeaux squad commenced their holiday. Liu Ting traveled to Paris to celebrate Christmas and coincidentally his birthday with El Asadou. With a winter break of approximately 1 month, Liu Ting planned to escape to the warm beaches of Spain to enjoy the winter alongside L.A. The 5 southern cities of Spain serve as winter holiday havens, generating considerable tourism revenue for the Spanish government each year. Liu Ting and L.A. opted for Malaga, a suggestion from L.A., while Liu Ting remained rather casual about the choice. Picasso once remarked that one cannot create cubist art without having basked in the sunlight of Malaga. Perhaps Picasso intended to convey his own artistic prowess, being a native of Malaga, where he soaked in its sun from a young age, surely allowing his artistic skills to soar to extraordinary heights. On the warm sands of Malaga, L.A. reclined on a beach chair and said, "Do you truly know how to do this? I am quite willing to embrace this role, and if there is anything I don't know, I can learn gradually." Liu Ting, while conversing, was applying sunscreen on her. Indeed, it was quite an admirable task. "You scoundrel, not an ounce of chivalry," Leah remarked, yet she maintained the same posture, continuing to indulge in the intimate gesture. During Liu Ting's vacation in Malaga, the television in Jacques-Pierre's reception area at the Bordeaux training facility in Clairefontaine was broadcasting a summary of the first half of the Ligue 1 season on Channel 5. The Ligue 1 has now entered its winter break, revealing a mix of fortunes for the teams. Currently, the top 3 positions are held by Lyon, Bordeaux, and Nancy. Remarkably, Nancy, having finished last season in 13th place, has emerged as a dark horse this season, at one point even leading the standings. They have since dropped to 3rd place. Lyon and Bordeaux, both traditional powerhouses, are now vying for the championship, with Lyon holding a slender lead of 2 points over Bordeaux. The ultimate outcome remains uncertain. At the bottom of the table are Metz, Sochaux, and Lens. Metz, a newly promoted team, has been languishing at the bottom since the season's onset, seemingly destined for relegation, as they find themselves 15 points adrift of 17th-placed Paris Saint-Germain halfway through the season. Sochaux's situation is also bleak. Other traditional clubs, such as Marseille, Monaco, and Paris Saint-Germain, are struggling. Marseille briefly found themselves in the relegation zone, but their fortunes have improved following a managerial change. Monaco, meanwhile, is in a precarious mid-table position, while Paris Saint-Germain has slipped to 17th, now contending for a European competition spot, whether through league placement or cup competitions. The standout revelation of the half-season has been Bordeaux's 18-year-old prodigy Liu Ting, who hails from La Masia's youth academy. Signed on a free transfer by Blanc last summer, he has swiftly become an indispensable asset in Bordeaux's attack. Over the course of 6 months, he has made 14 appearances, netting 10 goals and providing 4 assists, 6 goals in 11 league matches and 4 goals in 3 appearances in the Europa League. For a free acquisition, he has proved to be Bordeaux's most valuable signing this season, effectively securing the title of Ligue 1's best young player, with only Lyon's Ben Arfa as a competitor. However, while Ben Arfa may contend for the accolade in other seasons, this year truly belongs to Liu Ting. If he continues his impressive form, he will undoubtedly be a frontrunner for next year's Golden Boy Award. The television then showcased a compilation of Liu Ting's goals. Sitting in front of the screen alongside old Jacques was a young child who looked up and asked, "Grandpa, did he just join this year? His performance is remarkable. He is truly impressive." Jacques affectionately ruffled the child's hair and replied, "Yes, he is new. When he returns to the team, I will take you to get his autograph." Chapter 38, Renewals and Transfers in Manchester. The Middle Eastern influx has yet to make a significant impact, and the finest football team remains the Red One. Within Manchester's premier club, Manchester United, Sir Alex Ferguson was engaged in conversation with his assistant, Carlos Queiroz, the very same Queiroz who once managed Real Madrid. His tenure at the Spanish club lasted a mere year, culminating in a disheartening 5 consecutive defeats that surrendered the championship to Valencia, ultimately leading to his dismissal. This series of unfortunate events inadvertently facilitated Rafael Benitez's ascent to prominence. Without those defeats, Benitez would not have been able to guide Valencia to the La Liga title. And lacking that championship, he would not have possessed the credentials to coach Liverpool, which in turn would have eliminated the possibility of the miraculous events in Istanbul the following year. After his unsuccessful stint at Real Madrid, Queiroz returned to Manchester United to serve as Ferguson's assistant. A curious journey indeed. Transitioning from head coach at one of the world's most prestigious clubs back to an assistant role for 4 long years. "Alex, I have a video of a player that may pique your interest," Queiroz remarked, handing Ferguson a disc. Upon inserting the disc into the machine, Ferguson scrutinized the footage and inquired, "Is he a French player?" "Not at all. He is a Chinese Monegasque, hailing from the Barcelona Youth Academy. For reasons unknown, he was overlooked and failed to secure a professional contract, only to be signed by Bordeaux on a free transfer. He is currently the standout young talent in Ligue 1 this season. A right-footed player who excels on the right flank and is adept at cutting in, an ideal candidate to develop as a substitute for Ronaldo," Queiroz explained. Ferguson felt a twinge of frustration, primarily stemming from the peculiarities of that eccentric president at Real Madrid. Following the failure of Florentino Perez's Galacticos policy, his former assistant, Calderon, successfully campaigned to become president of the club in the summer of 2006. Calderon's campaign promises included bringing Cac, Robin, and Fabregas to the Bernabeu. Yet upon assuming office, he failed to secure any of these marquee signings, often resorting to comedic antics in the media to maintain his visibility. A year later, in the summer of 2007, he finally succeeded in acquiring Robin, but both Cac and Fabregas remained uninterested in Calderon's overtures, with Fabregas openly declaring his desire to return to Barcelona, a rather embarrassing blow for the president. Compounding the situation was Beckham's departure to Los Angeles, prompting Calderon to add Cristiano Ronaldo to his renewed roster. Ferguson is well aware that Cristiano Ronaldo has strained relationships with many of his teammates at Manchester United, having encountered conflicts with several players. Although he could show favoritism towards Ronaldo, even going so far as to sell Ruud van Nistelrooy and dismiss the invaluable Roy Keane. These actions are undoubtedly influenced by the discord with Ronaldo. However, the rift between Ronaldo and Wayne Rooney remains irreconcilable, and it is impossible to expel Rooney from the team. Under such circumstances, it is hardly surprising that Ronaldo finds the allure of Real Madrid enticing, while Ferguson is determined to retain Ronaldo, and the latter has not yet firmly expressed his desire to join Real Madrid. Ferguson understands that this is not a sustainable solution. Eventually, Ronaldo is destined to depart from Madrid. Ronaldo has even hinted at his aspirations to join the Spanish giants in the media, prompting Ferguson to consider potential successors. This summer, he brought in Nani, yet the latter's performance over the past 6 months has indicated that despite being labeled as Ronaldo's heir, he still falls short of that mantle. Consequently, Ferguson is compelled to continue his search for a replacement, and a recommendation from Queiroz seems promising. As Ferguson contemplates strategies to retain Ronaldo, Queiroz mistakenly assumes he is concerned about Nani's inability to meet expectations and remarks that the Chinese player has only shown promise for half a season, suggesting his market value should be low. Even if the endeavor fails, the repercussions would be minimal. Ferguson sighs in response, suggesting they inquire about a bid. Ultimately, Ferguson's primary desire is to keep Ronaldo, yet the relentless temptations from Real Madrid, coupled with the president's incessant declarations of intent to recruit Ronaldo, leave him uncertain about how long he can hold on. Meanwhile, in London, Wenger has learned of Liu Ting's impressive return and is resolute in making an offer to Bordeaux. The president of Bordeaux has noted that Luis Triad is in high spirits lately, as the team's performance has been commendable. With a stroke of luck, they might clinch the league title this season, or at least secure a spot in next season's Champions League. The players that Blanc initially sought to acquire for free are now performing exceptionally well, which will undoubtedly yield substantial profits for the club. Several teams are already inquiring about the young Chinese player, including 2 prominent clubs from the Premier League. Of course, if it weren't for that damned individual approaching, Triad would surely be in an even better mood. Good day, Mr. President. I believe we should finalize our intentions promptly, as there are only 2 days until the winter transfer window opens. If we cannot reach an agreement by then, I may have to seek out clubs willing to pay the buyout clause for my players. The individual approaching was none other than Liu Ting's agent, Schiller Wagner. Thériault pondered that currently, the contract with that Chinese player adhered to the lowest tier of player salary standards, inclusive of a $3 million penalty for breach. When he initially signed that Chinese player, he had never anticipated that a discarded athlete would perform remarkably. It was merely out of respect for Blanco that he proceeded with the signing, even foregoing personal attendance. Consequently, the terms of the contract were reflective of an ordinary player. Little did he know that within merely 6 months, that young man would rise to prominence. An injury had interrupted the renewal process, and now, if a new contract were not negotiated, that young man might indeed opt to pay the $3 million penalty to join another team, given that his market value had surged to $8 million. Although he had learned from Blanco that the young man was still inclined to remain in Bordeaux, the unpredictability of circumstances loomed large. Very well, I believe we can engage in a serious discussion. Thériault gritted through his teeth. Within 2 days, a new contract was drafted, and Liu Ting, vacationing in Spain, received a call from his agent. Hello, dear. It seems we must return to France for a holiday. The winter in Monaco is delightful. Though it lacks the comforting sunshine of Spain, it remains quite warm. Liu Ting remarked to Leia Saidu. Well, a trip to Monaco sounds delightful. I have yet to visit your home. He continued. However, we must first make a stop in Bordeaux before returning to Monaco. On this occasion, Liu Ting finally met with the president of Bordeaux, Triad. Of course, their previous encounters during matches did not count. This was the first time he was meeting him in the context of signing a contract. Triad, a middle-aged man with a somewhat rotund physique, was rumored to be a local wine merchant in Bordeaux. Liu, this is what you deserve, Triad said as he handed Liu Ting the prepared contract, simultaneously producing a bottle of wine, which Liu Ting, for the moment, did not examine for its specific vintage. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. President. The contract is ready. It merely requires your signature. The new contract bound Liu Ting to Bordeaux for 4 years, with his salary rising to $1.5 million annually, alongside a corresponding increase in bonuses for goals and assists. The buyout clause was set at an impressive $40 million, a figure Triad specifically requested after making concessions on the salary, indicating the club's optimism regarding Liu Ting's future, especially considering he had just turned 19. Most of the principal players within Bordeaux earned salaries ranging from $800,000 to $1.2 million, as French clubs were not particularly affluent, especially during the ongoing global financial crisis. Triad initially aimed for a 6-year contract with a salary of $1.2 million. However, Wagner was clearly opposed to this deal. Taking advantage of the impending winter transfer window, Wagner secured a favorable position in negotiations, ultimately leading to Liu Ting's salary being elevated to $1.5 million, while the contract duration was reduced to 4 years. This salary placed Liu Ting second only to the team captain, Diarra, and Kavanaghi, with Diarra earning $1.8 million annually. To make concessions, the buyout clause was doubled from the previously agreed $20 million. After signing the new contract, Liu Ting participated in 2 advertisements for Bordeaux arranged by Wagner, which were said to gradually enhance his commercial value. In reality, they merely involved taking a couple of photographs for a local supermarket and a furniture store. After a day's work, he earned a modest $600,000. Once the matters concerning Bordeaux were settled, Liu Ting and Saidu returned to Monaco. The wine gifted by the president was likely a fine vintage from his own vineyard, suggesting that Triault had not forgotten to promote his own product. Liu Ting and Saidu could certainly enjoy the wine and have a good time. The winter transfer window lasts for a month, predominantly in January. While Liu Ting was at home in Monaco, embracing a French beauty in slumber, Bordeaux received several offers regarding Liu Ting. Initially, bids came from Ligue 1 teams such as Lyon, Paris Saint-Germain, and Monaco. Lyon, noticing Bordeaux' aggressive pursuit, attempted to thwart their progress by poaching talent. Meanwhile, Paris Saint-Germain, struggling in their campaign, sought to acquire quality players. As for Monaco, President Franz appealed to familial ties, vocally urging Liu Ting to return and assist in Monaco's resurgence. Liu Ting also heard these voices and, in an interview with reporters, stated, "Monaco is a magnificent team, having once nurtured great players such as Henry and Trezeguet. Currently, their position in the standings is evidently not where they belong. I believe there must be an issue within the team. Surely someone has made a mistake." Liu Ting's remarks essentially served to praise Monaco while simultaneously casting aspersions on their current coach, Gomez. In any team facing difficulties, the first to bear the brunt of criticism is invariably the head coach. Gomez, who arrogantly underestimated others at the beginning of the season, must now shoulder the blame for the team's struggles. Additionally, maintaining a good rapport with the Monaco club and its supporters is prudent, as he has ties to the club and may wish to return to Monaco for a few years of retirement in the future. However, in a few years, Monaco is likely to be acquired by a Russian oligarch, and when that time comes, the financially buoyant club will demand a certain level of skill from those seeking to join. A couple of days later, offers from Manchester United and Arsenal arrived, truly capturing the media's attention. The previous bids from other clubs had not garnered much interest, as they were merely from Ligue 1 teams. But the involvement of Premier League giants was a different matter altogether. Chapter 039. The Chinese Olympic team. One morning, Liu Ting was nestled beside Saidu, enjoying a deep slumber after yet another exhausting night, when he was abruptly awakened by a phone call. Liu Ting, unwilling to intervene, found himself besieged by the incessant ringing of the phone, which ultimately roused Leah Saidu from her slumber. With a hint of irritation, Saidu remarked, "My dear, you ought to answer it. It must be someone in urgent need of your attention." Liu Ting rose from his bed and discovered the phone that had been carelessly tossed into the corner last night. Initially feeling a surge of annoyance, he noted that it was a call from Lyon. Nevertheless, he decided to remain composed, as collaboration was essential. Upon concluding the call, Liu learned that both Arsenal and Manchester United were vying to acquire him from Bordeaux during the winter transfer window. While this news might only generate modest interest in Europe, given the stature of these elite clubs, it was not particularly sensational. Every prestigious team typically seeks to secure several promising young talents each year for future prospects, the success of which remains uncertain. However, this development resounded as significant news in China, where the coverage of football has rendered Liu Ting a well-known figure among fans, who regard him as one of their own. The prospect of joining a renowned club naturally sparked immense interest. Liu Ting did not explicitly state whether he would join a prestigious club. Instead, he spoke ambiguously, allowing for greater speculation and interest without firmly committing himself, thereby avoiding potential future contradictions. Consequently, reports from China regarding Liu Ting's possible transfer to Manchester United, where he might partner with Dong Fenghua, proliferated. Articles emerged suggesting that Professor Wenger saw immense potential in Liu Ting, positing him as a potential successor to the likes of Thierry Henry. Regardless of the veracity of these claims, the mere interest generated was sufficient. In Bordeaux, the club president, Triault, summoned coach Blanc to his office to discuss Liu Ting. Triault found himself somewhat tempted by Manchester United's offer, which had escalated from an initial $9 million to $12 million. He recognized that if Bordeaux were willing to part with the player, the offer could further increase. However, he sought Blanc's opinion first. Arriving prepared, Blanc had anticipated the reason for Triault's summons and articulated his thoughts succinctly. "Mr. President, from both the player's perspective and the team's, now is not an opportune time to sell. Liu is currently experiencing a significant upsurge in form, suggesting that his market value will only rise by summer, barring any major injuries. From a team standpoint, our current performance is promising. Aside from Lyon, our main competitor, other strong teams have faltered. Retaining our full squad gives us a substantial chance to defeat Lyon and secure the league championship. A title would enhance Liu's market value, and, should he continue to perform admirably, he could emerge as a strong contender for next year's Golden Boy Award. That would indeed be the right moment to consider a transfer." Armed with his well-prepared arguments, Blanc successfully convinced Triod not to sell in the winter. Nevertheless, Blanc sighed internally, recognizing the plight of clubs like Bordeaux. Even as a formidable Ligue 1 team, they were often compelled to sell promising players instead of striving for long-term success. The following day, the president of Bordeaux directed Louis Triod to publicly declare Liu Ting as an indispensable asset to the team, heralding him as the future of the club. Few believed this proclamation, as it was well understood that a club like Bordeaux could hardly afford to have non-transferable players. Nonetheless, it became apparent that Liu Ting's departure from Bordeaux during the winter window was now significantly less likely, particularly since he had not publicly expressed a desire to leave, despite the interest from illustrious clubs like Manchester United and Arsenal. On January 10, 2008, the day the Bordeaux team gathered, it was noteworthy that they had already played a match in the third round of the French Cup on January 6th. Blanc had resolutely chosen to forego the cup competition, fielding a team of substitutes and youth players against a fourth-tier team, Quevilly, yet Bordeaux still triumphed with a 3-1 victory. The French domestic cup competitions, including the French Cup and the Ligue Cup, are single-elimination matches, with lower division teams enjoying the advantage of home ground when facing higher-tier opponents. At the entrance of the Clairefontaine training base, Liu Ting encountered a multitude of Chinese journalists clamoring for interviews. After inquiring for quite some time, Liu Ting finally learned that the Chinese Olympic team had come to Europe for training and was scheduled to engage in a friendly match against Bordeaux. The reason the Olympic team chose Bordeaux was indeed due to Liu Ting, as the team has garnered significant attention among French clubs. Liu Ting can only respond in a formulaic manner. His sensitive position prohibits him from openly criticizing the national Olympic team, which represents China. Many still harbor illusions about this team, and should he utter disparaging remarks, he would undoubtedly be branded a traitor. Even if he is acutely aware of the team's shortcomings and their dismal performance in the Olympics, he must remain reticent. Furthermore, this training camp has not yielded favorable outcomes, with the team failing to secure a single victory. However, it is still an improvement over the previous year's training sessions, which were marred by brawls. Reportedly, the chairman of the Football Association, Xie Yalong, has accompanied the team to Europe to prevent further incidents of violence. It remains unclear whether his purpose is for tourism or otherwise. I have faith that the Chinese national Olympic team will achieve commendable results in Europe, as they are a group of highly energetic players. Whether I will participate in the match against the Chinese national Olympic team depends on the coach's arrangements, especially since the French Ligue 1 season will have commenced by then. Ultimately, I am confident that China will achieve monumental success in the upcoming Olympics, showcasing the nation to the world. Liu Ting spoke eloquently in fluent Chinese, quickly winning the favor of the Chinese journalists present. With cameras rolling, it was certain that his heartfelt blessings for the Olympic Games would be broadcast back to China. "Hello, old Jacques. I hope you had a pleasant holiday." Liu Ting greeted as he entered, acknowledging the doorman, Jacques, who was accompanied by a curious child gazing intently at him. "Welcome back, Liu. Once training concludes, please come over for a moment. This is my grandson, Louis Pierre. He will be delighted if you could give him your autograph," Jacques said, affectionately ruffling his grandson's hair. "Hello, Louis. I will come over shortly," Liu responded. Liu Ting gazed at the child and greeted, "Hello, Liu." The child's response was a mere whisper, tinged with a hint of shyness. Soon after, Liu Ting encountered the majority of his teammates at the training facility, though some were still participating in the Africa Cup of Nations and had yet to return. The tournament, held biennially during the winter, often vexed European clubs, particularly those in the Premier League that do not observe a winter break. However, Ligue 1, with its winter hiatus, faced less disruption, and within Bordeaux, only the primary central defender, the Senegalese Diakite, represented his national team, while the other African players had returned. Blanco arrived at the sidelines to assess the players' conditions, while assistant coach Gasset took charge of the training session. In the latter half of the season, Bordeaux would contend in Ligue 1, the Europa League, and the Coupe de France, although the latter was deemed a lost cause, with Blanco intending to deploy substitutes and youth players for those matches, taking the outcome as it came. The Europa League also bore the potential for abandonment if necessary, as the primary focus remained on clinching the Ligue 1 championship. After the first half of the season concluded, Blanco attended the Europa League draw, where the 24 teams that advanced from the group stage were mixed with the 8 third-place teams from the Champions League. The draw allowed only for avoidance of teams from the same group or league, leaving the rest to chance. The order of home and away matches bore no relation to group rankings and was entirely random. Bordeaux's status as group winners afforded them the same draw treatment as those who finished third, which significantly contributed to the lack of attention garnered by the Europa League. as its group stage offered considerably diminished spectacle. Bordeaux has been fortunate, avoiding a draw with Bayern Munich, yet they have been paired with another formidable Bundesliga team, Bayer Leverkusen. With the schedule set for a home-and-away format, Bayer Leverkusen, a powerhouse in the Bundesliga, is not inferior in strength to Bordeaux. Moreover, Bundesliga teams have a traditional zeal for European competitions, often prioritizing the Champions League or the Europa League over domestic league matches, a stark contrast to Italian teams. After their aspirations for a mini-World Cup were dashed, Italian clubs frequently abandon European tournaments to focus solely on domestic affairs, particularly neglecting the Europa League, which this year saw 4 Italian teams enter the qualification rounds, with 3 failing to reach the group stage. Italians humorously refer to the Europa League as the cup for the defeated, as it is often the destination for teams dropping from the Champions League group stage. Faced with the tenacious Bundesliga teams, should the situation become dire, Blanco may consider withdrawing from the competition. Following a rather indulgent holiday, Blanco has publicly criticized those whose physical condition has evidently declined. Liu Ting, on the other hand, has managed to maintain a commendable physique. Although he does not rigorously train throughout the holiday, he does not allow himself to become overly complacent. Consequently, he has performed admirably on the pitch, securing a place in the starting lineup for the first match. In stark contrast is the arrogant Aubertin, whose legs appear as feeble as overcooked noodles, making him a prime target for Blanco's reprimands. If his performance does not improve, he risks being relegated to the reserve or youth teams. At the conclusion of training, Liu Ting sought out the elderly Jacques. Through his teammates, he had learned about Jacques' grandson, Louis, who, influenced by his grandfather, has been a Bordeaux supporter since childhood and has harbored a passion for football. However, due to a childhood illness, he struggled to run swiftly, making his dream of becoming a player unattainable. Playing football with peers often resulted in ridicule due to his poor performance, leading him to develop a sense of inferiority and retreat into solitary play. Now, young Louis is enrolled in an elite school, his family investing significantly in his education. His sole hobby is to seek autographs from every Bordeaux player, whether they are starters, substitutes, or even lone players. He carries a football, eagerly requesting signatures to cherish and preserve. Chapter 040. The Ligue begins at the entrance of the training facility. Liu Ting encountered the young boy once more. With a hint of trepidation, the child cautiously regarded Liu Ting, yet bravely approached him, clutching a football and extending it towards Liu Ting. Liu Ting gently patted his head, squatting down to retrieve the football, and skillfully inscribed his signature upon it, both in French and Chinese. As a future superstar, Liu Ting had indeed practiced his autograph meticulously. However, he found himself at a loss for words when faced with such a young child. After returning the football to Louis, Liu Ting inquired, "Little Louis, what is your dream?" Before the boy could respond, Liu Ting continued, "When I was your age, I aspired to be a tennis player, so I diligently practiced the sport. However, a professional tennis coach later informed me that my left arm had sustained an injury, rendering it too weak for a career in tennis. I was quite disheartened at that time. Yet, I soon discovered a new passion, football. In truth, I had little exposure to football before the age of 12. But after 2 years of dedicated training, I joined La Masia, and now I am a genuine football player." Really? Little Louis was indeed captivated by Liu Ting's half-truths. Liu Ting had genuinely enjoyed tennis for a period, especially with the annual tennis masters in Monte Carlo. "Of course it's true. I believe you might become an excellent team manager. With hard work and dedication, you could very well find yourself managing Bordeaux in the future." As he listened to Liu Ting, a spark ignited in little Louis's eyes. On January 12, 2008, at 9 p.m. local time, the Ligue 1 match between Bordeaux and Auxerre commenced, with Liu Ting unsurprisingly starting on the field, partnered with Cavanaghi and Bellion. Simultaneously, the Chinese U-23 team faced off against the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich, causing most Chinese journalists, apart from a few like Liang, to rush to Munich for coverage of that anticipated showdown. The match between Bordeaux and Auxerre was part of the second half of the 2007 to 2008 Ligue 1 season. Bordeaux's front line comprised Cavanaghi, Bellion, and Liu Ting, forming their strongest attacking trio. As long as this combination remained intact, Bordeaux had a strong chance of clinching the Ligue 1 championship this year, as noted by the French commentator. Auxerre, currently ranked a modest 15th, struggled against Bordeaux's aggressive offensive approach from the outset. In a swift counterattack, Auxerre seized the opportunity after Bordeaux's initial offensive faltered. Romanian forward Nicolai, with remarkable speed, surged into the penalty area and executed a delicate lob shot that found the net, scoring just 2 minutes into the match. This was certainly an ominous sign, and even the French commentator expressed surprise at such an early goal conceded. Liu Ting has grown accustomed to the fact that Bordeaux typically concedes a goal within the first 10 minutes of a match. It is indeed disheartening to witness such a recurring theme of yielding an early goal. One cannot ascertain whether this predicament stems from deficiencies in Bordeaux's defense or from Blanc's offensive tactics. The solitary silver lining in this situation is that the team has become resilient, as they are now accustomed to conceding early goals. This setback does not seem to demoralize them. Immediately following the concession, Bordeaux regrouped and launched a counterattack. The interplay between Diarra and Alonso, featuring a 1-2 combination, was executed flawlessly. Diarra delivered a long pass to the wing, allowing Liu to evade his marker and make a rapid advance to receive the ball, resulting in a clear opportunity that culminated in a goal. As Liu Ting was poised to celebrate his goal, the resounding cheers from the crowd abruptly transformed into a chorus of boos, as if silenced by an unseen force. Turning his head, Liu Ting beheld the assistant referee at the sidelines raising his flag to signal an offside. The referee subsequently ruled the play as offside, leaving us to rely on the replay to ascertain the legitimacy of this contentious decision. Liu Ting was acutely aware that he had evaded the defender aligned with him only after receiving a pass from Diallo, thus he could not possibly be offside. He approached the referee to contest the call, while the Bordeaux players, led by Captain Diallo, were also attempting to clarify the situation. However, the referee, seemingly afflicted with senility, merely shook his head in response. Witnessing a legitimate goal being disallowed, Liu Ting clapped sarcastically, thinking the referee had truly mastered the art of officiating. The referee, clearly noticing his applause, pushed through the crowd and issued a yellow card. Liu Ting felt a surge of anger, tempted to retaliate with a punch, but was swiftly restrained by Miku, who guided him away. A minor altercation had ensued, with Liu voicing his complaints about the disallowed goal, which had indeed been valid, as confirmed by the replay, thus justifying his frustration. The match resumed, yet Liu Ting remained discontented, having been unjustly penalized and cautioned. On the flanks, Bellingham made a breakthrough and delivered a cross, which was met by Cavanag's header, leveling the score for Bordeaux at 1-1 in the 13th minute. Bordeaux earned a corner, their third of the match, taken by Miku. At the near post, Cavanagh was obstructed, allowing Prainus to capitalize at the far post, scoring and giving Bordeaux a 2-1 lead in the 40th minute. As halftime approached, Liu Ting reflected on the unjust decision by the referee, feeling its adverse impact on his performance, despite his efforts to mentally dismiss the officiating error. In truth, his teammates did not perceive any decline in his play. He had been instrumental in creating the corner from which they had just regained the lead. In the second half, Bordeaux continued their offensive push, rendering Auxerre's resistance feeble. In the 50th minute, Cavanagh, receiving a through ball from Miku inside the box, scored, extending the lead to 3-1 and securing the match for Bordeaux. Subsequently, Blanco began to make substitutions, and Liu Ting was replaced by Brazilian defensive midfielder Fernando in the 78th minute. Even after the substitution, Bordeaux maintained their attacking momentum. In the 90th minute, Bellingham utilized his speed to penetrate the box and scored, concluding the match with a resounding 4-1 victory over Auxerre, marking a promising start to the second half of the season. The match itself held little to report, as Auxerre's lack of strength against Bordeaux was expected. Thus, Liu Ting's yellow card for applauding the referee emerged as a rare highlight. In the mixed zone after the match, Liu Ting found himself surrounded by reporters eager for an interview. Liu Ting, standing before the microphone, remarked, "When I first embarked on my journey in football, a friend advised me against becoming a player. Instead, he suggested that being a referee would be the superior choice. Regardless of a player's skill, it is ultimately the referee who dictates the outcome of a goal. Even the most exquisite strike can be effortlessly quashed by a referee's decision. I regret not heeding my friend's counsel. Had I done so, I could have easily taken control of the match." With that, Liu Ting departed, feeling a sense of relief. The following day, the French Football Federation responded to Liu Ting's comments, imposing a one-match suspension for his inappropriate remarks post-game. This outcome was anticipated by Liu Ting. After all, he was no superstar, and complaints about referees inevitably attract penalties. Nevertheless, a few words of dissent were necessary for his peace of mind. Consequently, Liu Ting would miss the next league match. However, he would be eligible to participate in the upcoming game against the Chinese U23 team on January 16th. Soon after, Blanc announced that Bordeaux would only require their reserve team for the match against the Chinese U23 squad. Yet, Liu Ting's stature necessitated his presence on the field, likely as a substitute. It turned out that on the day Bordeaux was to face Auxerre, the U-23 team would be competing against Bayern Munich, ultimately suffering a devastating 7-2 defeat. This humbling experience made the bureaucrats acutely aware of the gap between them and the European giants, prompting the decision to field the reserves for future matches to avoid further humiliation. In this training session, the U-23 team faced formidable opponents: Bayern Munich, Bordeaux, Saint-Étienne, and Lyon. The Federation, recognizing the challenges posed by these teams, sought to bolster the U-23 team's confidence by arranging a match against Saint-Étienne, a club from the fourth tier of French football. However, in the first match, they were utterly crushed by Bayern, 7-2. If Bordeaux were to field their main players, the U-23 team would lack the spirit to face even a lower-tier team like Saint-Étienne, leading to the request for Bordeaux to send out their reserves instead. Liu Ting is well aware that even the Saint-Étienne U-23 team cannot secure a victory. Soon, on January 16th, the match between Bordeaux and the Chinese U-23 team is approaching, drawing an increasing number of Chinese journalists to Bordeaux. Currently, the awareness of Liu Ting among the Chinese populace is largely confined to fervent football fans. After all, the national team's lack of prowess and the numerous scandals surrounding it have dissuaded many from watching. However, this U-23 squad is linked to the 2008 Olympics, and it is anticipated that this match will elevate Liu Ting's recognition among the masses. Blanc has arranged for a mixed lineup of the reserve and youth teams to compete against the Chinese U-23, while the first team remains seated on the bench. Chapter 041. The match against the U-23 team. As the U-23 team and Bordeaux's reserve squad warm up on the field, a considerable audience has gathered to witness the event. Though Liu Ting hails from Monaco, many subconsciously recognize him as Chinese, thus drawing numerous fans to watch this match against the Chinese team. This U-23 squad has been meticulously assembled by the Chinese Football Association to the extent that they are willing to forego participation in the World Cup qualifiers. The team comprises several players who would typically be called up to the national squad. Yet for this European training camp, the strongest lineup has not been summoned. Some players are engaged in club matches, such as Zhang Ji and Dong Fangzhou, who play in the English League, while Yu Hai and Sun Xiang, both currently in the Dutch League, have not yet concluded their winter break and are thus participating in the training camp. Isn't it said that French fans are not particularly fervent? Why are there so many spectators for this friendly match? Yu Hai expressed his curiosity to Sun Xiang, with whom he shares familiarity due to their common experience in the Dutch League. I'm not certain either. It seems nearly full. Wasn't the Bayern match only half filled? Sun Xiang also found it perplexing. The tickets for this friendly match are priced according to reserve team standards, allowing entry free of charge for those possessing a Bordeaux fan membership, which is another factor attracting the audience. However, the match between Bayern and the Chinese Olympic team also had free admission, yet the audience was similarly sparse. Following the warm-up, the game commenced, with Bordeaux featuring only one player, Obertan, whom Liu Ting was somewhat familiar with. The others were from the reserve team, unfamiliar to Liu Ting. After the Chinese team kicked off, they swiftly advanced into the offensive zone. After a few passes, the ball reached Yu Hai, who unleashed a powerful long-range shot that soared high over the goal, eliciting a considerable round of applause from the crowd. The players of the Olympic team seemed to be in a state of disbelief. Were they genuinely applauding or mocking Yu Hai's shot? Subsequently, both teams exchanged attacks, and the scene appeared to be quite commendable. On one hand, this Olympic team had been specifically assembled with aspirations for the Olympics, showcasing a level of skill that was not entirely lacking. Bordeaux's reserve team dared not initiate an all-out assault right from the start, resulting in a balanced contest for a time. However, the Olympic team consistently failed to seize opportunities, lacking in threatening attacks. Each time they advanced into the front, after a few passes, they resorted to long-range attempts or crosses, none of which posed any real danger. Meanwhile, Bordeaux's reserve team gradually discerned the capabilities of their Chinese counterparts and began to press forward more aggressively. As a result, Bordeaux's reserve team intensified their offensive efforts, forcing the Olympic team into a more defensive posture. In the 28th minute, Obertan connected with a teammate's cross, his header narrowly missing the crossbar. By the 34th minute, Bordeaux's forward, Merrick, struck the ball within the penalty area, grazing the post before rolling out of play. In the 37th minute, Obertan skillfully maneuvered past the Olympic team's defender, Li Weifeng, and then slipped the ball through the legs of the covering Dai Lin. Faced with the goalkeeper, he executed a delicate lob into the net, altering the scoreline. Following a series of Bordeaux's attacks that failed to create significant threats, The Olympic team remained unchanged in their approach, prompting head coach Liu Ting to make substitutions. Liu Ting, a Serbian named Ratko Dujkovic, serves as the head coach for both the Chinese Olympic team and the national team. The implications of this dual role are questionable, as he has summoned several moderately skilled overseas players to the Olympic squad while simultaneously overseeing the national team, ostensibly to grant him maximum authority in preparing for the Olympics. This decision seems to prioritize the Olympic football campaign at the expense of the World Cup qualifiers. In most footballing powerhouses, the Olympics are often regarded as a secondary competition, serving primarily as a warm-up for youth national teams. For instance, during the 2004 Athens Olympics, Cristiano Ronaldo, disheartened after Portugal's defeat to the underdog Greek team in the European Championship finals held on home soil, impulsively decided to participate in the Olympics. Upon his return, he faced a stern rebuke from Manchester United's legendary manager, Sir Alex Ferguson, who criticized him for neglecting his responsibilities by engaging in such a tournament, which disrupted his rest period. Ferguson even suggested that FIFA should mandate that Olympic football be exclusively contested by amateur players, highlighting the lack of esteem associated with Olympic football. Although South American powerhouses like Brazil and Argentina place a certain degree of importance on Olympic football, this is largely due to the economic benefits that football brings to these nations. A commendable performance in Olympic football can enhance their footballing influence to some extent, but it is invariably secondary to major tournaments, such as the World Cup and Copa America. China stands out as the sole nation that seemingly prioritizes Olympic football over the World Cup, largely due to the heightened attention surrounding the 2008 Olympics hosted in China. A commendable performance by the Olympic team could lead to substantial gains for the bureaucrats involved, thus rendering the Olympic team as the favored child while the national team assumes a secondary status. Despite Liu's 2 substitutions, the Olympic team continued to lack any threatening offense, and the match soon approached halftime. As the second half commenced, the Olympic team utilized all 4 of their allowed substitutions, as there are no restrictions on substitutions in friendly matches. Bordeaux, on the other hand, substituted in a first-team player, Liu Ting, replacing the reserve forward, Merrick. Blanco, seated on the sidelines, has discerned the true capabilities of the Chinese Olympic team. The Bordeaux reserve squad could easily manage the match. Ideally, he would prefer not to substitute any first-team players. However, Liu Ting's presence on the field is a demand from the club president, as Liu Ting's stature significantly enhances Bordeaux's influence in China. When Liu Ting took to the field, he was met with resounding applause from the audience. Many members of the Chinese Olympic team began to realize why they had also received some applause during the first half when in possession of the ball. It turned out there was a Chinese player within the Bordeaux team. Liu Ting had only emerged in the past 6 months, and some players who were not particularly attuned to football news, such as Yu Hai and Sun Xiang, were unaware of his identity. As Liu Ting stepped onto the field, he made an immediate impact. He received the ball in the forward position, skillfully maneuvering down the right flank, swiftly evading Tan Wang Song. Faced with the approaching Dai Lin, he executed a Marseille turn, advancing near the baseline before delivering a pass to the center. Unfortunately, Obeton was a fraction too late to capitalize on the opportunity, which could have resulted in a goal. Liu Ting's teammates, Yu Hai and others, were taken aback. They assumed this newly introduced player was merely a Bordeaux youth team member, there to create a minor spectacle. Little did they anticipate that he would effortlessly breach the defense of the Olympic team. For the remainder of the match, Liu Ting became the most dynamic presence on the field, continually penetrating the Olympic team's defensive line. Had he enjoyed better synergy with the reserve players, he might have already sealed the game. The Olympic team, recognizing his prowess, focused their efforts on thwarting Liu Ting, who, despite his ability to break through, consistently fell short of scoring. In the 70th minute, Liu Ting advanced from the left wing, skillfully dribbling the ball with agile footwork into the penalty area. He deftly maneuvered past Yang Xiaoping, a defender who had come on as a substitute in the second half, and shot the ball into the lower left corner of the goal, putting Bordeaux ahead 2-0. Subsequently, Liu Ting opted to reduce his individual breakthroughs in favor of more passing, satisfied with having scored a goal that would surely be reported by Chinese journalists. He had no desire to lead a rout against a fellow Chinese team. Instead, he aimed to leave a positive impression that could be conveyed back home. On the sidelines, Liang sat with a group of journalists dispatched by the Chinese media. Upon witnessing Liu Ting's recent goal, he remarked, "If Liu Ting could join the Olympic team, we might achieve commendable results at this year's Olympics." A nearby journalist inquired, "Isn't he of Chinese descent? How could he join the Olympic team without Chinese nationality?" Liang explained to be part of a national youth setup, one must possess citizenship of that country. Thus, players with dual nationality have the option to represent two national teams, provided the respective national teams accept them. Liu Ting holds Monaco citizenship, but since Monaco lacks its own national team, this opens up possibilities. That's an intriguing topic for discussion, a nearby journalist murmured. Li Yang's insights were clearly shared by others present. In a private box, the leaders of the Football Association were engaged in conversation. The president of the Chinese Football Association, Xie Yalong, inquired of his colleague, "That lad has Chinese heritage, right? Is it possible to recruit him for the Olympic team?" An immediate response came. "He holds Monaco nationality, which is quite rare and difficult to obtain. He likely wouldn't be willing to relinquish it to acquire Chinese citizenship. To join the national Olympic team, one must possess Chinese nationality. However, China does not recognize dual citizenship. Thus, acquiring Chinese nationality necessitates the relinquishment of any other national citizenship." The staff member believes that Liu Ting would not forsake his Monégasque citizenship merely to be part of the national team. Upon hearing this, Xie Yalong let out a derisive laugh, seemingly dismissive of the notion. Those nearby quickly contemplated their strategies for dealing with such individuals. If the domestic media were to report extensively on Liu Ting's reluctance to abandon his Monégasque citizenship in order to join the national Olympic team, it could easily be twisted to portray him as a traitor unwilling to serve his country, thereby tarnishing his reputation irrevocably. Previously, when Yang Chun was performing admirably in the Bundesliga, the Chinese Football Association insisted on his participation in every match, including mere commercial games. Initially reluctant to return, Yang Chun soon found himself at the center of sensationalist reports suggesting he had grown disinterested in the national team and wished to withdraw. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily returned to participate in those commercial matches to assist the association in generating revenue, even at the cost of falling out with his club, Eintracht Frankfurt, which ultimately led to his banishment from the team. Such tactics could similarly be employed against Liu Ting. Even if he remains indifferent to his reputation in China, it would still serve the interests of the association. Should the national Olympic team falter at the Olympics, they might easily assign blame to those who, in pursuit of personal enjoyment abroad, neglected their duty to the nation. Meanwhile, Liu Ting, engaged in the game on the field, remains blissfully unaware of the machinations being plotted against him. Nearby, someone cautiously remarked that during a recent Ligue 1 match, Liu had vehemently criticized the referee for a perceived erroneous offside call, resulting in a one-match suspension. Upon hearing this statement, all the members of the Football Association fell silent, as if their throats had been grasped tightly. Chapter 042, The Summit. The Football Association harbors a particular disdain for those who refuse to be disciplined. Liu Ting, currently playing abroad, poses a potential threat. Should he make it into the Chinese Olympic team and voice his discontent with the association's various arrangements, it could tarnish the reputation of the Chinese Football Association globally, jeopardizing the position of its leadership. This concern partly explains the association's reluctance to accept naturalized players. Despite the poor performance of Chinese football, suggestions to naturalize foreign players to bolster the national team have emerged. Japan has long embraced this practice, particularly in sports where they're less competitive. China has seen table tennis players acquire Japanese nationality, as well as basketball and volleyball athletes. The Football Association fears that naturalized players, often possessing considerable talent, may also have strong personalities and little regard for authority, potentially leading to public outbursts or even withdrawal from the national team if dissatisfied, thereby rendering the association a laughingstock. In recent years, there have been instances of African players in China expressing their desire to join the national team publicly, yet the association pretended not to hear, even orchestrating media discussions on the topic of naturalization. They questioned whether, with over 1 billion citizens, China could not find 11 capable footballers. Thus, the association prefers genuine Chinese registered players who, bound by numerous domestic concerns, are generally compliant with the association's directives. Domestic registered players attempting to challenge the association would only lead to their own downfall. With this in mind, Xie Yalong concluded that it would be prudent not to summon that young player to the national team. This matter should be put to rest. In the latter part of the second half, both teams played without incident, ultimately seeing Bordeaux triumph 2-0 over the Chinese Olympic team, thanks to a first-half goal from Obeton and another from Liu Ting in the second half. The Olympic squad faced 2 consecutive defeats during their European training. Yet many remained unperturbed, having lost to Bayern and Bordeaux. They conveniently overlooked that Bordeaux had mainly fielded their reserve team. Furthermore, there was a prevailing sense of confidence regarding their next match against a lower-tier French team. As the match concluded, several players approached Liu Ting to exchange jerseys. Liu Ting observed those standing before him, noting that Gao Lin, who had yet to see playing time, seemed to be faring well. In contrast, many others found themselves sidelined after just a couple of years of play. Liu Ting addressed several players from the national Olympic team, stating, "I possess only one jersey," before opting to exchange jerseys with Gao Lin. Following the match against the national Olympic team, Bordeaux prepared for their upcoming encounter with Le Havre. Liu Ting faced a one-match suspension and was unable to participate in the game or accompany the team on their away trip. Ultimately, the match concluded with Bordeaux triumphing over Le Havre with a score of 2-1, thanks to goals from Cavanaghi and Fernando. The game proceeded without much excitement. However, on the sidelines, Liu Ting received a red card for provoking the home fans and will face suspension in the next match. Additionally, Fernando sustained an injury and was substituted in the 84th minute, which may impact the title race between Bordeaux and Lyon. Furthermore, Diawara remains unavailable as he is participating in the Africa Cup. In the previous round, Bordeaux secured an impressive 4-1 victory against Auxerre at home, while Lyon narrowly defeated Toulouse 3-2. Lyon's form has evidently declined. In the current round, Lyon experienced a misfortune, suffering a 0-3 defeat to Lens away, allowing Bordeaux to surpass them and ascend to the top of the standings. Presently, Bordeaux leads the league with 43 points from 21 matches, having achieved 13 victories for draws and 3 losses. Lyon follows closely behind in second place with 42 points, consisting of 13 wins, 3 draws, and 4 losses, while Nancy and Nice stand at 36 and 35 points, respectively. The competition for the league title between Bordeaux and Lyon has become strikingly apparent. Numerous French media outlets reported on this match, igniting hopes for Bordeaux's championship aspirations. Lyon has maintained a firm grip on the league title for 6 consecutive years, but their dominance has waned this season. Many are eager to witness a new face lifting the championship trophy. French football dedicated coverage to this pivotal round, highlighting Bordeaux's ascendance to the top and Lyon's evident decline, suggesting that Bordeaux might disrupt Lyon's monopoly on the league championship. It appears that a new era may be dawning for Bordeaux, with Laurent Blanc's inaugural season potentially culminating in remarkable success. Elated by their victory, Bordeaux returned, mindful that time waits for no one, as the next round of matches loomed. A week of double fixtures was ahead, with only 4 days for rest before Bordeaux faced Saint-Étienne at home in the 22nd round. As the match reached the 65th minute, Bordeaux had yet to score. Should they be held to a draw at home, their position atop the standings would last a mere 4 days, given Lyon's prior 2-0 victory over Lorient. Blanc must devise a strategy to counter the dense tactics of Saint-Étienne, a team devoid of aspirations for European competition and safe from relegation. Adrien Baptiste harbors concerns for Bordeaux, frequently commenting on their matches and developing an appreciation for Liu Ting's playing style, thus growing fond of the team itself. Meanwhile, Saint-Étienne's coach, Laurent Ruquier, watches the unfolding event on the pitch with an impassive expression, yet internally revels in the prospect of witnessing the young tactician, currently lauded throughout France, stumble. This meticulously crafted, dense tactical approach is, after all, his own design. Employing a bus-park defense has always posed a formidable challenge across all eras and leagues. Previous experts have delineated several strategies to dismantle such compact defenses, ranging from long-range shots and aggressive dribbling to utilizing tall forwards for positioning in the penalty area complemented by wide crosses. However, the continued prevalence of this defensive tactic over the years indicates that these methods are not as foolproof as one might hope. Luck plays a significant role, and an unfortunate turn of events could lead to an inevitable draw. Nevertheless, the silver lining when facing such teams is that once a goal is secured, the opponents can no longer afford to defend staunchly. With a deficit already established, a rigid defense proves futile. Losing by 1 or 2 goals amounts to the same outcome. Of course, if the adversary believes that conceding merely 1 goal warrants a continued defensive stance, there is little one can say in response. Liu Ting felt a pang of anxiety on the field. He was reluctant to witness his team relinquish the top position following his suspension. However, today, the Bordeaux players had effectively contained Cavanaghi, known for his prowess in seizing opportunities within the penalty area. The opposing center-backs were both imposing figures, and despite Liu's 2 well-placed crosses, Cavanaghi failed to capitalize. Wendell, who is adept at long-range shots, also struggled with accuracy. Long-range attempts inherently challenge a player's form, and Wendell's proficiency albeit commendable, was merely a silver lining amidst the team's overall inadequacy in this regard. It appeared that a direct assault on the opponent's penalty area was the only viable option left. In the 68th minute, Liu Ting maneuvered from the left flank, skillfully cutting inside the penalty area, deftly evading the Brazilian center-back, Nivaldo. In a moment of desperate reaction, Nivaldo, having lost his position, covertly tugged at Liu's shirt, resulting in Liu being brought down in the box. Yet, the referee failed to award a penalty, mistakenly believing Liu had merely slipped. The crowd had stayed. Jeffrey Gachard erupted in discontent. Referee Yannet dismissed the incident as a foul, urging Liu to rise, a clear misjudgment, as replays indicated Nivaldo had indeed tugged Liu's jersey. Should Bordeaux fail to secure victory in this match, the referee's leniency would undoubtedly be a significant factor, as his permissive officiating provided Saint-Étienne with an advantageous defensive environment, opting not to blow the whistle unless the foul was glaringly evident. Baptiste's commentary had evidently tilted in favor of Bordeaux. However, it is common for European commentators to exhibit bias towards one team, knowing that such partiality would not result in dismissal from CCTV. Liu Ting, feeling helpless, rose to his feet. He observed Diala and Miku attempting to negotiate with the referee, but their efforts yielded no results. Rather than voice his complaints, he chose to remain silent, knowing that receiving another yellow card would lead to an automatic suspension due to the accumulation of 3 yellow cards. Liu Ting approached and engaged in dialogue with Kavanaghi, seeking ways to penetrate the opponent's defense. Bordeaux appeared to be a loss, as the midfield trio of Miku, Diarra, and Wendell exchanged passes, while Saint-Étienne's 2 forwards pressed ineffectively in the midfield. Liu occasionally retreated to the midfield to retrieve the ball. Baptiste remarked with a hint of boredom. Liu has dropped back to receive the ball again, advancing swiftly, but upon reaching the vicinity of the penalty area, it felt as though he had collided with a wall. Liu adjusted his position at the edge of the penalty area, seemingly preparing for a long-range shot, but Saint-Étienne's midfielder, Landrin, approached to defend. Liu feigned a shot, cleverly maneuvering past Landrin and swiftly entered the penalty area. As he accelerated, Vallart closed in on him, forcing Liu towards the sideline. In a moment of brilliance, he executed a backheel pass to Kavanaghi while navigating towards the edge. Would Kavanaghi seize the opportunity to shoot? After receiving Liu's pass, he deftly evaded the defender. The ball returned to him perfectly positioned, leading to a splendid combination within the penalty area that epitomized the essence of French football. Liu found himself in close proximity to the goal, with no defenders nearby, and without hesitation, he unleashed a shot. The ball, skimming the grass, sailed into the bottom right corner of the net, leaving Saint-Étienne's goalkeeper, Viviani, utterly unprepared. It was a magnificent goal, showcasing the seamless synergy between Liu and Kavanaghi. In the 78th minute, the partnership between Liu Ting and Kavanaghi within the penalty area afforded him a splendid opportunity, propelling Bordeaux to a 1-0 lead over Saint-Étienne. After Liu Ting scored, he embraced Kavanaghi in celebration, and the stadium resonated with the jubilant cheers of Choo Choo. On the sidelines, Saint-Étienne's coach, Laurent Roussy, appeared rather displeased. Upon witnessing the ball soar into the net, he forcefully kicked the grass at the edge of the field. They had merely needed to endure for a little over 10 minutes to secure a draw, but now the situation had drastically changed. Chapter 043. Liu Ting joins the national Olympic team. Liu Ting's goal rendered Saint-Étienne's staunch defense futile, prompting Coach Roussy to urge his team to advance their offensive efforts, as securing at least 1 goal would lend purpose to their defensive strategy. Once Saint-Étienne pressed forward, Bordeaux found the match considerably easier to navigate. Despite their attempts, Saint-Étienne's offense failed to yield results, and their own goal was breached once more. In the 85th minute, Kavanaghi received a pass from Balian in the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot that pierced the opposing net, with Saint-Étienne's defense less vigilant in the box. Kavanaghi seized the opportunity, and this goal effectively sealed the match. Ultimately, Bordeaux triumphed at home with a 2-0 victory over Saint-Étienne, maintaining their lead at the top of the standings by a slender point. As the match between Bordeaux and Saint-Étienne concluded, the Chinese Olympic team had already wrapped up their European training tour, failing to secure a single victory in 4 matches. Even against what they deemed a confidence-building opponent, the modest Saint-Étienne team, they could only manage a 0-0 draw. To bolster their chances, they had even summoned Manchester United's Dongfangzhou to France. Yet his presence could not alter their fortunes. The final match against Lyon's reserve team ended in a 1-1 stalemate. with Lion having already gauged the capabilities of this Chinese squad, fielding a reserve team comprising numerous youth players. Upon the return of this news to China, a wave of criticism ensued. Initially, when the Olympic team was established, many fans harbored great hopes for its success, especially with the Football Association spearheading its formation. Coach Liu had lived up to expectations by leading the team to the finals of the Toulon tournament in 2007, where they ultimately succumbed to France with a score of 3-1. Notably, the player who scored against China in that final was none other than Gamero, whom Liu Ting encountered during his match in Strasbourg. Despite this defeat, the achievement of being the first runner-up in the Toulon Cup marked a historic milestone for Chinese football, instilling confidence in many supporters, with some even proclaiming aspirations for Olympic glory in 2008. Coach Liu did not refute these ambitions, suggesting that Chinese football was on the verge of a resurgence. The Toulon Cup, an esteemed invitational tournament held in France, primarily features under 22 national teams from various countries and is regarded as a significant event for young players, often capturing more attention in Europe than the World Youth Championship. France has historically sent its strongest young player roster to this tournament, with the French youth team having claimed the title 10 times throughout its history. However, the current Olympic squad appears to be on a downward trajectory. Last year, they were embroiled in altercations during their European training, and this year they have gone winless in 4 matches. In fact, since the end of last year, the team has failed to secure victory in 7 consecutive outings, and the prospects seem increasingly bleak as internal conflicts and scandals emerge, including disputes over core players and the head coach as controversial interactions with a female journalist. Amidst the domestic media frenzy surrounding the Olympic team scandals, an article surfaced titled, "Should Liu Ting be invited to the Olympic team?" The piece highlighted Liu Ting's illustrious background at La Masia, his adept technical skills, and his current status as a key forward for the formidable Bordeaux, asserting that he possesses the requisite talent to join the national team. At just 19 years of age, his inclusion would not necessitate the use of an overage player slot. Of paramount significance is the fact that Liu Ting's nationality, Monaco, does not possess its own national football team. Consequently, his invitation to participate is entirely appropriate. The Olympic football tournament restricts participation to youth players under the age of 23, although each team is permitted to include 3 overage players. This article swiftly garnered considerable attention, particularly among fans who are well aware of Liu Ting's prowess. Their enthusiasm for this matter was palpable. Liu Ting's inclusion would undoubtedly enhance the strength of the national under-23 team, leading to fervent discussions among fans across various online platforms. Recently, Jiang Qiming has been closely following Liu Ting's potential addition to the national under-23 team. On one hand, he hopes that a player of Liu Ting's caliber could contribute significantly to Chinese football. On the other hand, he harbors concerns that joining the national team might tarnish Liu Ting's talent, ultimately diminishing his performance on the field. Jiang Qiming logged onto the forum dedicated to Liu Ting, where he discovered an abundance of discussions regarding whether Liu Ting should be called up to the national team. Opinions were divided, with voices of support and dissent alike. Irritated by the cacophony of opinions, Jiang Qiming chose not to engage with the fans, but rather adeptly received a video of a Ligue 1 match sent by a French exchange student, intending to share it on the forum later. Tentatively, he messaged the student, "Do you know Liu Ting? Is he interested in joining the Chinese national under-23 team or the national team?" As it was afternoon in China, he pondered whether it was noon in France and whether the student had seen his message. The exchange student's forum account was titled, "I am Liu Ting." Such names were common within the forum, with monikers like Superstar Liu Ting, Barcelona's Liu Ting, and even King Liu Ting. Jiang Qiming found no oddity in the account's name. The student quickly responded, "Yes, I know him. I've even gotten his autograph. However, I cannot ascertain anything about his interest in joining the Chinese national team." Why the sudden inquiry? The possibility of this depends on the Chinese Football Association's stance. Jiang Qiming, noting the mention of the autograph, inquired, "Hey, could you possibly procure me an autograph as well and send it back home? I can pay you for it." The student promptly replied, "No problem. Just provide me with your address. An autograph won't cost much, so there's no need for payment." Jiang Qiming cheerfully sent the address, pondering that there are indeed many good people in this world. Upon seeing a heated discussion in a forum regarding Liu Ting's potential inclusion in the national team and the achievements he could lead the Chinese team to, Jiang Qiming interjected with a remark. Whether Liu Ting joins the national team is ultimately determined by the Chinese Football Association. The thread quickly fell silent. Meanwhile, Liu Ting, in Bordeaux, France, was browsing through news articles and various forum discussions, discovering that the domestic chatter revolved around whether he should be called up to the national team. It seemed that only a few traditional newspapers, such as China Football, were publishing articles on this matter, while the topic proliferated across the internet. Liu Ting pondered, is there still any semblance of justice? No one has sought my opinion, yet discussions about whether I should join the Chinese national team abound. Liu Ting is acutely aware of the current state of domestic football and has no desire to wade into such murky waters. Furthermore, his nationality poses a significant obstacle. He is not prepared to relinquish his Monegasque citizenship for the sake of serving his country. Liu Ting dialed Li Yang's number and said, Li Yang, what on earth is happening with Chinese football? I am completely unaware of the situation, yet you are extensively reporting my inclusion in the national team. It seems to me that you lack any sincerity in this matter. Li Yang felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. He explained that the reports were initiated by certain domestic media outlets without any prior indication from the Football Association, which had imposed a gag order against discussing such matters. He had hoped, in the depths of his mind, that Liu Ting and his agency, being based in Europe, would remain oblivious to the domestic developments. To his dismay, Liu Ting confronted him so swiftly. Liang clarified, the situation arose when two small media outlets first reported that you should be summoned to the Olympic team. It appears that the Football Association had no intention of pursuing this and had issued a prohibition on discussing the topic. Our Chinese football has always been stifled by the restrictions imposed by the association, and thus, someone took the initiative to publicize the news. Currently, the Sports Weekly is siding with the association, arguing against us, reiterating the age-old notion that with over 1 billion people in China, why should we seek a foreigner to assist in playing our national sport? After listening, Liu Ting felt considerably relieved. Primarily, it appeared that the Football Association was quite resistant to his inclusion in the Chinese national team, thus alleviating his concerns about potential conflicts with the association. As for whether he would eventually join the national team or represent another country in the future, that was a matter to contemplate at a later time. Liu Ting remarked, very well, henceforth any matters concerning me domestically must be communicated with my management company before proceeding. I certainly do not wish to encounter such situations again. I hope we can collaborate harmoniously in the future. After hanging up, Liang felt a twinge of sorrow. On one hand, this incident had created a rift in their partnership. On the other, it appeared that Liu Ting harbored a strong aversion to joining the national team. As a fellow Chinese, witnessing such a talented player unable to contribute to Chinese football was indeed disheartening. Liu Ting is contemplating the necessity of appointing a dedicated individual to oversee domestic affairs in the future. Of course, such a position is not essential at present. It can be addressed once fame is attained. Following the match against Saint-Étienne, there is merely a 3-day respite before the next round of fixtures, where Bordeaux will face Lorient away in the 23rd round of Ligue 1. Lorient currently occupies the 10th position in Ligue 1, a rather indifferent standing. However, they have demonstrated remarkable prowess at home, remaining unbeaten in their last 8 matches with 5 victories and 3 draws. The upcoming away game may prove challenging as Bordeaux, living up to expectations, faltered at home, succumbing to Lorient's counterattacking strategy with a score of 1-0. Throughout the match, Bordeaux appeared lackluster, possibly affected by the strain of a congested schedule. They squandered several opportunities, with Liu Ting notably missing an open goal, the ball ricocheting off the post, and a one-on-one chance thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper. In the aftermath, Blanc announced the cancellation of the team's day off, leaving no room for dissent among the players. Fortunately for Lyon, they too struggled, managing only a 1-1 draw against Saint-Étienne, who had just been defeated by Bordeaux. This result allowed Lyon to share points with Bordeaux, yet they retained the top position due to superior goal difference, a margin of just 5 goals that Bordeaux could potentially reclaim. Chapter 044, Paris 13th District. The match between Bordeaux and Lorient is scheduled for January 27th, while the next round of Ligue 1 will not occur until February 9th. However, there will be a cup match in between, as Bordeaux hosts Le Mans in the French Cup's round of 32 on February 2nd. Le Mans, also a Ligue 1 team, has drawn the short straw against Bordeaux, who have the advantage of playing at home. Currently, Le Mans sits in 7th place in Ligue 1, vying for a spot in European competition. As such, they are likely to field a majority of substitutes, focusing their main efforts on the league. Bordeaux, also relying on their bench players, managed to secure a 1-0 victory over Le Mans, advancing to the round of 16 in the French Cup. The substitutes aim to prove themselves in this match, hoping to impress the head coach. Following this, there will be a week of international fixtures. However, The European Championship qualifiers have concluded, and the World Cup qualifiers have yet to commence, meaning national team players will only participate in friendly matches, alleviating concerns about excessive fatigue. While the European qualifiers remain on hold, the Asian qualifiers have already begun. The Chinese team finds itself grouped with Australia, Iraq, and Qatar, and Liu Ting is aware that they ended up at the bottom of their group. Presently, the Chinese Football Association seems entirely focused on serving the Olympic team, with national team duties assigned to the Olympic team's coach, Du Yi, and his assistant. The prospects for success appear grim. If the Olympic team could achieve commendable results at the 2008 Olympics, it would be favorable. However, they suffered a dismal defeat, both in terms of score and morale, which is precisely why Liu Ting is reluctant to involve himself with the Olympic team, while others participate in national team duties. Liu Ting intends to visit Paris to see La Seydoux, whose films have been released recently, and her fame has grown. The distance between Paris and Bordeaux seems to have created a rift between them. Ultimately, love cannot withstand distance. However, Liu Ting does not wish to seek another romantic partner, as that would be too cumbersome. Instead, he prefers to mend things with her for the time being. With Valentine's Day approaching in just over 10 days, and his commitments leaving no time for celebration, Liu Ting has thoughtfully purchased a bouquet of roses for her. "Thank you, my dear." Saidu joyfully accepted the rose and remarked, "As long as you like it. Where shall we go today?" "I shall take you to the 13th district." "But why there?" "It doesn't seem very safe," she replied. "Fear not. There is absolutely no cause for concern." Liu Ting and Saidu took the subway to the 13th arrondissement, as it is the most convenient option. The 13th arrondissement of Paris boasts the largest Chinatown in France and even in Europe. With only 2 days left until the traditional Chinese festival of Spring Festival, driving here might lead to traffic congestion. Liu Ting and Saidu were introducing the area. Wasn't it portrayed in Pierre Morel's film District B13 as a chaotic place rife with criminals? It appears quite lively now, yet it does not align with the cinematic depiction. Numerous individuals are shopping at the stores, adorned with red lanterns everywhere. Saidu remarked curiously, "The film is indeed an exaggeration." This area did experience significant turmoil following World War II, with many drug dealers and criminals seeking refuge here. However, that chaos was a reflection of the entire continent, not solely this locale. Over the years, it has been thoroughly cleaned up. Do you truly believe that the police in Paris are inept? Oh well, I have never ventured here before. France is a Catholic nation, and the number 13 symbolizes misfortune. Thus, the 13th district was originally designated for the Chinese to reside. Yet, in Chinese customs, this superstition holds no weight, leading to its rapid evolution into the largest Chinatown in Europe. As the two continue their stroll, the impending arrival of the Spring Festival was palpable, with red lanterns adorning the streets. Many shops had transformed their lighting to red, and the entrances were lined with crimson carpets. A short distance down the road, lion and dragon dances could be seen, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of celebrating the new year in a major Chinese city. In the 13th district, shops bore names in both Chinese and French. While a French name may be absent, a Chinese name is essential. One McDonald's prominently displayed the characters, while its English counterpart was rendered in much smaller text. The 13th district boasts a rich and diverse array of establishments, unlike many Chinatowns in other European countries, which primarily feature Chinese restaurants. Here, one can find a variety of shops, supermarkets, banks, Chinese schools, and various churches, resembling a complete miniature city. Liu Ting and Saidu visited a hot pot restaurant, which had been tailored to suit European tastes, ensuring the spiciness was mild, making it quite palatable for Saidu. That evening, the two naturally shared the same room, where Liu Ting tenderly cradled Saidu's face and kissed her, to which she gently reciprocated. They seamlessly engaged in the intimacy that followed. Lying in bed afterward, embracing Leia, Liu Ting pondered whether their growing familiarity had diminished the initial passion and excitement, though it did not signify any real estrangement. He decided it was futile to dwell on such matters and resolved to take things as they came. In the days that followed, Liu Ting guided Saidu through the festive atmosphere of the Chinese New Year, allowing them to experience a true essence of Chinese culture together. After spending a few days in Paris, Liu Ting had to return to Bordeaux to prepare for the upcoming matches. However, a setback occurred when Bordeaux's main center back, Planu, suffered a severe injury, potentially sidelining him for 2 months or more. This news was disheartening for Bordeaux, as although Planu was an average player, his synergy with the team was invaluable. On a brighter note, Diawara returned from the Africa Cup. Bordeaux's upcoming schedule included a home match against Metz on February 9th for Ligue 1's 24th round. followed by the first leg of the Europa League round of 32 on February 13th, and another Ligue 1 match on February 17th. Metz had firmly entrenched itself at the bottom of the league since the season start, and after 23 rounds, they had yet to achieve double-digit points, with only one win and 6 draws, totaling 9 points. For Metz's supporters, the excitement of their promotion to Ligue 1 last summer had turned into disappointment. Many might now wish they had not ascended at all. With 15 rounds remaining, they found themselves 18 points adrift of safety, leaving their hopes of survival resting on a miracle. Against such a struggling team, Bordeaux showed no mercy at home. As the match commenced, French commentators cheered for Bordeaux. Bailey's shot was parried out by Metz's goalkeeper, Merrick, for a corner. Miko took the corner, with Cavanagi's header narrowly missing the goal, grazing the crossbar. In the 6th minute, Cavanaghi again headed the ball over the bar. Liu Ting surged into the box with remarkable agility, evading Metz's defenders. His shot almost found the back of the net, but the post denied him. In the 13th minute, Liu Ting's attempt struck the post and bounced out. Wendell's long-range effort was yet again thwarted by Merrick, who exemplified how even a struggling team can have a commendable goalkeeper. His constant vigilance to protect his goal kept him in fine form, as he once more leapt to deflect what seemed a certain goal. In the 24th minute, Wendell unleashed a remarkably angled long-range shot that was deflected over the crossbar by Merrick. Bordeaux's relentless offensive pressure left Metz gasping for breath. Liu once again maneuvered into the penalty area, this time executing a 1-2 combination with Diarra. Liu darted left and right, leaving Metz's defenders utterly bewildered. It seemed that the only recourse for Metz was to resort to fouling him. The referee had no choice but to award a penalty. There was no question about it. Liu's breakthrough earned Bordeaux a penalty kick. In the 27th minute, Cavanaghi stepped up to take the penalty. The Metz goalkeeper misjudged the direction, allowing the ball to soar into the bottom right corner of the net. Bordeaux led 1-0. The Bordeaux attack surged forward again, evidently aiming to deliver a decisive blow to their opponents. Miko delivered a precise pass to Cavanaghi within the penalty area, who then distributed the ball to the flanks for Liu. With remarkable finesse, Liu executed a Marseille turn to evade Janik, cutting inside into the penalty area from an excellent position, and struck the ball directly. Goal. It was a splendid goal, Liu's seamless dribble and shot executed in one fluid motion. Cavanaghi, in perfect synchrony, had drawn the defenders wide, creating space for Liu's breakthrough. Bordeaux's forward trio displayed an impressive level of coordination. Moreover, I can assert with confidence that Liu is the most adept and elegant practitioner of the Marseille turn among all active players. In the 33rd minute, Liu's incisive shot helped Bordeaux extend their lead to 2-0. Observing Liu's jubilant celebration post-goal, Janik, who had just been outmaneuvered, stood alone shaking his head in disbelief. In such a team, even with individual talent, one finds it impossible to shine. Metz's morale had plummeted to an all-time low, and many were already contemplating their next moves following what seemed inevitable relegation. It appeared that I too must inform my agent to seek out clubs that might appreciate my talents, lamented this future top midfielder in Serie A. After Liu Ting's goal, Bordeaux had 2 more promising opportunities, yet none were capitalized upon, ultimately leading them to enter the second half with a 2-0 advantage. At the onset of the second half, Blanc was already contemplating substitutions to prepare for the UEFA Europa League match midweek, and Liu Ting was replaced by Brazilian forward Vieira in the 65th minute. Subsequently, Cavanaghi scored again in the 73rd minute, achieving a brace, and in the 88th minute, Diarra struck from distance to secure a final score of 4-0, marking a resounding home victory for Bordeaux against the bottom team, Metz. After the match, it became known that Lyon simultaneously triumphed over Socox at home with a score of 4-1. Leaving Bordeaux tied on points with Lyon in second place, although they managed to recover 1 goal in goal difference, which was a slight consolation. Chapter 045, the eternal runners-up Bayer Leverkusen. Following the victory over Metz, Bordeaux had only 4 days of respite before facing Bayer Leverkusen, a team whose prowess was not inferior to that of Bordeaux, and even if they were slightly weaker, it was hardly significant. Thus, meticulous preparations and training were indispensable before the match. As Liu Ting arrived early at the training base in the morning, he noticed the gatekeeper, Old Jacques, standing at the entrance. Liu Ting greeted him, "Good morning, Old Jacques." "Good morning, Liu. You always come so early for training," Old Jacques replied, equally familiar in his greeting. Liu Ting arrives early each day, motivated by the desire to engage in a brief workout session. His physique has yet to fully develop. With a potential height of 180 centimeters, though his muscular strength seems somewhat lacking. If he does not take precautions, he may find himself vulnerable to the intimidation of others. Liu Ting has cultivated the habit of dedicating himself earnestly to training and competitions while also allowing himself ample time for leisure during breaks. Liu, do you believe we could defeat that German team? Jacques-Pierre inquired. Well, I am uncertain, he replied. In truth, we possess the capability to overcome our opponents. And Bayer Leverkusen's current standing in the Bundesliga appears less than favorable. It is possible they might prioritize their league performance over the Europa League, which could facilitate our passage. Liu Ting was reluctant to vocally proclaim a certain victory, especially in the presence of seasoned fans like Old Jacques, who possessed a profound understanding of the game. Ultimately, the pursuit of the league championship was paramount. That was the crux of the matter. Although the UEFA Europa League once held prestige as a European title, it has regrettably fallen from grace. There was indeed a time when it seemed attainable. As Old Jacques ambled away, his voice dwindled to a whisper, gradually fading into silence. While Liu Ting remained lost in thought, the club's president and coach might consider the league title significantly more important than the Europa League. And they are correct in noting the diminished value of the latter. However, for the fans, the Europa League still represents a European championship. Particularly for French teams that have struggled in European competitions, fans may verbally downplay the significance of the Europa League, yet deep down, they yearn for that elusive triumph. Much like Old Jacques' lingering memories of Bordeaux's defeat to Bayern Munich in the Europa League final under Zidane's leadership. As the match on February 13th approached, where Bordeaux would face Bayer Leverkusen at home, Blanc was in the locker room elucidating tactics and the habits of key opposing players, focusing on how to neutralize them. The strategies had been discussed in detail days prior. Now, his discourse served more to rally the team's spirits. Liu Ting sat nearby, lost in thought, contemplating his imminent adversary. Bayer Leverkusen, a team hailing from the modest German city of Leverkusen, was primarily established by the Bayer Pharmaceutical Company, earning it the moniker The Factory. While not widely renowned, Leverkusen began to rise to prominence in the 1990s and has since become a formidable force in the Bundesliga. During the 2001-2002 season, under the leadership of Ballack, they remarkably secured 3 runner-up positions in the UEFA Champions League, Bundesliga, and DFB Pokal, thus earning the unfortunate title of the team of 3 second places in Europe. This tendency for near misses has become a hallmark of Leverkusen's legacy since the 1990s. They have claimed the Bundesliga runner-up title 4 times, alongside 1 UEFA Champions League runner-up and 1 DFB Pokal runner-up, while also managing to secure 3 Bundesliga third-place finishes. According to Liu Ting's recollections, in the coming years, Leverkusen would once again achieve a Bundesliga runner-up and a DFB Pokal runner-up, solidifying their reputation as a team synonymous with second-place finishes, a veritable grand slam of runners-up. Historically, Leverkusen has only celebrated victory once in the DFB Pokal and once in the UEFA Europa League, marking their solitary titles. Interestingly, their UEFA Europa League triumph was led by the renowned South Korean player Cha Bum-Kwon, who was regarded as one of the leading strikers in the Bundesliga at the time, earning the 3rd highest salary in the league. For Leverkusen, the pursuit of championships pales in comparison to their proficiency in securing second-place finishes, a fact that they seem to embrace with a touch of self-awareness, perhaps even contemplating trademarking the phrase Millennium Runner-Up. However, achieving second place is not without its merits. Bordeaux may not necessarily hold the upper hand against Leverkusen. Presently, Leverkusen boasts a roster filled with talented players, including 3 Bundesliga top scorers in the attacking line. Veteran striker Barbarez was the Bundesliga top scorer in the 1998-1999 season, and despite his age, he continues to contribute. The Greek forward Yekas was last season's Bundesliga top scorer. Yet after transferring to Leverkusen this year, he has struggled to adapt and has lost his starting position. Additionally, Ling is poised to win the Bundesliga top scorer title in the 2012-2013 season and is a crucial forward for the German national team, though he currently finds himself overshadowed by Klose in the national squad. In the midfield, Leverkusen's recent acquisition, the Chilean midfielder Vidal, is also a formidable player, destined to become a key figure for both Juventus and Bayern Munich in the future. Moreover, the German national team features key defender Friedrich, pivotal rotation player Rolfs, the nation's most promising young goalkeeper Adler, and the Swiss international Barnetta, who contended for the Best Newcomer award alongside Podolski during the 2006 World Cup. Were these players in their prime, they would undoubtedly possess the capability to compete with elite teams. Fortunately, Bordeaux, regardless of their youthful and veteran players, holds their own against formidable opponents. Dear viewers, Happy New Year! Welcome to the live broadcast on Tengshuan Video. We are currently presenting the first leg of the round of 32 in the 2007 to 2008 UEFA Cup, featuring Ligue 1 team Bordeaux at home against Bundesliga club Bayer Leverkusen. The players are now entering the field, and every Leverkusen player is met with a chorus of boos, a reflection of the historical tensions between France and Germany. This match will be narrated by Liu Ting. The starting lineups for both teams have been announced. Bordeaux is set up in a 4-3-3 formation, with goalkeeper Lame and a defense comprising Juliet, Diawara, Enrique, and Cham. Brazilian defender Enrique replaces the injured mainstay Planhas. The midfield trio consists of Micu, Diarra, and Wendell, with none being a dedicated defensive midfielder, although Diarra is competent in defense. It appears that Bordeaux intends to prioritize an offensive strategy at home, with their attacking trio of Kavanaghi, Belayan, and Liu Ting. Leverkusen adopts a 4-4-2 formation, featuring goalkeeper Adler, a defense of Castro, Friedrich, Hadji, and Saup, and a midfield comprising Rolfs, Vidal, Barnetta, and Greco. Their forward duo consists of Kiesling and Babarez. As the referee's whistle signals the start of the match, both teams approach cautiously, mindful of their opponent's strengths. Liu Ting frequently drops back to the midfield for ball exchanges, and Bordeaux seems to resemble a 4-4-2 formation. In the 7th minute, Liu Ting, after securing possession in midfield, advances and initially evades the defending Vidal, only to be intercepted by another Leverkusen midfielder. Upon closer inspection, he realizes, is that not Greco? At first, Liu Ting did not pay much attention to the presence of a certain player from Bayer Leverkusen. Wasn't Greco a fullback? How did he find himself positioned as a winger? Speaking of Greco, many may not be familiar with him, but fans of Inter Milan and supporters of Ronaldo are likely to remember him as the architect of Ronaldo's tears. Greco, a Slovakian player, showcased his talent in an impressive performance during a friendly match between Slovakia and Italy, which eventually led to his signing with Inter Milan, where he became an essential rotation player for the left-back position, oscillating between starter and substitute. In the 2001 to 2002 season, Inter Milan performed admirably, leading Juventus by a single point before the final match. A victory in that last game would grant them the long-awaited league title after 13 years. On May 5th, in the final round of Serie A, Inter faced Lazio away from home. The first half concluded with a 2-2 draw. However, Greco faltered in the second half, making two critical mistakes from the left-back position. Lazio seized these opportunities, scoring twice to seal the match. Before the match concluded, Ronaldo was substituted, overwhelmed with sorrow and disillusionment. He sat on the sidelines with his head bowed, cradling his face in his hands as tears streamed through his fingers, falling onto the grass. In that poignant moment, countless fans of both Inter Milan and Ronaldo wept alongside him. Consequently, Greco was branded a scapegoat by the Inter faithful. That summer, he was sold off, and many believe that Ronaldo's subsequent transfer to Real Madrid after his extraordinary performance in the 2002 World Cup was also a result of his disappointment with Inter Milan, a burden that Greco bore. Fortunately, following the Calciopoli scandal, Inter Milan ascended to dominance in Serie A, amassing league titles without shortage. Otherwise, the memory of Greco's transgressions would have lingered in the minds of many. Liu Ting has always been an admirer of Ronaldo, and thus he is well aware of Griesbeck's presence. To his surprise, Griesbeck is currently playing for Bayer Leverkusen, having transitioned from his position as a left-back to a left winger in this match, suggesting that Leverkusen aims for a more cautious approach. In truth, the first half unfolded rather uneventfully. Although Bordeaux sought to mount an offense, they were wary of Leverkusen's prowess, not wishing to concede an away goal, a point that Blanc emphasized repeatedly before the match, particularly stressing the importance of safeguarding against an opponent's away goal when playing at home. Leverkusen's tactical arrangement clearly favored a conservative strategy, as they would be content to accept a loss as long as it wasn't by a significant margin. They refrained from launching an aggressive offense until they found themselves trailing. This resulted in a somewhat lackluster first half, with neither side creating many clear-cut opportunities. Perhaps the finest chance came when Wendell struck a long-range effort in the 31st minute, only to see it crash against the crossbar. The first half concluded with both teams locked in a stalemate, leaving us eagerly anticipating the decisive battle in the second half. Liu Ting is summarizing the first half. In Chapter 046, seizing the initiative during halftime, Branco reiterated his usual strategy, emphasizing the importance of preventing the opponent from scoring away goals and capitalizing on opportunities to score. Both teams possess comparable strength, making victory attainable for either side. However, for Bordeaux, Losing at home complicates their chances of overturning the deficit in the away match. As the teams switched sides, the match resumed, leaving uncertainty about potential changes in the second half, particularly for Bordeaux. This being their home ground, a mere 0-0 draw would not bode well for the hosts. As the second half commenced, the match exhibited little alteration. The fans at the Chabandelma Stadium had grown silent in their support, while the traveling Bayer Leverkusen supporters became increasingly vocal. Such is the nature of French fans. Even slight dissatisfaction leads to diminished encouragement. Another unremarkable 10 minutes passed, during which Liu Ting began to drift more towards the front line, in accordance with Branco's tactics. After the 60th minute, he actively sought opportunities to score, knowing that should a goal be secured, the opponent would have limited time to equalize. In the 63rd minute, Miku delivered a precise pass to Kavanaghi, who then laid it off to the flank for Bellion. After a successful breakthrough down the wing, Bellion sent in a cross, and Liu Ting, having found space at the back post, had a promising opportunity. Unfortunately, his header went astray. Regrettably, this represented Bordeaux's first scoring chance of the second half, and it seemed Liu Ting's heading ability was lacking. Had Kavanaghi been in position to seize that opportunity, a goal might have been achieved, or at the very least, the header would have been directed towards a goal. Liu Jianhong also feels regret for Liu Ting's missed header. Liu Ting shook his head and walked back, reflecting on how he once mocked Bellion for his poor heading ability, capable of sending the ball askew into the Atlantic Ocean. Yet, Liu realized his own skills were not much better, and he resolved to practice whenever the opportunity arose. To his surprise, Bellion approached him, gently patting Liu's head in a gesture of sympathy. In truth, Bellion harbored a sense of delight, knowing that he would no longer be the sole target of criticism regarding heading prowess within the team. Bordeaux began to actively seek opportunities, and the game opened up, transforming into a captivating spectacle. The cheers of the home fans surged, as both teams faced mounting pressure on their defenses. Liu Ting's inward cut was thwarted, blocking his shot. However, after drawing the defenders, he elegantly passed to Kavanaghi. It was a golden opportunity, yet Kavanaghi's shot was astonishingly saved by Bayer Leverkusen's young goalkeeper, only 22 years old, who executed a remarkable save of what seemed to be a certain goal. It was no wonder he was regarded as Germany's most promising young goalkeeper, having already earned a place in the national team for a position that greatly relies on experience. Liu Jianhong's commentary evidently favors Bordeaux. However, there is no cause for concern about encountering troubles at CCTV. In the 65th minute, Liu Ting, after cutting in from the left flank, delivered a pass to Kavanaghi, whose shot was valiantly parried by Bayer Leverkusen's goalkeeper, Adler. The counterattack from Leverkusen was swift, with the ball reaching Keeling's feet. Despite his towering height of 1.9 meters, Keeling exhibited remarkable speed and finesse. He maneuvered past Enrique, but his shot was slightly off target. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a goal, prompting Bordeaux to be vigilant regarding their defense. In the 69th minute, Keeling nearly found the net during another counterattack from Leverkusen. Liu Ting advanced into the center, engaging in a wall pass with Diarra to evade the clutches of Vidal. Friedrich rushed in for support, but Liu Ting executed a splendid Marseille turn, skillfully evading Friedrich and creating an opportunity. Should he shoot? A feigned strike turned into a genuine pass as Liu Ting cleverly tapped the ball to the diagonal rear, where Bellion, in perfect synchrony, seized the opportunity and aimed a goal. Once again, Adler performed heroically, deflecting the attempt. The chances were not yet over. Liu Ting executed a remarkable bicycle kick. Oh, it was improbable. Adler thwarted the shot as well. Yet, amidst the chaos in front of Leverkusen's goal, Kavanaghi managed to score, finally finding the net after Adler's extraordinary series of saves. Liu Jianhong's dramatic commentary has indeed left many Chinese football fans on edge. In the 75th minute, Liu Ting's incisive pass led to a chaotic scene in front of Bayer Leverkusen's goal, culminating in a rebound strike from Kavanaghi, giving Bordeaux a 1-0 lead over Leverkusen. The attacking trio of Bordeaux embraced in celebration of this goal, while Liu Ting, still apprehensive, truly grasped the adage that a good goalkeeper is worth half a team. Today, Leverkusen's goalkeeper Adler was exceptionally formidable. He parried a shot from Bellion, and Liu Ting, witnessing the ball soar behind him, instinctively leapt and executed a bicycle kick. Such a rebound, as long as it remains within the goal's confines, is typically a certain goal. To everyone's surprise, Adler, with remarkable reflexes, managed to deflect the splendid bicycle kick. Had it not been for the utter chaos in front of Leverkusen's goal at that moment, Kavanaghi's astute follow-up would have ensured Adler's name echoed throughout France. However, Many talented players often succumb to injuries. Currently, Adler has not suffered a serious injury, overshadowing the future Bayern Munich and German national team as primary goalkeeper, Neuer. Adler's reputation presently eclipses that of Neuer, yet in the past 1 to 2 years, he has faced a significant injury, leading to a decline in form year after year, after which the once magnificent Adler would be no more. Although Adler has repeatedly thwarted Bordeaux's attempts, it is implausible for him to continue doing so against their relentless onslaught. He is not divine. This goal cannot be attributed to his shortcomings, for he has performed commendably. Liu Ting is still marveling at Adler's recent performance. Bordeaux's goal has momentarily lifted the weight from head coach Blank's heart. With Bordeaux pressing forward, had Adler secured the ball for a swift counterattack, it could have breached Bordeaux's defense. At that point, Leverkusen would have claimed an away goal, making it exceedingly difficult for Bordeaux, even if they scored twice. As a 2-1 scoreline is far more daunting than a mere 1-0. Buoyed by their goal, Bordeaux pressed on for several more minutes, yet failed to capitalize. Blanc began to direct his team to consolidate their defense while preparing for substitutions, clearly intent on maintaining this lead until the final whistle. In the 81st minute, Blanc replaced the goalscorer, Cavanaghi, with substitute defender Bregerie, assigning him the role of a defensive midfielder. Leverkusen contemplated a counter-offensive, but upon witnessing the speed of Bellion and Liu Ting, they abandoned that notion. Losing 0-1 upon returning home would still leave them with a chance to overturn the deficit, but a 0-2 scoreline would be insurmountable. Ultimately, Bordeaux triumphed over Leverkusen with a score of 1-0 at home, gaining an advantageous position in the two-legged knockout stage. However, this scoreline offers no guarantees, as anything could transpire in the return match in Germany. This encounter between the French and German teams garnered attention primarily within their respective nations. Post-match, the French media asserted that Bordeaux's chances of advancing to the next round had significantly increased, while their German counterparts maintained that Leverkusen still had an opportunity to turn the tide at home. Nevertheless, both nations' media lauded Adler's performance, and Bordeaux's formidable trio began to gain recognition beyond France. After taking a day to rest, Bordeaux must now prepare for their Ligue 1 match, this time as visitors to a venue familiar to Liu Ting, Monaco. Currently, Monaco's situation is rather dire. Having suffered 5 consecutive defeats and remaining winless in 6 matches since their loss to Bordeaux in the 7th round. Consequently, Monaco has slipped to mid-table, currently positioned 8th, with Marseille, who once languished near the bottom, now surpassing them in the standings. Marseille epitomizes the adage that a change in leadership can transform fortunes. Following their 9th managerial change, their performance has seen a remarkable ascent, currently positioning them in 5th place in Ligue 1, merely 6 points adrift of 3rd place Nancy. With 13 matches remaining in the league, they possess a tangible opportunity to vie for a coveted Champions League spot. However, they find themselves 14 points behind the league leaders Lyon, as well as Bordeaux, who share the same points tally. Thus, those teams are unlikely to grant Marseille a chance to contest for the championship. Nonetheless, the prospect of competing with Nancy for a Champions League berth remains highly plausible. On February 17th, Bordeaux faced Monaco away from home, while Lyon suffered a 0-1 defeat to Le Mans the day prior. This setback for Lyon was largely attributed to their imminent Champions League knockout stage matches, prompting a tactical rotation within their squad, thereby presenting Bordeaux with a golden opportunity. A victory against Monaco would elevate them to the top of the table, surpassing Lyon by 3 points. At the Louis II Stadium, Liu Ting was met with an unexpected round of applause upon his entrance, a testament to his status as the most renowned player hailing from Monaco. Despite Monaco's population exceeding 30,000, only around 5,000 are actual residents. The remainder are affluent individuals possessing Monegasque nationality. Even among the residents, the majority enjoy considerable wealth, resulting in a scarcity of individuals pursuing football as a profession. The emergence of Liu Ting has shattered numerous records in Monaco's football history, including being the first Monegasque player to compete in Ligue 1 and the first to represent Bordeaux. Liu Ting himself is uncertain of the exact number of records he has set, but it is undeniable that he will continue to break barriers. The audience at the stadium consists predominantly of tourists visiting Monaco or its residents, who are naturally inclined to applaud Liu Ting. This season, under the leadership of Brazilian coach Gomes, Monaco has struggled, and the full attendance at the match can be partially attributed to Liu Ting's presence, as many Monaco fans are eager to witness this local star, who has now ascended to the status of a celebrity in Ligue 1. Chapter 047. Hat-trick. Many applauded Liu Ting, causing considerable embarrassment for Monaco's head coach Gomez, who had previously engaged in verbal disputes with Liu Ting, deeming him unworthy of representing Monaco. The contrasting performances of Bordeaux and Monaco now serve as a stark reminder to Gomez, with the applause further amplifying the indignity. In light of Monaco's poor performance and the unrest within the team, Gomez struggles to maintain composure. The home fans applauding the visiting team only compounds the team's demoralization. Bordeaux, unwavering in their resolve, approached the match with full force, ignoring the looming challenge against Bayer Leverkusen in 4 days. Fielding their strongest lineup with the intent to decisively overcome Monaco and seize the top position in the league. From the outset, Bordeaux launched a relentless offensive assault. Liu Ting exhibited remarkable vitality right from the outset. In his heart, he still identifies as a Chinese national. However, after residing in Monaco for several years, he has come to regard it as his second homeland. Now, returning to his hometown to showcase his talents, he feels invigorated and absolutely exuberant. In the 5th minute, Liu Ting skillfully maneuvered past Monaco's defender, Lozambo, and delivered cross. Cavanaghi then passed the ball back to the advancing Miku, who unleashed a powerful long-range shot that soared over the crossbar. The commentator for this match, Adrien Baptiste, remarked, "Liu seems to be in excellent form today. This marks his first return to his hometown for a match, and that recent dribble appeared effortless." It remains to be seen whether the struggling Monaco can contain him. In the 11th minute, Liu Ting connected with Miku in midfield, and after a series of passes from Diallo, he found Cavanaghi inside the penalty area. Liu Ting followed closely, observing that Cavanaghi was being tightly marked and had no clear opportunity. He shouted, "Here, Fernando Cavanaghi." Cavanaghi, in turn, returned the ball to Liu Ting. Noticing the absence of defenders and finding himself in a favorable position, unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Gugua, what a stunning strike. This remarkable effort from Liu was indeed a world-class shot. Although his long-range attempts are not typically exceptional, his first shot of the day soared directly into the net. By the 11th minute, Liu Ting's exquisite long-range goal had propelled Bordeaux to a 1-0 lead over Monaco. Following the goal, Liu Ting ran to the sidelines, arms outstretched in celebration. Yet before the stands of Monaco's fans, he received only sparse boos and intermittent applause. Liu Ting's inaugural goal was akin to unlocking Bordeaux's scoring account, leading to a cascade of subsequent goals. Liu's rapid advancement along the flank allowed him to effortlessly evade Perez, sprinting swiftly into the attacking third. As Bolivar and Lozon rushed to defend against him, Liu accelerated and slipped between them, finding himself one-on-one with Monaco's goalkeeper, Roma. Did he intend to shoot? With a deft touch, he elegantly flicked the ball past the keeper, securing a goal that rendered him utterly unstoppable. This series of dazzling dribbles commenced from midfield, as the ball seemed to adhere to his right foot, guiding him effortlessly to his desired destination. In the 19th minute, Liu Ting's relentless dribbling culminated in a goal, extending Bordeaux's lead to 2-0. Following the goal, Liu Ting felt an exhilarating rush, as if the sensation of dribbling past the goalkeeper empowered him to conquer the world. It is no wonder that, prior to his injuries, Ronaldo was often likened to an unstoppable force in one-on-one situations against keepers. Liu Ting's remarkable goal elicited applause from a multitude, making the Bordeaux squad feel as if they were playing on their home turf. In less than 20 minutes, Bordeaux netted 2 goals, both courtesy of Liu Ting's impressive brace. On the sidelines, Monaco's head coach, Gomez, was seething with rage. However, his frustration proved futile, as his inaugural season with the team had not garnered him much respect due to their lackluster performance. Despite holding a 2-goal advantage, Bordeaux showed no signs of relenting in their offensive efforts, as the players felt invigorated and believed they could continue to score. Monaco, playing at home, found themselves persistently confined to their half. Balian's long-range shot prompted a swift reaction from Roma, who managed to clear the ball out of the penalty area, while Diarra's follow-up attempt sailed high above the goal. Miku skillfully delivered a pass to Cavanaghi on the left, who executed a splendid header into the net, marking the first goal of the match. In the 28th minute, Cavanaghi's header propelled Bordeaux to a commanding 3-0 lead over Monaco, within the span of less than 30 minutes. The home team had conceded 3 goals, prompting their supporters to turn against them and cheer for the visiting team. Monaco's performance was undeniably subpar, leading to an increased defensive effort from their players, who felt embarrassed by the home crowd's discontent. This shift in focus somewhat curtailed Bordeaux's offensive momentum, albeit at the cost of receiving yellow cards. In the 34th minute, Monaco's midfielder Perez, unable to keep pace with Liu Ting, committed a foul, and was booked with a yellow card. In the 39th minute, Senegalese defender Lassambo fouled Cavanaghi while defending, earning himself a yellow card. Shortly thereafter, in the 42nd minute, Croatian midfielder Jarko Kolar was cautioned for a foul on Miku, resulting in a free kick for Bordeaux. Given the challenging angle, the team opted for a tactical set piece. Miku took the corner, sending the ball into the penalty area with a beautiful Arc Diallo in close proximity. Executed a header that was parried away by Roma. Liu Ting positioned himself near the landing spot, and with a deft maneuver, he evaded Perez's defense, took a step to the right, and executed a lob shot. Roma leapt in vain. Despite his best efforts, he failed to make contact, and the ball sailed into the upper left corner of the net. Liu's hat trick marked the first of his professional career, as he scored in the 43rd minute, extending Bordeaux's lead to 4-0 against Monaco. Ecstatic, Liu Ting sprinted to the sidelines and performed a sliding kneel, prompting applause from the crowd. He quickly rose and waved to the fans, basking in the adoration as chants of Liu echoed around the stadium. His teammates soon rushed over, with Cavanaghi being the first to embrace him, followed by a jubilant pileup. By the time the celebrations concluded, the first half was nearing its end, and Bordeaux confidently returned to the locker room with a 4-0 advantage, a victory that seemed all but assured. During halftime, Coach Blanco emphasized the importance of avoiding injuries in the second half, as he anticipated an easy win. He also began to look forward to the upcoming match in 4 days. As the second half commenced, Liu Ting remained active, but Monaco's frustrated players quickly sought to assert themselves. In the 49th minute, Liu Ting skillfully maneuvered past Perez on the flank, only for Perez to retaliate with a reckless challenge, resulting in Liu Ting being brought down. On the ground, Liu Ting felt a sharp pain in his ankle and rolled in agony. The referee promptly issued a red card to Perez. Bordeaux's medical staff rushed onto the field to assess Liu Ting, while Blanco, visibly anxious, understood the significance of Liu Ting to the team's championship aspirations. Fortunately, the pain subsided quickly, and Liu Ting suspected it to be a minor issue. Nevertheless, he followed the medical team for a precautionary evaluation. The team doctor soon confirmed that Liu Ting's injury was not serious. However, Blanco decided against taking any risks and had Alessandro Alonso warm up to replace Liu Ting if necessary. Although Liu Ting was substituted, Monaco found themselves reduced to 10 men, rendering their chances of a comeback utterly futile. Previously, they had only a handful of opportunities, but now even the theoretical possibility of a turnaround had diminished to mere speculation. Bordeaux, enjoying the advantage of playing with 11 against 10, continued their relentless assault. In the 81st minute, Cavanaghi received a pass from Diarra, penetrated the left side of the penalty area, and executed a low shot into the net, bringing the score to 5-0. However, Bordeaux's offensive onslaught was far from over. In the 90th minute, Bellion received Alonso's pass on the right side of the penalty area, swiftly turned, and struck the ball, which sailed once more into Monaco's goal, elevating the score to 6-0. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match, concluding almost immediately after Bellion's celebratory moment, without allowing for any added time. No one had anticipated such a turn of events prior to the match. Both Bordeaux and Monaco are formidable teams in Ligue 1. Despite Monaco's recent struggles, a scoreline of 6-0 was beyond anyone's expectations. Bordeaux's attacking trio instilled fear in all Ligue 1 teams, as they collectively netted all 6 goals. Bellion scored 1, Cavanaghi 2, and Liu 3. This marked Liu's first hat trick. Had he not been substituted early in the second half, he might have added to his tally. Fortunately, we learned that Liu's injury was not severe and would not hinder his participation in the upcoming match against Bayer Leverkusen in Germany. I firmly believe that Bordeaux will triumph over their opponents in advance, and they may even make a significant impact in this year's UEFA Europa League. This was the summation offered by Baptiste at the conclusion of the match, a sentiment echoed by many, with numerous observers believing that this year's Ligue 1 championship would belong to Bordeaux. As Liu Ting exited the player tunnel, a throng of local Monaco residents clamored for his autograph, demonstrating remarkable skill. He signed for 2 fans before removing his jersey and tossing it onto the stands beside the tunnel, where numerous voices rose in fervent calls for Liu Ting. This act sparked a small frenzy among the spectators. Beside him, Diallo, filled with admiration, remarked, "Liu, you are simply incredible. The support you receive here in Monaco is immense." Throwing your jersey to the fans was even cooler. "Next time I score a hat trick, I shall do the same." Liu Ting wore a look of exasperation. As a midfielder with limited attacking prowess, one could only wonder when he might achieve a hat trick. Naturally, Liu Ting, having completed his first ever hat trick, became the focal point of media attention, and the Bordeaux trident garnered significant acclaim as well. French football highlighted Liu's debut hat trick, leading Bordeaux to a resounding away victory against Monaco, while also recounting the rivalry between Liu and Monaco's head coach. It detailed how Liu aspired to return to play for his hometown team, only to be rebuffed by the current Monaco coach, Gomez, who now faced the repercussions of Liu's hat trick. Ligue reported on the brilliance of Bordeaux's trident in Ligue 1, primarily showcasing the trio, yet acknowledging that their synergy heavily relied on Liu Ting's adept dribbling and breakthroughs, marking him as the pivotal figure among them. The piece concluded with hopes that Bordeaux would strive for honors in European competitions this season, subtly suggesting that their domestic league performance was sound enough to warrant greater focus on the Europa League. Following this round of matches, Bordeaux would surpass Lyon by 3 points to ascend to the pinnacle of the Ligue 1 standings, having bolstered their goal difference by 6, while Lyon suffered a 0-1 defeat. Bordeaux now enjoyed a superior goal difference of 3 over Lyon, setting the stage for an anticipated clash in round 28, where Bordeaux would face Lyon in a decisive battle for the league title. Chapter 048, Bayer Leverkusen's counterattack. On February 22nd, Bordeaux faced Bayer Leverkusen in an away match, with the clock reading 21:30 local European time as the first half concluded. Liu Jinhong, providing live commentary, summarized the first half. The entire Bordeaux squad appeared lackluster, possibly due to the exhilaration from their recent domestic league triumph, where they had decimated Monaco 6-0 just 4 days prior, having played back-to-back matches for 2 consecutive weeks. The Bordeaux players seemed fatigued, their previous excitement leading to a decline in performance, an occurrence not uncommon in football. However, Bordeaux urgently needed to recalibrate their form. Failing to do so could result in their elimination if the scoreline remained unchanged until the final whistle. The score displayed on the scoreboard at Bayer Arena, home of Bayer Leverkusen, reads 2 o'clock, with the home team leading. In the visitors' dressing room, Branco is articulating tactical arrangements for the entire team. Leverkusen will undoubtedly continue their offensive in the second half, as they hold a slender lead of just 1 goal. We require merely a single goal to equalize, and then, with the advantage of away goals, we can extinguish their hopes. They cannot rely on our failure to score in the second half. A stroke of luck could very well spell their demise. Thus, it is certain that their current momentum will compel them to press forward. Our strategy should be to defend and counterattack, seizing every opportunity to find the net, as we cannot afford to squander chances. The entire Bordeaux team is attentively absorbing the coach's directives, and Liu Ting nods in agreement. However, the first half has been rather stifling, with the team lacking form, particularly the midfield duo of Miku and Liu Ting's striking partner, Kavanaghi, whose performances starkly contrast with their previous outing. Perhaps fatigue has truly taken its toll. Liu, in the second half, sees the opportunities to break through, Branco adds in conclusion. Understood, coach, Liu responds. Liu Ting was aware that his current condition was relatively favorable, likely due to being substituted early in the previous match. As the 15-minute halftime elapsed, he clenched his fists with determination and joined his teammates as they ventured onto the pitch. He held a profound desire to excel in the European competitions, particularly in the UEFA Europa League. There was no way he would falter at this juncture. As the Bordeaux team made their entrance, they were met with a cacophony of boos from the German fans. The German supporters were well known for their fervor, and the jeers resonating throughout Bayer Arena were unprecedented in Liu Ting's experience in Ligue 1. Just the previous year, Bundesliga teams had set a Guinness World Record for producing the loudest stadium noise. Bayern Munich, the dominant force in the Bundesliga, had taken a momentary respite, while the championship was fiercely contested between Schalke 04 and the youthful Stuttgart squad. In a pivotal match during the second half of the season, Schalke 04's home crowd generated an astonishing noise level of 129 decibels, a figure comparable to that near the ignition point of a rocket launch, which reaches approximately 130 decibels. This electric atmosphere contributed to Schalke 04's triumph over Stuttgart, propelling them to the top of the standings. However, they ultimately fell short of clinching the league title, as in the penultimate round, they succumbed to their arch-rivals Borussia Dortmund, thereby handing the championship to Stuttgart. In truth, Stuttgart supporters ought to express their gratitude to Dortmund, whose lackluster performance over the past 2 years inadvertently influenced the outcome of the Bundesliga title. In the future, playing for teams with more passionate fanbases would certainly be appealing, as the resulting cheers and support would be significantly more abundant. As the second half commenced, Bayer Leverkusen indeed showed no intention of retreating defensively. While their offensive pressure was not as formidable as in the first half, they remained actively in search of scoring opportunities. Liu Ting yearns to score, yet his teammates are still underperforming, particularly Miku, who has been plagued by continuous errors in midfield. Perhaps the strain of consecutive matches over the past week has drained his stamina. However, one cannot fault a seasoned veteran of 35 years who frequently takes to the field as a starter. Bordeaux's form has shown little improvement, while Bayer Leverkusen has begun to sharpen their defensive strategies, which is not promising news for Bordeaux. Liu Jianhong is also concerned for Bordeaux. Although he will continue to commentate on the UEFA Europa League even after Bordeaux's elimination, ensuring his financial compensation remains unaffected, he still hopes for Bordeaux's advancement. The interest from fans in this tournament will undoubtedly wane significantly following Bordeaux's exit. With the team's lack of improvement, Liu Ting increasingly relies on his personal abilities to drive the game forward. In the 49th minute, Bayer Leverkusen's attack ended fruitlessly, prompting Bordeaux's goalkeeper, Liu, to initiate a counterattack with a throw. Liu Ting received a pass from Zhu Lit on the flank and swiftly advanced down the left side, quickly distancing himself from the Leverkusen players who failed to retreat in time. Upon reaching the final third, he cut inside and took a shot, but it was too straightforward, allowing Adler to secure the ball. In the following 10 minutes, Liu Ting attempted several rapid counterattacks relying on his individual skills. However, his solitary efforts proved to be of limited impact, as scoring requires a considerable amount of luck. Liu Ting seemed to be the only player at Bordeaux unaffected by the team's current form. Leverkusen's offense saw Babari's break past Diawara, subsequently passing to Keeling. It was their combination that netted Bordeaux 2 goals in the first half, with each player contributing 1. Keeling took a step forward in the penalty area and, having adjusted himself, struck the ball, but Liu was positioned perfectly to block the shot. Liu quickly secured the ball that had slipped from his grasp and threw it out to Chom, creating an opportunity for Bordeaux's counterattack. Chom passed to the advancing Bellion, who accelerated with the ball. Leverkusen was left with only 4 defenders. Liu Ting matched Bellion's pace, and together they surged toward Leverkusen's half, facing a 2-on-4 scenario, presenting them with a significant opportunity. Salp came over to defend Bellion, but Bellion swiftly evaded him. Rolfs attempted to provide support, but Bellion managed to pass to Liu Ting, who was approaching the penalty area. As Hadji closed in, Liu Ting executed a couple of step-overs, skillfully bypassing Hadji, an unusual yet effective maneuver from him. Castro followed Liu Ting into the penalty area, and the opposition hesitated to challenge him recklessly. Liu Ting then performed a Marseille turn, evading Castro, and found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. As Adler rushed out, Liu Ting executed a beautifully placed shot through Adler's legs, leveling the score for Bordeaux. This goal not only equalized the match, but also secured an away goal for Bordeaux, putting them in a favorable position to advance should the score remain unchanged until the final whistle. Liu Jianhong exclaimed with excitement. In the 62nd minute, Liu Ting and Bellion collaborated in a counterattack, culminating in Liu Ting scoring a goal, aiding Bordeaux in leveling the aggregate score to 2-2, while also securing an away goal for the team. After Liu Ting scored, he sprinted to the sidelines, roaring in celebration, which escalated the chorus of boos echoing through the Bayer Arena. Amidst the cacophony, he felt a surge of pent-up frustration release from his chest. Objects were hurled from the stands, including water bottles, lighters, and cans. Liu Ting celebrated alongside his teammates as they escorted him back onto the field. The situation now appeared favorable for Bordeaux, and Coach Blanc pondered how to maintain this lead until the final whistle. With approximately 30 minutes remaining in the match, a purely defensive strategy would undoubtedly render them passive, yet bolstering their defense was imperative. In the 64th minute, capitalizing on a corner kick opportunity following a Leverkusen shot, Blanc made 2 substitutions, bringing on Alonso and substitute defender Tremolinas for Kavanaghi and Miku, signaling a clear intent to strengthen the defense. He simultaneously instructed the entire Bordeaux team to focus on counterattacks, primarily relying on the speed of Liu Ting and Bellion. In the 10 minutes following Liu Ting's goal, Bayer Leverkusen's offensive efforts were initially hesitant, as they were wary of the counter-attacking prowess of Liu Ting and Bellion. However, as the match time reached the 80th minute, it was as if a flame ignited the very blood of the entire Leverkusen squad. They began a fervent and relentless assault on the Bordeaux goal. Leverkusen, determined to mount a desperate counterattack, had sacrificed their weekend league match, settling for a mere draw. It is noteworthy that Leverkusen currently occupies a precarious 4th position in the Bundesliga. The top 3 teams have the opportunity to participate in the Champions League. Therefore, Leverkusen was risking the loss of their Champions League qualification for the next season in their pursuit to turn the tide against Bordeaux at home. Should they succumb to defeat, their disappointment would be profound. Liu Ting and Barcelona often find themselves retreating to the forefront of their own penalty area to partake in defensive duties. Bayer Leverkusen's offensive onslaught comes in relentless waves. In the 84th minute, Barcelona was afforded a solitary chance for a counterattack. It was thwarted by the resurgent Adler, who deflected the ball with his thigh. By the 87th minute, while defending against Vidal, Liu Ting received a yellow card. At this juncture, Branco began preparing to make substitutions on the sidelines to waste time. Liu Ting, upon receiving the ball, adeptly utilized his footwork to carry it towards the corner flag, where he skillfully prolonged the game, achieving commendable results. His technical prowess consistently allowed him to waste precious moments, yet the moment he touched the ball, the chorus of boos from the crowd was unrelenting. There was a time when a Chinese footballer, during a World Cup qualifying match with merely 3 minutes remaining, maneuvered the ball to the corner flag to run down the clock, ultimately aiding the Chinese team in preserving a 1-0 lead until the final whistle. In a post-match interview, he remarked, "Coach Zhu taught us to take our time by bringing the ball to the corner flag. And how did I do with my ball protection?" This player was namely E, and the following day, media outlets began to liken his ball protection skills to those of Thierry Henry, subsequently dubbing him Emperor Li. Liu Ting remained oblivious to whether anyone would liken his ball protection to that of Henry on the following day. Chapter 049. The challenges of the schedule. Ultimately, Bayer Leverkusen's resurgence failed to breach Bordeaux's defenses. During injury time, Blanco resorted to a substitution to waste precious moments. The aggregate score of the UEFA Europa League knockout match between Bordeaux and Bayer Leverkusen concluded in a 2-2 draw, with Bordeaux advancing to the next round thanks to Liu Ting's invaluable away goal. We extend our congratulations to Bordeaux, who continue to progress in both Ligue 1 and the UEFA Europa League. Liu Jianhong also expressed his delight at Bordeaux's progression. Liu Ting, the standout performer of the match, became the focal point for reporters who inundated him with questions. "We are thrilled that the team has advanced to the next round. This achievement is a collective effort, a testament to the hard work of our head coach and all my teammates." He continued, reflecting on his bicycle kick. "I have always practiced it. In training, I have utilized it before, although I had not employed it in a match until now. My favorite and most proficient maneuver remains the Marseille turn, yet occasionally, employing unexpected techniques can confound the opponent." When asked about his decision to shoot through the defender's legs, he remarked, "This is merely a fundamental principle of football. Coaches instruct that the likelihood of scoring during a one-on-one situation is significantly high, albeit there exists the risk of being thwarted. The optimal approach is to maneuver around the goalkeeper and either score into an open net or shoot directly through the goalkeeper's legs, which presents the greatest chance of success, provided one possesses the skill to outmaneuver the keeper or accurately target the gap. However, it requires a high level of technical prowess to both evade the goalkeeper and score into an empty net. When a goalkeeper rushes out, their center of gravity tends to be elevated. Thus, if executed correctly, they may not react in time. Despite successfully navigating this round of the UEFA Europa League knockout stage, Liu Ting acknowledged the precarious nature of the match. He observed that Blanc's strategic focus on the league significantly influences their performance, as Blanc prioritizes league play, relegating the Europa League to a secondary status. Perhaps I should discuss this with him. Following the match against Bayer Leverkusen, Liu Ting returned to Bordeaux with his teammates, while head coach Blanc headed to UEFA headquarters for the draw, determining their next opponent. Currently, only 3 teams from Ligue 1 are participating in European competitions. Lyon has advanced to the Champions League knockout stage, but they are likely to falter at the round of 16 as they face Manchester United, a formidable opponent that poses a significant challenge. The UEFA Europa League knockout stage features 2 Ligue 1 teams, Bordeaux, who advanced through the group stage, and Marseille, who fell from the Champions League group stage. Both teams have successfully progressed to the round of 16, with Marseille eliminating the Russian team, Spartak Moscow. Unfortunately for Bordeaux, Lyon is likely to exit the Champions League soon, which would compel them to focus entirely on contending for the league title, while Bordeaux must also divide their attention with the Europa League. In fact, Blanc's inclination to abandon the Europa League may not be a misguided thought. Concentrating solely on competing with Lyon could ensure their grasp on the league championship. The draw results soon emerged, revealing that both French teams in the Europa League would face opponents from the same country as in the previous round. Marseille once again encountered a Russian team, this time Zenit St. Petersburg, while Bordeaux faced the German team Hamburg, which, overall, is believed to be slightly weaker than Bayer Leverkusen. However, Bordeaux's schedule is not in their favor. European matches are typically held in the middle of the week on Wednesdays and Thursdays, while most domestic league matches occur on Saturdays and Sundays, although there are instances where some league games are scheduled in the middle of the week due to tight schedules. In the previous round of the Europa League knockout stage, Bordeaux played Leverkusen in a home-and-away format. Sandwiched between their two-legged Europa League matches was a weekend away challenge against the formidable Ligue 1 team Monaco. Essentially, this meant 3 demanding matches in a week, a home game against Leverkusen, followed by an away match against Monaco, and then another away game in Germany against Leverkusen the following week. Fortunately, Monaco underperformed, but Bordeaux still came perilously close to being overturned by Leverkusen in the second leg. This time, they again face a home-and-away schedule, with an important weekend league match against Lyon sandwiched between the two-legged matches. This encounter against Lyon is crucial for the league title this season, and Bordeaux must prepare with utmost dedication. Consequently, the 2 matches against Hamburg become precarious. Prior to facing Hamburg, Bordeaux must also contend with a home game against Paris Saint-Germain. Although PSG has shown signs of decline in recent years, one can never underestimate the impact of such a storied team. Much like last season in the Bundesliga, where struggling Borussia Dortmund, unable to contend for the title or even a European spot, managed to thwart Schalke 04's championship hopes at a pivotal moment. Bordeaux must remain vigilant against PSG. Otherwise, they risk a setback. Facing 4 strong teams within 2 weeks clearly indicates that Bordeaux may need to prioritize the league over the Europa League. Laurent Blanc, upon returning to France for an interview, stated, "Bordeaux's schedule is demanding, and we will consider relinquishing some less significant matches at the appropriate time. This season, our primary objective is the Ligue 1 championship. The last time Bordeaux claimed the Ligue 1 title was 9 years ago. It is now time for Bordeaux to reclaim the crown." Blanc is a traditional coach who shies away from verbal sparring and prefers to adopt a cautious approach in arranging matches, shunning any form of recklessness. He subscribes to the adage that a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, believing that securing the Ligue 1 title with certainty is a commendable achievement. Currently, with a 3-point lead over Lyon, Blanc feels bolstered and has begun to openly express his ambitions for the championship. Other media outlets concur with Blanc's sentiments, suggesting that Bordeaux should forego the Europa League to fully concentrate on clinching the league title, a reasonable strategy indeed. However, only Lyon's media voices the opinion that Bordeaux should strive for honor on behalf of French football, seemingly wishing for Bordeaux to be overwhelmed in a multi-front battle. This year, Lyon lacks the dominance it once had, and any hope of claiming the title relies heavily on their opponent's missteps. While the remarks from Lyon's media go largely unnoticed, Liu Ting has resolved to engage Blanc in a serious conversation. When Liu Ting entered Blanc's office, the room was shrouded in smoke, and the floor was littered with cigarette butts, indicating that Blanc was troubled by the state of the team. "Liu, is there something on your mind?" Blanc inquired, somewhat surprised, as Liu Ting seldom sought him out alone. "Coach, I wanted to ask about the recent match schedule. Just call me Laurent. Are you suggesting I should forego those matches?" "Yes, Laurent. I intend to prioritize our matches against Paris Saint-Germain and Lyon, fielding mainly substitutes in both legs against Hamburg to ensure our victory in those critical encounters. Laurent, I believe we possess the capability to vie for a European championship. According to the latest odds released by European bookmakers, we're the 5th favorites to win the UEFA Cup, trailing only Bayern Munich, Fiorentina from Serie A, and Tottenham Hotspur and Everton from the Premier League. Furthermore, in the next knockout round, Everton and Fiorentina will face each other, effectively positioning us as the 4th favorite. This ranking is freshly provided by European betting firms, who base their odds on it to generate profit, and, more often than not, they are quite reliable. Blanc found himself somewhat exasperated. He could not fathom why his protege was so invested in what had become a less prestigious UEFA Cup. Nonetheless, Liu Ting was currently the team's most pivotal player, and failing to address his emotions could undoubtedly impact their title chase against Lyon. It was no surprise that Blanc did not regard the UEFA Cup with much esteem. Since the reformation of the Champions League, the UEFA Cup had steadily diminished in significance. Repeated modifications by UEFA had failed to restore the UEFA Cup's allure. In earlier times, Europe had 3 major tournaments: the Champions Cup, the UEFA Cup, and the Cup Winners' Cup, all of which garnered considerable attention. The Champions Cup had always been the most prestigious and influential, yet winning any of the 3 tournaments was a significant honor. This was largely due to the limited number of participating teams. For instance, only the champions of each league could compete in the Champions Cup. And with multiple elite clubs often vying for the title, many would drop to contest the UEFA Cup and the Cup Winners' Cup, thereby enhancing the value of all three tournaments. However, as the three competitions underwent reformation, with the expansion of the Champions League and the merging of the Cup Winners' Cup into the UEFA Cup, it effectively siphoned off the elite teams that previously participated in all three tournaments to compete in the Champions League. Consequently, the attention and prestige of the Champions League soared, surpassing even the World Cup in terms of competitive level and viewing experience, although the World Cup still retained its political significance, overshadowing the Champions League. The remaining Europa League has devolved into a contest of mediocrity, where even if a prestigious club were to stumble into it, the focus remains primarily on domestic leagues, with aspirations for next year's Champions League qualification overshadowing the Europa League significance. This lack of attention is fundamentally attributed to UEFA's approach of granting the Europa League champion a spot in the Champions League, a strategy that merely seeks to bask in the latter's popularity. Thus, Laurent Blanc's intention to concentrate on the league is not misplaced. However, he must find a way to persuade Liu Ting. Chapter 050. Bordeaux without Liu Ting. Liu, our schedule is exceedingly tight. Should we devote excessive energy to the Europa League, we risk being overtaken by Lyon in the domestic league. Lyon will soon be eliminated from the Champions League and will undoubtedly pursue us with full force. We are merely 3 points ahead of them. A single match could see them catch up, Blanc elaborated. Laurent, I have an idea. In our upcoming challenging fixtures, we can first secure a victory at home against Paris Saint-Germain. Then, during the match against Hamburg, we could field some substitutes, primarily focusing on a defensive counterattack. Even if we only draw at home, it would be acceptable. After our game against Lyon, if we maintain our lead, we could consider taking a risk in an away match against Hamburg, which might yield favorable results. Once we navigate this difficult stretch, we will have more leeway, Liu proposed. I cannot endorse your plan. It seems rather perilous. Even if we surpass this hurdle, we remain engaged in 2 competitions, not to mention the domestic cup. Lyon, on the other hand, can concentrate solely on the league. Bordeaux already suffers from a lack of depth in its squad, which may lead to significant disadvantages, possibly resulting in a collapse on both fronts, Blanc countered. I believe the team will persevere. No French club has ever claimed the UEFA Cup title, Liu insisted, steadfast in his viewpoint. Seeing Liu's resolute stance, Blanc conceded, "You may step out for now. I need to contemplate further." Blanc indeed harbored ambitions of clinching both titles, yet he was reluctant to take unnecessary risks, ultimately favoring the more attainable league championship. The league title was a contest primarily between Lyon and Bordeaux, whereas the Europa League was rife with formidable opponents, with Bayern Munich being the most prominent. Currently, Bayern held a substantial lead in the Bundesliga, affording them the energy to pursue additional titles. Their coach, Heiko Herrlich, had openly declared a desire for a treble, underscoring Bayern's fierce determination to secure the Europa League as well. After an indeterminate period of contemplation, Blanc was roused by the sound of the door opening. It was his assistant, Gasset, entering the room. "Laurent, have you reached a decision?" Gasset inquired upon entry. "How did you know?" Blanc responded, surprised. "That young man informed me. He urged me to come and persuade you," Gasset explained. "Do you concur with his assessment?" Blanc courrier. "I believe this year's Lyon is not as formidable as in the past, showing evident signs of weakness. Even if they exit the Champions League, they may falter further." "Our chances of winning the league are promising," Gasset replied. On February 24th, Bordeaux hosted Lille for the 26th round of Ligue 1. However, a day prior, head coach Blanc announced that Liu Ting would be rested and not included in the squad list. This decision did not raise many eyebrows, as the recent congested schedule warranted some players to take a breather. Alongside Liu, Kavanaghi and Miku were also rested. Only Liu was aware that this was the coach's subtle punishment for his disagreement with Blanc's strategic arrangements, a one-match suspension, as traditional coaches typically disfavor players questioning their decisions. Although only the 2 players involved and assistant coach Gasset were privy to this situation, a necessary punishment was deemed appropriate, albeit under the guise of rest. Media outlets have raised concerns regarding Blanc's decisions, especially with Lyon closely trailing them. Every match holds significant importance. Presently, Lille occupies the 15th position in Ligue 1 and has yet to escape the relegation zone. Thus, they are undoubtedly striving for victory in every game. It is a well-known fact in football that teams fighting against relegation are often the most challenging to face, as they battle fiercely for every point. Bordeaux found themselves against a wall when, at the conclusion of the 90 minutes, the scoreboard at Stade Chabandelmas read 0-0. The home team, Bordeaux, wore expressions of disappointment. while the visiting Lille celebrated their hard-earned point, which could potentially aid in their quest for survival. Following Lyons' victory over Metz, which ended 2 o'clock the day before. This draw left Bordeaux only 1 point ahead of Lyon, a precarious lead. In just 2 rounds, Bordeaux will face Lyon away, and should the latter prevail on home turf, they would surpass Bordeaux in the standings. Post-match, numerous media outlets criticized Blanc's oversight for the team's failure, particularly emphasizing the consequences of resting 3 key players. Lyon's media outlets were particularly vocal, suggesting that Bordeaux was on the brink of collapse, potentially jeopardizing their Champions League qualification, while other publications conveyed a sense of urgency, as if Bordeaux had already lost the championship. Blanc, who typically refrains from engaging in verbal disputes, left many journalists hitting air. Le Parisian, however, took a different approach, publishing an article highlighting Liu Ting's pivotal role within Bordeaux. It asserted that while the draw against Lille appeared to stem from Blanc's negligence, it also underscored Liu's status as the team's most crucial player. Throughout the match, it was evident that without Liu's ability to penetrate defenses, Bordeaux's attacking prowess significantly diminished, even with Blanc's introduction of 3 forwards in the second half. The impact was minimal. Liu's breakthroughs and goals were the driving force propelling Bordeaux forward. This piece essentially celebrated Liu Ting's importance to Bordeaux, leaving him somewhat embarrassed, perhaps hinting at some influence from his agency. Nevertheless, every cloud has a silver lining. Although this round ended in a draw, it afforded Liu, Cavanaghi, and Miku a much-needed respite, particularly for Miku, whose age renders him susceptible to fluctuations in form with excessive play. This rest allowed for better preparation for the upcoming match against Paris Saint-Germain. The entire Bordeaux squad enjoyed a week of recovery before facing Paris Saint-Germain at home on March 2nd. The previous day, Lyon secured a 1 o'clock victory over Lille, meaning Bordeaux could not afford to falter again without risking being overtaken by Lyon. Currently, Paris Saint-Germain is struggling, sitting 16th in the standings, with their objective this year being survival. Fortunately, they recently triumphed 3-2 against Auxerre in the semi-finals of the French League Cup, advancing to the final. A victory over Lens, who are also hovering near the relegation zone, on March 19th would grant them qualification for the UEFA Europa League next season. Given that Paris Saint-Germain had just engaged in a taxing match 5 days prior, they should not pose an insurmountable challenge for Bordeaux. Indeed, the situation seems to be unfolding in that direction, as Paris Saint-Germain appeared disoriented at Stade Chabandelmas, which has become a hallmark of their performance this season. Adrien Baptiste unhesitatingly dismissed Paris Saint-Germain. Bordeaux's midfielder executed a back pass, which Wendell delivered to the flanks where Liu Ting, with remarkable agility, maneuvered past Bernat Mendy and launched across. Cavanaghi deftly redirected the ball to the other side for Bellyon, who surged forward, seizing a splendid opportunity to strike. Goa! The ball found the net, a goal that came as no surprise. Bordeaux asserted their determination to triumph right from the outset, while Paris Saint-Germain failed to respond, making this goal a natural outcome. It was a collaboration of Bordeaux's attacking trident, Liu Ting's incisive breakthrough, Cavanaghi's pivotal role, and ultimately, Bellyon's finishing touch. In the 20th minute, Bellyon's low shot found the back of the net, granting Bordeaux a 1-0 lead over Paris Saint-Germain. This was a swift counterattack from Bordeaux. Just moments after Paris Saint-Germain's offense faltered, Bordeaux struck back swiftly. Liu Ting advanced with great speed, accompanied by Bellyon, Wendell, and Diallo. Approaching the penalty area, Liu executed a diagonal pass to Wendell. In a prime position, Wendell opted for a direct long-range shot. Goa! The ball soared into the goal, showcasing Wendell's excellent form today. The shot from outside the box flew past Paris Saint-Germain's goalkeeper, Randro, who merely raised a hand in a futile attempt to intervene. In the 28th minute, Wendell's long-range strike found the net, extending Bordeaux's lead to 2-0. Liu Ting found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated that Wendell would return the ball to him, providing him an opportunity to break through and potentially score. To his surprise, Wendell shot directly at the goal, and with remarkable form, succeeded in scoring. Nonetheless, as long as others find the net, no one can complain. Even a mere assist is better than nothing. Bordeaux had taken a commanding 2-0 lead within half an hour, suggesting that they might secure a victory, much to Lyon's dismay. Indeed, Baptiste's remarks rang true, a land parent. The Lyon coach watching the match was visibly disappointed, even resorting to expletives. Damn Parisians, playing like rubbish. No wonder they're struggling to avoid relegation. A 2-goal deficit is not an insurmountable challenge, yet Paris Saint-Germain lacked the momentum or desire to overturn Bordeaux' advantage on their turf. In the 36th minute, Liu Ting attempted to cut in and shoot, but the ball slid past the goal. By the 40th minute, Diarra had evaded the opposing defender Kamara and ventured into the penalty area, yet his final shot sailed just over the bar. As the first half concluded, the score remained unchanged at 2-0. Blanco felt reassured. Victory was seemingly within reach, and his thoughts turned to the upcoming match where Bordeaux would host Hamburg. In the second half, Bordeaux earned their first corner, taken by Miku. Cavanaghi made a clever run and disrupted Paris Saint-Germain's defense, heading the ball into the net. This goal effectively sealed the match, despite it being only the 52nd minute. PSG had already missed their chances in the first half, which had set them up for failure. This goal was merely the switch that finalized their demise. Baptiste could only describe the situation with a touch of artistry, as it was clear to all that Bordeaux's victory was inevitable. Following Cavanaghi's goal in the 52nd minute, Bordeaux led 3-0 against Paris Saint-Germain. In Lyon, Perrin, frustrated, switched off the television and hurled the remote control to the ground. He had hoped to witness whether PSG would pose any threat to Bordeaux, but reality proved disappointing. Perrin now had to prepare for Lyon's next match against Bordeaux, yet prior to that, he faced a daunting trip to Manchester for the second leg of the Champions League round of 16 against Manchester United after a 1-1 draw in the first leg. The trip to England seemed perilous, and upon returning, they would have to clash fiercely with Bordeaux. If only those damned Parisians could thwart Bordeaux. Lyon wouldn't be in such a predicament. Chapter 051. The Journey to Lyon. After Cavanaghi's goal, Blanco began to make substitutions, mindful of the congested schedule. Liu Ting, Miku, and Diarra were all replaced, and the match concluded with a score of 3-0, leaving Bordeaux with a slender point advantage over Lyon. Liu Ting may not have scored a goal, yet he contributed an assist, underscoring his significance once again. His presence is pivotal in orchestrating the synergy among the three front players, thereby maximizing the potential of the attacking trident. 4 days after the match against Paris Saint-Germain, Bordeaux will host Hamburg. In this encounter, Blanc opted for a 4-5-1 formation focused on counterattacking, with none of the trident starting. The sole forward was Chamak. In midfield, Miku was rested, while the defensive line remained unchanged, as the injured Planius has yet to recover. During the commentary of this match, Liu Jinhong remarked that Bordeaux fielded several substitute players. However, they did not entirely relinquish the contest by deploying a full bench. Bordeaux seems to be adopting a cautious approach at home, intending to reassess their strategy after the crucial battle against Lyon. In reality, there are still 11 rounds remaining in Ligue 1, and numerous variables remain. Even if they secure a victory against Lyon away, the gap to the championship title will still be considerable. Blanco ought to redirect more of his focus towards the UEFA Europa League, as it is a knockout tournament where a single misstep could result in elimination. Liu Jinhong undoubtedly wishes Bordeaux would invest more effort into the UEFA Europa League, as it would render his commentary more appealing to viewers. Hamburg, once a formidable force in the Bundesliga, has claimed both the European Cup and the Cup Winners' Cup. Yet these accolades belong to a bygone era. The last time Hamburg secured a title in the DFB Pokal dates back to the 1980s. Currently, they cannot even be classified as a strong contender in the Bundesliga, merely managing to qualify for the Europa League on occasion. In the knockout stage of the Europa League, Hamburg faced the relatively weaker Swiss team, Zurich, which they were able to surpass with relative ease. Liu Ting recalls that in a few years, Hamburg may devolve into a relegation-threatened team, a tragic fate for a club situated in Germany's second-largest city, a renowned European port and financial hub. This predicament reflects the adverse effects of the Bundesliga's financial fair play regulations. Absent these constraints, teams like Hamburg and Hertha Berlin would likely be acquired by wealthy investors, thus transforming into European powerhouses overnight. Indeed, Hamburg's prowess pales in comparison to Bayer Leverkusen. Despite Bordeaux having rotated half of its squad, Hamburg failed to breach their opponent's defenses. In the second half, blank substitution of Bellion for Chamak allowed Bordeaux to pose several threats to Hamburg's goal through speed. However, Bellion ultimately squandered his chances. The match concluded in a stalemate of 0-0, leaving the upcoming second leg in Germany rife with possibilities. Any outcome would not be surprising. In truth, Bordeaux possesses a superior overall strength compared to Hamburg, yet their pursuit of domestic league glory limits their full potential. It is hoped that they will deliver an exhilarating performance in their next match. Liu Jinhong's post-match remarks, "This outcome is somewhat acceptable for both parties, as returning to Hamburg will provide a home advantage, while Bordeaux can also muster their resources to challenge Hamburg, provided that Blanc consents to such an approach." With the match against Hamburg concluded, Bordeaux is diligently preparing for the weekend clash with Lyon. Similarly, Lyon faced Manchester United midweek, ultimately succumbing to a 0-1 defeat, resulting in their elimination from the Champions League with an aggregate score of 1-2. Blanc fervently hopes that Lyon's elimination will demoralize the squad, leaving them devoid of fighting spirit. He is almost tempted to craft a voodoo doll to curse Lyon. On March 9, 2008, at 2100 hours local time in France, the 28th round of Ligue 1 sees Bordeaux visiting Lyon for a highly anticipated match that is set to commence in half an hour. Players from both teams are warming up on the pitch, while a multitude of media from across Europe gathers on the sidelines, including representatives from Chinese media. Many journalists who initially covered Shaojiai in the Bundesliga have since transferred their focus to France. Xiao's team, Energy Cottbus, finds itself anxiously counting down the rounds, assessing their relegation status. This situation has grown tiresome for Chinese fans, who are now more captivated by Liu Ting's pursuit of the Ligue title and the Europa League. This match is undeniably a top-of-the-table clash in Ligue 1, regarded as a decisive showdown. Whichever team emerges victorious will gain a significant advantage in the title race, profoundly impacting this year's Ligue 1 championship. Numerous European sports media outlets have dispatched journalists to cover the event. With just half an hour remaining before the kickoff, the Lyon Olympic Park, which accommodates 60,000 spectators, is already brimming with fans. Lyon's full name is Olympique Lyonnais, and the stadium proudly bears the Olympic title. As Liu Ting and his teammates warm up at the center of the field, they can hear the cacophony of insults emanating from the stands. The atmosphere at Lyon's home games is undoubtedly the most intense that Liu Ting has experienced in France, which is unsurprising given their 6 consecutive Ligue 1 titles. It would be odd for fans not to show support. You will suffer greatly today, Bordeaux scoundrels. Watch your legs. Damn Bordeaux, go back to selling your wine. Hearing such taunts, Liu Ting muses, so Bordeaux is only capable of selling wine. Is that it? It is indeed fitting that the owner of Bordeaux is a wine merchant. With 15 minutes remaining until the match begins, both teams retreat to their dressing rooms to prepare. On site for the live broadcast, Adrien Baptiste and his longtime partner Cesar Joseph begin to engage in a spirited debate. I firmly believe that Lyon will triumph at home against Bordeaux today, allowing them to reclaim the lead in the title race. This would position Lyon favorably for an unprecedented 7th consecutive title. Cesar Joseph, a local from Lyon and a lifelong supporter of the club, tends to lean toward Lyon during commentary. Joseph's assertion holds merit. Lyon's current 6 consecutive titles already set a record in Ligue 1. Aside from Lyon, only earlier Saint-Étienne and 1990s Marseille have achieved 4 consecutive titles, with the 5th title stripped due to a match-fixing scandal. In the annals of the top 5 leagues, Lyon's 6 consecutive titles are unmatched. While Bayern Munich and Borussia Mönchengladbach have each secured 3 consecutive titles in the Bundesliga, Juventus boasts 5 in Serie A, Real Madrid has 5 in La Liga, and the Premier League has seen Manchester United, Arsenal, Liverpool, and Huddersfield each achieve 3 consecutive titles. Now, Lyon is vying for a 7th consecutive title, a point of great pride for Joseph as a supporter. Cesar, I must remind you that just 4 days ago, the team you support played a match in England. I doubt Lyon can secure a victory. I believe Bordeaux, having relinquished their Europa League ambitions 4 days prior, stands a better chance of winning. Baptiste has transformed into a supporter of Bordeaux. Let's not forget that we are at the Olympique Lyonnais Park, where Cesar Joseph gazes fiercely. In the locker room, both coaches are meticulously devising tactical strategies and offering psychological guidance to their players. This match bears immense significance, and both sides are exercising utmost caution. The Bordeaux squad, under the guidance of Blanc, remarked, Lyon recently returned from a match in England, expending all their energy in that Champions League encounter. Although they possess the advantage of home ground, we have had a more restorative rest, granting us a physical edge. Our objective is to hasten the pace and deplete their stamina. By the second half, they will undoubtedly face fatigue, and that is when our opportunity will arise. The entire team listened intently, and the atmosphere in the locker room grew tense. Within the home team's locker room, Alain Perrin emphasized, we must secure victory against our opponents. If they widen the score gap, it will become increasingly challenging to catch up. We will strive to leverage our home advantage and aggressively attack their defense from the outset to gain an early lead. Amai Talalan, you must closely mark that Chinese player on the opposing team. He is Bordeaux's most threatening figure. Containing him will significantly reduce Bordeaux's offensive capabilities. Anthony R. Valéry, remain vigilant for any defensive support. That Chinese player is entrusted to the two of you. At 21:30, both teams emerged onto the field, and the captains engaged in a coin toss to decide the side. Both sides had taken to the pitch, deploying their strongest lineups. Bordeaux opted for their favored 4-3-3 attacking formation, with goalkeeper Lame, defenders Joliet, Diawara, Enrique, and Charm, and midfielders Mikau, Diarra, and Wendell, the latter in fine form, which led Blanc to start him over defensive midfielder Fernando. The attacking trio consisted of Kavanaghi, Beliant, and Liu Ting. Baptiste introduced Bordeaux's starting lineup. Lions' formation also mirrored a 4-3-3, although their customary setup is a 4-4-2. This shift to a 4-3-3 underscores their resolute determination for victory on home soil. The goalkeeper is Coupet, who missed the previous encounter against Bordeaux due to injury. The defense comprises Grosso, Squalassi, Chris, and Hervé. The midfield features Juninho, Talaylan, and Bodmer, and the forwards are Benzema, Keita, and Fred. Joseph took the floor to report Lions' starting lineup. Chapter 052. The journey to Lyon 2. The match commenced, with Lyon taking the initiative in attack. From the outset, Lyon displayed a strong desire to assault, with Juninho delivering a long pass that accurately found Fred, who then relayed the ball to Keita, though Keita's shot lacked power. Joseph's commentary. Bordeaux's opportunity for counterattack arose as goalkeeper Lamine secured the ball and launched it forward. Miku headed the ball to Bellion, who swiftly advanced, shaking off the defending Juninho as he crossed in a Lions half. Grosso approached to defend him, but Bellion changed direction, and Grosso brought him down, a clear foul. Had Grosso not fouled him, Bellion would have been one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Both teams engaged with the referee, deliberating the situation. A yellow card was issued. Grosso received his in the 4th minute of the match, granting Bordeaux a free kick in the attacking third. Baptiste commentary. In the 4th minute, Grosso was cautioned for the foul. It was indeed a foul that could have warranted a red card. Yet, given it was Lions' home ground and the match had just commenced, a direct sending off was unlikely. However, Lions fans openly expressed their discontent, accusing the referee of bias. Bordeaux's corner kick failed to find its target and was promptly cleared by Lyon. The yellow card did not deter Lyon, who quickly initiated another wave of attacks. Benzema received the ball at the edge of the Bordeaux penalty area, positioned well for a long-range shot. Bordeaux defender, Henrique intervened, bringing down Benzema and receiving a yellow card, a correct decision by the referee. In the 6th minute, Enrique was cautioned for this foul. Juninho stepped up to take the free kick, positioned 29 meters from the goal, an angle suitable for a direct strike. Bordeaux formed a wall of 5 defenders. Yet Lyon added a touch of mischief, with Keita and Bodmer also standing in the wall to disrupt the defense. Juninho took the shot but sent it high over the bar. What transpired next was the referee issuing a yellow card to Charm, who had just formed the wall for Bordeaux. During this period, Lyon's attacks were relentless, and Joseph's commentary reflected his enthusiasm. Upon reviewing the replay, it became evident that at the moment Juninho struck the free kick, Charm had fouled Keita, who was rushing forward for a potential rebound. This was an unmistakable infraction, and the referee's keen eye caught it, justifying Charm's yellow card. The referee should have allowed Lyon another chance to take the free kick. However, he deemed the foul to have occurred after the kick had sailed out of play, thus denying a retake. In the 8th minute, Bordeaux's defender Charm was cautioned for pulling down Keita. In less than 10 minutes since the match began, 3 yellow cards have been issued, indicating a fierce desire to win from both teams. Amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd, Lyon launched a vigorous offensive, completely overwhelming Bordeaux, whose defense appeared precariously fragile. In the 11th minute, Lyon's midfielder, Bodmer, received a pass from Benzema and unleashed a low shot from the left side of the penalty area. Fortunately for Bordeaux, goalkeeper Carasso reacted swiftly, deflecting the ball out for a corner. With a height advantage across the team, Lyon seized the opportunity from the corner. Juninho delivered the corner kick into the box, where Bodmer, outjumping Diawara, headed the ball into the net, giving the home side the lead. Just a minute later, in the 12th minute, Bodmer's header from the corner put Lyon ahead 1-0 against Bordeaux. After conceding the goal, Bordeaux accepted the situation, understanding that they were playing at Lyon's home ground and had anticipated a challenging match. Following the goal, Lyon intensified their assault, while Bordeaux could only resort to defensive counterattacks. On the sidelines, Blanc was visibly restless, whereas Lyon's coach, Puel, sat calmly, seemingly confident of victory. In the 15th minute, Lyon forward Fred connected with a long pass from Juninho, heading the ball toward goal, but the post intervened, deflecting it out of play. In the 18th minute, Bordeaux launched a swift counterattack. Liu Ting advanced the ball rapidly into the attacking third, cutting inside, but opting for a deceptive pass to the unmarked Wendell. Unfortunately, Wendell squandered the opportunity, failing to capitalize on a golden chance to equalize. Baptiste lamented the missed opportunity for Bordeaux, as wasting chances often leads to punishment. Perhaps this would be the case in the subsequent attack. Juninho maintained possession in midfield, passing to Bodmer, who skillfully accelerated away from Miku. Bodmer then delivered a precise pass to Benzema, who maneuvered toward the right side of the penalty area before executing a beautiful crossback to Bodmer, who scored again, marking his second goal. This assist from Benzema extended Lions' lead to 2 goals, affirming my belief that Bordeaux would indeed face consequences for their missed chances. The roar of Joseph echoed through the stadium, igniting the excitement of countless Lion supporters while plunging many Bordeaux fans into despair. In the 22nd minute, Bodmer, having received Benzema's assist, netted his second goal, putting Lion ahead 2-0. As the Lion team celebrated jubilantly, Liu Ting's gaze remained fixed on the selfless Benzema, whose brilliant play had orchestrated the goal. It was evident that Benzema was in exceptional form, particularly in Ligue 1, garnering attention from numerous prestigious clubs. Liu Ting suddenly pondered whether he should convey to Benzema a Chinese proverb: "A noble family is as deep as the sea. Henceforth, one becomes the scapegoat." He dismissed the thought, considering that if he did, Benzema might misconstrue it as jealousy. Once he joins Real Madrid, he will undoubtedly understand the profundity of that saying. On the sidelines, Blanc was nearly losing his composure, hopping in frustration as Bordeaux squandered a golden opportunity, only to concede a goal to their opponents moments later. The sequence of events resulted in 2 goals against them, driving Blanc to furiously slam his water bottle, an act he rarely indulged in. Yet the significance of this match warranted such a reaction. Meanwhile, P. Lisser, after celebrating the goal, swiftly returned to the bench, stifling a yawn with his hand as he sat down. The stadium screen soon captured P. Lissier's yawn, eliciting an even louder cheer from the Lion fans. While Blanc's face darkened with rage, what was once a small visage now appeared both smaller and more sullen. Gasquet had already unleashed a tirade against P. Lissier, but Blanc was not of that temperament. Had Mourinho been present, he would have certainly charged forward to confront him. Liu Ting also witnessed this scene. It was one thing for this individual to threaten the Chinese team in the future, but to exhibit such disdain in the present moment was utterly intolerable. Consequently, the entire Bordeaux team began to rally, significantly accelerating the pace of the match, shifting from mere defense against Lions' attacks to a more assertive approach. In the 27th minute, Miku delivered a precise through ball to Kavanaghi, who then passed it to Liu Ting. Liu, with remarkable agility, maneuvered past Telerin and entered the penalty area, only to be tripped by Riviere. However, the referee deemed it not a penalty, prompting a wave of protest from the Bordeaux players. In the 30th minute, Lions' Bodame lofted a pass into the penalty area for Keita, whose powerful strike struck the side netting. The sight of the net rippling caused a collective tightening of hearts among the Bordeaux squad, but the referee quickly indicated that it was a goal kick for Bordeaux, alleviating their anxiety. Had another goal been scored against them, trailing by 3 would have posed a daunting challenge. In the 34th minute, Bordeaux launched a full-scale offensive. Lioness forward, Fred, returned to defend and fouled Diallo, receiving a yellow card in the process. Bordeaux was awarded a free kick from a distance of 26 meters, a prime opportunity that they needed to capitalize on to score. If they could net a goal before halftime, they would still have a chance to turn the tide in the second half. It appeared that Bellion and Wendell were discussing who would take the free kick. The free kick proficiency within the Bordeaux team was not particularly high, with only Bellion, Wendell, and Miku showing any promise. Although Liu Ting had been practicing, such skills could not be honed in just a few months. Even with mental fortitude, it remained a formidable challenge. Ultimately, Wendell positioned himself to take the free kick, seemingly determined to redeem himself after squandering a prior opportunity that had led to a goal for the opposition. As the referee signaled for the kick to be taken, Wendell began his run-up and struck the ball. Goal! It was a splendid goal as the ball arched over the wall and flew into the bottom right corner of the net, bouncing just before entering. By the time Lions goalkeeper, Coupet, reacted, it was too late. Wendell had achieved his redemption, helping Bordeaux secure a crucial goal, and Baptiste finally found his voice to roar in celebration. Liu Ting also rushed over to celebrate with the entire team. This goal was undeniably crucial. Had they entered the second half with a 2-0 lead, Bordeaux would have faced considerable distress. Now, having reduced the deficit to just 1 goal, the second half could unfold in myriad ways. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Lions slowed their tempo, not out of complacency regarding the scoreline, but rather due to fatigue after exerting themselves in the first half. Bordeaux seized the opportunity to mount some counterattacks. Although the results were not particularly significant, they at least succeeded in draining their opponent's stamina, preventing Lyon from finding respite. By the conclusion of the first half, Lyon returned to the dressing room with a score of 2-1, a result that both sides could find acceptable. Lyon enjoyed a slight advantage on home turf, while Bordeaux managed to score one goal, leaving both teams reasonably satisfied. However, a point of caution for both was the fact that each team had received 2 yellow cards in the first half, particularly concerning for Bordeaux, as both cards were issued to defenders. During halftime, Blanc was visibly agitated. "Damn it, I instructed you to accelerate the tempo, not to follow the rhythm of the opposition." We were nearly on the brink of losing the match in the first half due to their relentless pressure. They will undoubtedly initiate another offensive at the start of the second half. We must stabilize ourselves initially, and when they attempt to slow down, we must quicken our pace to deny them any rest. If they intensify their midfield control, Liu, you must return to assist in ball possession. At this moment, the players could only obediently listen to Blanc's admonitions. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Gasset quickly interjected. "In truth, if we adhere to our tactical arrangements, we shall undoubtedly secure victory in this match." With a 4-point lead over Lyon, they would require 2 matches to catch up, granting us greater maneuverability. Gasset, who typically played the role of the stern figure within the team, was well regarded, and his words alleviated some of the psychological pressure on the players. As the 15-minute intermission concluded, both teams returned to the pitch, ready to resume battle. Indeed, as Blanc had predicted, Lyon was not content with a 1-goal lead. They sought additional goals to ensure their triumph. In the 46th minute, Wendell raised his foot too high while attempting to restrict Juninho's possession in midfield, inadvertently striking Juninho on the forehead and causing slight bleeding. Consequently, Wendell received a yellow card. This marked the 5th yellow card of the match, and I suspect it would not be the last, as the referee was managing the game reasonably well, issuing numerous yellow cards to mitigate potential conflicts arising from the intensity of the match, while refraining from easily issuing red cards that could alter the balance of power. In the opening minutes of the second half, Bordeaux indeed found themselves once again under pressure, with Lyon launching a relentless offensive. As I had stated earlier, Bordeaux was not a match for Lyon. Joseph was filled with joy as if Lyon had already claimed victory. Lyon's offensive surge resumed. Juninho, with the ball at his feet, executed a clever 1-2 with Bodmer, advancing into the left side of the penalty area. He delivered a precise pass to Keita, who returned it to Benzema. And with a splendid strike, Benzema found the back of the net. Lyon extended their lead once more, and Joseph's exhilarated roar echoed through the stadium. In the 51st minute, Benzema's goal propelled Lyon to a 3-1 advantage over Bordeaux. This goal left Liu Ting feeling despondent. Should they lose this match, the prospect of the Europa League would seem bleak, compelling them to focus solely on chasing down Lyon in the league. Clenching his fists, Liu Ting reminded himself that there were still 40 minutes left, and Bordeaux had ample time. It was crucial to uplift the team's spirits and prevent any sense of despair. "Hey guys, although they have scored, we still have time. The clock is on our side, and we need just 2 goals with over 40 minutes to play." Liu Ting's words invigorated the team slightly. Importantly, they needed to score quickly. Even without reminders, everyone was determined to compete, but the longer they failed to find a net, the more the team's spirit would wane. Following their goal, Lyon continued to launch aggressive attacks, eager to capitalize on their momentum. Bordeaux found themselves in a precarious position, trailing by 2 goals, and without a swift response, the situation would become increasingly challenging as time passed. Baptiste was also concerned about Bordeaux's predicament. A rapid counterattack presented itself. Lyon, perhaps a bit too complacent, had pushed too far forward. Diarra intercepted the ball in the backfield and directly passed it to the flanking Balian. Balian accelerated with the ball, finding ample space in Lyon's half. As he advanced, Squillaci approached to defend him. Balian passed to Liu, who then maneuvered left, evading Talaylan and entering the penalty area. River's timely positioning was crucial. Liu executed a series of feints, leaving River uncertain of his next move. In a desperate attempt, River collided with Liu, committing a foul. Should this passage succeed, it would present an excellent opportunity for a shot on goal. The referee undoubtedly pointed to the penalty spot. Liu engaged in dialogue with the referee, likely arguing that River deserved a red card. The referee hesitated but ultimately issued only a yellow card. Cavani approached the penalty spot, and as the referee blew the whistle, Cavani took a run-up and struck the ball into the net. Lyon's goalkeeper, Coupe, dived in the correct direction but failed to make contact. Bordeaux had pulled one back, and Baptiste finally had a chance to vocally support his teammate. In the 58th minute, Liu Ting had earned a penalty, and Cavani converted it seamlessly, bringing Bordeaux to a score of 2-3 against Lyon. This goal rekindled hope for Bordeaux, presenting them with the opportunity to equalize or even take the lead. On the sidelines, Blanc and assistant coach Gasset embraced jubilantly before directing the team to accelerate their pace. As the match approached the 60-minute mark, increasing the tempo could potentially exhaust Lyon's players. As the game resumed, Lyon began to focus on more midfield passing. Bordeaux intensified their pressing, aiming to quicken the rhythm. During this phase, both teams maintained a rapid pace. Upon losing possession, immediate counterattacks ensued, perhaps delighting neutral fans with the abundance of offensive plays and shots on goal. By the 70th minute, Liu Ting could clearly sense that Talalin, who had been marking him closely, was beginning to tire, as were other players like Juninho and Benzema, who had played the full match midweek in Manchester and were now frequently pausing to catch their breath. The Lyon coach, Alain Perrin, naturally perceived the situation on the sidelines and grasped Bordeaux's intentions. Consequently, in the 73rd minute, he substituted the forward Benzema with the midfielder Ben Arfa. And in the 77th minute, he replaced the pivotal midfielder Juninho with the Swiss midfielder Karl Stramm. This tactical shift transformed Lyon's formation into a 4-4-2. The substitutions removed Juninho, the linchpin of Lyon's midfield, and Benzema, the most threatening player in their attack. Perrin's decisions warrant scrutiny. He replaced the central figure of midfield organization, Juninho, alongside the most potent attacker, Benzema, within mere minutes. Juninho's departure undoubtedly diminished Lyon's midfield creativity, as Karl Stramm's capabilities fall short of Juninho's. Even with the addition of the youthful and inexperienced Ben Arfa, the absence of Benzema significantly curtailed Lyon's scoring potential. It raises the question of Perrin's strategy. Did he believe that a defensive stance would suffice to maintain their slender lead in the waning minutes? Supporters of Lyon, including Joseph, began to voice their criticism of Perrin's substitutions. Perrin found himself in a challenging position, having just returned from an exhausting match against Manchester United in England 4 days prior, leaving many players fatigued. Baptiste, however, sought to defend Perrin's choices. As Lyon's attacking threat diminished, Bordeaux's counterattacks grew increasingly incisive, beginning to exert pressure on Lyon. When Bordeaux advanced into the attacking third, Miku controlled the ball and distributed it to the flanks, where Liu, with a deft change of direction, easily surpassed Talalin. During this period, Talalin struggled to keep pace with Liu. Liu surged into the penalty area, and as Hervé reapproached to provide cover, Liu executed a clever backheel pass that reached Cavani. Cavani struck forcefully, but Coupet managed to parry the shot. Liu was quick to follow up, scoring with a decisive rebound, culminating in a splendid attacking sequence orchestrated by Liu himself. Bordeaux had equalized the score, and they were poised to seek the lead. In the 81st minute, Liu's follow-up goal transformed the scoreline to 3-3, igniting hopes for a comeback. After Liu Ting scored, he spread his arms and glided towards the Lyon supporters' stand to celebrate, provoking a chorus of anger from the Lyon fans. Liu Ting intentionally aimed to irritate them, and after enduring their jeers for so long, he finally let out a sigh of relief. This goal left Perrin restless. His desired outcome was to secure a victory at home against Bordeaux, but a draw now seemed far from ideal. Such a result would leave Lyon trailing Bordeaux by a single point, and with the remaining time, Bordeaux had the potential to score again. Perrin had no choice but to arrange the defense from the sidelines. In the 84th minute, Lyon, while pressing in midfield, struck Karl Stramm's ankle and received a yellow card. However, Karl Stramm remained on the ground, nursing his ankle and refusing to rise. At this moment, the dynamics shifted as Lyon began to waste time, aiming to preserve the draw. Lyon predominantly passed the ball in their own half, refraining from advancing into the attack without favorable opportunities, while Bordeaux pressed vigorously in midfield, striving for another goal. Lyon's midfield passing continued, with Karl Stramm delivering the ball to Bodmer. Faced with Diarra's pressure, Bodmer passed it to Ben Arfa. Liu closed in on Ben Arfa, who, instead of passing, took too long dribbling. Liu executed a splendid tackle, intercepting the ball with a deft touch of his right foot, making Ben Arfa pay for his negligence. Liu swiftly pursued the ball, dribbling through the middle, and executed a Marseille turn to evade the sluggish Talalin. As Hervé and Squillaci converged to challenge him, Liu nimbly changed direction to the right, accelerating into the penalty area, with only Squillaci closely marking him. With a beautiful feint, he found space to shoot. Goal. The ball flew into the bottom left corner of the net, and by the time Coupet lunged to block it, it was too late. Liu had intercepted Ben Arfa in midfield, carried the ball swiftly to the front, maneuvered past Telerin and Arveil, and with a deft touch, he shot past Squillaci, a testament to Liu's remarkable individual skill. Baptiste roared in fury at this goal. In the 87th minute, Liu Ting intercepted the ball in midfield and broke through Lyon's defense, scoring a goal that turned the match around to 4-3 in favor of Bordeaux. Previously, there have been discussions about whether this year's Ligue 1 Rookie of the Year should be contested between Ben Arfa and Liu. It was evident that Liu was not merely comparable to Ben Arfa. This match conclusively demonstrated that Liu surpassed him by a significant margin. Ben Arfa could not hold a candle to Liu, who even had the opportunity to vie for this year's Ligue 1 Player of the Year. Baptiste began to extol Liu Ting's praises once again. After Liu Ting scored, he sprinted directly towards the coaching bench, not to embrace Bronco, but to confront Perrin. This individual may wreak havoc on the Chinese team in the future, and during the first half, he even made a disrespectful gesture by stretching lazily. Liu Ting rushed before Perrin, standing upright with arms raised, leaning back while covering his mouth with his right hand, striking a pose reminiscent of a leisurely stretch in response to his earlier exertions in the first half. This gesture ignited the crowd, eliciting a torrent of curses, as the entire Bordeaux team swiftly converged to celebrate with Liu Ting. The unruly Diawara also mimicked a stretching motion before Perrin. Perrin's complexion shifted from red to black and back again. He clenched his fists, yearning to rush over and deliver a sound thrashing. However, as the head coach, he was confined to his technical area during the match, and stepping outside could incur penalties. A direct incursion onto the pitch would warrant a red card, and should he strike an opponent, he could face an indefinite suspension, likely extending into double digits. Thus, he was compelled to swallow his indignation, while his assistant coach engaged in discussions with the fourth official, claiming Bordeaux's celebration was provocatively taunting. Although such celebrations typically attract a card, the interpretation is quite broad, and unless it severely incites the fans, the main referee often overlooks it. This instance was no exception, as the referee disregarded the complaints. By the time Bordeaux concluded their celebration, the match clock had already ticked to the 89th minute, leaving Lyon little time to mount a comeback. Following Bordeaux's goal, Lyon substituted the exhausted Tourelin with forward Gao, shifting to a 3-forward formation in a desperate bid for a last-ditch effort. In the 90th minute, the referee announced an extended stoppage time of 5 minutes, a decision that drew considerable dissatisfaction from Bordeaux's coaching staff and Lyon supporters, who hoped the stoppage would stretch until Lyon could turn the tide. In the 91st minute, Blanco substituted midfielder Alessandro Alonso for Cavanaghi to waste time. In the 93rd minute, Tremolinas replaced Miku to further delay proceedings. Nevertheless, time moved agonizingly slow as Lyon's desperate counterattacks intensified, creating perilous moments in front of Bordeaux's goal. Gao's shot struck the side netting, while Keita's header was deflected by Diawara, and Ben Arfa's pass nearly resulted in an own goal from Enrique. The match clock reached 95 minutes, yet the referee had yet to signal the end of the game. Blanco and Gasset protested vigorously from the sidelines. Gao unleashed a threatening long-range shot, but it was deflected onto the crossbar by Lame. At this juncture, the clock read 95-10, and the referee awarded Lyon another corner kick, despite Bordeaux's futile protests. Karlstrom took charge of the corner, while Liu Ting had already retreated to defend in the penalty area. In the ensuing melee, both teams jostled for position. The corner was taken, and as Liu Ting leapt alongside Ben Arfa at the near post, neither managed to touch the ball. Upon landing, he heard the crowd erupt in a cacophony of cheers, seemingly capable of lifting the stadium itself. Turning around, he beheld the ball spinning within the net. At 95-30, Keita's last-minute header equalized the score at 4-4. Diawara incessantly argued with the referee, claiming that Keita had pushed him before jumping and that stoppage time had long since expired, yet to no avail. Had it not been for Bordeaux's late equalizer, Diawara might have faced a card for his heated and animated protests, nearly spitting in the referee's face. Following this goal, the referee blew the final whistle. The match concluded in a dramatic 4-4 draw between Lyon and Bordeaux, a contest marked by its ebbs and flows. Both teams likely experienced a mix of satisfaction and dissatisfaction, pleased that neither allowed the other to triumph and that the score difference remained a mere point, but frustrated that both had opportunities to seize victory. Lyon had once led 2-0 in 3-1, and had they maintained that advantage, victory was within their grasp. Bordeaux, on the other hand, was only equalized in the dying moments of the match, with the equalizing goal occurring half a minute in a stoppage time. Regardless of the circumstances, this undoubtedly was a spectacular battle. Baptiste's post-match summary. In a mixed zone following the match, the entire Bordeaux team unanimously expressed that the final goal should not have counted. Diarra stated, "We were simply robbed of a victory. That last goal did not exist, and we rightfully deserve to win." As the interview was concluding, Benzema approached Liu Ting. "You performed admirably. Let us exchange jerseys," Benzema remarked to Liu Ting. "Certainly," Liu Ting replied. Liu Ting was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Benzema to approach him to exchange jerseys. As he watched Benzema depart with his number 25 jersey slung over his shoulder, a background score seemed to echo in Liu Ting's ears. In the dazzling expanse of the galactic battleship, there exists a world-class French forward named Benzema. His primary mission transcends mere goals, dribbles, organization, or connection. It is rather to bear the blame. He possesses an innate, fearless spirit of taking credit for victories while shouldering the burdens of defeat, a quality that has steadfastly anchored him at Real Madrid. Even as the team's coaches have changed in succession, none have been able to usurp his esteemed position as the foremost scapegoat of the club. Liu Ting reflected on the fact that the current Benzema, free from the burden of blame, was a sight to behold. As this season's conclusion might mean the last glimpse of such an extraordinary talent in Ligue 1, he silently pondered the adage, "The wind howls and the waters of the river grow cold. Once a valiant man departs, he shall not return." The match between Bordeaux and Lyon was heralded by Quipe as the finest of the Ligue 1 season. A total of 8 goals were scored. 9 yellow cards were issued by the referee, and the match was fraught with suspense, showcasing the clashes between stars as both teams faced perilous moments. This encounter, led by Benzema and Liu Ting, allowed both players to affirm their prowess while simultaneously attracting the attention of elite clubs across Europe. News of the Bordeaux vs. Lyon match swiftly spread across the continent, with the standout performances of Liu Ting and Benzema receiving considerable acclaim. Benzema contributed with a goal and an assist, while Liu Ting netted 2 goals and earned a penalty. As various leagues entered their concluding phases, teams began to prepare for summer signings, with Ligue 1 standing out as a focal point for European youth academies. Over the past 6 months, Liu Ting had emerged as a promising new star, second only to Benzema in Ligue 1. Meanwhile, in Barcelona, Pep Guardiola, the head coach of Barcelona B, was reviewing a match recording of the very same Bordeaux and Lyon clash alongside his assistant, Tito Vilanova. Barcelona B serves as the reserve team, known in most leagues as the second team, while in Spain, it is referred to as the B team. In the summer of 2007, Guardiola was appointed as manager of Barcelona B and promptly invited Tito Vilanova to serve as his assistant. As Guardiola watched the players on the recording, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he remarked to Vilanova, "Tito, this is the player you recommended to me last summer." "Indeed, I had intended to promote him to the B team, but he chose to leave La Masia for other opportunities," Vilanova replied. "Why would he leave? Was he not accustomed to life in Spain?" "Not at all. He had been at La Masia since he was 14 and had lived quite well in Spain for 4 years. It seems he had a disagreement with the youth team coach, and when his youth contract expired, the club showed no intention of offering him a professional contract. He was directly contacted by a French team to return and play. Is he French then? He appears to be of Asian descent, but he is of Chinese heritage with Monaco nationality. He is mixed race. How could such a talented player not secure a professional contract? Surely the club wouldn't deny him one just because of a disagreement with the youth coach. It seems he was also involved in an altercation with another player, which was reported to the club by the youth coach. The player he struck was regarded as a promising talent by the club. Guardiola furrowed his brow, pondering the intricate complexities of the situation, and remarked, "Is he not a genius? I truly wonder what those individuals in the youth academy are doing." Turning to Tito, he inquired, "Could you possibly reach out and facilitate his return?" Although Guardiola currently holds the position of a B-team coach, he is well acquainted with influential figures such as Cruyff within the club, and his recommendations for reacquiring a young talent carry weight. "I can only make an attempt. He joined La Masia while I was in charge of that particular squad. At that time, he exhibited considerable potential. Although he swiftly ascended to a higher tier, we have maintained a good rapport. I can only assist by inquiring about his perspective." Liu Ting remained unaware that someone in distant Spain had set their sights on him. Meanwhile, the entire Bordeaux team was preparing for their away match against Hamburg. In their previous encounter, Hamburg had managed to secure a draw against Bordeaux on their home turf, a result that was deemed favorable by the Hamburg side. They were confident that returning to their home ground would enable them to triumph over Bordeaux and advance to the next round, especially considering Bordeaux had just concluded a significant match against Lyon for the top position in the league. Blanco found himself troubled over the starting lineup. Had Bordeaux succeeded in defeating Lyon away, he could have heeded Liu Ting's advice and taken a risk against Hamburg. However, with the current ambiguous draw, Bordeaux maintained only a slender lead of a single point over Lyon. He was torn between the desire to compete fiercely and the fear of jeopardizing their league standing. For losing the championship would undoubtedly be an unworthy sacrifice. Chapter 055. The Tale of Magath and the Titanic on March 12, 2008. A plane touched down at Hamburg International Airport, and the Bordeaux team disembarked. They had not arrived in Germany a day in advance, as the distance between France and Germany was relatively short. In fact, traveling to Hamburg for a match felt akin to venturing to a more distant domestic venue. A considerable number of German journalists had gathered at the airport, as German teams placed great importance on European competitions. The burgeoning football media, influenced by the excitement surrounding these tournaments, eagerly sought to report on the unfolding events, and they were now keen to unearth stories for Bordeaux. Liu Ting casually responded with a few remarks. Our entire team is confident in defeating our opponents and advancing to the next round. The reason we did not secure victory at home was due to our rotation in preparation for the match against Lyon just a few days prior. Hamburg is a great team, but that was in the past. The current Hamburg does not resemble the formidable force that once dominated Europe. As a Chinese saying goes, a true hero does not boast of past glories. In terms of European competition, Hamburg's achievements are indeed incomparable to those of Bordeaux. Hamburg has reached the finals of all three major European tournaments. They have made it to the UEFA Cup Winners' Cup final twice, winning once, reached the European Cup final twice, claiming victory once, and participated in the UEFA Cup final, though they could not secure the championship. In total, Hamburg has reached 5 finals across these 3 tournaments, while Bordeaux only made it to the UEFA Cup final once under the leadership of Zidane. The pinnacle of Hamburg's glory was undoubtedly their triumph in the European Cup, a moment that stands out in their history. The hero who helped Hamburg defeat Juventus in the Champions League final is still active in the football world. That is Magath, who was dismissed by Bayern Munich midway through the last season. Renowned for his rigorous training regimen, he worked his players to exhaustion, leading them to orchestrate a coup that resulted in his dismissal. Magath's tenure at Bayern was not without merit. He led the team to consecutive Bundesliga and DFB Pokal titles. However, his shortcomings in European competitions led to rampant speculation about his departure. It was reported that during his daughter's school pickup, he learned of his dismissal through the car radio announcement stating that Bayern Munich had terminated his contract. Following his departure, players were not inclined to let him off easily. Former Frankfurt striker F.J. Toft, during an interview, remarked if Magath had been aboard the Titanic, everyone would have been saved. When asked if Magath could have saved the Titanic, F.J. Toft replied, "I cannot say if Magath could have saved the Titanic, but had he been on board, all passengers would have swum back to Southampton." Having lost his coaching position and faced relentless criticism, Magath harbored resentment towards Bayern. If all goes according to plan, next year Magath will lead Wolfsburg to the Bundesliga title in the second half of the season during the match between Wolfsburg and Bayern Munich. With Wolfsburg leading 5-1 in the 89th minute, Magath made a mysterious and disdainful substitution, replacing the goalkeeper, a move that incited the ire of all Bayern fans. He employed this method to exact revenge on Bayern, revealing the depth of his animosity towards the club. It is said that during the subsequent rise of the golden era of Chinese football, when Magath arrived in China to coach, his first remark upon seeing the stadium was, "All the Super League teams have tracks. I absolutely adore it." At noon, Bordeaux visited Hamburg's home ground to acclimatize. And the Northern Bank Arena rightfully stands as one of Europe's 5-star stadiums, with its top-notch pitch, seating, and locker rooms, though the team itself is not quite on par. Nevertheless, Hamburg boasts a unique record. It is the only team in Germany that has never been relegated since the inception of the Bundesliga. In recent years, Hamburg has experienced several nail-biting escapes from relegation, possibly buoyed by the conviction of never being demoted. As the sole top-flight team located in such a major city as Hamburg, it garners a substantial fan base despite its lackluster performance, and the fervor and loyalty of German fans far surpass that of their French counterparts. When Bordeaux was adapting to the venue, Hamburg supporters were already present, ready to jeer. As evening fell and the time for the match approached, the entire Bordeaux squad returned to the Northern Bank Arena. Blanc made several rotations, opting for a 4-4-2 formation, with Liu Ting and Bellion leading the attack, primarily focusing on defensive counterattacks, while veteran midfielder Maikaud took a rest. This lineup reflects Blanc's conflicting sentiments. He aspires to progress, yet worries about the potential detriment to their league standing. opting for a partial rotation rather than a complete overhaul. In recent years, Hamburg has performed reasonably well, largely thanks to the acquisition of Dutch prodigy Van der Vaart in 2005, who became the cornerstone of their squad. Van der Vaart, the inaugural winner of the European Golden Boy Award, possesses undeniable talent. The Golden Boy Award, often heralded as the football equivalent of the Academy Award for young players, has been held 5 times to date. However, Van der Vaart's achievements remain the least distinguished among the first cohort winners. Consider the first 5 recipients: Van der Vaart, Rooney, Messi, Fabregas, and Aguero. Each has attained remarkable success. Van der Vaart was highly regarded during his time in the Netherlands, with Dutch football legend Cruyff frequently extolling his virtues and attempting to facilitate a transfer to Barcelona, who also expressed interest. However, despite the allure of several prestigious clubs, Van der Vaart chose to join Hamburg in the Bundesliga, inciting Cruyff's ire as he lambasted Van der Vaart for his apparent lack of ambition. While Van der Vaart's performance in Hamburg was commendable, it undeniably marked a downturn in his career, significantly influenced by his decision to transfer to Hamburg, which hindered him from reaching his anticipated potential. The transfer of Rafael van der Vaart to Hamburg is significantly influenced by his television host fiancé, who is said to have persistently encouraged him to make the move. The club invested considerable resources to persuade his fiancée, and the vibrant city of Hamburg would also benefit her career. However, a man should not always yield to his partner. At times, he must assert his own decisions. As the match approached, both teams entered the field accompanied by young ball boys. During the handshake, Liu Ting spotted a familiar face, Ivica Olic. Olic is not a player endowed with extraordinary talent. Rather, he is known for his relentless work ethic in aiding his team. He has even been deemed clumsy in ball control and lacking in star quality. His career's pinnacle moment occurred in the 2009 to 2010 season when he led Bayern Munich to the UEFA Champions League final. In the quarterfinals against Manchester United, Olic's late goal in the first leg at home secured a dramatic 2-1 victory for Bayern. In the return leg, he also scored an away goal, and the aggregate score was 4-4, allowing Bayern to advance on the basis of away goals. In the semi-finals against Lyon, Olic completed a hat-trick, marking the zenith of his career. He became the second player in UEFA Champions League history to achieve a hat-trick in a semi-final, the first being Alessandro Del Piero of Juventus in the 1997-1998 season against Monaco. The match has commenced, with Bordeaux opting for a 4-4-2 formation this time, featuring forwards Liu Ting and Bellion. Cavanaghi did not start, while the midfield comprised Diarra, Wendell, Fernando, and Alonso, with veteran Mika resting. The defense included Girardi, Enrique, Gemelli, and Charm, with Diavra rotated in. Bordeaux has made strategic changes across all 3 lines, perhaps believing victory to be assured. Liu Jianhong could only speculate, as he could not openly suggest Bordeaux might be relinquishing their focus on the Europa League, which could negatively impact viewership. As the match began, Hamburg, under Van der Vaart's leadership, launched a vigorous offensive. Van der Vaart's delicate pass to Olic led to a dangerously close shot. Had it not been for Lame's outstanding reflexes, Bordeaux could have found themselves conceding a goal. Their defense, already shaky, was further compromised by the rotation of players. Liu Jianhong's exclamation echoed through the air. Bordeaux's defense had always been inadequate, and they had conceded an opening goal numerous times. Now, the starting center-back pairing consisted entirely of substitutes, as the principal defender, Planius, remained sidelined due to injury, and Diawara had been rotated out for this match. Liu Ting recognized the urgency of the situation. They needed to score swiftly, lest Hamburg take the lead and risk being overwhelmed by their opponents. Olic's shot ignited the stadium, the cheers of over 50,000 fans resonating throughout. The Hamburg flag, adorned with 2 overlapping diamonds against a blue background, was raised high. Observing the simplicity of this flag, Liu Ting mused on how they might as well emblazon a hamburger on it, given that the team was named after the city of Hamburg, which would lend it more regional flair. Amidst the roaring support, Hamburg grew increasingly emboldened, yet their defense became ever more vulnerable. Liu Ting sensed that an opportunity was imminent. Van der Vaart took a shot that lacked conviction, allowing Reim to seize the ball. A quick throw-in initiated a counterattack. Juliet received the pass and relayed it to Liu Ting, who surged forward with the ball. The expanse of Hamburg's half was stark. With only 3 defenders present, an opportune moment indeed, as Bellion was also making swift progress. Atoba approached to defend Liu Ting, who deftly shifted right, evading Atoba with ease. Reaching the left side of the penalty area, Reinhardt advanced, but Liu Ting executed a stunning Marseille turn, bypassing Reinhardt and cutting into the box. Matthijsen, who had been tracking Bellion, was forced to abandon him and converge towards Liu Ting. Seizing the moment, Liu Ting took a step forward and unleashed a shot towards the far corner. Goal. A magnificent display of Liu Ting's individual prowess. Hamburg's aggressive push had come at a cost. Now, every goal scored by Bordeaux counted as an away goal. Even if Hamburg equalized, they would still be at risk of elimination on away goals. Consequently, they would need to score at least 2 goals in Bordeaux without conceding to advance, placing Bordeaux in a favorable position. Liu Jianhong exclaimed joyfully, for this goal significantly enhanced Bordeaux's hopes of advancing. In Chapter 056, the tactical maestro Stevens, in the 13th minute, Liu Ting's counterattack goal propelled Bordeaux to a 1-0 lead over Hamburg. This goal prompted Blanc on the sidelines to celebrate with a clenched fist, as Bordeaux's situation swiftly transformed for the better. Gasquet remarked to Blanc, perhaps we should indeed invest more energy into the UEFA Cup. Liu is in such excellent form and places great importance on this tournament. Abandoning it may dampen his enthusiasm, potentially leading to a decline in his performance. Blanc, resolute with his fist clenched, declared, well, as long as we overcome Hamburg, we shall pursue dual competitions and aim for the double crown. It was no small feat to elicit such a decision from the traditionally conservative Blanc. On the contrary, Hamburg's coach Stevens was far from jubilant. He had not anticipated being struck by counterattack so swiftly, believing that Bordeaux's dismantled trident would pose little threat. However, he now faced the bitter consequences. Stevens, once lauded as a tactical mastermind alongside the current Bayern coach Hitzfeld, found himself in a precarious position. While Hitzfeld has garnered acclaim across Europe, leading both Dortmund and Bayern Munich to Champions League glory, Stevens remained a mere shadow of his former self. Some players may only shine brightly for a fleeting 2 or 3 years in their careers before fading, and sometimes coaches mirror this trajectory. Stevens might be such an individual. His pinnacle was during his tenure at Schalke 04, where he guided the team to a UEFA Cup victory in the 1996-97 season, defeating the formidable La Liga side Valencia in the quarterfinals and overcoming the Italian powerhouse Inter Milan in the final. This UEFA Cup title held considerable prestige. In the 2000-2001 season, he led Schalke 04 to the infamous 4-minute champions. That year, prior to the final Bundesliga round, Bayern held a 3-point lead over Schalke 04. Yet Schalke had a superior goal difference. Thus, if Bayern were to lose to Hamburg away, while Schalke secured a home victory against the Munich-based team Unterhaching, the Bundesliga title would belong to Schalke. This outcome was entirely plausible, as Hamburg was still regarded as a formidable Bundesliga contender. Unterhaching sought to assist their elder brother Bayern by initially holding Schalke to a 3-3 draw at Schalke Stadium, but ultimately, Schalke surged forward to clinch a 5-3 victory. Concurrently, news arrived that the deadlock between Hamburg and Bayern remained unbroken at 0-0. If this continued, the championship would undoubtedly go to Bayern. However, in the 90th minute, veteran Babariz received a pass from the left flank, overpowering Bayern defender Anderson to head the ball towards goal. The Lion King, Kahn, found himself helpless against this cleverly angled header, and Hamburg took a 1-0 lead over Bayern. Upon receiving this news, the entire Schalke stadium erupted in euphoria. This goal in the 90th minute was a decisive strike. Bayern was on the brink of defeat, and Schalke 04 emerged as champions. The players of Bayern were indeed disheartened. Yet the match had to reach its conclusion. The referee allocated 4 minutes of stoppage time, despite Bayern's desperate attempts to counterattack during this period. It proved futile as Hamburg faltered in the dying moments. It is well known that a goalkeeper is prohibited from handling a ball intentionally passed back to them by a teammate's foot. In this intense clash between Bayern and Hamburg, during the final moments of stoppage time, a defender back pass to the goalkeeper was met with the latter's hand, resulting in an indirect free kick for Bayern within the penalty area. Seizing this last glimmer of hope, Bayern deliberated extensively before Effenberg took the free kick. Anderson, the culprit from 4 minutes prior, unleashed a powerful shot that soared into the Hamburg net, achieving personal redemption. Schalke 04 held the title of champions for merely 4 minutes. Perhaps it was the hand of fate at play. Nonetheless, this is the essence of football, where anything can happen. Although Stevens did not lead Schalke 04 to the Bundesliga championship in the 2000-2001 season, he did secure the German Cup that year. In the subsequent 2001-2002 season, Stevens guided Schalke 04 to successfully defend their title in the German Cup, unlocking the Pandora's box that was Bayer Leverkusen's misfortunes. Initially, Schalke 04 triumphed over their opponents in the German Cup, handing Leverkusen their first runner-up finish, only for Leverkusen to be surpassed by Bayern in the Bundesliga, earning another second place. Ultimately, Zidane bestowed upon Leverkusen a final crowning runner-up finish with a spectacular strike for Real Madrid. During his tenure at Schalke 04, Stevens indeed achieved commendable results, earning him the status of a tactical master alongside Hitzfeld. However, his current trajectory seems to be in decline, though his expertise remains evident. Liu Ting's goal compelled Stevens to make certain adjustments. Although Hamburg urgently required an offensive strategy, the recent counterattack from Bordeaux proved to be devastating. Consequently, Stevens had no choice but to prioritize countering Bordeaux's advances, restraining Hamburg's own aggressive approach. During this period, both teams exhibited caution. Hamburg was wary of Bordeaux's swift counterattacks, while Bordeaux, having made substitutions, refrained from launching a full-scale assault away from home. Despite the match's tepid atmosphere, Hamburg supporters continuously raised their voices in fervent encouragement, their flags waving proudly. As the clock approached the 35th minute, Stevens positioned himself at the sidelines, orchestrating the team. Entering the second half trailing would undoubtedly place Hamburg at a disadvantage, and Stevens urged his players to equalize before retreating to the locker room, allowing for more tactical variations in the second half. After an initial 10 minutes of pressure, Liu Ting's goal had subdued Hamburg, but they now seemed to have regained their strength and launched a fierce assault on Bordeaux's goal. Brechko surged forward to assist, while Yalam's long-range shot soared over the bar, intensifying the threat to Bordeaux's net. Let's examine this play. Atoba advanced down the flank with the ball, pursued by Liu Ting. A commendable tackle saw Liu Ting dispossess him, passing the ball to the center where Diarra waited. Diarra swiftly relayed the ball forward, and Liu Ting made a rapid forward run to receive it. This resulted in a wall pass that caught Hamburg's defense unprepared and in disarray. Liu Ting dexterously maneuvered past Ofer, entering the penalty area, where Demmel and Reinhardt approached. As Liu Ting shifted to the right, Reinhardt intercepted him. Without hesitation, Liu Ting executed a back-heeled pass to Bellion, who took a step forward and found the back of the net. A splendid goal. Liu Ting's consecutive breakthroughs after the interception drew defenders away, setting up Bellion's strike. Liu Ting had already contributed 1 assist and 1 goal, effectively dominating the match. In the 41st minute, Liu Ting assisted Bellion in scoring, resulting in Bordeaux leading Hamburg 2-0. This goal momentarily silenced the Northern Bank Stadium in Hamburg, soon replaced by a cacophony of boos directed at the team. Every time Bordeaux touched the ball, they were met with jeers. However, the atmosphere among the Hamburg players was somber after conceding 2 goals, and the final minutes saw both teams navigating the time with an unspoken understanding. During the halftime break, Blanco's only directive was clear: continue with defensive counterattacks. As the second half commenced, Hamburg made 2 substitutions, ostensibly positional changes, yet signaling a renewed emphasis on their offensive efforts. Stevens substituted the offensive midfielder Trzaskowski for the makeshift defensive midfielder Over, and then made a positional change at right back, bringing in the young talent Boateng to replace the underperforming Atoba, who had struggled throughout the first half. Atoba, tasked with marking Liu Ting, was thoroughly outmatched, failing to contain him effectively. Both goals conceded by Hamburg were linked to his performance. The first resulted from Liu Ting's breakthrough past him, and the second occurred after Atoba's overconfidence led him to lose possession to Liu Ting, who subsequently assisted Bellion in scoring. It remains uncertain whether the young substitute can better withstand Liu Ting, especially considering that the season Atoba had already been overwhelmed. However, such a candid observation cannot be conveyed in the context of Chinese commentary. Liu Ting observed the emerging figure of Boateng on the field, recognizing him as the young talent destined to be crowned as Germany's Footballer of the Year. He was aware that Boateng had an elder brother, the renowned Boateng, who would later grace AC Milan with his prowess. The younger Boateng was set to transition to Bayern Munich, where he would excel as a central defender, ultimately earning the coveted accolade. Presently, Boateng was stationed as a right back for Hamburg, having already established himself as a key player. However, in this match, Stevens opted for the more seasoned Atuba, apprehensive of the youthful exuberance that might lead to errors. Yet, with Atuba proving ineffective, Boateng was reintroduced to counter Liu Ting's advances. The young Boateng displayed commendable defensive skills against Liu Ting, often requiring the assistance of teammates, but he did not crumble under pressure as Atuba had moments before. His speed and agility on the field were notable, and his physical attributes surpassed those of Liu Ting, effectively imposing a certain limitation on his opponent. Liu Jianhong felt fortunate for not having claimed that Boateng was inadequate. Otherwise, he would have been swiftly proven wrong. On the sidelines, Stevens lamented his regret. Had he opted to start Boateng, perhaps the 2 goals conceded in the first half could have been avoided, thus preventing the situation from spiraling into such dire straits. While Boateng's defensive prowess was commendable, his ability to assist in attack left much to be desired, as Liu Ting and Baillon's speed continued to trouble Hamburg, leading to a stalemate. A deadlock was something Bordeaux was more than willing to accept, but it was intolerable for Hamburg, who desperately sought goals. In the 60th minute, Hamburg substituted forward Choupo-Moting for defender Demel, shifting to a 3-4-3 formation, clearly intending to bolster their offensive efforts. Stevens' substitution did impose a certain level of pressure on Bordeaux, yet his own defense remained in a state of perpetual anxiety. In the 65th minute, Bordeaux launched a counterattack where Liu Ting received a pass from Baillon, shaking off Boateng's pursuit, but his shot was still impeded, striking the side netting. By the 68th minute, Hamburg forward Guerrero received a through ball from Van der Vaart and unleashed a low shot, which Juliet deftly intercepted with his thigh, denying what appeared to be a threatening attempt. In the 75th minute, Blanco replaced Liu Ting with Diawara, believing that the match was practically secured. With the time remaining, Hamburg needed to score 3 goals to overturn the deficit and advance to the next round, a feat that Bordeaux's staunch defense rendered nearly impossible for their opponents. After Liu Ting left the field, he embraced Blanco, who then guided him to sit beside him. Blanco said to Liu, I have made a decision. We possess the capability to compete on 2 fronts. We should strive for the double crown. Liu replied, Wonderful, Laurent. This must be the wisest decision you have made this year. We will not let you down. Liu Ting was indeed elated. Had the head coach been resolute in abandoning the UEFA Europa League, Liu Ting would have found it difficult to contest the coach's decision. Nevertheless, he undoubtedly places greater importance on matches in European competitions. On the sidelines, Liu Ting seemed to be engaged in conversation with Coach Blanco, indicating his significant standing within the Bordeaux squad. As the standout performer of the match, Liu Ting was frequently highlighted by the live broadcast, with Liu Jianhong seizing the opportunity to discuss the interests of Chinese fans regarding Liu Ting. The match continued, and in the 81st minute, Raphael van der Vaart surged into the penalty area and struck a shot towards the far corner, scoring for Hamburg. However, this goal came too late, as Hamburg was unable to mount a comeback. Liu Ting, seated on the sidelines, offered applause to the opponent. The recipient of the inaugural European Golden Boy Award was certainly not undeserving of such recognition. Hamburg could not turn the tide, and even a draw eluded them. When the final whistle blew after 90 minutes, the score remained 1-2, with the home team Hamburg trailing behind the visiting Bordeaux. Bordeaux triumphed 2-1 on aggregate to advance to the quarterfinals of the UEFA Europa League. The match concluded with Bordeaux securing a 0-0 draw at home and a 2-1 victory away against Hamburg, successfully advancing to the quarterfinals of the UEFA Europa League. We congratulate them and extend our heartfelt congratulations to Liu Ting, who is indisputably the man of the match. We hope Bordeaux can progress further and that Liu Ting achieves even greater success. May they draw a favorable opponent in the upcoming lottery. Farewell to our audience, and we look forward to the next match. At the conclusion of the match, Liu Jianhong remarked that Blanc would be flying to Nyon, Switzerland, the following day for the UEFA draw. The entire Bordeaux team was granted a day off, allowing them to enjoy their time in the vibrant German cities. Though the Ligue 1 fixtures were imminent this weekend, the recent schedule had been exceedingly demanding. Concerned about the risk of injuries, Blanc decided to provide a respite for the players to unwind for a day. Despite his traditional approach, Blanc, having experienced the rigors of a player's life, understands the importance of balance between work and rest. Liu Ting originally intended to venture out with Miku, Diala, and the others, but was interrupted by a phone call. Hello, Leah. Upon recognizing the call from L.A. Seydoux, Liu Ting answered it directly. Your performance just now was truly remarkable. I witnessed it all. Seydoux's voice resonated from the other end. You were just watching the game? Indeed. I am currently at a restaurant near St. Nicholas Church. You should come over. This was not a question, but rather a straightforward imperative. Liu Ting merely needed to bid farewell to his teammates. John, allow, L.A.'s in Hamburg. I must head over now and cannot join you and your mother for an outing. When Liu Ting arrived at a place called the Old Eagle Restaurant by St. Nicholas Church, he noted the typically serious demeanor of the Germans. The restaurant's name was absurdly quaint, and he observed an abundance of signs for establishments such as hamburger restaurants, post office diners, M.L.'s Eatery, Mark S. Inn, and country taverns. He even spotted a municipal hall restaurant. which might mislead one to believe it was solely frequented by government officials, when in fact it was simply named for its proximity to the town hall. Rumor had it that it was a rather upscale dining venue, making its name choice seem rather haphazard. Of course, Hamburg, being Germany's second-largest city and home to a significant Chinese population, also boasted a variety of establishments like Chinatown restaurants, Hong Kong diners, and Shanghai eateries. Inside the restaurant, Liu Ting noticed another individual seated with Seydu, an attractive woman. "Darling, this is Lena Gerke, a friend of mine," Seydu introduced. "Hello, I am LA's boyfriend," Liu Ting replied. Liu Ting shook hands with the other party, feeling a twinge of recognition. "Tonight, I attended your match with Lena. Thought I'd not inform you in advance," said Seydu. "Mr. Liu, your performance this evening was impeccable," added Gerke, who also complimented him in passing. "Thank you for the praise." The three shared a meal, revealing that Seydu had met this German woman while filming an advertisement in Hamburg, and they seemed to connect well enough to attend Liu Ting's match together. This woman had only recently gained fame in Germany over the past 2 years. She possessed a sweet appearance, was of a similar age to Liu Ting, and enjoyed considerable popularity, even earning the nickname German Sweetheart. After dining and enjoying a glass of red wine from merriment, Liu Ting returned to the hotel with Seydu, while Gerke was picked up by her manager. In the hotel room, as the two engaged in fervent intimacy, Seydu suddenly inquired, "Do you think Lena is beautiful? What does her beauty have to do with me?" Liu Ting continued to focus on his endeavors, evasively responding, "You seemed quite close during your farewell embrace. It was merely a normal hug." When the storm of their passions had settled, Seydu had already fallen asleep. Yet Liu Ting pondered over the secret note that the German woman had slyly slipped into his pocket during their farewell embrace, revealing her phone number. Was she teasing him? Yet, she was undeniably quite lovely. Liu Ting returned to Bordeaux with the team, while Seydu remained in Germany to shoot an advertisement with that German sweetheart. At the entrance of the Clairefontaine training base, Liu Ting spotted old Jacques, who was holding a newspaper and wearing a beaming smile. "Hello, old Jacques. What brings you such joy?" Liu Ting approached to greet him. "Take a look," old Jacques replied, handing the newspaper to Liu Ting. Liu Ting took the newspaper and noticed an article in Bordeaux Sport, the local publication that champions the Bordeaux club. The piece glorified Bordeaux as the pride of French football, detailing their remarkable feat of eliminating Hamburg to advance to the quarterfinals of the UEFA Europa League. The article elevated their victory to a matter of national representation for French football. At the beginning of the season, all French teams participating in European competitions have now faced elimination, leaving only Bordeaux standing. 7 teams from France, including Lyon, Marseille, Toulouse, Rennes, Bordeaux, Sochaux, and Lens, initially entered European contests. Lyon advanced to the knockout stage of the Champions League, only to be ousted by Manchester United. Marseille finished third in their Champions League group, descending to the Europa League, where they were recently eliminated by the Russian team Zenit St. Petersburg. Toulouse was eliminated in the Champions League qualifying round by Liverpool with a resounding 5-0 defeat, subsequently failing to progress in the Europa League group stage. Both Rennes and Sochaux were eliminated in the Europa League qualifying rounds, while Lens, having progressed through 3 rounds of the Trophée des Champions, also failed to secure a place. Now, Bordeaux is the sole remaining representative of French football in the European arena. If they draw favorable opponents in today's lottery, they could potentially reach the semi-finals or even the finals. Interestingly, the article refrained from mentioning the possibility of winning the championship, as Bayern Munich currently stands as the frontrunner. In truth, many have already earmarked the Europa League title for Bayern, who are in formidable form and facing little challenge domestically in Germany, making the championship their anticipated goal. Thus, Bordeaux is lauded as the pride of French football. Though this praise may seem inflated, it brings joy to devoted fans like old Jacques, who find solace in the fact that Bordeaux remains the last bastion of French representation in European competitions. With a smile, old Jacques inquired of Liu Ting. "Liu, what brings you to the training base? Aren't you on break today?" "I spent the day in Germany yesterday. Today, I came to put in some extra strength training," Liu replied. Liu Ting felt somewhat disgruntled after being physically overpowered by Boateng during the match against Hamburg. In truth, Liu Ting has been diligently working on his physical conditioning, though his approach has been one of gradual and steady improvement rather than intense, short-term training. Today, he has the opportunity to engage in some personal practice. Later, he will join Liu to watch the draw together. As Liu Ting departed, the voice of old Jacques echoed behind him. Liu Ting trained for 2 hours before finding old Jacques, who was intently focused on the television screen with a serious expression. "Come here, Liu. The Champions League draw has just concluded, and the UEFA Cup draw is about to begin. Old Jacques beckoned Liu Ting over. The 8 teams in the UEFA Europa League quarterfinals are Bayern Munich from the Bundesliga, Getafe from La Liga, Fiorentina from Serie A, Bordeaux from Ligue 1, Sporting CP from the Primera Liga, PSV Eindhoven from the Eredivisie, Glasgow Rangers from the Scottish Premiership, and Zenit St. Petersburg from the Russian Premier League. Each of these teams hails from a different league, and the draw is theoretically entirely random. Currently, both the Champions League and Europa League quarterfinals require a separation into upper and lower halves, meaning that only this draw is necessary. Subsequent opponents will already be known, and no further draws will take place. In the future, UEFA plans to eliminate this division, allowing for a draw showcase for the final 4 teams. Chapter 058. The UEFA Cup draw. The results of the draw were quickly revealed. Bordeaux's quarterfinal opponent is Zenit St. Petersburg from the Russian Premier League, with Bayern Munich and Getafe in the same half as Bordeaux. This means that the winner between Bordeaux and Zenit will face the victor of the match between Bayern Munich and Getafe in the semifinals. The other half features PSV Eindhoven against Fiorentina and Sporting CP against Glasgow Rangers. This outcome left Old Jacques somewhat uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Facing the Russian team Zenit St. Petersburg is a manageable challenge. However, overcoming Zenit may likely lead to a confrontation with Bayern Munich, a formidable giant for Bordeaux. Even a staunch supporter like Old Jacques doubts Bordeaux's ability to compete against Bayern. Recalling the painful memory of their 1-5 defeat to Bayern in the Europa League final 12 years prior, Liu Ting pondered the unfortunate fate of Bordeaux's draw. How ill-fated their luck seemed. In his recollection, this year's UEFA Europa League champions were none other than Zenit St. Petersburg, a Russian team that had astonishingly triumphed over Bayern Munich with a staggering 4-0 victory at home during the semifinals, a feat that had sent shockwaves throughout Europe. Now, facing Zenit in the quarterfinals, even if Bordeaux were to overcome them, they would still have to contend with Bayern Munich in the semifinals. The reasons behind Zenit's previous conquest of Bayern were manifold, and Bordeaux might not necessarily navigate this perilous path unscathed. How fortunate it would have been had they been placed in the other half of the draw, where the opposing teams were significantly weaker. Upon Blanco's return from Nyon, he found several newspapers scattered across his desk. The first was an article from Bordeaux Sports, proclaiming Bordeaux as the pride of French football. Blanco merely glanced at it before tossing it aside, as the others were similarly filled with praise for Bordeaux. He even noticed that Lyon's newspaper had joined in the adulation, understanding that Lyon hoped he would continue to juggle both competitions, thereby granting them a greater opportunity to overturn Bordeaux's advantage. Blanco realized that the newspapers had been brought to him by his assistant, Gasset, who always delighted in presenting articles related to the team. "What do you think of our draw?" Blanco inquired of Gasset. Just as Gasset began to respond, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Liu Ting glanced at the lottery results and resolved to speak with head coach Blanco. Upon entering the coach's office, he noticed assistant coach Gasset was also present. "Liu, is there something on your mind?" Gasset inquired first. "Coach, I have come to share my thoughts regarding the outcome of the lottery for number 40, Liu replied. Blanco, taken aback by Liu Ting's initiative in addressing this matter, responded, "Please, go ahead and share your insights." Liu Ting remarked, "I believe our draw is rather unfavorable. Even the current quarterfinal adversaries are formidable. I am aware that after the results of the UEFA Europa League quarterfinals were announced, media outlets ranked Zenit St. Petersburg second to last in their championship predictions. This perception stems from the belief that Russian teams lack strength and merely advance through sheer luck, leveraging their home advantage. However, we cannot afford to underestimate this opponent. Their star player Andrei Arshavin possesses significant prowess, demonstrating the capability to perform at a top-tier level. In the media's champion predictions for the Europa League, Bayern Munich unsurprisingly occupies the top position, followed by Fiorentina and Bordeaux in second and third, respectively. Zenit St. Petersburg ranks 7th, just above the Portuguese team Sporting Lisbon. Zenit barely advanced from the group stage, finishing third, and their path in the knockout rounds has been precarious. In the round of 32, they secured a home victory against Villarreal, the La Ligue Yellow Submarine, with a score of 1-0, only to lose 1-2 away, progressing due to the away goals rule. In the round of 16, they suffered a 1-3 defeat to Marseille in an away match, yet managed to triumph 2-0 at home, again relying on away goals to advance. Even in the group stage, Zenit scraped through as the third-place team, which is why many harbor skepticism towards them. Their only notable away victory in the Europa League was against the Greek side Larissa. They have lost all other away matches. A team that relies on home games to overturn away defeats is indeed difficult to trust. Yet, no one anticipated that this team would reach the semi-finals and achieve a remarkable 4-0 victory over Bayern at home. Of course, Liu Ting now wonders if Zenit still has such opportunities ahead. Blanco responded, "So, according to your reasoning, we might not even overcome the challenge posed by Zenit. Should we then consider conceding and focusing solely on the domestic league?" Liu Ting promptly remarked, "Certainly not. What I mean is that we must engage in a dual-line strategy. Yet we cannot underestimate Zenit, particularly when playing away in Russia, which is invariably challenging due to its frigid conditions. We must secure a solid victory in the first leg and exercise caution in the away match. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in a predicament reminiscent of Marseille's experience. Winning 3-1 at home is already a significant advantage. Yet if we are not vigilant in the away match, we could still face a reversal." All right, I grasp your meaning now. The day following the draw, numerous analyses concerning Bordeaux's prospects in the Europa League emerged. The majority opined that Bordeaux's advancement to the semi-finals would be relatively uncomplicated, with the primary obstacle being the formidable Bayern in the later stages. Some even suggested that Bordeaux ought to abandon the Europa League altogether, unlike the Champions League, where each round offers substantial monetary rewards. The financial incentives of the Europa League, compared to the Champions League, imply that Bordeaux would earn less in winning the tournament than Lyon would merely by reaching the Champions League round of 16. In any case, the likelihood of Bordeaux clinching the title seems minimal. Focusing on the league to secure the championship is indeed the prudent path. Conversely, certain media outlets advocated for Bordeaux to persevere, aiding Ligue 1 in acquiring European competition points. Presently, while the financial rewards for each round progressed in the Europa League are modest, the European competition points accrued are not inferior to those from the Champions League. Although Ligue 1 is one of the top 5 leagues, both the Primera Liga and the Russian Premier League have been closing in on its European competition points, posing a looming threat of being surpassed. Regardless of public opinion, the competition must continue. On March 16th, the match between Bordeaux and Strasbourg at home commenced. Bordeaux's progression to the quarterfinals of the Europa League was widely reported, and regardless of any ulterior motives, the fans were elated, greeting the entire Bordeaux squad with resounding cheers upon their entrance. Strasbourg, which had lingered around the European competition spots in the first half of the season, occupying the 6th and 7th positions, had now plummeted to 15th, teetering on the brink of relegation. Such downturns are not uncommon for newly promoted teams. Their initial success often stems from opponents' unfamiliarity, but once familiarity sets in, their performance tends to falter. This team posed no threat at Bordeaux's home ground. Strasbourg had long ceased to exhibit the brilliance it once displayed at the season's outset. It was initially the strongest among the 3 promoted teams. Yet now it faces uncertainty regarding its survival in the league. Let us observe this play. Bordeaux's attack advanced into the final third, with Diarra passing to Cavanaghi, who subsequently delivered across to Liu. Liu deftly maneuvered past Passley and unleashed a shot, which was parried away by Strasbourg's goalkeeper, Cassad, resulting in a corner kick for Bordeaux. Miko took the corner, and Enrique, with remarkable tenacity, headed the ball into the net. A goal that was entirely expected given Bordeaux's excellent form, which Strasbourg could simply not withstand. In the 25th minute, Enrique seized an opportunity to score with a header, putting Bordeaux ahead 1-0 against Strasbourg. This was a counterattack for Bordeaux, as Liu Ting swiftly advanced down the middle, delivering a splendid pass to Bilan, who penetrated the penalty area and struck the ball forcefully into the net, extending Bordeaux's lead. Liu, while dribbling, executed a backward diagonal pass to the onrushing Bilan, drawing the attention of Strasbourg's defense, which allowed Bilan to capitalize on a prime opportunity to score. In the 39th minute, Liu Ting assisted Bilan once again, leading to a goal that made the score 2-0 in favor of Bordeaux. The first half concluded with a score of 2-0, as Bordeaux slowed the pace in the second half while Blanc began to contemplate substitutions. In the 70th minute, veteran Miku was replaced by Fernando. In the 81st minute, Liu Ting was substituted for Chamak. In the 85th minute, Cavanaghi showcased his individual skill, deftly maneuvering past Strasbourg's Rodrigo and SC Les, ultimately sending the ball into the bottom left corner of the goal, solidifying the score at 3-0. Bordeaux triumphed over Strasbourg with a final score of 3-0, while Lyon also secured a 3-0 victory against Monaco away from home, maintaining Bordeaux's slender 1-point lead over Lyon. 3 days after the match against Strasbourg, Bordeaux had another game. But Liu Ting would not be participating. This was the round of 16 in the French Cup. Blanc was already stretched thin with dual competitions and would not consent to a triple burden, as Bordeaux' squad could hardly manage 2 competitions, let alone 3, which would inevitably lead to disaster. The substitutes for Bordeaux faced Lille, another team from Ligue 1, in a match that ended in a stalemate, leading to a penalty shootout where Bordeaux lost 3-4. Ironically, Blanc felt a sense of relief after this defeat. Had Bordeaux advanced, they would have reached the quarterfinals of the French Cup. With the quarterfinal draw, should luck favor them, reaching the semifinals would make it difficult to consider withdrawing, as just 2 more matches could secure a title, leading to inevitable criticism for any abandonment of the competition. Blanc was not inclined towards a 3-pronged campaign, believing that securing a title in his first year of management would suffice for his satisfaction. There were no reproaches directed at Bordeaux for this loss, especially since they were still competing in the UEFA Europa League. A silver lining for Bordeaux was Lyon's continued presence in the French Cup. Currently, 3 Ligue 2 teams remained in the quarterfinals, with the strongest being Lyon and Paris Saint-Germain. Lyon was likely to reach the final of the French Cup and possibly claim victory. Pilon seemed apprehensive about the league, uncertain of securing the championship. And now that they had been eliminated from the Champions League, winning the French Cup would bolster his position. Chapter 59. Red card. The exit from the French Cup did not evoke discontent among Bordeaux' ranks. Only a few substitutes may have felt slighted, as their opportunities to play had diminished. Liu Ting returned home, contemplating the suggestion made by his agent, Wagner, to purchase a car, especially since he had recently obtained his driver's license. He had learned to drive in France, where acquiring a license is a rather cumbersome process. The driving schools there proudly proclaim that they do not train killers, emphasizing the importance of mastering the art of driving. Although Liu Ting had just managed to finalize his license, he felt that his stay in France would not be prolonged, deeming it unnecessary to invest in a vehicle. Instead, he resolved to rent a car for the time being. As Liu Ting was lost in thought, the phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unknown number, originating from Germany. Initially contemplating to hang up, he hesitated, fearing it might be a call from Wagner. "Hello?" A woman's voice resonated through the receiver. "Hello. May I ask who this is?" Liu Ting inquired in English. "You don't recognize me? I provided you with my phone number," she responded. "Oh, is this Miss Gerke? I seem to have misplaced your number. My apologies." Upon hearing Liu Ting's voice, a shiver ran down her spine. Why would she call? Quickly, she concocted an excuse. "Did you lose my number?" The other party seemed somewhat irritated. "No, I've saved it. I just momentarily forgot where I placed it. I can show it to you the next time we meet. I'll be able to locate it." Liu Ting initially intended to discard it outright, yet for some inexplicable reason, it remained with him. However, he had never dialed that number. "Currently, I find myself in Paris, France, and just yesterday, I met with Leia. From her phone, I acquired your number and wish to inquire why you have yet to reach out to me. I must confess, I have been quite occupied with competitions lately, but I promise to call you the next time I visit Germany." Liu Ting experienced a slight headache. "Are you coming to Paris?" Leia inquired, noting that their busy schedules would prevent them from seeing each other for some time. "Not at the moment. In 3 days. We are heading to an away match in the northern town of Valenciennes. After the game, if you're still in Paris, I could visit you. I will be returning to Germany tomorrow. Please remember to call me the next time you are in Germany." After hanging up, Liu Ting pondered why Gelk had called him, feeling as though he had been openly teased. It was indeed baffling. That night, Liu Ting dreamt of an intimate encounter with Sidhu, the location shrouded in a hazy confusion. Just as the moment of passion reached its peak, Sidhu unexpectedly transformed into the German woman, startling Liu Ting. However, as the figure clung to him, he quickly resumed the embrace. Upon awakening the next morning, Liu Ting felt somewhat disoriented. How could he have dreamt such a thing without entering the realm of spiritual illusion? This had never happened before. What could it mean? It seemed that the realm of tenderness was indeed a grave for heroes. The allure of that German woman was overwhelming. He would have to consult a scientist about it when night fell again. Throughout the day, Liu Ting remained listless. The spiritual illusion had been the key to his success, a practice he used to engage in daily. He wondered if missing one night would cause it to vanish or result in some unfavorable change. As night descended, Liu Ting finally entered the realm of spiritual illusion as he had hoped, sharing his concerns with the scientist. This place relies on your mental strength for its existence. Previously, your greatest desire within this mental world was to become a football superstar, which naturally drew you here each night. Now that you have gained some recognition as a player, that obsession has diminished and this power has weakened. Without a strong yearning in your mind, it becomes challenging to access this realm, the scientist explained. What should I do moving forward? Will I gradually be unable to enter? Liu Ting asked anxiously. You will not. Access is only lost when you completely relinquish that desire. Simply take a moment each night before sleeping to reflect on your dreams of stardom, and you will find your way back. However, if your mind is cluttered with trivial thoughts as you sleep, it will undoubtedly impact your ability to enter, the scientist reassured him. Thank you for clarifying this for me. Liu Ting continued his training in the realm of mental illusions, finding it to be strikingly similar to his previous experiences, which brought him a sense of reassurance. Liu Ting has been diligently honing his archery skills, and whenever time permits, he also practices free kicks. On March 22nd, the 30th round of Ligue 1 saw Bordeaux face off against Valenciennes on their home turf. Currently positioned ninth in the league, Valenciennes faces no threat of relegation and, with a stroke of fortune, might secure a spot in European competitions if they perform well in the final rounds of the season. Meanwhile, Bordeaux, reigning at the top of the table, finds itself a coveted target for opponents eager to assert their presence. To defeat Bordeaux and potentially contribute to their loss of the championship would indeed be a badge of honor. In this encounter, Bordeaux encountered formidable challenges, enduring a tough battle on the road. To their dismay, just 10 minutes into the match, they conceded a goal. Valenciennes breached Bordeaux's defenses with alarming ease. Sébastien Ledet, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, received a pass, turned, and struck the ball towards the goal, astonishingly unchallenged by any Bordeaux defenders. By the 10th minute, Ledet's goal had placed Bordeaux at a disadvantage, trailing 0-1 against Valenciennes. Liu Ting has grown weary of this abysmal defense. Perhaps Blanco is also aware that if the team relies solely on defense to secure victories, it remains oblivious to the fact that Lame will frequently retrieve the ball from the net. Only by adopting an aggressive offensive strategy can they exert pressure on their opponents, thus minimizing the threats faced by their own defense. Bordeaux's defensive performance has been disappointing. However, their offensive prowess instills confidence. The combination of Lou, Cavanaghi, and Bellayon stands as the most formidable attacking trio in Ligue 1. Let us examine Bordeaux's recent offensive maneuver. Liu Ting skillfully dribbled past David de Courtois with an impressive feint, delivering a beautiful pass after evading his marker to Diarra, who then transferred the ball to Wendell. Wendell unleashed a shot, scoring a sensational goal. Bordeaux equalized within just 4 minutes, thanks to Lou's breakthrough that created this opportunity. He truly is the most threatening player within the Bordeaux squad. In the 14th minute, Liu Ting's incisive run led to another chance, resulting in Wendell scoring, bringing the score to 1-1 against Valenciennes. Subsequently, Valenciennes, clearly unwilling to concede defeat after their early goal, resorted to aggressive defending to curtail Bordeaux's advances. Liu Ting, as expected, became the primary target, particularly with de Courtois assigned to shadow him. The latter's continuous minor fouls were reminiscent of the typical criticisms aimed at South American players, who are often accused of theatrics in attack while employing subtle tactics in defense to disrupt opponents. Even in the realm of basketball, South American players are sometimes likened to actors. It appears this Frenchman is no exception to such behavior. In the 22nd minute, while accelerating with the ball, Liu Ting was lightly tugged by de Courtois, who quickly released him. Liu Ting fell dramatically to the ground and approached the referee to demonstrate his alleged dive. Astonishingly, the referee believed him and issued a warning to Liu. By the 35th minute, while receiving the ball with his back to the goal in the penalty area, Liu was elbowed in the lower back, resulting in a poorly executed shot that veered far off target. Liu Ting's harsh words clearly had no effect. His opponent remained as silent as a stone, treating Liu's insults as mere whispers in the wind. Liu began to doubt whether the man even understood French, despite the fact that he was indeed French. Yet, soon enough, Liu's agitation resurfaced. This only intensified his frustration, which had no outlet. He had encountered similar individuals in the past, and back then, exchanging heated words had alleviated his anger. Moreover, verbal confrontations on the field often drew the referee's attention, which could somewhat restrain the opponent. However, he had never faced such a situation before. Complaining to the referee was futile. Today's referee was clearly biased towards the home team, overlooking many infractions. In the 42nd minute, Bordeaux was awarded a corner kick. While waiting for the corner in the penalty area, de Courtois began to disturb Liu Ting beside him. As the corner was taken, the ball was aimed in Liu's direction. He leapt into the air, only to feel someone tugging at his jersey. All his pent-up frustration erupted at that moment. As he jumped, he raised his elbow forcefully to the side, followed by a cry of pain. The referee rushed over, brandishing a card as he approached Liu. When the red card was shown, Liu had no words to protest. It appeared that Ducourtheus had suffered a nosebleed from the impact. Liu, with a sense of resolve, walked directly off the field, faintly hearing Diallo arguing with the referee about it being an unintentional physical contact. Miko stood by, preventing other Valence players from approaching Liu to cause trouble. Amidst the chorus of boos, Liu exited the pitch. On the sidelines, Blanco clearly disapproved of the foul, while assistant coach Gasset came over to embrace Liu, urging him to return to the locker room. Before heading inside, Liu glanced back at the field. Ducourtheus was being attended to by medical staff, while the officiating crew organized the game to resume. Watching this unfold from the sidelines, Liu felt a pang of reflection. This was the first red card of his professional career, and every experience has its first. His mood noticeably lightened. In the locker room, watching the television, Liu found solace in the notion that witnessing his teammates battle on screen provided a different kind of insight. The score at halftime remained unchanged, with both teams tied at 1-1, though Bordeaux faced the looming disadvantage of being a player short. Ducourtheus of Valenciennes has not taken to the field since his injury. Could it be that his nasal injury is severe? In Chapter 060, Tsar Archivin, Old Jacques is watching the post-match news broadcast. During the recently concluded match at Valenciennes home ground against Bordeaux, an unfortunate injury incident occurred. Valenciennes initially took the lead, but Bordeaux quickly equalized. Throughout the remainder of the first half, neither team managed to capitalize on their opportunities to breach the opponent's goal. However, just before the halftime whistle, during a corner kick from Bordeaux, the rising star Liu Ting inadvertently struck the defending Valenciennes player, David Ducourtheus, with his elbow. Liu was shown a red card on the spot, while Ducourtheus was taken off the pitch for medical treatment, which proved futile, leading to his substitution in the second half. Post-match, Valenciennes announced that Ducourtheus had suffered a fractured nasal bone and would be sidelined for several rounds of league matches. They plan to appeal to the French Football Association regarding Liu Ting's reckless conduct. Nevertheless, both the Bordeaux coach and the entire team maintain that it was merely an unintentional collision, leaving the association to make a judgment based on the match footage. It is noteworthy that during the second half, with one player down, Bordeaux conceded 2 goals to Valenciennes, ultimately losing the match 1-3. Regardless of whether the association rules on Liu Ting's intent, a suspension is inevitable. The only question is the duration. Bordeaux, therefore, not only face defeat on the scoreboard but also the loss of a key player. If Lyon triumphs over Paris Saint-Germain at home tomorrow, they will surpass Bordeaux in points, reclaiming the top position. Old Jacques sighed and, in resignation, turned off the television. Meanwhile, in Lyon, Alain Perrin celebrated. A victory over Paris Saint-Germain tomorrow would restore them to the summit, presenting a renewed opportunity for the Ligue championship this year. As for Liu Ting, he was aboard the return flight with the Bordeaux team, seated alongside Miko, who remarked, "You are now a star player. In the future, when faced with such incidents, be sure to voice your grievances to the referee. The more you complain, the more attention you will draw from the officials regarding you and your opponents." Though it may not be entirely fair, referees tend to favor star players, unless, of course, the star is one they despise. Otherwise, star players receive more leniency than ordinary ones. If you complain sufficiently, the referees may be more inclined to notice foul play against you. Just remember, avoid diving in the penalty area. Otherwise, you might be the one receiving a card. The coach was quite displeased with the loss, and it would be prudent for Liu Ting to refrain from inciting further ire in the coming days, lest he face dire consequences. Liu Ting listened intently, his lips uttering apologies while his heart pondered the undeniable truth of his significance to the team. His absence had led to their defeat. The following day, Lyon clashed with Paris Saint-Germain on home turf, seizing an early advantage by scoring 2 goals in the first half. In the second half, PSG swiftly equalized, yet they faltered in the final 15 minutes, conceding 2 more goals to Lyon, who triumphed with a score of 4-2, thereby surpassing Bordeaux by 2 points to ascend to the top of the table. A silver lining for Bordeaux emerged as Benzema sustained an injury, likely sidelining him for 2 to 3 matches, an opportune moment for Bordeaux to close the gap. Benzema was pivotal for the current Lyon squad, having netted 17 goals in Ligue 1, placing him at the pinnacle of the league's scoring chart. Without Benzema, the aging squad of Lyon would struggle to compete with Bordeaux for the championship. Interestingly, Liu Ting had also accumulated 13 goals in Ligue 1, ranking 4th in the scoring standings and standing as Bordeaux's leading scorer. Benzema's injury appeared to present Liu Ting with a chance to narrow the gap, but his own impending suspension would thwart that opportunity, complicating his pursuit. With only 8 rounds remaining in Ligue 1, further suspensions would severely limit his chances. Following this round of matches, a week of international fixtures awaited, leaving Liu Ting without games to play. The French Football Federation swiftly imposed a 2-match suspension on Liu Ting, which was relatively lenient. This situation exemplifies the French Football Federation's attempt to maintain a semblance of fairness. Liu Ting, a prominent emerging talent in Ligue 1, is under scrutiny due to the influence of Bordeaux, which has led the federation to hesitate in imposing a severe punishment. However, an act of violence cannot go unpunished, resulting in a 2-match suspension as a mere token gesture. Typically, a player receiving a red card is automatically suspended for 1 match, but in this instance, an additional match was added, thereby serving as a gesture of accountability toward Valenciennes. Consequently, Liu Ting will miss the upcoming 31st and 32nd rounds of Ligue 1, although he remains eligible to participate in the intervening Europa League matches. Nevertheless, Liu Ting must also issue a public apology to Ducourthias, the player he assaulted, which entails a formal statement published in the press as mandated by the federation. Liu Ting, recognizing the gravity of his impulsive actions that resulted in a broken nose for Ducourthias, concedes an apology is warranted. Shortly after a week of national team matches, the entire Bordeaux squad reconvenes to prepare for their home game against Nancy in the 31st round of Ligue 1. Currently, Nancy occupies the 3rd position, holding a 6-point lead over Marseille, who have surged back from near the bottom of the table to 4th place. The relentless pursuit by Marseille instills a sense of anxiety within Nancy, as this 6-point margin could easily evaporate within 2 matches, jeopardizing their chances for next year's Champions League qualification. As such, Nancy approaches every match with utmost seriousness and diligence. As the match commences, Nancy adopts a robust defensive strategy at Bordeaux's home ground, perhaps misguidedly believing they could replicate the previous round's success achieved by Valenciennes through similar tactics. However, they miscalculated. The federation was displeased with Valenciennes' approach, which contradicted the traditional French ethos that celebrates attacking football and opposes brutality. Given the match's context at Bordeaux's home ground, the referee was compelled to enforce strict measures, resulting in Nancy receiving 10 yellow cards and 2 players being sent off after accumulating 2 yellow cards each. Bordeaux, relying on Cavanagh's 2 goals, narrowly secured a 2-1 victory over Nancy. Indeed, even with 2 players sent off, Nancy proved to be a formidable opponent, as Bordeaux initially conceded a goal, only equalizing in the second half through Cavanaghi before he converted a penalty in the 83rd minute to clinch the victory, albeit with considerable difficulty. Currently, it has become a common occurrence for Bordeaux's defense to concede goals, a reality that the fans have grown accustomed to. Fortunately, the team emerged victorious, closely trailing Lyon in the standings, who also triumphed 2-1 against Valenciennes despite the absence of Benzema. Bordeaux now finds themselves just 2 points behind Lyon. For days after facing Nancy, Bordeaux is set to host Zenit St. Petersburg in the first leg of the Europa League quarterfinals. Unfortunately, Bordeaux's luck in the draw has not been favorable, as they face the challenge of playing the first leg at home, followed by the away leg. It is well known that in 2-legged knockout rounds, starting at home can complicate matters, should the first leg yield unfavorable results. The away leg becomes a daunting task for a potential reversal. Historically, the most remarkable comebacks in the Champions League have occurred when teams played away in the first leg and returned home for the second leg, transforming dire situations into triumphs. In fact, among all teams that have played the first leg at home and subsequently lost, none have managed to overturn the deficit in the away leg throughout the years, regardless of whether the loss was by a narrow margin. This underscores the critical importance of securing at least a draw at home in the first leg. Losing at home essentially puts one on the brink of elimination. It wasn't until the 2010 to 2011 season that the first instance of a team losing at home and winning away occurred, when Inter Milan, having lost 0-1 at home, triumphed 3-2 away against Bayern Munich, advancing on away goals with an aggregate score of 3-3, thus becoming the first team to achieve such a feat. In the realm of Chinese online discourse, many assert that during the 1995 to 1996 UEFA Champions League semifinals, Ajax first succumbed to a home defeat of 0-1. Only to triumph with a resounding 3-0 on the road. However, all available records indicate that Ajax faced a 0-1 loss in the away match before returning home to secure a 3-0 victory. Regardless of this discrepancy, the UEFA Cup matches are upon us, and Zenit St. Petersburg arrived in Bordeaux a day early to prepare for the encounter. The majority of media outlets favor Bordeaux for progression, yet Zenit's core player and star, Andrei Arshavin, expressed in an interview, "Our strength is not inferior to that of our opponents, and we are fully capable of defeating them on their home turf. While many dismissed Arshavin's statement as mere jest, Liu Ting recognized the genuine potential within Zenit, acknowledging Arshavin's formidable prowess. It would not be until the European Championship this summer that the whole of Europe would come to appreciate his talent. In the group stage of the tournament, Arshavin was unable to participate in the first two matches due to a prior international suspension, placing Russia in a precarious situation. In the decisive final match against Sweden, featuring Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Thierry Henry, and Henke Larsson, Sweden needed only a draw to advance. Nevertheless, a returning Arshavin dominated the game, contributing a goal and an assist, leading Russia to a 2-0 victory over Sweden and into the knockout stage, marking the beginning of widespread recognition for Arshavin. In the knockout phase, facing the Netherlands, who had previously overwhelmed Italy and France in the group stage of the 2006 World Cup, few held hope for Russia. Yet they struck first, and despite the Netherlands equalizing at the last moment, Arshavin commandeered extra time, again contributing a goal and an assist, guiding his team to a 3-1 victory over the Dutch. Ultimately, they fell to the eventual champions, Spain, in the semi-finals. This performance catapulted Arshavin into the limelight, attracting interest from prestigious clubs such as Barcelona and Arsenal. However, at this juncture, Arshavin had yet to achieve fame, leaving many unaware of his capabilities, which resulted in an underestimation of Zenit's strength. The prowess of Zenit St. Petersburg should not be dismissed as lesser than that of Bordeaux. Provided Bordeaux approaches the match with due seriousness, they need not fear their opponent. Yet, the prevailing sentiment suggests that this Russian team is of average caliber and can be easily overcome. In their complacency, the outcome remains uncertain. Liu Ting harbored a profound sense of melancholy, akin to the feeling of being the sole sober individual amidst a crowd of revelers, a sentiment that seemed inextricable. On April 3rd, the match between Bordeaux and Zenit St. Petersburg was imminent. At this juncture, Bordeaux remained the only team striving in European competition, and it was no surprise that the stadium was filled to capacity. The cheers upon Bordeaux's entrance were notably exuberant. However, the sentiments of the fans appear to be swayed by media influence, leading them to believe that a victory for Bordeaux was hardly in doubt. As anticipated, the match was broadcast live by Tingshuan Video. Chapter 061 commenced with a resounding collapse. Liu Jianhong proclaimed, "Esteemed viewers, we are currently broadcasting the first leg of the quarterfinals of the UEFA Cup for the 07-08 season, featuring Bordeaux hosting the Russian team, Zenit St. Petersburg. The starting lineups have been announced, with Bordeaux maintaining their traditional 4-3-3 formation. Liu Ting, having received a red card in the Ligue, is serving a suspension. However, he is still eligible to participate in the UEFA Cup. Zenit also adopts a 4-3-3 formation, with goalkeeper Malafev, defenders Enyakov, Shirikov, Krizanak, and Hill, midfielders Denisov, Timashchuk, Azirianov, and forwards Domingos, Pogrebnyak, and Arshavin. Indeed, aside from Arshavin, Timashchuk and Domingos are formidable players in Zenit's ranks, while their center forward Pogrebnyak has demonstrated his prowess, netting 7 goals in the UEFA Cup, tied for the top scorer alongside Bayern's Luca Toni. Currently, Liu Ting follows closely with 6 goals, sharing the second spot with Atletico Madrid's Agüero, Bayer Leverkusen's Ki Ling, and Helsingborg's veteran Larsson, all of whom have been eliminated from the tournament, thereby halting their scoring opportunities. Whereas Liu Ting still has a chance to add to his tally. As both teams have taken the field, Liu Ting has undoubtedly established himself as Bordeaux's star player, the most crucial figure on the team, and the highest scorer within Bordeaux. His entrance was met with the loudest cheers from the crowd. Zenit features 2 South Korean players, defensive midfielder Lee Ho and left-back Kim Dong-jin, both of whom are likely familiar to Chinese fans. During the 2004 Olympic qualifying match in Changsha, the Chinese U-23 team faced their South Korean counterparts, with both players starting for Korea, resulting in a 2-0 victory for South Korea, where Kim Dong-jin notably contributed with a goal and an assist. Subsequently, both players joined the Russian Premier League Zenit St. Petersburg under Dutch coach Dick Advocaat, who led the South Korean national team to the 2006 World Cup. Last season, Kim Dong-jin was a key left-back for Zenit, but this season, with Hill's arrival, he has become a rotational player, sharing playing time with Hill. Meanwhile, Park Ji-sung is performing commendably at Manchester United, attracting the attention of several South Korean journalists in Europe, including those present at this match. Prior to the game, Liu Ting was briefly interviewed by South Korean reporters, who seemed to approach him casually. European media widely regard Bordeaux as the stronger side, and the Koreans are not so presumptuous as to believe their players can directly defeat Bordeaux, especially as neither of the two South Korean players secured a starting position. Liu Ting had long harbored concerns that Bordeaux might underestimate their opponents, but once the match commenced, he realized that all players were on high alert. The entirety of the Bordeaux team possessed a psychological advantage, while Zenit perceived themselves as the underdogs. This sentiment mirrored the historical context in which Zenit's triumph in the UEFA Cup was deemed miraculous, a victory they themselves had never anticipated. From the outset, Bordeaux exerted dominance over Zenit's St. Petersburg. However, Liu Ting recognized that such a scenario could not persist indefinitely. Should Zenit stabilize their formation and launch a counterattack, Bordeaux might find themselves bewildered by Zenit's prowess. The most prudent course of action was to swiftly score and disorient their adversaries. Bordeaux began the match with an open style of play, exuding confidence. Let us examine a particular moment. Zenit's attack, where Dominguez passed to Arshavin, who then lofted the ball to Pogrebnyak. However, Pogrebnyak failed to strike with power, and the ball was comfortably gathered by Lame. A promising opportunity arose as Bordeaux initiated a rapid counterattack. Lame threw the ball to Joliet, who sent a long pass forward. Liu Ting, displaying remarkable speed, rushed to intercept the ball. Alas, Joliet's pass was slightly overhit, allowing Teams.French to intervene. Liu Ting accelerated well, but in the midst of Teams.French's interference, he lost control of the ball. Zenit's goalkeeper Malafiev charged out, decisively clearing the ball out of play, leaving one to ponder whether his intervention was bold or reckless. Under the interference of Teams.French, Liu Ting received the ball, but took an excessive touch. Zenit's goalkeeper Malafiev decisively rushed out and sent the ball out of bounds. A throw-in was awarded to Bordeaux at the left side of the penalty area, parallel to the sideline. The throw-in could be taken immediately without the referee's whistle. Observing the audacity of the opposing goalkeeper, Liu Ting suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He positioned himself at the sideline to execute the throw-in. Seizing the opportunity presented by Zenit's reckless goalkeeper still lingering near the sideline, Bordeaux only needed someone in this half. Liu Ting could swiftly throw the ball and receive it to score an open goal. Alas, there was no one present, and a golden opportunity was squandered. Malafiev also recognized the predicament, scrambling to regain his footing and rush back to the goal. Liu Ting promptly executed the throw-in with remarkable ingenuity. The ball struck the back of the retreating Malafiev, allowing Liu Ting to enter the field, receive the ball, and delicately lift it into the empty net. It was an exceptionally clever goal. In the 8th minute, Liu Ting capitalized on the goalkeeper's reckless advance, cleverly executed the throw-in, and scored, giving Bordeaux a 1-0 lead over Zenit St. Petersburg. According to the rules of the game, a throw-in must only be taken after the ball has been touched by another player, whether from the same team or the opposing side, before the thrower can touch the ball again. Otherwise, it constitutes a foul. Liu Ting ingeniously devised a plan to throw the ball off Malafiev's back as he retreated, thus satisfying the condition of having the ball touched by another player, allowing him to immediately enter the field, receive the ball, and score. Liu Ting's approach took everyone by surprise. Who would have imagined that a throw-in could be executed in such a manner? When the referee signaled the goal as valid, the Chabondale Marquis erupted in euphoria. No one anticipated such a remarkable goal. It was undoubtedly an unexpected turn of events that defied all expectations. Everyone had assumed that this golden opportunity had been squandered, yet, astonishingly, a reversal of fortune unfolded before our eyes. As Liu Ting celebrated alongside his teammates on the sidelines, Malafiev gazed at the ball in the net, despondent and nearly in tears. He had anticipated the situation clearly, recognizing that only Liu Ting was present in the Zenit half of the field. Had he acted promptly to clear the ball out of bounds before Liu Ting could seize it, the threat would have been neutralized. His decision to charge forward was resolute, not reckless. He indeed managed to divert the ball out of play. Yet, who could have foreseen such an outcome? This blunder became an inadvertent assist to Liu Ting, and now he bore the indelible mark of a hasty miscalculation. In the realm of football, success determines heroism. Victory is justification, while defeat is condemnation. Witnessing the jubilant celebrations of the Bordeaux squad, the Zenit team found themselves momentarily stunned, grappling with the reality of having their goal breached in such a manner. While Zenit was momentarily dazed, Bordeaux displayed no mercy, launching wave after wave of attacks. Belliens surged forward, unleashing a low shot that veered past the goal line. In the 13th minute, Belliens' attempt went astray. Mika delivered a precise through ball to Kavina, who then passed to Liu Ting. Liu Ting aimed for the goal. Alas, his shot struck the side netting. By the 19th minute, Liu Ting's effort had met the same fate. Bordeaux's offensive onslaught persisted. Diarra passed to Belliens, who attempted to break through, only to be intercepted by Hill. Liu Ting, swiftly maneuvering, received a pass from Liu through a defender's legs. As he advanced into the center, he faced the defensive challenge posed by Tymashchuk and Krizanak. With a deft flick of his heel, Liu Ting returned the ball to Liu, who scored. An exquisite goal, courtesy of Liu Ting's assist, showcasing his agility akin to that of Sprite. Bordeaux extended their lead. In the 21st minute, Liu Ting's assist allowed Liu to find the back of the net, placing Bordeaux ahead 2-0 against Zenit St. Petersburg. This goal further diminished Zenit's morale. Although they had noted media reports suggesting Bordeaux's superiority, many still held a belief that, despite being perceived as weaker, Zenit possessed the capability to triumph over Bordeaux. However, conceding 2 goals in quick succession led them to doubt their comparative strength. On the sidelines, Zenit's coach Dick Advocat, fraught with anxiety, bellowed instructions, yet his voice was drowned out by the raucous cheers of Bordeaux supporters. As Bordeaux's second goal materialized, Advocat sank into his chair, resigned to await halftime for adjustments. For the moment, his only directive to the players was to maintain their defense and avoid further concessions. Bordeaux had embarked on a fairy tale start, swiftly leading 2-0, and it appeared they had no intention of easing their grip, continuing to dominate the match against Zenit. Once again, Bordeaux launches an offensive. Juliet advances with the ball along the flank, delivering a cross from the left. Liu Ting skillfully cushions the ball with his right foot within the penalty area, pivoting to take a shot. However, he is fouled by Tymashchuk, who brings him down. What will the referee decide regarding the penalty? The referee awards a penalty, adding to Zenit's misfortunes. It appears that the referee intends to issue a card. Gesturing for Tymashchuk to approach, players from both teams engage in discussion with the referee. A yellow card is shown to Tymashchuk. In truth, such a foul in the penalty area could warrant a red card. Yet the referee may have taken into account that Zenit is already trailing by 2 goals and has now conceded a penalty, opting not to impose the harshest punishment. Liu Jinhong once again speaks on behalf of Bordeaux. Kavanaghi is set to take the penalty kick. Although Liu Ting possesses commendable shooting skills, it is Kavanaghi who stands as the team's primary penalty taker. The referee's whistle signals that Kavanaghi may proceed, and with a measured run-up, he strikes the ball into the net. Malafiev guessed the correct direction but failed to make contact with the ball, allowing Bordeaux to extend their lead. In the 35th minute, Liu Ting earned a penalty, which Kavanaghi successfully converted, putting Bordeaux ahead 3-0 against Zenit St. Petersburg. Chapter 62. Traoré's Marseille Roulette. In the ensuing moments of the first half, the entire Zenit squad diligently adhered to the strategies laid out by their coach, Advocat, preventing Bordeaux from adding to their tally. As the first half drew to a close, Bordeaux returned to the locker room with a commanding 3-0 lead, a truly dreamlike scenario for them. What was a hellish experience for Zenit. However, Bordeaux must remain vigilant. For the second half demands they do not concede an away goal to their opponents. A cautionary tale looms not far in the past. Marseille, in the Europa League round of 16, had faced Zenit and, leading 3-0 at halftime in the first leg, relaxed in the second half, allowing Arshavin of Zenit to score an away goal. Upon returning home, Zenit triumphed over Marseille 2-0, thus eliminating them, all thanks to that crucial away goal. Liu Jinhong is on the verge of catching up with the Bordeaux coach, continuously offering suggestions during the live broadcast. In truth, whatever Liu Jinhong can conceive, Blanc can likewise envision, as evidenced by the example of the formidable Ligue 1 club, Marseille. Blanc would undoubtedly not permit the same mistakes to recur. He instructed, "In the second half, we must play more steadily, circulating the ball frequently in midfield. Liu must also return to midfield to facilitate ball distribution. We cannot afford to concede an away goal." The example of Marseille is a stark reminder before us. We should only attack when a good opportunity arises. Above all, our defense must remain vigilant. As the second half commenced, Zenit did not launch a vigorous counterattack. Rather, both teams languidly consumed time. In truth, Advocat harbored trepidations about Bordeaux's potential relentless assault in the second half, lacking confidence in Zenit's ability to withstand the pressure. His directive was to prioritize solid defense initially, seeking opportunities to equalize after the 75th minute, thereby allowing Zenit to consider emulating their strategy against Marseille upon returning home. Time sluggishly progressed to the 75th minute, at which point Zenit began to muster their counteroffensive. Caught off guard, Bordeaux found themselves under pressure, compelling Liu Ting to continuously retreat to the defensive line. Zenit's ascension to the quarterfinals of the Europa League is not merely a stroke of luck. Their late-game resurgence has indeed put Bordeaux in a precarious position, particularly with their star player, Arshavin, showcasing exceptional performance and impressive speed in his breakthroughs. Liu Jianhong expressed a tinge of concern for Bordeaux. In the 83rd minute, Liu Ting received a yellow card while defending against Arshavin. Nevertheless, Bordeaux's resolute defense managed to hold firm during the final 15 minutes, culminating in a decisive 3-0 victory. The match concluded with Bordeaux triumphing over the Russian team Zenit St. Petersburg, a scoreline that rendered the second leg almost meaningless, as it is exceedingly rare for a team to recover from a 3-goal deficit in the first leg. While such instances do occur, they are infrequent, and I have faith that Bordeaux will not afford their opponents such an opportunity. This result incited jubilant cheers from the Bordeaux supporters, marking a score that secures their advancement. Many fans have already begun contemplating the semi-final clash with Bayern, with a hopeful sentiment that Bordeaux's attacking trio need not fear facing the formidable German side. In this round of the Europa League knockout stage, only the match between Bordeaux and Zenit yielded a definitive result. The other 3 matches saw Glasgow Rangers and Sporting Lisbon end in a stalemate, Fiorentina drawing 1-1 with PSV Eindhoven, and surprisingly, Bayern Munich's home match against Getafe also concluded in a 1-1 draw, a result unforeseen by all. Following Bordeaux's emphatic victory, many have begun to favor their chances against Bayern Munich, believing it will not be a contest defined by sheer power. Bordeaux possesses the capability to compete vigorously, as evidenced by bookmakers adjusting their odds, placing Bordeaux as the second favorite for the championship, trailing only Bayern. In this match, each member of Bordeaux's attacking trio scored, marking their debut appearance in European media. Liu Ting's goal was repeatedly broadcasted by major television networks, hailed as the smartest goal of the year, and his contribution of a goal and an assist has garnered considerable attention. Liu Ting scored a goal in this match, bringing his tally in the Europa League to 7. However, he finds himself tied for second place rather than leading the scoring chart, despite Bayern Munich only managing a 1-1 draw against La Liga side Getafe. Their forward Luca Toni netted the sole goal for Bayern, thereby elevating his own total to 8 and placing him at the top of the leaderboard. Liu Ting shares the second position with Pavel Pogrebnyak of Zenit St. Petersburg, both having scored 7 goals. Meanwhile, in faraway Barcelona, Tito Vilanova was watching highlights of the match on television. The current broadcast featured Bordeaux's emphatic 3-0 victory over Zenit St. Petersburg. Observing the young player on screen, Vilanova noted that he still possessed the same brilliance he had shown when he first joined the youth academy, which left Vilanova somewhat troubled. Following Pep Guardiola's instructions, he had reached out to Liu Ting, but with 4 months remaining until the summer transfer window, he refrained from directly inquiring if Liu would be willing to return. Instead, he merely gauged Liu's sentiments. However, the young man did not exhibit the fervent desire to return to Barcelona that many other La Masia graduates typically displayed. It appeared that acquiring him would require more effort. Damn Francisco Carlos, Vilanova cursed inwardly, blaming the man for driving the young talent away. Vilanova had once been a youth coach himself, and while he had dealt with unruly players, handling exceptionally gifted ones required a more delicate approach. He pondered how that imbecile had managed to become a youth coach. Simultaneously, highlights of Liu Ting's goals reached London, Manchester, and even China, where many concerned individuals viewed the match recap. The Europa League was broadcast domestically, and thus the following day, the highlights were widely available online. Zhang Qiming rose at noon, having stayed up late working over the past couple of days and barely finding time to watch the match. He opened his computer, not immediately searching for the results of the previous night's game, but rather checking the forum where he served as the moderator for Liu Ting's fan club. Upon entering the forum, he found a flurry of discussions regarding the match, with comments celebrating Bordeaux's impressive victory and their advancement to the next round. As many began to fantasize about a clash between Bordeaux and Bayern, matches against elite teams always drew the most attention. However, there was also considerable discussion about Liu Ting's goal, with the most intelligent goal being a recurring phrase. Eager to learn more, Zhang Qiming clicked on a thread titled "Some play with their bodies, some with talent." But Liu Ting plays with his mind, which contained a video of the highlights. Watching Liu Ting's clever exploit of a quickly taken throw-in to score from a distance left Zhang Qiming utterly astonished. Such an approach was truly remarkable. 3 days after the match against Zenit St. Petersburg, the 32nd round of Ligue 1 would commence, during which Liu Ting would continue to be suspended, marking the final match of his ban. Bordeaux was set to face Rennes away from home. Rennes, the second largest city in northern France, is regarded by the French as one of the most livable cities, thanks to its convenient transportation, shopping facilities, and pleasant scenery, though it may not attract vast numbers of foreign tourists. The city also boasts a rich historical background, making an ideal place to reside, where one can enjoy comfort without excessive outside disturbance. Liu Ting, with nothing pressing to attend to, accompanied the team to Rennes, where he received a warm welcome from the local international students. The universities in Rennes, from the first to the third, are esteemed institutions in France, attracting a considerable number of Chinese students, and Liu Ting took the opportunity to sign a couple of autographs. The Rennes club, while not classified as a major club and having long been regarded as a modest team, has shown remarkable improvement in recent years, achieving commendable standings of 4th, 7th, and 4th in the last 3 seasons. This year, they also participated in the UEFA Europa League, unfortunately failing to advance past the group stage. The team does not boast many renowned players. However, notable mentions include defender Traoré, who has previously played for Liverpool, and Mbaya. Liu Ting was aware that Mbaya believed he would eventually play for Hebei China Fortune in the Chinese Super League, and it was Traoré's goal that had drawn attention. Traoré's goal was hailed as the best in the Premier League, albeit prefixed by an own goal. This player relished showcasing his skills on the pitch. During the 2004 to 2005 season, in a match against Burnley, Traoré represented Liverpool. Upon receiving the ball in the penalty area, he seemingly intended to pass it back to the goalkeeper, but, feeling that a direct pass would not exhibit his prowess, he executed a Marseille turn and swiftly shot towards the bottom right corner of the net. Liverpool's goalkeeper, Dudek, was momentarily stunned, failing to react as he watched the ball sail past him. Even had he reacted promptly, he would not have been able to save it due to the shot's impeccable angle. Burnley ultimately triumphed over Liverpool thanks to this astonishing own goal, which has since been regarded as the finest own goal in Premier League history, a feat many forwards might never replicate throughout their careers. Currently, he serves as a key defender for Rennes. Among the notable players who have previously played for Rennes is the renowned Chelsea goalkeeper, Petrek. This brings to mind another instance of a near miss. Wenger had sought to sign Ek while he was still playing domestically in the Czech Republic, but his transfer was delayed due to work permit issues. Eventually, Ek made his way to Rennes, and after 2 years, was acquired by the affluent Chelsea. A player who almost became part of Wenger's squad is undoubtedly of high caliber. Presently, Rennes occupies the 5th position in the Ligue 1 standings and has the potential to pose challenges for Bordeaux. Fortunately, the match unfolded without incident. In the 18th minute, Diarra's long-range shot gave Bordeaux a 1-0 lead over Rennes, yet both teams engaged in a back-and-forth struggle, leaving the slender scoreline precarious. The 1-0 lead persisted into the second half, causing palpable tension, especially when Miko suffered a muscle injury and was substituted by Fernando in the 37th minute. Fortunately, in the 81st minute, Fernando scored from a corner, securing the victory for his team. Liu Ting lamented not witnessing Traoré's Marseille turn firsthand. As he too was an admirer of the skill, perhaps they could have exchanged experiences. Bordeaux defeated Rennes 2-0, while Lyon was set to face Marseille away the following day. Marseille is currently a formidable opponent. In their last match, Bordeaux narrowly defeated Nancy, closing the gap between 4th-place Marseille and 3rd-place Nancy to just 3 points. Marseille, vying for Champions League qualification, would undoubtedly fight for every point, especially considering Lyon's vulnerability with Benzema's absence. Chapter 63. A warning. In St. Petersburg on the evening of April 6th, Bordeaux's captain Diarra hosted several players at his home, ostensibly for a barbecue to foster camaraderie while watching the match between Marseille and Lyon. Many players brought their partners, while Liu Ting attended alone from Paris. Someone suggested indulging in some drinks, but Diarra promptly dismissed the idea, as head coach Blanc had strictly prohibited any drinking or nightlife during this critical final push. Nevertheless, Diarra eventually brought out 2 bottles of champagne to satisfy everyone's cravings. The evening unfolded pleasantly, with delicious barbecue and an exhilarating match. Lyon was thoroughly dominated by Marseille, trailing 2-0 by halftime, and Marseille added 2 more goals in the second half, one of which was an own goal, ultimately winning 3-1. With Lyon's defeat, Bordeaux ascended to the top of the standings. Currently, Bordeaux has played 32 matches, achieving 20 wins, 6 draws, and 6 losses for a total of 66 points. Lyon follows closely with 32 matches, 20 wins, 5 draws, and 7 losses, totaling 65 points, while Nancy trails with 55 points and Marseille with 52 points, posing no threat to Bordeaux or Lyon's positions. The championship will hinge on the next 6 matches between Bordeaux and Lyon, while Nancy and Marseille vie for 3rd place and a Champions League spot. In the following days, the entire Bordeaux team was in high spirits. Having reclaimed the top spot in the Ligue and celebrated a resounding 3-0 victory in the Europa League, as if both championships were beckoning to Bordeaux. Even Blanc expressed optimism about the current situation, yet Liu Ting felt a twinge of concern. Zenit, aiming for the Europa League title this season, would not concede easily. And Russia was not easily subdued. On April 9th, the Bordeaux team arrived in St. Petersburg a day before the match, only to be met with a disconcerting reception. A throng of Russian fans greeted them at the airport, brandishing banners and shouting insults. Liu Ting could hear various derogatory remarks about the French, including comments about the French being cowardly. The banners referenced events from World War II, when Germany simultaneously attacked France, the Netherlands, and Belgium. At that time, France, deemed to possess the world's strongest army, succumbed in just over a month, a national humiliation of profound significance. In Europe, the formidable army of Hitler found itself stalled in the frigid cities of Moscow and Leningrad, now known as St. Petersburg, marking a pivotal turning point in the Soviet-German War and the broader struggle against fascism, a victory earned at the cost of countless Soviet lives. Following the conclusion of World War II, St. Petersburg embarked on a journey of post-war recovery. On the bustling streets of the city, shops were predominantly staffed by women, as they toiled on construction sites and served customers, for the vast majority of men had perished in the conflict. To this day, Russian law stipulates that couples who have a second child are rewarded with a housing unit, while those who welcome a third child receive a villa, a tradition rooted in that era. The Russian populace takes immense pride in their unwavering resilience during those tumultuous times, in stark contrast to France, which succumbed almost instantaneously to German forces. Now, with banners aimed at provoking Bordeaux, the French side finds this taunt somewhat trivial, especially since less than half of the Bordeaux team comprises French players, most of whom possess no vivid recollections of those historical events. Yet, the biting weather of St. Petersburg delivers a harsh reality check. It is already April, while spring graces France. Winter still clings to St. Petersburg. This city stands as the only major metropolis within the Arctic Circle, experiencing merely 2 seasons, 4 months of fleeting summer, with the remainder dominated by winter. Upon exiting the airport, the Bordeaux team was immediately assailed by the cold, which was more severe than anticipated. They hastened to their pre-booked hotel, only to encounter further complications. As the team prepared for their afternoon practice session at 4 p.m., they soon realized that darkness was already descending. The cars lining the streets had their headlights on, revealing the peculiar nature of St. Petersburg's weather. By 4 p.m., night had fallen. This was still April. In December, the sun would not rise until 11 a.m. and would set by 3 p.m. Though Blanc had previously played for prestigious clubs, he had never competed in Russia, knowing only that away games there posed significant challenges. Back in his playing days, Russian teams were relatively weak, often unable to qualify for European competitions, rendering them easy opponents. However, the strength of Russian clubs has since improved, combined with the extreme weather and fervent home crowd atmosphere. While elite teams may remain unfazed, ordinary clubs could easily find themselves outmatched in such conditions. As Blanc embarked on his first year as a coach, he was wholly unprepared for the harsh realities that awaited him, caught off guard by the circumstances. The Bordeaux team could only practice under the dim glow of streetlights at Zenit's home ground, the Petrovsky Stadium, while being subjected to the fervent jeers of Zenit supporters along their journey. After finishing the training session at 6 p.m., the entire St. Petersburg was illuminated as if it were midnight. The players struggled to adapt to the conditions for playing football, resulting in a dismal performance. Blanco's furrowed brow indicated his concern. Bordeaux was caught off guard by St. Petersburg's formidable presence, leaving their morale in tatters. By the time Zhang Qiming returned home, it was nearly 4 a.m. The recent demands of his job had him working overtime almost every other day, but fortunately, after a night of extra hours, he could enjoy a day of rest. The plight of a beleaguered programmer is indeed challenging. Recalling that Bordeaux was competing in the Europa League that very night, he thought the match might still be underway. Although Bordeaux's advancement seemed assured, he was curious about the outcome. He decided to check his computer before retiring for the night. However, upon discovering the live streaming site, he was taken aback. The score stood at 3-0, with the home team in the lead, and the time read 76-46, indicating that more than 70 minutes had elapsed. Bordeaux had already conceded 3 goals, leveling the aggregate score, with approximately 20 minutes remaining in the match. Zhang Qiming could hardly fathom such a result, his disbelief palpable. At that moment, Liu Jinhong's voice echoed through his headphones. Another attack from Zenit had almost created a golden opportunity, Liu Ting had fouled the ball-carrying Arshavin, receiving a yellow card in the process. It seemed Liu Ting was reprimanding his teammates, urging them to avoid internal discord. The entire Bordeaux squad's performance was woefully inadequate, their legs seemingly frozen. They had conceded 2 goals in the first half, and although Blanco had made some adjustments during halftime that had a slight impact, they quickly conceded another goal in the 64th minute. The aggregate score was now equal, yet Bordeaux remained under Zenit's relentless pressure, with Liu Ting recently earning a yellow card for his defensive efforts. Perhaps the frigid weather of St. Petersburg had adversely affected the Bordeaux team. It was reported that the region had experienced a heavy snowfall the previous night, and such conditions hindered Bordeaux's performance, while Zenit thrived in their familiar environment. The standout star of Zenit's St. Petersburg, Arshavin, delivered a performance reminiscent of Liu Ting's brilliance in the previous match. He first assisted the team in opening the scoring and subsequently provided 2 more assists to his teammate Pogrebniak, utterly dominating the game, leaving Bordeaux unable to contain him. Bordeaux is undeniably struggling, having been thoroughly suppressed by Zenit, and they have now relinquished the aggregate lead, with the match seemingly tipping further against them. Liu Ting could clearly sense the team's morale plummeting. Having just received a yellow card, he could not contain his frustration, vehemently expressing his disdain. He certainly did not wish to be part of the team that allowed a 3-goal lead to slip away, a disgrace that would haunt him for life. Curse it all. If we can't defend, let us at least foul them. We must not allow them to score again. We are the visitors, and a single goal can seal the match for us. If we don't score, even a penalty shootout would be a 50-50 chance. Get your act together, you bastards. Perhaps Liu Ting's outburst had some effect, or perhaps the players had warmed up after halftime, but Bordeaux's situation began to improve, at the very least. They held firm and did not concede any further goals. As the referee signaled the end of the 90 minutes, the score stood at 3-0 in favor of Zenit, leveling the aggregate score at 3-3. With neither team having managed an away goal. Both teams would now take a brief respite before engaging in a 30-minute extra time. Liu Jianhong also let out a breath, noting that Bordeaux has not been eliminated, and there remains a chance in the forthcoming overtime. Liu Jianhong merely speculated that Bordeaux might struggle to acclimate to the frigid weather of St. Petersburg, yet without experiencing it firsthand. He could hardly fathom the severity of such conditions. The Bordeaux squad arrived with only standard winter jerseys, lacking any substantial insulation, rendering them ill-equipped to withstand the biting cold of St. Petersburg. The match was scheduled for the evening when temperatures plummeted further, leaving their legs ensconced in a shroud of ice. Consequently, the Bordeaux team was unable to perform to their potential, with even Liu Ting encountering difficulties, stumbling with the ball on 2 occasions. The respite before extra time was brief, dictated by the referee, typically lasting only a few minutes before the extension commenced. The teams could only rest momentarily on the sidelines, consuming light refreshments to replenish their energy, while the head coach seized the opportunity to impart a few words of encouragement. However, at this juncture, Blanco had little to convey. The outcome now largely hinged on the players' resolve. As extra time commenced, Bordeaux adopted a classic defensive counterattack strategy. Zenit St. Petersburg, likely perceiving a slight improvement in Bordeaux's performance, refrained from launching aggressive offensives. Even a goal during extra time would count as an away goal for Bordeaux, making each score significantly more valuable. Zenit aimed to avoid conceding, swiftly transforming the match into a battle of fortifications. Chapter 064. The penalty shootout. Upon booting up his computer, Zhang Qiming remained glued to the screen. Despite the match having seen no goals since his computer was activated, he felt an ever-present tension, fervently hoping for a Bordeaux goal while simultaneously fearing one against them. As time inexorably ticked away, the score remained unchanged. Given the current scenario, it appeared likely that the 2 teams would be headed for a penalty shootout, a method of resolution neither side seemed to contest. As the odds of victory appeared evenly balanced, Liu Jianhong elucidated that a penalty shootout is considered a relatively equitable means of determining a victor, with the probabilities of winning being quite similar. Even in a shootout between the Brazilian national team and the Chinese national team, the chances of victory are roughly equal. Consequently, many underdog teams adopt a strategy of staunchly defending to secure a draw, ultimately leaving their fate to divine intervention. Presently, Zenit lacks confidence in overcoming a Bordeaux team that has shown signs of recovery, while Bordeaux harbors doubts about their ability to score. Thus, both teams are tacitly waiting for the passage of time to reach a penalty shootout. As the match concluded after a prolonged 120 minutes, both teams were left with the harsh reality of a penalty shootout, a true test of nerve where evasion is impossible and victory rests solely upon fate. Blanco arranged the order of penalty takers: Cavanaghi, Diarra, Balayan, Julieta, and Liu Ting, with Liu Ting set to take the fifth kick. Should the outcome remain undecided after 5 rounds, Diarra and Wendell would continue. Miko, who had sustained a minor injury in the previous match, managed to participate for a brief period before being substituted prior to extra time, as the veteran could no longer endure the physical demands. The presence of an experienced player like Miko could potentially bolster confidence in the penalty shootout. The captains convened to flip a coin to determine the goal and the order of penalty takers. Diarra, fortunate in his guess, chose Bordeaux's goal for their penalties, thus granting Zenit the right to select the goal for their shots. Unsurprisingly, Zenit opted for the goal backed by their fervent supporters. Reim positioned himself in front of the goal, with Zenit's first penalty taker being their star player, Arshavin. As Zenit stepped up to take the first penalty, the pressure initially fell upon them. Arshavin approached the ball, but alas, Reim had misjudged the direction entirely. Liu Jianhong did not conceal his allegiance to Bordeaux at this moment. Arshavin aimed for the bottom left corner, and Reim, having guessed incorrectly, could only watch as the ball found the net, putting Zenit temporarily ahead at 1-0. Zenit's goalkeeper Malafeev took his position, with Cavanaghi next to take the penalty, eliciting thunderous boos from the crowd. Never underestimate the fervor of Russian fans. Cavanaghi, as Bordeaux's first penalty taker, faced the pressure head-on. With a determined run-up, he struck the ball. Goal. Cavanaghi did not disappoint, sending the ball straight down the middle, leaving Malafeev helpless as it sailed in. The score was now 1-1. Zenit's second penalty taker was left-back Inyakov, known for his supportive play on the field, who had aided Arshavin significantly in this match. As he approached the ball, he struck it, but it soared over the crossbar, an opportunity for Bordeaux. With Inyakov's penalty flying high, the score remained tied at 1-1. Bordeaux's second penalty taker, team captain Diarra, stepped up, hoping to withstand the pressure. He picked up the ball and rubbed it against his jersey repeatedly, perhaps believing this ritual might enhance his chances. Malafeev leaped on the goal line, and the referee blew the whistle, awarding a penalty. Diarra struck the ball into the net, powerfully aiming for the bottom right corner. Although Malafeev anticipated the direction, he failed to make the save, his hands arriving a moment too late. With Diarra's penalty successfully converted, Bordeaux took a 2-1 lead against Zenit. The crowd's jeers at Petrovsky Stadium reached a crescendo, leaving one to wonder whether they were booing Diarra for scoring or Inyakov for failing to convert his penalty. Zenit's third shooter was their star striker, Pogrebnyak, who had already netted 9 goals in the Europa League. Previously, he had matched Liu Ting's tally, but in this match, he surpassed Liu by scoring twice. Pogrebnyak was ready, and with a determined run, he struck the ball into the net. Lame did not dive to either side, perhaps anticipating a shot down the middle, yet Pogrebnyak directed the ball to the left. Pogrebnyak successfully converted his penalty, temporarily leveling the score at 2-2. Bordeaux's third shooter was Balayan, one of their attacking trident, though he had the fewest goals among them. Nevertheless, as a forward, he should have been capable of finding the net to maintain Bordeaux's advantage. Balayan approached the ball to take a shot, but was thwarted as Malafeev accurately predicted the direction. Parrying the ball away from the left, Balayan knelt on the ground, holding his head in despair, as both teams returned to square one. With Balayan's penalty saved, the score remained 2-2. The crowd erupted once more, a mix of cheers and jeers directed at Bordeaux. Liu Ting felt his heart racing faster than it did after a full match, as penalty shootouts put immense pressure on one's nerves. He glanced to the sidelines, noticing Blanco raising his hand and gesturing. Though Liu could not hear, he could see Blanco's hand trembling. Zenit's fourth shooter was Domingos, Arshavin's partner in attack, a player of considerable skill. He had assisted Arshavin in scoring the match's first goal. Domingos approached and executed a delicate Panenka penalty, a daring display of finesse that is difficult to save if executed correctly, and Lame was left helpless. Domingos converted the penalty, allowing Zenit to take a temporary lead of 3-2. Bordeaux's fourth shooter was their left-back, Gelati. Blanco had opted not to include Wendell among the first 5 penalty takers, a choice that initially surprised me, as I expected Wendell to feature. However, Gelati's experience proved invaluable. He approached the ball confidently and scored with ease. Malafeev guessed the wrong direction, and Gelati's penalty was a simple, gentle push into the bottom right corner. Jules Lyotti successfully converted a penalty, bringing the score to 3-3 between Bordeaux and Zenit. As the 5th player from each team prepared to take the field, Liu Ting's heart raced with increasing intensity. He had never encountered such a situation before. In that fleeting moment, Liu Ting found himself contemplating the merits of the American approach, which at least spared him from such immense pressure. When a Major League Soccer was first established, if two teams ended a match in a draw, they did not resort to penalties, but instead engaged in a peculiar practice of one-on-one shootouts. Each team would send a player to dribble from outside the penalty area into the box, facing the opposing goalkeeper for a solitary shot on goal, a rather eccentric rule indeed. Liu Ting felt a level of anxiety during the match while dribbling towards a one-on-one situation that he had never experienced before. The fifth penalty taker for Zenit stepped up, their captain, Ziryakov, a midfielder known for his commendable offensive prowess. From the pre-received roster, we learned that the fifth player for Bordeaux was Liu Ting. Given that both teams had converted 3 out of 4 penalties thus far, the outcome now hinged on whether Ziryakov and Liu Ting would both score or both miss. If one succeeded while the other faltered, the failing team would face elimination. Ziryakov took a shot. Oh, what a save! Rame expertly parried Ziryakov's penalty, easing Liu Ting's burden slightly. At least he would not lose immediately even if he missed. The moment Rame denied Ziryakov, the Petrovsky Stadium fell into a hushed silence, quickly replaced by a cacophony of boos. Liu Ting embraced his teammates one by one, and then made his way from the center circle towards the penalty area. Step by step, he could hear the jeers and insults emanating from the stands, and upon glancing back, he spotted Bronco on the sidelines, trembling hands clapping, uncertain whether he was rallying Liu Ting or himself. As he approached the penalty area, a mere few seconds passed, yet Liu Ting's heartbeat steadied. Was this not the opportunity he had longed for? A chance to rescue his team under the watchful eyes of the crowd, to thrust the adversary into the abyss of defeat. This was the essence of true heroism. Behind the goal, Zenit fans hurled profanities. You 1T score, you French softy. The Zenit goalpost will thwart you. Liu Ting even caught whiffs of racially charged insults amidst the barrage. In that moment, everything converged, including the sight of a bare bottom adorned in red underwear behind the goal, leaving Liu Ting to ponder whether Russians believe in the protective power of red undergarments. Liu Ting approached the penalty spot as the Zenit goalkeeper placed the ball on the mark and retreated to his goal. This is a common tactic employed by many goalkeepers, who manipulate the ball before an opponent takes a penalty in an attempt to distract them. Liu Ting did not feel the need to reposition the ball as other players might. Instead, he simply fixed his gaze upon the crossbar of the goal. The referee, observing that Liu did not make any further movements, signaled for the kick. A penalty kick must avoid being feeble or half-height. A powerful strike is seldom thwarted. Yet if the shot is not properly controlled, it may sail over the target. A half-height shot presents the most favorable opportunity for a goalkeeper, as a lateral dive positions their entire body within the trajectory of such a kick. After years of mental conditioning and practice, a penalty shot should be easily within Liu Ting's grasp. He stepped back 2 meters from the penalty mark as the referee blew the whistle, hoping he could withstand the pressure. Liu Ting launched into his run and struck the ball with great force, despite Marifev diving in the correct direction. He could not prevent the penalty from finding the net. Liu Ting truly demonstrated remarkable composure under pressure, emerging as the hero of his team, leading Bordeaux to triumph over Saint in the penalty shootout.